Donghai University. Today marks the day of welcoming new students. The September sun shines fiercely, creating an oppressive heat. Song Qingwan takes out a pack of tissues and gently wipes the beads of sweat from her forehead. Qingwan, do you remember? A few days ago, someone on the confession wall asked if they could arrive by helicopter. I suspect this was just a prank by some new student, right? Who would actually come by helicopter? Shin Mingqi could not resist indulging in the gossip. Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow slightly. Someone has already debunked that. It was just a joke by a sophomore. Shin Mingqi was taken aback. Huh? How did I miss that? Huh? You probably just weren't paying attention. Just then, a shy figure approached. Classmate Song Qingwan, would you like some milk tea? A boy offered 2 cups of milk tea to Song Qingwan, a bashful smile adorning his face. Song Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, shaking a glass of water beside her. I'm sorry. I brought my own water. Thank you. The boy's expression stiffened, a hint of disappointment on his face, and before he could react, he was jostled aside by a few others. Classmate Qingwan, would you like some snacks? I bought a big bag. Song Jr., his are all fried foods. They'll make you gain weight and break out. I bought fruits. Classmate Qingwan, I got you. Seeing several people before her, Song Qingwan felt a headache coming on. This scene left Shin Mengqi feeling envious. From the moment Song Qingwan set foot in the Metropolis University, she became the belle of the campus. She even gained considerable fame online due to a profile photo, attracting a plethora of admirers. At school, she also had numerous suitors. Yet, to this day, there have been no rumors of her being in a relationship. Despite her polite demeanor towards these admirers, she maintained a distance, never accepting favors from anyone. As she gazed at the iced milk tea before her, Shan Mingqi felt her throat nearly burning. She gritted her teeth and gathered all the bags before her. I'm Qingwan's roommate. She's too shy to accept, so I'll take them on her behalf. Thank you all, Shin Mingqi said with a smile. All right, you all can disperse now. Qingwan has things to attend to. Song Qingwan was taken aback by Shan Mingqi's tactic. The suitors exchanged glances, but realizing that since Qingwan's roommate accepted, it meant Qingwan herself did as well, they gradually departed. Mingqi, what are you doing? Song Qingwan exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. Shin Mingqi merely took out the milk tea, inserted a straw, and nonchalantly replied, What's the big deal? It's just a bit of food. I have no intention of dating any of them. Why did you accept their gifts on my behalf? Shin Mingqi pouted, I know you have high standards, but it's just snacks. No need to make a fuss over it. I'm not being picky. I simply do not wish to date. But by doing this, you're giving them false hope. Before Song Qingwan could finish her sentence, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Wow, a Ferrari Supercar. A Ferrari? Probably something they were born with and will never own. Definitely a rich second generation. Arriving in a luxury car to register? Truly a big shot. A Ferrari roared to a halt at the school gate. Shin Mingqi immediately snapped out of her daze, swiftly retrieving her cushion and retouching her makeup, applying a soft rose lip color. This was the current trend for an alluring yet natural look. As the car door swung open, a spirited figure emerged, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Dressed in a Brioni outfit, Armani trousers, and Cassano shoes. This was undoubtedly a rich heir. Upon exiting the vehicle, the heir's gaze immediately landed on Song Qingwan, for beauty always stands out. He smiled, adjusting his tie, and donned a somewhat sleazy grin as he approached Song Qingwan directly. Shin Mingqi's expression instantly soured. It was evident he was coming for Song Qingwan. With the campus belle present, she was merely a backdrop, leaving no room for Shin Mingqi to shine. She was quite self-aware. Senior Song Qingwan, may I ask you to assist me with the registration process? The heir's fervent gaze made Song Qingwan feel uncomfortable all over. She took a step back, creating some distance. Are you from the Chinese department? Song Qingwan inquired. I'm from the sports department. Song Qingwan let out a sigh of relief and pointed across the way. The welcoming volunteers from the sports department are over there. However, the heir chuckled, Senior Song Qingwan, I enrolled in this school just for you. The onlookers immediately buzzed with intrigue. No way. He actually enrolled here because of Song Qingwan? Indeed, money allows one to do as they please. Attending university is like a game. Can the rich kid lower his standards a bit? Song Qingwan maintained a polite smile. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of dating during my 4 years of university. At that moment, someone eager for drama shouted, There's Someone coming by helicopter? Oh, stop adding to the commotion. That's just a prank, right? Who would actually arrive at school by helicopter? If someone really did, I'd eat this table. Song Ching-wan's expression darkened slightly. Just then, the sound of an engine roared to life, growing louder as it approached. What is that noise? Look up. Is that a helicopter? A helicopter swooped directly into the school, landing on the playground. The crowd erupted in excitement. No way. It really has come to our school. Hey, what about that guy who said he'd eat the table? Seated in the helicopter's cockpit, Lin Shun felt a pang of anxiety. Congratulations to the host for completing the task for the first time, activating the system, and receiving a Rolls-Royce Phantom as a reward. Phew! Lin Shun breathed a sigh of relief. The task was finally completed. He checked his pocket, and indeed, there was a key inside. The previous day, the system had suddenly appeared, assigning him the task of flying a helicopter to school. Only by completing this task could he activate the system. Fortunately, his parents were away on vacation. Otherwise, seeing a helicopter at home would have surely startled them to death. Fearing attention, Lin Shun had not bothered to pack anything, simply flying out in the helicopter. Yet now, it seemed he had attracted even more attention. What on earth was the system thinking? After regaining his composure, he descended directly from the helicopter, seeking out the sign for the Chinese department, ultimately settling on a direction. As Lin Shun approached, Song Ching-wan was taken aback. Could it be that someone actually flew a helicopter to school, and this person belonged to their department? The wealthy second-generation heir was also stunned. Was this individual truly competing with him for Song Ching-wan's attention? Noticing the welcome volunteer badge he wore, Lin Shun turned to Song Ching-wan and inquired, "Excuse me, senior, I am a new student in the Chinese department. Is this where I report?" It must be said, this senior was indeed strikingly beautiful, dressed in a flowing white dress. Her long black hair was intricately braided at the side, with her bangs delicately curled, exuding an ethereal vibe. Her doe-like eyes, innocent and pure, evoked an overwhelming instinct to protect. She was undoubtedly a goddess of campus beauty. Yes, this is the place. Song Ching-wan, momentarily flustered, felt a tinge of embarrassment as she realized her lapse in demeanor. "May I ask which major you belong to?" "Junior, Chinese language and literature." How fortuitous. He was indeed her direct junior. Song Ching-wan smiled. "I am also in Chinese language and literature. Let me assist you with the registration process." This junior, in comparison to the previous one, felt much more agreeable. His attire was modest, devoid of any arrogance. Had it not been for the helicopter, she would have never guessed he was a wealthy heir. "Thank you, senior," Lin Shun replied with humble respect. Chun Yao was dumbfounded. Could it be that someone truly arrived by helicopter to register? Not only had he been outmaneuvered, but he had also embarrassed himself in front of the goddess, Song Ching-wan. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, he wished to vanish into the ground. "Hey buddy, I was here first. Haven't you heard of the rule of first come, first served?" Chun Yao asked, suppressing his irritation. Lin Shun was about to respond when Song Ching-wan stepped in front of him, declaring, "Junior from the physical education department, I have already mentioned that your orientation is over there." As she gestured to the opposite side, Chun Yao's frustration simmered. Witnessing his goddess converse with another man only intensified his ire. He felt as if a vibrant meadow had sprung up on his head. Though Song Ching-wan had not yet become his girlfriend, he had already claimed her in his heart as his own. At that moment, Chun Yao's expression darkened, nearly dripping with disdain as he scrutinized Lin Chen's modest attire, sneering, "That helicopter, you didn't rent it with all your family's fortune, did you? Even if it were rented, it would cost several thousand per hour. You must have spent quite a bit, right?" In his perception, wealthy heirs either flaunted their wealth with ostentatious brands or preferred subtlety, donning discreetly designed labels that were difficult for the average person to discern. However, Lin Shun, observing his slightly faded shirt, it was evident he possessed none of these traits. Therefore, Chun Yao concluded that Lin Chen's helicopter was undoubtedly rented. His words left the crowd exchanging glances. Rented? At that moment, some began to scrutinize Lin Chen more closely. After all, due to the helicopter's aura, everyone had initially assumed Lin Chen was a bona fide wealthy heir. Just moments ago, they regarded this helicopter owner as modest, but Chun Yao's remarks shifted the narrative. Lin Chen smiled gently. "If you believe that, then so be it." "What? The crowd was bewildered. Could it be that the esteemed helicopter was indeed rented? Ah, so it was rented. I was puzzled. Why would someone with a helicopter dress more plainly than I? I seriously suspect he rented the helicopter just for Song Ching-wan. I hope the esteemed Song does not fall for it. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Yao realized his objective had been accomplished, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He raised his chin, smugly addressing Song Ching-wan. So, should you not express your gratitude for my guidance in steering you away from the wrong path? Song Ching-wan frowned, coldly retorting, "This is his affair, and it has nothing to do with you. I suggest you manage your own matters first." This wealthy heir was increasingly intolerable. In contrast, her junior, his humble demeanor and decent character were far superior to this ostentatious peacock. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit squeezed through the crowd, his face lighting up upon spotting Lin Chun. Mr. Lin, I finally found you." He wiped the sweat from his brow, his grin almost childlike. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. What was happening? Who was this person? Could this Mr. Lin be referring to that fraud? Even Lin Chun was somewhat perplexed. "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man smiled broadly. "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Zhou Hai, the manager of the private helipad in South Bay, Donghai City. I am here to assist you in returning your private helicopter to the helipad. Unfortunately, due to the busy school season, traffic was congested, causing my delay. I hope you can forgive me, Mr. Lin." As he spoke, he slightly bowed, exhibiting utmost respect. "What? A private helipad? What is going on?" Just a moment ago, it was said to be rented. Could this person also be an actor he hired? This is outrageous. They're putting on a full performance. Lin Chun was somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Suddenly, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Reminder, the private helipad and its manager are included as perks with the helicopter reward. In that instant, Lin Chun comprehended the situation. Yet this was fortuitous. He had been fretting over how to manage the helicopter, and the system had thoughtfully arranged for assistance. Thank you very much. However, let us discuss this while standing. The man appeared to be at least in his 50s or 60s, and Lin Chun felt uneasy having an elder bow to him. Mr. Lin, have you gone through my credentials? Zhou Hai inquired. What credentials? Lin Chun wore a confused expression, utterly unaware. I am a retired captain with nearly 20 years of flying experience. Rest assured, your helicopter is in good hands with me. Chapter 3. Apology. Lin Chun exclaimed, "What on earth? Is it true that a retired pilot is serving as his management officer? Allow me a moment to verify this." A moment later, he was astounded to discover it was indeed true, complete with photographs of Zhou Hai. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. With peculiar expressions adorning everyone's faces, including Chun Yao, whose complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. It was evident to any sensible individual that Lin Chun's earlier taunt directed at Chun Yao was laced with sarcasm. "Say whatever you wish, I shan't be bothered." How does that make you feel? Infuriated. Indeed, the mere notion of a helicopter and a retired pilot acting as a management officer was a testament to a life well lived. They often say one should not falter at the starting line, but some individuals are born at the finish line, like the helicopter magnate. I'm utterly envious. This is beyond sour. What of that group who claimed the magnate had rented a helicopter to scout for actors? Why does silence shroud them now? Hush, do not speak. Witness the expression on the face of the Ferrari scion. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao's countenance darkened further. Song Ching-wan gazed at Lin Chun, the sunlight illuminating his resolute profile. As if time had momentarily halted. Why did she find this junior so striking? Wealthy yet unassuming, mature yet reserved, he completely shattered her preconceived notions of wealthy heirs. Despite his displeasure, Chen Yao chose to bow his head in apology upon realizing the gravity of Lin Chun's status. "I misjudged you earlier, causing you inconvenience. My sincerest apologies." He was not foolish. It was clear that Lin Chun was no ordinary individual, and he wisely refrained from further antagonizing him. The heat of anger had clouded his judgment, and now, with clarity restored, he acknowledged his impulsiveness. As a privileged heir, he possessed a modicum of self-awareness. However, this single apology sent the onlookers into a frenzy. A clash between two affluent individuals had culminated in victory for the helicopter magnate. Remarkable. See, I told you my judgment was sound. How could the helicopter magnate deceive us? Indeed, even a retired pilot was at his service as a personal helipad manager. In response to Chun Yao's concession, Lin Chun casually shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. No worries. I am indifferent. For reasons unknown, Chun Yao felt an overwhelming frustration, as if he were inconsequential in Lin Chen's eyes. After bidding farewell, he hastily retreated. Lin Chen's poised demeanor continued to astonish Song Qingwan. He was mature, composed, and magnanimous, truly a stark contrast to the earlier encounter with Chun Yao. Unbeknownst to Lin Chun, Song Qingwan's thoughts lingered on him. After handing over the helicopter's ignition key to Zhou Hai, he accompanied Song Qingwan to report for duty. As they walked along the campus path, the sides of the road were adorned with fragrant osmanthus trees. In the month of September, the season of osmanthus blooms, the air is suffused with a delightful fragrance. At this moment, Song Qingwan suddenly halted her steps and looked up at Lin Chen. Junior, thank you for what you just did. After all, Lin Chen had just come to her aid. Lin Chen was taken aback, then smiled. I didn't do much, senior. You're being too polite. One cannot help but acknowledge that this senior seems quite endearing. Through the lens of a boyfriend, she appeared even more radiant. Her skin was as fair as jade, flawless and delicate, without a hint of imperfection. From Lin Chun's perspective, he could appreciate a different vista. Chapter 4. The senior became shy of him. Unexpectedly, despite her slender appearance, she possessed all the attributes one would expect. Truly, she had the face of an angel and the figure of a temptress. She undoubtedly deserved the title of a goddess. Song Qingwan must be the dream girl of many innocent young men, Lin Chen mused. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Invite the senior to dinner. Reward, a private villa at Shuyanjaju, Cloud Water Pavilion. Inviting the senior to dinner comes with a reward of a private villa? This was precisely to his liking. He had risen early that day, and after completing the new student registration process, he was already famished. Senior, it's time for a meal. And since you've helped me so much, how about we dine together? My treat? After all, this campus belle had spent the day under the hot sun guiding him around, which must have been tiring. Treating her to a meal was only natural. Song Qingwan smiled, her brows slightly raised. You want to treat me to dinner? Lin Chen nodded. Yes. All right then. Song Qingwan readily agreed. Although she was not fond of going out alone with males, she felt comfortable with him. It was evident that Lin Chun was different from the clingy suitors. He merely wished to express his gratitude, so she did not decline. Shall we exchange WeChat? It would be more convenient for future contact. Song Qingwan took out her phone and asked, I'll send you the electronic map of the school. It will be much easier for you in the future, as our campus is quite large. After a moment's thought, she added, This is made by us. Much more detailed than what you find online. Lin Chen nodded. All right, thank you, senior. Shall I scan your code? After adding Song Qingwan's WeChat, Lin Chen sent his name. Lin Chen. I'm Song Qingwan. There is a beauty, clear and graceful, aptly reflecting Song's temperament, Lin Chen sincerely remarked. Although he had already learned her name through casual conversation, it was evident that not only was she beautiful, but her name was also melodious. Song Qingwan raised her brows, viewing Lin Chen with newfound respect. It is often said that those who enter the Chinese department are typically not proficient in mathematics, and few possess a genuine passion for literature. However, this junior, named Lin Chen, remarkably discerned the illusion embedded within her name, a rare occurrence indeed. Compared to the typical affluent offspring, he exudes a maturity and restraint that is quite refreshing. With a smile, she replied, Thank you for the compliment. At that moment, Lin Chen unexpectedly leaned closer to Song Qingwan, saying, Senior, please hold still. As she gazed up at his face, now mere inches away, Song Qingwan found herself momentarily bewildered. What could he possibly be doing? With deft fingers, Lin Chen plucked a fallen osmanthus flower from her hair. Senior, you have a flower in your hair. Huh. Oh, huh. Thank you. Song Qingwan bit her lip, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What had she been thinking? How could she have misconstrued his intentions? It was utterly mortifying. Observing the blush on her ears, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile discreetly. This senior was truly adorably captivating. Perhaps Song Qingwan's guilty thoughts rendered her more taciturn, as her words became noticeably fewer. After completing the various registration procedures for new students, they realized that lunchtime had come and gone, and the two prepared to dine together. They ventured to Guiyuxuan, a renowned Chinese restaurant near Donghai University. Upon entering, Lin Chen was immediately enchanted by the ambience. The restaurant, embodying a classic Chinese aesthetic, was adorned with exquisite decorations, and the air was infused with a subtle fragrance of sandalwood that invigorated the senses. On one side of the dining area, a small stage, separated by beaded curtains, showcased several elegantly attired women performing on traditional instruments. Kuyukshuan could indeed be considered a hallmark of Donghai City. They casually chose a table with a perfect view of the stage, allowing them to enjoy the performance. No sooner had they settled in than a lady in a qipao approached with a pot of tea, to which Lin Chen instinctively expressed his gratitude. Song Qingwan raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips, pleasantly surprised by his gentlemanly demeanor. At this juncture, Lin Chen presented a menu to Song Qingwan. "Senior, please order. I am unaware of your dietary preferences," he said with a grin. Song Qingwan beamed in response. "I didn't expect you to be so considerate." After she placed her order, Lin Chen casually selected a few dishes of his own and summoned the waitress. Before long, an array of delectable dishes, each appealing to the eye and nose, graced their table, the tantalizing aromas eliciting their appetites. Suddenly, Song Qingwan recalled something and turned to Lin Chen, saying, "By the way, Lin Chen, all new students are required to attend a class meeting in the classroom tomorrow. Please do not forget." Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood." Song Qingwan smiled faintly, her gaze inadvertently lingering on Lin Chen, causing him to feel slightly uneasy. "Senior, is something the matter? Is there something on my face?" Huh? Song Qingwan hurriedly withdrew her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. "No, not at all," she stammered. In an attempt to ease the awkwardness, she reached for a nearby drink. It wasn't until she finished that she realized it was fruit wine, and its effects were rather potent. Her inexplicable actions left Lin Chen both amused and exasperated. Soon, two vivid blushes adorned Song Qingwan's face. Lin Chen had not anticipated that her tolerance for alcohol would be so low. A few glasses of low-alcohol fruit wine had rendered her in this state. Observing her rosy cheeks, Lin Chen could only shake his head in resignation. "Senior, are you all right? Shall I escort you home?" Sure," Song Qingwan replied. As she stood up, she stumbled slightly, but Lin Chen, quick on his feet, caught her just in time to prevent her from falling. She quickly straightened her posture, her cheeks warm with embarrassment. Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Regret washed over her for having consumed so much, but she felt relieved to be with Lin Chen, a man of integrity. Had it been someone else, she couldn't fathom what might have transpired. With this thought, her gratitude towards Lin Chen deepened. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was not preoccupied with such thoughts, seeing her flushed face. He simply wished to get her home swiftly before returning to his private estate, Yinshui Manor. "Senior, you don't seem fit to walk unaided. Allow me to support you," he offered. Embarrassed, Song Qingwan nodded. "All right, I appreciate your help." "Not at all a bother," he replied, gently holding her arm as they made their way outside. After settling the bill, Lin Chen hailed a taxi to take them back to the university. Song Qingwan, the flower of Donghai University, had countless admirers, yet none had succeeded in winning her heart. As Lin Chen helped her walk through the campus, their presence naturally drew the attention of onlookers. "Isn't that the campus beauty? Song Qingwan. Who's that beside her? Could he be her boyfriend? Didn't she mention she wouldn't date anyone while in school?" Alas, unbeknownst to me, my goddess seems to have been taken. Upon hearing these remarks, Song Qingwan's cheeks flushed further, the alcohol amplifying her embarrassment. It was clear they had misconstrued her relationship with Lin Chen. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed his expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard a word of their conversation. Relieved, she exhaled softly. Since he hadn't heard, there was no need for her to clarify. Otherwise, it would only make her seem overly sentimental and unnecessary. Seeing the conflicted look on her face, Lin Chen offered a resigned smile, knowing he could surmise the thoughts swirling in Song Qingwan's mind. The voices of those individuals were loud enough for him to hear, yet he remained indifferent, primarily focused on Song Qingwan. However, Song Qingwan showed no intention to offer any explanations, which indicated that she was not at all concerned. Perhaps, this was precisely what she desired. With this thought, Lin Chen felt no need to waste his breath. Finally, they arrived at the base of the girls' dormitory. Around them, couples were reluctant to part, and a few meters away, another couple displayed their affection unabashedly. Lin Chen silently gave them a thumbs up in admiration. How impressive! The university life today is truly splendid. To be able to engage in such displays of affection before so many witnesses is something he could never do. As for Song Qingwan, she was no stranger to such scenes, having encountered them frequently upon her return. Initially, she found it tolerable, but with Lin Chen beside her, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her, unprecedented in its intensity. She couldn't even dare to glance in their direction. Now that we're at your dormitory, shall I take my leave? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Song Qingwan nodded eagerly. The sounds of the couple nearby were unbearable, and she truly wished to escape the moment. Observing her reaction, Lin Chen also nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell, Song Qingwan hurriedly retreated into the dormitory. Once she was gone, Lin Chen did not linger either. He departed immediately, not heading back to his dormitory, but instead making his way to the Yunshui Pavilion at the Water's Edge residence. The Water's Edge residence is undoubtedly the most luxurious private estate in the entire Donghai city. Nestled between mountains and water, the picturesque scenery is complemented by the city's finest property management team. Here, one can undoubtedly enjoy an exceptional living experience. It must be said, the environment of the Water's Edge residence is truly remarkable, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, exuding a profound sense of artistry. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at his Yunshui Pavilion and stepped inside. Unbeknownst to him, in a private estate across from the Yunshui Pavilion, in a second-floor living room, Jiang Li stood in casual loungewear, holding a glass of red wine as she gazed out of the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Her long, wavy hair cascaded down to her waist, casually tied back. Her eyes, which resembled delicate peach blossoms, narrowed slightly as she peered across at the private estate of the Yunshui Pavilion, filled with curiosity. Someone has moved in. When did this occur? Chapter 7. A visit from the beautiful neighbor. Was it not stated that it was not for sale to the public? The location of the Yunshui Pavilion is exceptional. She had initially desired to acquire it herself. However, at that time, the property management had declared that the Yunshui Pavilion was not available for external sale, which led her to settle for the private estate opposite it. Now, how could someone have taken residence there? Or was it that the claim of it not being for sale was merely applicable to her? Perhaps the Yunshui Pavilion was specifically reserved for this person? Jiang Li's lips curved into a slight smile. It appears that this neighbor is quite remarkable. A visit is in order. Given that they are neighbors, it is inevitable that there will be interactions. She downed her drink in one gulp, carelessly placing the glass on the table before turning to enter her room. The three-story residence spans nearly 700 square meters. Lin Chen surveyed his private estate, thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, the doorbell chimed. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be the property management? With this thought, he rose to answer the door. As he opened it, a stunning figure appeared before him, clad in a sleek black off-the-shoulder dress, with fiery red lips and alluring cat-like eyes accentuated by winged eyeliner. She was utterly captivating. Her chestnut brown waves cascaded effortlessly over her shoulders. Jiang Li was taken aback as well. She had not anticipated that this new neighbor would be so youthful. He appeared to be barely 20, most likely a university student. Although the Yunshui residence was not for sale to the public, acquiring such a private estate certainly required a considerable fortune. How curious that someone so young could reside here. Could he be the scion of a prestigious family? Regaining her composure, Jiang Li extended her hand towards him, flashing a charming smile. "Hello, neighbor. I am Jiang Li, residing across from you," she said, gesturing towards her own estate. In response, Lin Chen offered a symbolic handshake. "I am Lin Chen." Her hand was not only fair, but also remarkably smooth. Most striking was her alluring figure, which was undeniably captivating. Realizing he was staring, Lin Chen quickly averted his gaze. Jiang Li squinted playfully and smiled. "I apologize. I just recently learned of your arrival. Time was tight, and I had no preparations. But here is a small token of my regard." As she spoke, she presented a gift box with both hands. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Within were 2 bottles of red wine that appeared rather expensive. "This is too generous," he remarked. Jiang Li, displaying her forthright nature, promptly pressed the wine into his hands. "There's no need for hesitation. It's merely a gesture of goodwill. You must accept it." With no way to decline, Lin Chen accepted it. "Would you like to come in for a moment?" he inquired. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow playfully. "Then I shall graciously accept your invitation." Lin Chen slightly turned aside, gesturing for her to enter. Jiang Li, with poise and confidence, walked in gracefully, her every movement exuding charm. As Lin Chen observed her, he was reminded of the phrase natural allure. After surveying the surroundings, Jiang Li remarked, "The layout of this Yunshui residence is quite impressive. It lives up to my expectations. However, I was unable to secure it." "I am surprised, Mr. Lin, that you at such a young age have managed to acquire such a splendid home. Truly, you are remarkable. Lin Chen offered a faint smile as he placed the wine bottle on the table. Miss Jiang, you flatter me. Please, have a seat. Chapter 8. He was teased. Jiang Li turned her beautiful eyes towards Lin Chen. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Lin is merely in his early 20s, am I right? With that, she elegantly settled onto the sofa, her legs crossing in a casual yet poised manner. Lin Chen took a seat opposite her. Miss Jiang's guess is remarkably accurate. 20 years old, he replied. Jiang Li smiled coyly. You guessed correctly. You are indeed a young lad. Miss Jiang, please refrain from such formalities. After all, we are neighbors. I am older than you, so why not call me sisterly? It would not be to your detriment, would it? Caught off guard by her playful gaze, Lin Chen felt a bit bewildered. It seemed he had been teased. Nevertheless, her reasoning was sound. After a moment's consideration, he obediently called her sisterly. Instantly, Jiang Li erupted into a fit of laughter, her joy infectious. Lin Chen was left even more perplexed. What was so amusing? Was there something inherently funny about the situation? Observing Lin Chen's adorably confused expression only heightened Jiang Li's amusement, though she recognized the need to temper her teasing. At that moment, her phone rang. Jiang Li promptly answered, exchanging a few words before hanging up. With an apologetic glance at Lin Chen, she said, Dear brother, I have an unexpected meeting at the company and must take my leave. Shall I come to visit you again next time? Of course, Lin Chen nodded, escorting Jiang Li to the door. After bidding her farewell, Lin Chen freshened up and reclined on his soft, comfortable mattress, soon drifting into slumber. The following morning, upon rising, Lin Chen received several messages from Song Qingwan. Thank you for your help yesterday. I truly appreciate you seeing me home. Daydreaming. JPG secretly observing. JPG. These charming emojis elicited a chuckle from Lin Chen. After a brief exchange, he set his phone aside. In the morning, Lin Chen made his way directly to the teaching building. Song Qingwan had specifically reminded him the day before about a class meeting. Following the electronic map she had sent, he quickly located his classroom. One could not help but notice the overwhelming presence of female students in the Chinese department. He had hardly encountered any boys on his way. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Chen realized he was late. Nearly all the seats were occupied. He chose a random seat and settled in. As he did, a delicate scent of jasmine wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet fragrance of youthful femininity, creating an enchanting aroma. However, at that very moment, the girl sitting next to him stiffened slightly, discreetly shifting away. Noticing her subtle movement, Lin Chen greeted her. Hello, classmate. My name is Lin Chen. And you? She glanced at Lin Chen, then quickly averted her gaze. Suemo, the girl was quite beautiful, with a doll-like face and a delicate profile, her long eyelashes fluttering beneath her blunt bangs. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Is it Jasmine? She nodded, remaining silent, yet the tips of her ears turned a rosy hue. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. He anticipated encountering such a shy girl in this day and age. It was rather rare. For many contemporary girls would respond to a risque joke with an even more audacious one of their own. Driven by curiosity, Suemo stole a glance at Lin Chen and asked, How did you guess? Lin Chen casually replied, It's the scent of jasmine that lingers around you. Suemo was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 9. Encountering the exceptional at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly smiled, glancing at the student card she had placed on the table. Your student card is still there, your name is on it. Suemo hurriedly tucked away her student card, just as the acting class advisor arrived. Donghai University has a tradition of assigning each new class an acting advisor for 1 month, typically a senior from the same department. The acting advisor for Lin Chen's class was a literary senior wearing black-rimmed glasses. After he spoke to the class, they moved on to the election of class officers. Students could freely take the stage to speak and vote for their representatives. The segment for the Youth League secretary was currently underway, with a girl presenting on stage. It was somewhat tedious. Lin Chen glanced around, noting that most of the students were engrossed in their phones. Suemo occasionally stole glances at Lin Chen's profile, hoping to find an opportunity to converse, but was at a loss for words. The earlier scene caught the attention of Zhou Kai, seated behind them. His expression gradually darkened. Although Donghai University was filled with beauties, Suemo was among the finest, often regarded as the class flower. Upon first seeing her, he had intended to win her over. However, he was surprised to find someone else vying for her attention before he could make his move. He scrutinized Lin Chen, noting his ordinary attire, which somewhat eased his apprehension. Are you Lin Chen? Zhou Kai inquired. Lin Chun turned slightly, noticing the unfriendly demeanor, and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Where are you from? The tone was decidedly hostile. One might mistake it for an interrogation. Lin Chun shot him a bemused glance before turning to leave, but Zhou Kai persistently blocked his path. Wait, I have more questions for you. Lin Chun's lips twitched slightly, remaining silent as he regarded him. Zhou Kai then continued, You didn't come back last night? Lin Chun nodded. Why didn't you come back? Lin Chun smiled lightly. Does that concern you? Upon hearing those words, Zhou Kai immediately felt displeased. How can this not concern me? I am the dormitory leader. If you stay out late and something happens, I will be held responsible. Even if you wish to stay off campus, you must seek approval from the instructor first. Otherwise, you are putting me in a very difficult position, he lamented. Lin Chun, however, grew somewhat impatient. Song Qingwan had also mentioned to him that many students stayed off campus, and obtaining approval from the instructor was merely a formality. Those who did not apply often received a blind eye from the instructor. It was evident that Zhou Kai was merely seeking to create trouble for him. Lin Chun pondered when he had offended such a person. Sensing the tense atmosphere between the two, Zhou Kai's companions intervened. Oh, it's no big deal. Just apply when the time comes. I've heard it's quite easily approved. Indeed, it gets approved quite readily. Yet, the single-minded Zhou Kai remained oblivious to the assistance offered by his peers, insisting, I've said, if anything happens to you out there, I cannot bear the responsibility. At that moment, Suemo glanced back at him. Zhou Kai's face brightened slightly. Suemo, don't you agree? Suemo furrowed her brow slightly, questioning why this mattered to her. I don't know, she replied curtly before turning away, pretending to write, though her attention was focused on Lin Chun. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance, prompting Lin Chun to instinctively look up. Chapter 10. The Campus Belle Join Our Club. The newcomer was none other than Song Qingwan, followed by several senior students. Zhou Kai's eyes lit up as he was utterly captivated, his gaze seemingly glued to Song Qingwan. The classroom erupted in excitement. This must be the campus belle, Song Qingwan. She looks even more stunning in person than in photos and videos. No wonder people said she didn't photograph well. Seeing her in person confirmed it. Photos looked good, but she was even more radiant. Song Qingwan seems to have been crafted by the hands of Nuwa. While we are merely the remnants of clay, Zhou Kai sighed, fully aware of his own limitations. He understood that a goddess like Song Qingwan had no shortage of admirers, and he was merely a fleeting presence, so he reluctantly shifted his focus to Suemo currently. They were in the recruitment phase for clubs. And as the president of the National Study Society, Song Qingwan was eloquently speaking on stage. The society aimed to promote the essence of traditional Chinese culture, moral standards, profound philosophical thoughts, and enrich campus life, providing a platform for every student at Donghai University to understand, exchange, and inherit the culture of national studies. As for what she said, very few in the classroom were truly listening. Nearly everyone's attention was captivated by her presence. After promoting the National Study Society, several members quickly descended to jot down the names of freshmen interested in joining. As Song Qingwan descended while holding a form, Zhou Kai suddenly straightened his posture, his heart racing as he beheld her approaching with a smile. What if Senior Song had taken a liking to him? Yet, if faced with a choice between Song Qingwan and Suemo, he would undoubtedly choose Song Qingwan. Just as his thoughts wandered, she halted before Lin Chun. Junior, would you be interested in joining our National Study Society? At this moment, many gazes converged on Lin Chun, while Zhou Kai's expression froze in disbelief. Lin Chun lifted his head to meet the gentle smile of Song Qingwan. With so many eager to join, does my participation truly matter? He replied with a grin. In truth, he was reluctant to join any club, preferring to savor a leisurely university life over the next 4 years. Song Qingwan chuckled softly. It would be even better if you could join. Lin Chun raised an eyebrow. What benefits does joining the National Study Society offer? Taking a seat in the empty space before him, Song Qingwan explained, by joining, you can earn credits for the club, which are crucial for the comprehensive assessment at the end of the term. Our society also hosts various events, and if you win, you will receive a university-level certificate, which can also add points and aid in job hunting after graduation. That does seem to hold some merit. Lin Chun nodded in acknowledgement, though he was indifferent to credits. Since Song Qingwan had extended the invitation, he felt it wouldn't hurt to join a club. With that, he took her pen and filled in his information on the form. The onlookers were engulfed in a mix of envy and resentment. Coming from 9 years of compulsory education, Why was he so exceptional that Senior Song personally approached him to join the society? Meanwhile, Zhou Kai's complexion oscillated between green and white, clearly perceiving Lin Shun as his greatest rival. Resolving to take action, he initiated a conversation with Song Qingwan. Senior Song, I would also like to join the National Studies Society. However, Song Qingwan merely glanced at him before turning back to her members. Xiao Qing, please bring a form for this junior. With that, she resumed her conversation with Lin Shun. A plump senior, nearly 200 pounds, bounced over and handed a form to Zhou Kai, igniting a surge of frustration within him. Yet, despite his vexation, he picked up the pen and hastily scribbled his name. I need to use the restroom, he declared, rising to leave. He sought a breath of fresh air, fearing that remaining there would drive him to despair. The two boys beside him quickly made way for his exit. After exchanging a few words, Song Qingwan departed with her members, as they still had another class to recruit in. After indulging in several cigarettes in the restroom, Zhou Kai returned to his seat. Zhang He, engrossed in browsing the campus network, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Kai frowned and inquired with displeasure, did someone actually arrive at our school in a helicopter? And from our school of literature, no less. I wonder who this distinguished individual could be. As newcomers, they were blissfully unaware that the helicopter pilot in question was none other than Lin Shun, who sat right before them. Zhou Kai sighed and remarked wistfully, I've heard whispers about this. A helicopter must cost millions, not to mention the fuel expenses and the need to purchase flight paths. Such a lifestyle is reserved for the affluent. It was said that this prominent figure owned a private helipad in Donghai City, with even the helipad's management staffed by retired pilots. Such a person was an exalted presence, one they could only admire from afar. Lin Shun, with keen ears, caught wind of their conversation and chuckled to himself. He found it amusing to ponder how Zhou Kai would react upon discovering that he was the very individual who arrived in the helicopter. Before long, the second wave of club representatives arrived at the entrance. Shin Mingqi swiftly retrieved her compact mirror to check her makeup, applying a touch of lipstick to perfect her meticulously crafted lip look. Satisfied with her appearance, she closed the mirror contentedly. A nearby girl chuckled, Mingqi, you didn't seem this invested in the previous classes. Is there a particular junior you're interested in? Shin Mingqi smirked, her lips curling in pride as she glanced at her friend. What do you know? Opportunity always favors the prepared. She straightened her posture, showcasing her alluring assets. Her chin slightly raised, exuding an air of confidence reminiscent of a queen. Her gaze swept over the new students, searching for a specific figure. Upon spotting Lin Shun, her eyes lit up, the junior who arrived by helicopter. Today, she had donned a snug white shirt that accentuated her stunning figure, paired with an asymmetrical bodycon skirt and high stilettos. Unlike Song Qingwan's slenderness, she embodied a more voluptuous type, the kind of figure that many boys deemed ideal. At first glance, Lin Shun could only think, those buttons must be under immense strain. Without hesitation, Shun Mingqi approached Lin Shun. Hello, Junior Lin Shun. Do you remember me? She greeted with a gentle smile. This scene incited envy among the boys present, having witnessed the beauty of both the campus goddess Song and now this alluring senior. They could not fathom what it was about Lin Shun that set him apart, aside from his lack of conventional handsomeness. Lin Shun furrowed his brow and replied, I'm sorry, but who are you? Chapter 12. Senior. You truly are my lucky star. He felt a sense of familiarity with this alluring senior, but couldn't quite recall where he had seen her before. Shin Mingqi's expression faltered momentarily before regaining its composure. I am Shin Mingqi, Qingwan's roommate. I was right beside her on the day of the orientation, she patiently explained. Yet he still couldn't recall. At that moment, his attention seemed entirely fixated on Song Qingwan, completely oblivious to the presence of Shun Mingqi beside her. Hello, senior. Lin Shun greeted, though he had no recollection of who she was. Out of courtesy, he addressed her as such. Shin Mingqi's face brightened. Have you remembered? Lin Shun awkwardly nodded. At that moment, Shun Mingqi placed a form before Lin Shun, leaning on his desk, and seized the opportunity to present a proposition. Junior, would you like to join our literature society? She asked, playfully winking at him. Lin Shun instinctively shifted back slightly. He felt a bit dizzy and feared he might be malnourished. Senior, I've just joined a club. If I take on another, I worry I won't manage. Unperturbed by Lin Shun's rejection, Shin Mingqi casually took a seat in the spot recently vacated by Song Qingwan. What club did you join? Can it compare to our literature society? We are the largest society in the College of Arts, and we have plenty of beautiful members. While speaking, She rested her chin on her hand, adopting an adorably naive expression. The National Studies Society. Upon hearing those 3 words, Shen Mingqi's expression shifted, inwardly cursing Song Qingwan as a white lotus and a green tea bitch. While claiming to be uninterested in romance throughout college, she was secretly pursuing her prey. Contemplating this, Shen Mingqi leaned closer and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Aren't you afraid of the hassle? How about this? You join our society nominally without any obligations to participate in activities." Lin Shen chuckled. "Is Senior using her authority to grant me special treatment?" Shen Mingqi leaned back, resting her chin on her hands. "If you choose to interpret it that way, I suppose it could be." Just then, the system, which had been silent for several days, made an appearance. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a plot task. Join Shen Mingqi's Literature Society. Reward, 5 million. Direct cash this time? However, 5 million seems rather too easy to obtain. This task is far simpler than reporting in by helicopter. Merely joining a club could yield 5 million. Why not? Moreover, Shen Mingqi mentioned it would only be in nominal membership. Nevertheless, the prospect of completing a task for a reward made him willing to partake, no matter how busy he was. While Lin Shen was lost in thought, Shen Mingqi inquired, "Junior, have you made your decision?" Coming back to reality, Lin Shen smiled slightly. "I've considered it, and I shall join." Upon hearing this, Shen Mingqi's face lit up, promptly handing him a pen for signature. Almost as soon as Lin Shen completed the form, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once again. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, earning 5 million. Note, 5 million has been deposited into the host's account." "Junior, what troubles you?" Shen Mingqi inquired. Lin Shen smiled lightly. "It's nothing. Senior, you truly are my lucky star." Shen Mingqi momentarily lost her train of thought. Had Lin Shen just flirted with her? When she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, "I never realized you had such charm with the ladies." Though she was puzzled as to how she had become Lin Shen's lucky star, Lin Shen merely smiled in silence. At that moment, Shen Mingqi's club promotional event concluded. As she departed, she added Lin Shen on WeChat. Soon after, several other promotional activities commenced, but Lin Shen found them uninteresting. He yearned to relish the experience of his Rolls-Royce Phantom. At last, the class ended, and students poured out like a tide. Finding the crowd daunting, Lin Shen waited until the throngs diminished before descending the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was met with a throng surrounding a car, his own Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Wow, incredible. Is that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? My dream car," exclaimed one admirer. "It's stunning. If I could drive this luxury vehicle, I would gladly trade 3 years off my life." Another chimed in, "Everyone, step back. If it gets scratched, that's a fortune down the drain." Zhou Kai stood nearby, gazing in awe at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. "This is the epitome of luxury." His roommate, Zhang He, asked, "Kai, this car looks extraordinarily expensive. How much does it cost?" Zhou Kai glanced at him and replied, "This car's price exceeds 6 million, and that's just for the base model. With options, it could easily climb by several 100,000 more. The top-tier version would be even pricier." Zhang He gasped in astonishment. "That's terrifying. Today has been quite educational." Just then, Zhou Kai noticed Lin Shen standing nearby, arms crossed, and chuckled. "So, you also fancy this car?" Lin Shen met his gaze, but remained silent. Zhou Kai scoffed and approached, "Even if you like it. Such luxury is beyond our reach. However, while I can't afford a Rolls-Royce, I do own a BMW 5 Series. It may not compare to a Rolls, but it's still quite respectable." Lin Shen furrowed his brow, regarding him as if he were a fool. What audacity possessed him to flaunt his superiority in Lin Shen's presence? Zhou Kai felt a chill under Lin Shen's stare, his irritation bubbling within him. "What else with that look? Are you looking down on me?" The words remained unspoken, for Lin Shen had already retrieved the car key and approached the Rolls-Royce. Opening the door and settling inside, Zhou Kai's mouth fell open in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Had he just witnessed Lin Shen entering the Rolls-Royce Phantom? In other words, this luxurious car belongs to Lin Shen? Astounding. So this extravagant vehicle is owned by this young man? Wait, why does he seem somewhat familiar? Isn't he the helicopter mogul? The very freshman who arrived by helicopter? That certainly explains everything. He possesses a helicopter, let alone a supercar. I wonder if this young gentleman has a girlfriend. If not, would he mind having one? If he does, would he mind having an additional one? I promise to be well-behaved, not competitive or greedy. By the time Zhou Kai regained his senses, Lin Shen had already driven off in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Listening to the sounds around him, Zokai felt as if all his strength had been drained, his expression resembling one who had just swallowed a fly. He had just caught an essential piece of information. Lin Chun was indeed the freshman who had arrived by helicopter. Now he understood why both senior sisters were so attentive to Lin Chun, and he realized where he fell short in comparison. After all, he lacked financial means. Zokai's legs went weak, nearly causing him to collapse, and ultimately, he retreated in despair. Chapter 14. What a waste of a movie ticket. Sitting in the top-tier Rolls-Royce, Lin Chun felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The naturally aspirated 60-degree V12 engine, paired with a ZF 6-speed automatic transmission, accelerates from a standstill to 100 km per hour in just 5.9 seconds, with a maximum speed reaching 240 km per hour. One word, exhilarating. Two words, extraordinarily exhilarating. Lin Chun reveled in the freedom of the wide-open road, while other vehicles kept their distance. This reaction was quite understandable. A car of such caliber, if scratched by an ordinary person, might lead to the sale of both car and house. While waiting at a red light, Lin Chun rolled down the window, only to be met with a flirtatious whistle from the side. He instinctively turned to look. It was a beauty with a social media influencer's face, large eyes, and a sharp chin. Lin Chun suddenly recalled the snake's spirit from Halua. At least in his eyes, she lacked any aesthetic appeal, especially when compared to the pure and innocent senior sisters at school, not to mention the domineering Jiang Li. She tossed him a flirtatious glance and said, "Handsome, shall we be friends?" Lin Chun averted his gaze and silently rolled up the window. When the light turned green, he pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the Rolls-Royce V12 engine erupted, causing the Phantom to vanish from the astonished beauty's sight. Upon returning to the Shuayan Yaju residence, it was already 10 in the evening. As soon as he stepped inside, a notification from WeChat chimed. It was a friend request from Zokai. Lin Chun initially intended to ignore it, but after a moment's contemplation, he accepted the request. No sooner had he done so than a flurry of messages arrived. Zokai, Lin Chun, I apologize for my earlier ignorance. Zokai, since we are classmates, can you forgive me this once? Zokai, I assure you, I shall never behave in such a manner again. Lin Chun furrowed his brow and promptly set Zokai's messages to Do Not Disturb. Just as he was about to freshen up, another message from Shun Mingqi arrived. Shun Mingqi, Junior, are you free tomorrow? I would like to treat you to dinner. Shun Mingqi, cute. JPG Shun Mingqi, adorable. JPG Lin Chun pondered for a moment before declining the invitation. Shun Mingqi, ah, what a pity. I happen to have 2 movie tickets, after dinner. We could also go watch a film. Immediately, she sent an image showcasing 2 tickets for a currently popular movie, accompanied by a picture of legs clad in fishnet stockings. Lin Chun, those movie tickets are quite pristine. Upon seeing Lin Chun's message, Shun Mingqi smiled coyly. This was her secret weapon to capture a man's heart. Without hesitation, she quickly typed a response. Shun Mingqi, so, will you join me for the movie, Junior? Lin Chun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His silence rendered Shun Mingqi somewhat awkward, prompting her to add, I merely wanted someone to accompany me. After all, it feels rather pitiful to watch a movie alone. Lin Chun, perhaps it's best I decline. I fear I might suffer from malnutrition. Shun Mingqi instantly felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Very well then. Pitiful. JPG holding her phone. Shun Mingqi rested her chin on one hand, suddenly feeling a long-lost sense of melancholy. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Chun's demeanor towards her was rather ambiguous. The more he acted this way, the more restless she felt. No, she must capture Lin Chun's heart. Not even a divine being could alter her resolve. Shun Mingqi silently vowed to herself. Chapter 15. A public apology. The following day marked the Military Training Mobilization Conference. Lin Chun overslept and dashed out in his Rolls-Royce Phantom, managing to avoid tardiness. Upon arriving at the conference hall, he discovered it was nearly filled to capacity. At that moment, Shun Mingqi suddenly stood up amidst the crowd, waving at Lin Chun. Lin Chun, over here. I've saved you a seat. Lin Chun scanned the room and noticed the only vacant spot was beside Shun Mingqi. So he walked over and sat down. Thank you. Shun Mingqi smiled sweetly. Why are you being so polite with me? Today, Shun Mingqi donned a fitted white knit top paired with shorts, perfectly showcasing her figure and drawing the attention of several male classmates. Lin Chun couldn't help but remark, Senior, your charm is truly captivating. So many boys are focused on you. Shun Mingqi playfully retorted, Not really. I see your attention isn't on me either. Lin Shan refrained from directly addressing her comment and instead inquired, "Senior, isn't that a bit constricting?" Shen Mingqi paused, suddenly comprehending Lin Shan's implication, and her expression shifted to one of concern. "It is. Our physique is indeed a source of concern. Wearing loose clothing makes us appear larger, while tight-fitting attire." She left her words hanging, casting Lin Shan a knowing glance. With a sigh, she continued, "I do not wish to appear overweight, so I must resort to this." "Fine," Lin Shan replied succinctly, then shifted his gaze to the instructor at the podium. Observing his profile, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Shen Mingqi's eyes. Noticing that Lin Shan had no intention of further conversation, she sought another topic. In truth, this mobilization meeting bore little significance. Even if one chose not to attend, it mattered not, as the primary purpose was merely to distribute military training uniforms. "Which I can handle for you," Lin Shan quickly interjected. "Since I am already here, I shall not trouble you, senior." He found the senior's enthusiasm somewhat disconcerting. After all, they had only met thrice, and she was already inviting him for meals and movies, as well as reserving seats for him. Shen Mingqi, aware of the need to temper her enthusiasm, ceased her chatter, opting instead to listen attentively to the instructor's address. Meanwhile, in a nearby seat, Zhou Kai had fixated on Lin Shan the moment he entered. Dark circles marred his eyes, revealing his weariness. After sending an apology message to Lin Shan the previous day, he received no reply, resulting in a sleepless night filled with anxiety. His family enjoyed a modestly comfortable lifestyle, and the BMW 5 Series they owned was financed through a loan. Offending a hidden powerhouse like Lin Shan could lead to social oblivion at Donghai University if not handled with care. There was little room for recovery. The more he pondered, the more dread enveloped him, and a cold sweat broke out along his back. His university journey had only just commenced. He could not afford social demise. Beside him, Zhang He inquired, "Kai, what's wrong? You look unwell. Are you sick?" Zhou Kai did not respond, but cast a glance at Lin Shan. It was precisely the break time, and after a moment's reflection, Zhou Kai stood and approached Lin Shan. Upon reaching him, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Lin Shan, I sincerely apologize for my rashness and rudeness yesterday." Chapter 16. Military training approaches. The sudden bow startled Lin Shan, leaving him momentarily bewildered. All the students present turned their attention towards the scene, puzzled. Perhaps thinking Lin Shan had not heard, Zhou Kai repeated his apology, executing another formal bow. The onlookers remained confused. What was happening? Why was class leader Zhou Kai apologizing to him? Who could clarify the situation? Lin Shan finally regained his composure, stating, "You are overthinking. I hold no grudge." Yet, Zhou Kai's heart raced with turmoil upon hearing this response. "You did not take it to heart. Why not respond to my message?" Yet, while he thought this, he dared not express it outwardly. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Zhou Kai returned to his seat, exhaling in relief. Lin Shan, perplexed, turned to see Shen Mingqi's inquisitive gaze and helplessly shrugged. Indeed, he had not taken it to heart and had not anticipated that Zhou Kai would publicly apologize to him. Soon, the military training mobilization meeting concluded, and after receiving their training uniforms, the students gradually departed from the large classroom. Shen Mingqi, having matters to attend to, left early. Lin Shan, holding his military training attire, prepared to exit. Downstairs, Song Qingwan gazed at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of confusion. This was her favorite car, without a doubt. "Oh, the school actually has someone driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom? How come I never noticed before? Could it be a new student?" Just as she pondered, Lin Shan emerged. She was about to greet him when she saw Lin Shan get into the Rolls-Royce Phantom and leave with elegance. Shocked, she dropped the documents in her hands. The Rolls-Royce Phantom belongs to Lin Shan? Unbeknownst to Lin Shan, this little episode transpired as he headed straight back to his private estate. Upon returning to his personal haven, he received a message from Song Qingwan. "Song Qingwan, Jr., you are starting military training tomorrow. Here are some friendly tips. Prepare at least one pair of soft, thick insoles, and sunscreen is essential. Song Qingwan. Otherwise, you can only pray that the instructor allows you to tan evenly." Upon reading the last sentence, Lin Shan couldn't help but chuckle. Tanning evenly, what does that even mean? As a straightforward male, Lin Shan was naturally unaware of the formidable power of sunscreen. However, it was quite late now, and it seemed he would have to purchase some tomorrow. The following day, being the first day of military training, everyone arose early. The campus was nearly filled with students clad in camouflage. Unfortunately for Lin Shan and his cohort, Their instructor had drawn a training ground devoid of shade. In September, though early autumn, the heat was still oppressive. The playground where they trained felt like a massive steamer, and they, the students, were akin to dumplings within it, steaming hot. By the end of the first day, Lin Chun gazed at the stark contrast of his arms, clearly delineated between dark and light, feeling exasperated. The military training would last for half a month. Now, he comprehended what Song Qingwan had meant. Without sunscreen, one could only hope for the instructor to allow them to tan evenly. Lin Chun sighed and took out his phone, locating Song Qingwan's profile picture and clicking on it. "Senior, may I inquire which brand of sunscreen is effective?" Upon receiving the message, Song Qingwan couldn't help but smile. "Song Qingwan, during the last event, I purchased several small golden bottles of sunscreen, and I still have a few unopened ones. I probably want to use them all. Shall I bring one for you tomorrow?" "Lin Chun, how can I possibly accept this?" "Song Qingwan, what is there to be shy about? It's merely a bottle of sunscreen." "Lin Chun, very well then. After military training, I shall treat you to a meal, senior." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lin Chun set aside his phone and headed for the shower. The following day, everyone was lined up. The instructor wore a stern expression. "Yesterday, our class leader encountered a message on your campus network where a freshman complained that our military training was not rigorous enough and did not provide adequate training. Thus, we have decided to increase the difficulty." As soon as these words were spoken, a chorus of grievances erupted from the crowd. Clearly, it was not a freshman's complaint, but rather a prank orchestrated by the upperclassmen. Only the instructor would take it seriously. However, it was the freshman who would bear the brunt of the consequences. Upon hearing the discontented murmurs of the new students, the instructor became displeased. "Look at you all. So frail and delicate, you cannot withstand even a single punch from me. Increasing the training intensity is meant to strengthen your bodies." Lin Chun, who was at the back of the line, suddenly felt a jolt as he received a mission from the system. Chapter 17. Challenge the instructor. Beep. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Challenge the instructor. Reward, top-tier combat skills, valid for a lifetime." Gazing at the instructor's robust physique, Lin Chun gritted his teeth and raised his hand. "Instructor, I must disagree with your assessment." Swish. All eyes turned to Lin Chun, filled with surprise, confusion, and a hint of schadenfreude. The instructor frowned, stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun stepped out of the line, unwaveringly meeting the instructor's gaze. No matter the circumstance, he must not falter in demeanor. "Do you have any objections?" the instructor inquired. Lin Chun replied slowly. "Just now, you stated that we are frail and cannot withstand even one of your punches. I disagree with this assertion. Therefore, I wish to challenge you." The instructor was taken aback, while the other students gasped in shock. Did they hear that correctly? Lin Chun was going to challenge the instructor? Who gave him such audacity? Yet Lin Chun remained unperturbed. For at the very moment he uttered those words, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and obtained top-tier combat skills. Would you like to activate them now?" With a mere thought, Lin Chun activated the skills. Boom. A deluge of combat knowledge surged into Lin Chun's mind, as if he were an individual with years of martial arts experience. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, ready to erupt at any moment. Observing Lin Chun's slender arms and legs, the instructor chuckled. "Are you certain you wish to challenge me? I fear I might knock you down with a single punch." Lin Chun stood firm, loosening his joints. "Let us see if you can knock me down first." The instructor, amused, swung his fist and charged forward. Lin Chun deftly sidestepped and executed a shoulder throw, sending the instructor crashing to the ground. The entire arena was stunned. What did they just witness? Lin Chun had thrown the instructor to the ground. How startling. The instructor, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained his composure. "Not bad, young man," he exclaimed, charging at Lin Chun once more. However, this time he approached with caution. As he rushed forward, Lin Chun executed a sweeping kick, sending the instructor crashing to the ground again. Cheers erupted from the surrounding students. "So impressive. Lin Chun is incredible. I adore him. How manly. Such a sense of security. Wow, Lin Chun is truly remarkable." The instructor stood up, acknowledging his defeat. "You've got skills, I concede." With those words, Lin Chun intended to return to the ranks. But the instructor called out to him. "Wait a moment." Lin Chun turned back, puzzled. "What is it?" The instructor continued. "I see you possess considerable talent. How about you become my teaching assistant?" Huh. Lin Chun was taken aback. As a teaching assistant, You would help train them, allowing you to avoid the drills and rest in a cooler spot, and most importantly, you would earn extra credits. The instructor explained slowly. Lin Shan nodded. That works for me. The surrounding students were engulfed in envy and jealousy. Why was it that, despite all being part of the 9-year compulsory education, Lin Shan was training while they were being trained? They also wished to stay in the shade. The instructor cast a glance at the group. Jealous? If you can defeat me, you can join him. The group fell silent. Defeating the instructor? What a ridiculous notion. From that point on, Lin Shan's responsibilities lightened considerably. He merely needed to shout commands and train them. Blissful. At that moment, Lin Shan spotted a familiar figure waving at him from a short distance away. After informing the instructor, he stepped out of line and approached her. Chapter 18. Su Mo falls senior. What's wrong? Lin Shan inquired. Today, Song Qingwan wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her hair styled in a side braid, and even her bangs were carefully curled. She appeared to have rushed over, as her bangs were slightly damp and her cheeks flushed. Song Qingwan retrieved a small bottle from her crossbody bag and handed it to Lin Shan. Here, you forgot this, sunscreen. Lin Shan hesitated for a moment, realizing he had indeed forgotten about it. Having just enjoyed a comfortable time shouting commands, he had hardly been exposed to the sun. Although he might not need the sunscreen anymore, since Song Qingwan had brought it for him, he had no reason to refuse it. Lin Shan received the sunscreen with gratitude, expressing his thanks to his senior. Thank you, senior. Shortly after, Song Qingwan rummaged through her bag again. Wait, I have something else for you, she exclaimed, handing Lin Shan a small bottle. This is After Sun Repair Essence. It also has whitening properties. Apply it to the tanned areas when you return home, and you should regain your fair complexion. You are truly considerate, senior, Lin Shan praised sincerely while looking at the assortment of bottles in his hand. Song Qingwan smiled sweetly, her lovely eyes crescent-shaped. I have plenty more. She then inquired, Lin Shan, why weren't you training with them just now? Lin Shan glanced back at the team and replied, I am now a teaching assistant, specifically training them. Huh? Song Qingwan appeared bewildered. What is going on? Did I hear you correctly? You are training them? Lin Shan nodded. This left Song Qingwan utterly perplexed. Why are you able to train them? Aren't you a freshman too? Shouldn't you be training alongside them? Her adorably confused expression made Lin Shan chuckle, igniting his playful spirit. I don't know. Perhaps the instructor finds me handsome, he teased. Song Qingwan paused for a moment, then retorted, You really have a sharp tongue. She then shoved a cup of iced lemon pomelo tea into his hands. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm leaving, humph. With that, she turned to walk away, but not before glancing back to add, Don't forget to treat me to a meal after military training. Lin Shan smiled and waved goodbye. Upon returning, Lin Shan discovered everyone resting in a circle, while several girls from the class danced energetically in the center. Many boys watched intently, occasionally discussing which girl had a better figure or was more attractive. Lin Shan casually found an empty spot to sit and sipped his honey pomelo tea. Bro, impressive. I didn't expect you to win over the school beauty, Song, remarked a boy named Zhang Cheng, teasingly. Taking a sip of his lemon pomelo tea, Lin Shan grinned. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Cheng wore a knowing expression. Come on, don't play coy. We all saw it. The milk tea in your hand was given to you by the school beauty, right? Just as Lin Shan was about to respond, the instructor began speaking, outlining the rules for a game, specifically a game involving passing a handkerchief. Lin Shan found it somewhat dull. After playing a few rounds, he began to yawn. This time, it was Su Mo who was chosen. According to the game's rules, she had to discreetly toss the handkerchief behind someone before the rhyme concluded. Her gaze swiftly fell upon Lin Shan, and an idea sparked in her mind. Lin Shan shook his head in resignation, feeling that she was truly foolish. Her gaze had unmistakably revealed her intentions. As anticipated, she tossed the object in her hand behind her. Lin Shan reacted swiftly, rising to chase after it. Su Mo, in a sudden panic, stumbled and fell to the ground. Everyone was taken aback. Chapter 19. It's time to treat the senior to a meal. Lin Shan instinctively rushed forward to assist her. Are you all right? He inquired. Su Mo shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes, her lips pale from the pain. I twisted my ankle, she murmured softly. Lin Shan hurriedly crouched to examine her injury and noticed a significant swelling around her ankle. He immediately reported to the instructor and took her to the infirmary. On their way, Su Mo gazed up at Lin Shan's determined jawline, her heart racing uncontrollably. After leaving the infirmary, Lin Shan escorted her to the base of the dormitory. Can you make it up on your own? He asked. Suemo nodded. I can manage. After a brief pause, she added, Thank you, Linshin. Linshin smiled. It's rather ironic. If I hadn't chased after you, you wouldn't have fallen. Hearing him say this, Suemo became flustered and quickly replied, It's not your fault. Linshin was taken aback. Why was she reacting so strongly? Regaining her composure, Suemo felt she had overreacted and hastily explained, It's not your fault. It was my own clumsiness. Oh dear, I must be going. With that, she limped away into the dormitory. After a laborious ascent to the second floor, she leaned against the window to look down, only to find that Lin Shin's figure had vanished, a wave of subtle disappointment washing over her. The days of military training flew by swiftly. Among the boys in the class, only Lin Shin remained unscathed by the sun, while the others had all tanned several shades darker. While exercising on the treadmill in the private estate gym, Lin Shin suddenly halted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a storyline task. Please treat Song Qingwan to a meal. Reward, 30 shares in Jiaqing Company. Sitting on a bench, Lin Shin nearly forgot that he owed Song Qingwan a meal. After all, it was thanks to her sunscreen that he had avoided the fate of becoming a charred coal. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Song Qingwan. Lin Shin, Senior, when are you free? I still owe you a meal. Song Qingwan replied almost instantly. How about tomorrow at noon? Lin Shin, sounds good. I have no classes all day tomorrow. The next day, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked beneath the girls' dormitory. Passers-by marveled at its presence. Isn't that car just magnificent? It looks incredibly expensive. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Worth nearly 10 million, right? How extravagant. Which wealthy young master is waiting for his girlfriend? In the driver's seat, Lin Shin sent a voice message to Song Qingwan, inquiring when she would come down. Just as the message was dispatched, he spotted her descending the stairs. Today, Song Qingwan appeared to have made a special effort in her appearance, donning an off-shoulder white dress, her hair styled into a bun, with 2 strands of wispy bangs framing her face, accentuating its delicate features. Upon reaching the ground floor, she immediately noticed the striking Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby and walked directly towards it. Bystanders were left astonished. What was the occasion? Was this luxurious vehicle awaiting the illustrious Song? Wasn't it known that she shunned romantic entanglements? Had she perhaps been captivated by the affluent air of the Rolls-Royce Phantom? Indeed, all her claims of disinterest and love seemed to crumble. Lin Shin took the opportunity to exit the car and open the door for her. Song Qingwan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, settling into the passenger seat. This was her favorite car. She longed to take it for a spin and experience its handling. Noticing her frequent glances towards the driver's seat, Lin Shin inquired, Senior, would you like to drive? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that allowed? Lin Shin nodded, stepped out, and switched places with her. Seated behind the wheel of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Song Qingwan was exhilarated. As she pressed the accelerator, the roar of the V12 engine erupted, flushing her cheeks with delight. Lin Shin languidly leaned back in his seat, teasingly remarked, I didn't realize you were such an experienced driver, Senior. Chapter 20. The company crisis resolved, of course. Song Qingwan replied with a hint of pride, casting him a sidelong glance before focusing intently on the road, savoring the thrill of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. At the Eugene Western restaurant, the eye-catching Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance, drawing the attention of everyone present, eager to glimpse the individual behind such a magnificent vehicle. As the stunning Song Qingwan emerged from the driver's seat, onlookers were left in awe. Several men present contemplated approaching her, only to be taken aback upon seeing Lin Shin alight from the passenger side, leaving them momentarily speechless. Their expressions turned to one of dismay. It appeared she was already accompanied by a handsome companion. Jealous glances were cast towards Lin Shin, who seemed to embody their envy. After their meal, a mechanical voice echoed through the air, Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned a 30% stake in Jiaqing Company. Lin Shin was elated. He was familiar with Jiaqing Company, one of the leading enterprises in Donghai City. This meant he was now a significant shareholder. What a triumph in life. Song Qingwan looked at Lin Shin with curiosity. What's got you so cheerful all of a sudden? Lin Shin gazed at her with gratitude. Senior, you truly are my lucky star. Song Qingwan, oblivious to the implications of his words, remained unaware. In the office of the chairman of Jiaqing Company, dressed in professional attire, Jiang Li sat in her office chair, one hand gently massaging her aching temples. Recently, the cash flow of Jiaqing Company had encountered significant issues, and she had not enjoyed a restful night in several days, leaving her looking rather haggard. Initially, she had found a company willing to invest, but their CEO was insatiably greedy. If she acquiesced to their demands, even if Jiaqing managed to survive this crisis, it would undoubtedly emerge severely weakened. Moreover, they sought not only shares in Jiaqing, but also her. This was the most intolerable aspect for Jiang Li. Chairwoman, chairwoman. The anxious voice of her secretary, Zhang Yuanyuan, resonated at the door. Jiang Li furrowed her brow slightly. What is it? Calm down. Our company's cash flow issue has been resolved. What? Jiang Li was taken aback and sprang from her seat. Could you repeat that? Zhang Yuanyuan, evidently excited, exclaimed, just now. A gentleman named Lin Shen injected a cash flow of 500 million. Our cash crisis has been averted. The tightly knit brows of Jiang Li finally relaxed, her entire demeanor unwinding from its previously tense state. Regaining her composure, she turned to Zhang Yuanyuan. What did you say that gentleman's name was? Lin Shen. Zhang Yuanyuan replied promptly. Lin Shen. Jiang Li was astonished. Could it be her neighbor? This thought flickered through her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Jiang Li chuckled ruefully. How could it possibly be him? He was far too young. Even if he were wealthy, acquiring Yan Shuijian would cost several hundred million, let alone 500 million. It must be a coincidence of names. Chairwoman, should I contact Mr. Lin and arrange for him to handle the transfer procedures? Zhang Yuanyuan inquired. Jiang Li nodded. Her lips slightly parted. Yes, please do. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li swiftly attended to her appearance, preparing for Lin Shen's arrival. She couldn't help but begin to question whether the individual who resolved their cash flow dilemma was indeed Lin Shen. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing the contact name displayed, a flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Li's beautiful eyes, yet she pressed the answer button. President Jiang, have you made your decision? 1 billion in funding for 30% of the shares. If you're ready, come to the hotel tonight. Before he could finish, Jiang Li interrupted him directly. Mr. Zhang, that will not be necessary. With that, she hung up the phone decisively. 1 billion for 30% of the shares? What a farce. That gentleman Lin had directly invested 500 million. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang, on the other end of the line, stared incredulously at his phone, utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Li had dared to hang up on him? He would make sure she regretted it. Arriving at the company, Lin Shen stood at the entrance after the security personnel had completed their registration. No sooner had he taken a few steps than he was met with a harsh reprimand. Hey, what are you doing? Here for an interview? Lin Shen turned back in confusion to see a middle-aged man in a tailored suit glaring at him imperiously. When Lin Shen remained silent, the man continued, Leave at once. We are not hiring today. He then turned to the nearby security personnel, scolding, What are you doing? Don't you know we have an esteemed guest arriving today? Why let such riffraff in? At this, Lin Shen's temper flared. Just then, a woman's voice chimed in, Manager Zhou. What is all this commotion? Upon seeing her, Manager Zhou immediately adopted a flattering demeanor. Director's son, these security guards are clueless. They let people in indiscriminately. Lin Shen, however, focused on the professionally attired woman. Director Sun Feifei? Taken aback, Sun Feifei responded, You are Mr. Lin Shen? Lin Shen nodded. Suddenly, Manager Zhou's face drained of color. It seemed he recalled that the esteemed guest was indeed named Lin Shen. Sun Feifei was equally astonished, never having anticipated that this Mr. Lin would be so youthful and handsome. Just moments ago, Manager Zhou had nearly expelled this distinguished gentleman. A wave of dread washed over Sun Feifei. After all, they had yet to finalize matters. If Lin Shen were to withdraw unexpectedly, it could spell disaster for their company. With this thought, she shot a cold glare at Manager Zhou. Do you have any idea what foolishness you have just committed? Aye. Manager Zhou, drenched in cold sweat, could not muster a coherent response. Sun Feifei's tone turned icy. Mr. Lin Shen is our savior, having pledged a substantial investment of 500 million to Jiaqing. Who do you think you are to show him disrespect? Go to finance and settle your wages. You need not return tomorrow. I am certain the chairman will support my decision. With that, Sun Feifei turned to Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for this significant oversight. Not at all, Lin Shen replied graciously. She then escorted him to the chairman's office on the top floor. Meanwhile, Manager Zhou stood frozen in place, his face ashen with regret. Yet, no amount of remorse could alter the situation. Inside the chairman's office, as Lin Shen entered, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar figure seated in an office chair. Jiang Li? Lin Shen exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Li was the chairman of Jiaqing? Hearing the commotion, Jiang Li looked up, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Lin Chun, is it really you? Sun Feifei, bewildered, glanced between Lin Chun and Jiang Li. Chairman, Mr. Lin, do you know each other? Lin Chun smiled. Not just acquainted, we are neighbors. Jiang Li smiled as she recalled her initial reaction upon learning that a person named Lin Chun had injected 500 million into their company. She immediately thought of him, though disbelief lingered in her mind. To her astonishment, it truly was him. Lin Chun settled comfortably into the plush sofa, chuckling, it's fate. Jiang Li sat across from him, and Zhang Yuanyuan promptly brought 2 cups of tea, placing them before the pair. By the way, did you come to my aid because you knew my company was in trouble? Jiang Li inquired with a playful smile. Chapter 22. Are you missing a man? Lin Chun glanced at her and said, I assure you it's not the case. Do you believe me? Jiang Li chuckled, her beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. I do not. Lin Chun shrugged, realizing there was little he could do about her skepticism. He genuinely had no prior knowledge. The 30% stake was merely a reward from the system. However, if she insisted on believing otherwise, he would not contest it. She continued, Mr. Lin, you are young and accomplished, which I greatly admire. Jiang Li laughed, her eyes glinting with mischief. For reasons unknown, she found delight in teasing Lin Chun, clearing his throat. Lin Chun replied, you flatter me, Ms. Jiang. Jiang Li chuckled again, choosing not to pursue the previous topic. She lifted her teacup and took a sip, leisurely stating, I imported a large quantity of skincare products from abroad, but encountered some issues. The money is tied up, yet the goods remain stuck in the warehouse, leaving our company in a financial bind. In other words, your 500 million has nearly saved the entire Jiaqing. You are a benefactor to us. She placed the teacup on the table, looking earnestly at Lin Chun. Lin Chun felt a twinge of unease under her gaze. A moment later, Jiang Li giggled. Now that I owe you such a significant favor, how shall I express my gratitude? Perhaps I should offer myself in return? Lin Chun, mid-sip, nearly choked at her forthrightness. Is it really that direct? Ms. Jiang, let us refrain from jesting. I am merely a student. Lin Chun sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Jiang Li truly was a cunning vixen. He felt outmatched. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li raised her delicate brow. A student? From Donghai University? Lin Chun nodded, a freshman. What a coincidence. Donghai University is my alma mater as well, though I graduated several years ago. By that logic, you should call me senior. Jiang Li laughed. Lin Chun was taken aback. Another senior? Before Lin Chun could respond, Jiang Li continued, I am quite curious. You just purchased Shueiyun Shijin outright, and now you've invested 500 million in me. Where do you acquire such wealth? As she spoke, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing intently at Lin Chun. What a cunning fox. This singular thought occupied Lin Chun's mind as he observed her every graceful movement, exuding charm effortlessly. As the words escaped her lips, Jiang Li became acutely aware of their inappropriateness, and with a hint of contrition, she remarked, I apologize. My previous comments were rather impolite. Our relationship is purely professional, and Mr. Lin's assets are not within my purview. Lin Chun paused momentarily, taken aback, and only after a few seconds did he realize that Jiang Li had misconstrued his demeanor as anger. It's quite all right, he replied. Due to the earlier interruption, Jiang Li found herself somewhat flustered, and as she trembled slightly, the tea in her cup splashed onto her collar. Oh dear, she exclaimed, hastily shedding her blazer and awkwardly attempting to dab at the stains on her white shirt. In response, Lin Chun retrieved a tissue from the side and offered it to her, saying, Here, use this. The shirt and the form-fitting skirt accentuated Jiang Li's graceful figure, prompting Lin Chun to silently marvel at her beauty. What a captivating presence, he mused internally. Thank you. Jiang Li expressed her gratitude while wiping her garment, her heart brimming with frustration. How could she have made such a blunder in front of Lin Chun? It was utterly mortifying. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her ears tinged with a faint blush, and a rosy hue crept across her cheeks. Surveying her disheveled attire, she resigned herself to the situation with a sigh, saying, I shall change into another outfit. Observing her predicament, Lin Chun stood to excuse himself. Shall I step away? However, Jiang Li shook her head. There's no need. Please wait for me here. I have a partition in my office. Chapter 23. Had she truly misjudged? With that, she grasped Su Mo's hands excitedly, exclaiming, Is this Lin Chun character not akin to a male protagonist from a novel, possessing extraordinary abilities and unparalleled intelligence? Su Mo gently extricated her hands, casting her a discreet, disapproving glance. Perhaps you should indulge in fewer romantic novels. Yet, Su Tao remained ensconced in her fanciful musings, brimming with exhilaration. After their meal, Su Tao proposed a rather audacious idea that left Su Mo utterly dumbfounded. Let us switch identities. She vigorously shook Su Mo's arm, adopting a playful tone. Sister, we used to do this all the time. I simply want to sit in your classroom and observe what this Lin Shun is like, all right? Moreover, now that you've found someone you fancy, I must assess his character to ensure he is worthy of you. Otherwise, with your naive disposition, you might be easily deceived. Unable to withstand her sister's charm, Su Mo reluctantly acquiesced. In the afternoon, as class time approached, Su Tao donned Su Mo's attire and positioned herself in the classroom, her eyes darting about in search of Lin Shun. Suddenly, her gaze brightened. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Shun spotted Su Mo fixated on him with an expression that conveyed excitement and curiosity. Pondering the situation, Lin Shun made his way to the seat beside her and sat down. You arrived quite early? Su Tao nodded vigorously, forcing a smile. Just the usual early arrival. Lin Shun furrowed his brow in suspicion, sensing that Su Mo seemed rather peculiar today, almost as if she were an entirely different person. According to her disposition, shouldn't she merely nod and then disregard me? Noticing Lin Shun's peculiar gaze, Su Tao realized she had inadvertently revealed something and quickly attempted to mimic Su Mo's usual demeanor, deliberately adopting a stern expression. Lin Shun nodded in affirmation. This was more like her. Subsequently, he recalled the incident at the school gate earlier that afternoon and inquired curiously. I believe I saw you at the school gate today, dressed in Lolita fashion? Su Tao froze momentarily, her eyes darting nervously as she responded, You must have mistaken me. I do not wear such attire. It is far too conspicuous, and I dislike it. This was a sentiment echoed by Su Mo. Lin Shun nodded again. Yes. I too believe I must have been mistaken. Unless you possess the ability to teleport, it would be impossible for me to have seen you there. Su Mo managed a faint smile, though inwardly she felt quite flustered. Lin Shun studied Su Mo a moment longer, finding it odd that she seemed somewhat different today. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Su Tao pouted in inquiry. Lin Shun shook his head. Just then, as if a thought had struck her, Su Tao asked, Do you like egg tarts? Lin Shun was taken aback for a moment before replying. They're all right. But why the sudden question? Su Tao squinted with a smile. Oh, nothing. Recalling the morning's events, Lin Shun suddenly chuckled. What? Are you planning to make me egg tarts? Su Tao was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning haughty. Of course not. Seeing Su Mo's adorably naive demeanor, Lin Shun felt a bit out of sorts, yet found her charm endearing. Just then, the teacher arrived, prompting the two to cease their conversation. However, Su Tao's thoughts were not on the class, but rather on Lin Shun. As fatigue set in, she soon succumbed to the temptation of resting her head on the desk. When the bell rang, Lin Shun observed the girl sleeping soundly and, with a sigh, gently tapped the desk. Su Tao jolted awake, sitting up straight like a dutiful student. Lin Shun chuckled softly. Class is over. It took a moment for Su Tao to process this, as she rubbed her sleepy eyes and, in a daze, murmured, Oh? Class is over, huh? She then stretched lazily, accompanying it with a yawn. Chapter 24. Two Su Mo's. Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Li's body tensed slightly, and she turned around to regard the newcomer with a cold stare. President Jiang. Lin Shun followed her gaze. The newcomer was a portly middle-aged man with a balding head and slanted, triangular eyes that seemed to linger on Jiang Li intently. Upon noticing Lin Shun, he appraised him from head to toe before sneering disdainfully. You came to the meeting and brought along a pretty boy? Meeting? Lin Shun was perplexed. Jiang Li's brow furrowed. Previously, she had sought President Zhang's financial backing for Jiacheng, only to have him not only drive a hard bargain, but also make unwelcome advances toward her. Had she known that the chosen location was here, Jiang Li would have undoubtedly refrained from bringing Lin Shun along. I was uncertain of what Mr. Zhang was alluding to. Today, I was the one hosting. Mr. Zhang's gaze fell upon Lin Shun. You cannot be implying that this young lad is the one? Jiang Li's expression darkened. This is my guest, Mr. Zhang. I would appreciate it if you could speak with a modicum of respect. Mr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You expect me to show respect to such a punk? Lin Shun was utterly bewildered. What did this have to do with him? Why was he entangled in this situation? Who could elucidate what was transpiring? After indulging in laughter, Mr. Zhang continued. It seems that Ms. Jiang no longer requires my financial assistance. His cold smirk was laden with menace. Jiang Li cast a glance at Lin Shun before responding. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Zhang, but we at Jiaqing shall manage without it. She emphasized the word kind with palpable weight. Mr. Zhang was left astounded. He had never anticipated such a retort from Jiang Li. In his view, without a financial lifeline, Jiaqing would undoubtedly face dire straits. Had Jiang Li secured alternate funding? With a derisive laugh, Jiang Li continued, Mr. Lin here has single-handedly injected 500 million into Jiaqing. Therefore, we shall not require Mr. Zhang's assistance. With that, she turned to Lin Chen. Shall we proceed inside? Lin Chen nodded, casting a glance at the stunned Mr. Zhang before following Jiang Li into the room. Mr. Zhang stood there, rooted in disbelief, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. 500 million in a single investment? That young man could not be more than 20. How could he possibly possess such wealth? Was he perhaps the scion of a prominent family, with the funds actually coming from his elders? Contemplating this, Mr. Zhang hastily made a phone call. Please investigate whether Jiaqing has found a financial backer, and also look into the background of the individual who provided the funding. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and Lin Chen were already seated in the private room. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Jiang Li offered a bittersweet smile. I apologize for the spectacle you just witnessed. Who was that man? Lin Chen inquired. He is Zhang Daguang, the general manager of the Ocean Group. Our company was left helpless due to a cash flow crisis, and I sought his assistance. He was willing to invest, but his terms were exceedingly harsh and unreasonable. Jiang Li refrained from elaborating further. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen grasped the situation. It was merely Zhang Daguang, the lecherous old man, attempting to coerce Jiang Li into submission through threats. It was indeed a difficult position for her. However, after a brief moment, Jiang Li composed herself and cheerfully stated, Therefore, I owe you a significant favor. Should you ever require my assistance, Lin Chen, do not hesitate to ask, as long as it is within my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly donned a playful, teasing expression. Oh, as long as you can achieve it. Can you do anything? Chapter 25. Quite charming. Jiang Li was somewhat taken aback, her brows arching slightly. What do you intend to do? Lin Chen chuckled softly. I haven't quite figured it out yet. I'll think about it later. Jiang Li smiled faintly and said nothing further. After finishing their meal, since they resided across from each other, they returned to Shuan Yaju together. Upon arriving home, they each retreated to their respective villas. After showering, Lin Chen, clad in a loose bathrobe, settled in the living room to watch a movie. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the 2 bottles of red wine Jiang Li had gifted him previously, and a thought sprang to mind. He poured himself a glass of wine and snapped a photo, sharing it on his social media with the caption, Enjoying life. In just a few minutes, several comments appeared. Li Xinjian, nice one. Looks like you're doing well if you're drinking wine worth 100,000. Zhou Qian, be careful. Too much fake wine is harmful to your health. Shen Mingqi, enjoying life without inviting me. The first commenter was his high school friend, while the second was a classmate from middle school, the belle of the class, who, as rumor had it, had dropped out after finishing middle school. Suddenly, Lin Chen sat upright on the sofa, startled. 100,000 for wine. He quickly checked online. The long-named wine, Chateau Lumiere's Haute Sénat Grand Cru, had an international average price of 594 yuan. To give away such wine casually amounted to a sum of 200,000. What a lavish expenditure. At that moment, Jiang Li sent a message. Jiang Li, I just saw your post. This is my favorite wine. How does it taste? Is it good? Lin Chen, delicious. Jiang Li, that's all that matters. Soon after, Shen Mingqi messaged him as well. Shen Mingqi, Junior, you truly know how to enjoy life. I've been trying to learn cooking too. What do you think? She then sent a few photos of her culinary creations from her dormitory. Lin Chen, aren't you worried about your appliances being confiscated? Shen Mingqi, they wouldn't dare take mine. Lin Chen, it's dry and flammable. Be careful. With that remark, Lin Chen set his phone aside. The following day, Lin Chen made a point to rise early and drove out for breakfast. The morning crowd was quite bustling, and after some effort, he found a parking spot. Just as he sat down and ordered a serving of egg dumplings and crystal buns, a commotion erupted nearby. Oh my goodness, there's a Rolls-Royce Phantom outside. Incredible. I wonder whose car that is. In Donghai City, luxury cars were a rarity, so spotting one here was astonishing. What fortune must one possess to spend so lavishly on such a vehicle? A group of young individuals, having just settled at a nearby table, began to chatter animatedly. A girl seated next to them instantly perked up her ears. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at them, uttering not a word as he quietly savored his breakfast. The young woman scanned the cafe, her gaze ultimately resting upon a distinguished gentleman. The man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in an expensive-looking suit. His polished shoes gleaming brightly. His hair was slicked back into a modest ponytail, exuding the aura of a successful individual. The group of young people nearby seemed to take notice of him, lowering their voices to engage in hushed speculation. That must be the gentleman in question, right? His suit looks remarkably costly. I believe it is indeed him. Who would have thought that someone driving a luxury car would come to a place like this for breakfast? How enviable. If only I could drive such a magnificent vehicle. With a resolute expression, the young woman retrieved her makeup mirror to touch up her appearance. Revealing a self-satisfied smile, she approached the gentleman, breakfast in hand. "Excuse me, sir, may I share this table with you?" The gentleman, taken aback, nodded in acquiescence. Her heart leapt with joy as she sat across from him, flicking her hair and casting flirtatious glances. "Your car is stunning. Might I sit in the passenger seat for a moment?" Lin Chun, unable to contain his amusement, nearly laughed aloud. The young woman shot him a displeased glance before turning back to the gentleman, donning a bright smile once more. The gentleman, still bewildered, nodded again. "Is my Nissan really that beautiful?" After finishing his breakfast, Lin Chun wiped his mouth with a napkin, rose, and exited the cafe. As he stepped outside, the roar of a V12 engine erupted, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom vanished from sight. The patrons within the cafe were left in stunned silence. That luxurious Rolls-Royce belonged to the young man? Chapter 26. You exude masculine charm. Particularly, the young woman glared at the gentleman, her expression one of fury. "That Rolls-Royce Phantom isn't yours?" The gentleman, still perplexed, shook his head. "No, I drive a Nissan." Bang! The young woman abruptly stood, exclaiming in anger. "Why didn't you say so sooner? What a waste of my time. I'm done here." With that, she stormed out, regretting her choice of companion. Had she known, she would have approached that charming young man instead. Meanwhile, Lin Chun had arrived in his classroom. No sooner had he taken his seat than a girl from beside him leaned in, speaking softly. "Lin Chun, thank you." Lin Chun, bewildered, replied, "Thank me for what?" If memory served him correctly, this girl was named Chu Qianqian. With a sweet smile, Chu Qianqian responded, "Because of you, I became the class monitor." This revelation left Lin Chun even more confused. "Isn't the class monitor Zhou Kai?" At this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Qianqian's eyes. "Zhou Kai changed his major, didn't you know? They all say that Zhou Kai changed his major because of you. When Zhou Kai left, I became the class monitor." "Lin Chun, Zhou Kai, did you scare him away?" "Fine, I know nothing." Chu Qianqian wanted to say more, but at that moment, the foreign language teacher entered, and she promptly fell silent. Several times during the class, she wished to speak with Lin Chun, but seeing him attentively engaged in the lesson, she refrained from disturbing him. As soon as the break commenced, Lin Chun was about to rest his head on the desk when a familiar voice called out, "Lin Chun, come out for a moment." Hearing this, Lin Chun looked up towards the door. "Shen Mingqi, what could you want with me?" Just as Lin Chun was pondering this, Shen Mingqi waved her hand at him. Reluctantly, Lin Chun stood and walked outside. Shen Mingqi handed him 2 exquisite bags and gently said, "I guessed you might not have had breakfast, so I brought you some egg tarts, along with milk tea." Those nearby immediately erupted in playful teasing. "Wow, a heartfelt breakfast. I'm envious. I'm the lemon spirit, that's who I am. Such a thoughtful senior. Why haven't I encountered someone like this?" Listening to the chatter around her, Shen Mingqi's cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Lin Chun, glancing at the bags in his hands, felt a bit embarrassed and said, Senior, I already had breakfast. Perhaps you should take it back for yourself?" Shen Mingqi's expression faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its previous state. "It's fine, you can treat it as a snack. I baked these egg tarts myself. Could you really bear to refuse?" The teasing grew more exuberant. With no choice, Lin Chun accepted the offering. "Then thank you, senior." Shen Mingqi instantly brightened, her eyes narrowing into a smile. "No problem at all. I'll head back now." Returning to his seat with the bags, Lin Chun opened one to be greeted by the delightful aroma of the egg tarts. They smell wonderful and are still warm. There were 6 in total. And since he had already eaten breakfast, he couldn't possibly consume them all. He glanced at Chu Qianqian beside him and offered one. "Would you like one?" Chu Qianqian shook her head. "You have it. I'm on a diet." Lin Chun surveyed her figure and shook his head. "With a body like yours, why are you dieting? If you lose any more weight, you'll turn into a stick. Come on, you need to eat well to have the energy to lose weight." As he spoke, Lin Chun pressed the egg tart into her hand. Reluctantly, Chu Qianqian began to eat, praising, "This is really delicious." Meanwhile, Su Mo, seated not far away, glanced at Lin Chun and then at the egg tart in his hand. Silently, she picked up her phone and opened a conversation with her sister. "Su Tao, can you make egg tarts?" Chapter 27. Jiang Li was astonished. Lin Chun was bewildered. "Am I pure and adorable? What kind of description is that?" "Ollie, please don't tease me. I can't handle such jokes," Lin Chun said helplessly. The fox is indeed a fox, daring to think it can consume him entirely. However, who ends up being consumed remains uncertain. After a few laughs, Jiang Li invited Lin Chun to her villa for breakfast. Unable to decline her warm hospitality, Lin Chun followed her inside. In the kitchen, Lin Chun sat at the dining table, observing Jiang Li bustling about. "Sister Ailey, do you need any help?" he inquired. Without turning, Jiang Li replied, "Perhaps not. You are a guest, and it is not customary to have guests lend a hand." After finishing her sentence, she turned back and smiled slyly. "Actually, I fear you might set my kitchen ablaze, haha." Lin Chun was taken aback. Was he really that frightening? Though his culinary skills might not be exquisite, he could certainly manage something edible. Jiang Li then added, "Just kidding. You can sit tight. It will be ready shortly." Another jest. Nonetheless, spending time with Jiang Li was anything but dull. She was not only beautiful and well-figured, but also had a playful sense of humor, making her quite delightful company. This scene resembled that of a young couple, a girlfriend diligently working in the kitchen while her boyfriend eagerly awaited his meal. If Jiang Li were to become his girlfriend, given her dominant personality, Lin Chun's mind suddenly conjured an image. Jiang Li, with her finger playfully lifting his chin, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips, saying, "Little one, you have finally fallen into my grasp." The thought startled him, and he quickly took a large sip from the glass of water on the table. How terrifying! At that moment, Jiang Li returned with 2 elegantly plated servings of steak and pasta, accompanied by 2 glasses of milk. Lin Chun couldn't help but glance at her, astonished by her culinary prowess. "I originally intended to share some wine with you, but considering you have classes to attend and I have to head to the office, I opted for milk instead," Jiang Li explained as she sat down. She then looked at Lin Chun, asking, "Are you accustomed to drinking milk? If not, I can fetch you some juice." Lin Chun nodded. "I'm used to it. No trouble needed." Jiang Li gazed at Lin Chun with intensity. "Give it a try. Is it delicious?" Lin Chun took a small forkful of pasta and placed it in his mouth, his eyes instantly lighting up. Soft, chewy, and bursting with flavor. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, 666. "So good. Thumbs up for you." Jiang Li squinted and smiled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. "I'm glad you like it." Just then, Lin Chun's phone rang. He picked it up and pressed the answer button, continuing to eat while saying, "Hello, who is this?" A low, respectful male voice came through the line. "Mr. Lin, good day. I am Chen Lin, the legal director of Meisher Meiku." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li glanced at Lin Chun, puzzled. What could the legal director of Meisher Meiku want with him? Could it be? Upon this realization, Jiang Li was taken aback. Lin Chun replied nonchalantly, "Oh, Director Chen." Chen Lin continued, "After your acquisition of 30% of our Meisher Mike last night, we urgently convened a senior management meeting. We intended to contact you last evening, but we were concerned about disturbing your rest. Hence we are calling you now. May I inquire when you would be available to finalize the handover procedures?" With a clatter, Jiang Li's chopsticks fell from her grasp onto the table, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Lin Chun. Chapter 28. Did you acquire it so effortlessly? Are you some kind of prodigy? Another 30% of Meisher Mike? What manner of being is Lin Chun? He calmly glanced at Jiang Li before responding, "Perhaps around noon. I should be free then." The voice on the other end promptly replied, "Excellent. The entire team at Meisher Mike eagerly anticipates your arrival." After ending the call, Lin Chun resumed savoring the delectable pasta. It must be said, Jiang Li's culinary skills were quite impressive. The steak was cooked to perfection. Jiang Li hesitated several times, but ultimately could not restrain her curiosity. "Did you truly acquire another 30% of Meisher Mike?" Lin Chun nodded. "Yes, it was a simple matter." "Simple?" Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. The pasta before her suddenly lost its appeal. "How can one live like this? Are you truly a prodigy?" Jiang Li inquired. Lin Chun feigned innocence. "Why do you say that? I am merely an ordinary person." "Ordinary?" First, he spent a fortune to purchase the luxurious Yaj residence. Then he injected 500 million in cash into her Jiacheng, and now he has acquired 30% of Meisher Mike. And he still claims to be an ordinary person? Subsequently, Lin Chun grinned widely. The prodigy here is not me. It is you. Jiang Li raised an elegant brow. Somewhat puzzled. Why is that? Lin Chun replied. I believe you should be called a fox, as it suits you better. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. Since you regard me as a fox, would you consider taking me in? Lin Chun finished the last bite of his pasta and let out a satisfied burp. You are a 1,000-year-old fox. My skills are insufficient. Compared to you, I am still too inexperienced. Jiang Li covered her mouth and chuckled. In that case, I shall await your cultivation. How about that? Lin Chun was momentarily taken aback. Awkwardly chuckling twice. Ali, you jest. Jiang Li propped her chin with one hand, pouting slightly. It is precisely because you are so endearing that I enjoy teasing you. Lin Chun smiled, glancing at the time. It is getting late. I must be on my way. Rising from his seat, he added, Thank you for your generous hospitality. Sister Ali, I shall treat you to a meal sometime. Jiang Li beamed. All right, I shall eagerly await that meal. Lin Chun approached the door, suddenly turning back with a sly smile. From now on, I shall call you Ali, the fox's Li. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. And by the time she regained her composure, Lin Chun had already departed. Ali? Hee, intriguing, Jiang Li murmured, a slight smile gracing her lips. For the first time, she found the term vixen rather endearing. Meanwhile, Lin Chun had just parked his car and walked to the entrance of the Meisher Mike Company when a sharply dressed elite man approached him. With long hair tied back in a small braid, Lin Chun felt a sense of familiarity. Was this not the gentleman mistakenly identified as the owner of his Rolls-Royce Phantom at the breakfast shop the other day? Behind him trailed several other men, equally attired in suits. Mr. Lin, the man exclaimed. I am Chen Lin, the one who called you this morning. Lin Chun nodded. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Lin, somewhat flustered, quickly replied, No, Mr. Lin, you jest. I never expected the new major shareholder of our company to be so young and amiable. Subsequently, Lin Chun followed Chen Lin into the building. Mr. Lin, would you like to rest in the VIP reception room or commence the handover ceremony directly? Chen Lin inquired respectfully with a slight bow. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chun replied, Let us begin the handover ceremony right away. I have other matters to attend to later. I must attend a high school reunion at the Earl Hotel. Besides, he was not well acquainted with these individuals, and lingering in the VIP room would inevitably require some small talk, which he found distasteful. Understood, Chen Lin promptly responded. The handover ceremony was swiftly concluded, and Lin Chun did not linger, departing immediately. The chairman and general manager, along with other executives, escorted him to the exit. Just as Lin Chun was about to drive away, he noticed a young lady live streaming next to his car. Look, everyone, this is my boyfriend's car. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, impressive, right? My dear viewers, send a few rockets, and I will show you the view from the passenger seat. Huh? What? My boyfriend has gone to buy me something. Of course, he isn't here. Lin Chun, feeling somewhat resigned, crossed his arms and observed her. The young lady soon noticed his presence, her eyes twinkling mischievously. She turned the rear camera towards him. Look, this creep has been staring at me lecherously, she exclaimed. Oh no, I'm so scared. Lin Chun. A creep? Just when he intended to wait for her to leave before driving off, the livestream comments began flooding in. Be careful, streamer. Creeps are everywhere, and this year, there seem to be particularly many. Don't be afraid. Your boyfriend with the Rolls-Royce Phantom has gone to get you something. Let him come back to protect you. In this day and age, being a streamer is truly challenging, especially when one encounters perverts during outdoor broadcasts. Lin Chun silently gazed at her. Do you think I am a pervert? The female streamer glared at him. If you are not a pervert, then why were you staring at me so lecherously just now? Lin Chun chuckled in frustration. That was because you were obstructing my view while I was driving. You must be joking. Who was obstructing? Suddenly, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head, she swallowed the words she was about to speak, staring at Lin Chun in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Chun quietly took out his car keys and walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom, opening the door and settling inside. The female streamer was left speechless, and the comments in the live stream exploded. Hey streamer, didn't you say this car belonged to your boyfriend? How did it turn out to be this pervert's? Could it be that this pervert is your boyfriend? If your eyes are useless, you can donate them to someone in need. It was evident that the streamer had been flaunting someone else's car while slandering the owner as a pervert, only to have her face smacked by reality. What an unfortunate situation for the streamer, having her pretentiousness backfire onto the car owner. Weakly, someone asked, Streamer, does your face hurt? Lin Chun rolled down the window and addressed the streamer. Could you please make way? The female streamer stood there dumbfounded, mechanically stepping aside to allow the Rolls-Royce to pass. As Lin Chun pressed the gas pedal, he roared away, kicking up a cloud of dust, leaving her covered in grime. She quickly exclaimed, "I feel a bit dizzy. I will end the stream now." With that, she hastily concluded the live stream, utterly devastated. What a shameful predicament. At the Earl Hotel, in a VIP room, several men and women sat together, chatting and laughing. Li Xinjian glanced at his phone. It was already 7:30. Why hadn't Brother Chen arrived yet? A man holding a glass of red wine approached and sat across from Li Xinjian. This man was Sun Cheng. "What's the matter? Is Lin Chen too afraid to come?" he said with a smirk, dripping with disdain. Chapter 30. Will he really come? As he uttered these words, Xia He, sitting in the corner, couldn't help but perk up her ears. Was Lin Chen really not coming? Li Xinjian shot him an irritated glance. "Just enjoy your wine and keep your mouth shut. Brother Chen said he would come, and he certainly will." Not at all offended by Li Xinjian's retort, Sun Cheng maintained his cheerful demeanor. "I heard Lin Chen has become pretentious lately. The photos he posts on social media have been recognized as fake wine at first glance. Quite the embarrassment." Li Xinjian fumed. "How do you know it's fake wine? Besides, what does it matter to you? Do you live by the sea to be so meddlesome?" At that moment, Zhou Qian giggled as she sat next to Sun Cheng, affectionately wrapping her arm around his, looking at Li Xinjian. "What's wrong?" Feeling embarrassed about drinking fake wine and being called out, Li Xinjian furrowed his brow. Unwilling to squander words on the two, he rose and seated himself on the opposite side, directly across from Xia He. Unable to contain herself, Xia He inquired, "Li Xinjian, will Lin Chen truly come?" She had no intention of attending this so-called class reunion. Had she not heard that Lin Chen would also be present, she would have been disinclined to participate. Li Xinjian cast a profound glance at Xia He and slowly replied, "He should arrive. Perhaps he is delayed by some unforeseen circumstances." Xia He nodded, her expression somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng, with his arm around Zhou Qian's waist, frequently cast furtive glances in Xia He's direction. In truth, his affections had always been for Xia He. Had it not been for her complete preoccupation with Lin Chen, he would not have settled for a secondary choice like Zhou Qian. Compared to Zhou Qian, Xia He was in an entirely different realm. This time, he intended to make Xia He realize that he, Sun Cheng, was 100 times more exceptional than Lin Chen. Xia He would surely recognize his brilliance. As he pondered, Zhou Qian had already peeled a grape and brought it to his lips. Sun Cheng opened his mouth to take a bite, casually pinching Zhou Qian's cheek playfully. At that moment, Lin Chen had just arrived at the hotel entrance, only to find no available parking spots. He hastily found a temporary place to park. Just as he stepped out of the car, a security guard approached him. "Sir, you cannot park here." Lin Chen paused for a moment, then retrieved his wallet, extracting several banknotes and presenting them. "Could you make an exception? If a car departs, could you kindly inform me? I will come down immediately to move my vehicle." The guard, delighted, accepted the notes with a broad smile, assuring him he would notify him when a car left. Lin Chen proceeded into the hotel, making his way toward the private room that Li Xinjian had mentioned. As he pushed open the door to enter, all eyes in the room converged upon him. Xia He appeared overjoyed, wanting to say something but hesitating, her gaze lingering affectionately on Lin Chen. Li Xinjian promptly approached, delivering a playful punch to Lin Chen's chest. "Brother, you finally made it." Some people have been unable to contain their anticipation. He cast a deliberate glance at Sun Cheng, who was seated on the sofa. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Sun Cheng smirked derisively, while Zhou Qian nestled closer to him, surveying Lin Chen with an air of disdain. "Long time no see, Lin Chen," Sun Cheng remarked with a laugh. Lin Chen reciprocated, "Indeed, it's been a while." Subsequently, Lin Chen engaged in conversation with a few of his close friends. Feeling ignored by Lin Chen, Sun Cheng's frustration simmered beneath the surface. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up a bottle of red wine and approached Lin Chen. "Shall we share a drink?" Chapter 31. The wine worth hundreds of thousands? Surely a jest. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, observing him with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "Sure." Sun Cheng poured a glass of red wine for Lin Chen and settled opposite him, with Zhou Qian following suit. "Lin Chen, it appears that you have been enjoying quite a prosperous life lately, indulging in wines worth over 100,000. My humble bottle only costs a little over 1,000. I hope you do not look down upon it," Sun Cheng said with a feigned casualness. No sooner had he uttered these words than Zhou Qian let out a hollow laugh and remarked, "What wine's worth over 100,000? Surely that must be a fabrication." It's likely something purchased on a discount site for just a few dozen. Sun Chang pretended to reprimand her, saying, Qian, be mindful of your words. Regardless of his circumstances, Lin Chun is still our friend. How can you disregard his dignity so casually? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian immediately nestled into Sun Cheng's embrace, saying, All right, my dear, I shall refrain from speaking further. Please do not be upset. As she said this, she shot Lin Chun a disdainful glance. In the past, Lin Chun had written her love letters, but she, being the belle of the class, could never possibly fancy someone like him, a mere poor boy. Although Lin Chun was quite handsome, what good is good looks without wealth? In this day and age, money reigns supreme. Sun Cheng's father owned a publicly listed company and drove a BMW. That was her true prince. Lin Chun silently observed their theatrics. They were playing their roles perfectly. One a red face and the other a white face. What a performance. The entire world owes them an Oscar. Li Xianjian, unable to bear the scene any longer, was about to speak up for Lin Chun when a commotion arose at the entrance. Oh my, I must tell you all. I just stepped out to buy a pack of cigarettes and saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the entrance. The newcomer was Chow Han, who had just returned. Upon hearing the name Rolls-Royce Phantom, all eyes turned towards him. Chow Han continued, I'm serious, I'm not joking. That model starts at over 6 million. And that one is fully loaded. You'd need at least 10 million to acquire it. I can only wonder what kind of tycoon can afford such a vehicle. Sun Cheng sighed. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is also my dream. I wonder when I will be able to drive such a car. For now, my BMW will have to suffice. He then turned to Lin Chun, smiling as he asked, What car do you drive, Lin Chun? Zhou Qian interjected with a scoff, Darling, you should ask him if he even owns a car. But looking at him, it's highly likely he hasn't bought one, right? Just then, a hostess entered. May I ask who Mr. Lin Chun is? Lin Chun raised his hand. That would be me. The hostess respectfully replied, Sir, a car needs to leave. And we kindly ask you to move your Rolls-Royce. There is already a parking space available for you inside. The entire private room fell into a profound silence. Lin Chun calmly produced his car key and handed it to the hostess. Please assist me in moving it. Thank you. Of course. The hostess accepted the keys with both hands and departed. Zhou Qian stared blankly at Lin Chun. The double R emblem on the key had pierced her vision, leaving her mind utterly blank. Sun Cheng's face oscillated between shades of green and white, wishing fervently to disappear into a crack in the ground. That slap truly stung. Li Xinjian paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Well, Brother Chun, you've even acquired a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Impressive. Xiaohe instinctively glanced in Lin Chun's direction, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. As far as she knew, Lin Chun came from a modest background, hardly someone who could afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chapter 32. Now driving a Rolls-Royce, other classmates began to murmur in astonishment. Who would have thought that Lin Chun, upon entering university, could actually drive a Rolls-Royce? Incredible. Has he suddenly become a nouveau riche? Wasn't Sun Cheng just boasting about his BMW moments ago? Lin Chun, on the other hand, was silently driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom without uttering a word. Now that was a stark contrast. Lin Chun chuckled softly, addressing Li Xinjian. It's merely a mode of transportation. There's no need for such excitement. Li Xinjian, taken aback, silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother Chun, I don't support anyone else, but I am in awe of you. To refer to a Rolls-Royce Phantom so nonchalantly as just a means of getting around. What a display of understated elegance. Comparing Lin Chun to Sun Cheng, who couldn't resist flaunting his BMW, the disparity was glaringly apparent. Feeling the weight of his classmates' scrutinizing gazes, Sun Cheng was mortified. Today was supposed to be his moment to shine, yet he found himself entirely overshadowed by Lin Chun, which was intolerable. Glancing at Xiaohe, whose eyes were filled with warmth and admiration for Lin Chun, only fueled Sun Cheng's irritation. In his view, Lin Chun hardly seemed like someone who could afford a Rolls-Royce. Suddenly, Sun Cheng let out a laugh, drawing everyone's attention. Sun Cheng, what are you laughing at? Li Xinjian asked, somewhat displeased. Ignoring him, Sun Cheng fixed his gaze intently on Lin Chun. Lin Chun, I never expected you to become so vain after entering university. To impress your classmates, you even went so far as to rent a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they turned to Lin Chun. Is Lin Chun's Rolls-Royce Phantom really rented? With no rebuttal from Lin Chun, Sun Cheng wore a triumphant grin. Just as he suspected, Lin Chun's car was indeed rented. Lin Chun, if you don't have a car, then so be it. Not everyone here drives. We're all old classmates, after all. There's no need for such pretense. Sun Cheng laughed. Nearby, Zhou Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. I thought he was genuinely driving a Rolls-Royce. Turns out it was rented. I knew it. How could that poor kid Lin Chen possibly afford such a luxury vehicle? Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. If that's what you choose to believe, I can't change your mind. Sun Cheng chuckled lightly. So you're admitting it? Lin Chen smiled in response. Believe what you will. Engaging in conversation with those contemptuous individuals is truly a futile endeavor. Besides, why should one concern themselves with the opinions of those who are beneath them? Meanwhile, in the corner, Xiaohe cast a gaze of slight disappointment towards Lin Chen, recalling that he had not always been this way. Just then, a knock resounded at the door of the private room, and a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, cautiously peered inside. Upon catching sight of Lin Chen, his eyes sparkled with recognition, and he promptly approached. Mr. Lin, it is indeed you. The room fell into a state of bewilderment. Mr. Lin? All eyes converged upon Lin Chen and the middle-aged man. Was the Mr. Lin referred to by this man? Lin Chen. Lin Chen, equally perplexed, inquired. And you are? The middle-aged man smiled and replied, Mr. Lin, I am Tan Guang, the manager here. Oh, Lin Chen nodded. What brings you to me? Chapter 33, Stunned. Tan Guang hurriedly explained. Did you not purchase 30% of the shares in the Meisher Mike Catering Group yesterday? Our Earl Hotel is under the umbrella of Meisher Mike. Today, a notification was issued, and when I overheard the hostess mention your name, I suspected it might be you. Upon coming to investigate, I found it indeed was. The crowd was astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What had they just heard? Lin Chen had acquired 30% of the Meisher Mike Catering Group? Hearing this, Lin Chen chuckled softly, at a loss for words. He had no intention of boasting. At that moment, Tan Guang snapped his fingers, summoning a waitress who promptly approached. General Manager, the presidential suite is ready. Tan Guang nodded and turned to Lin Chen, respectfully stating, Mr. Lin, this private room hardly befits your esteemed status. We have prepared the presidential suite for you. Would you care to accompany your friends there? Lin Chen refrained from making a decision immediately, instead looking to the others in the room. What do you all think? Before they could gather their thoughts, Zhou Qian eagerly interjected. Let's go? As all eyes turned to her, she forced a smile and explained, it is a gesture of goodwill, and we cannot turn it down. The expressions of the crowd transformed into disdain. Who had just been the most vocal in mocking Lin Chen? Zhou Qian. It was bewildering how she still had the audacity to speak. Truly, one who lacks shame is invincible. Tan Guang then added, what this lady says holds merit. Mr. Lin, please do not hesitate. Lin Chen nodded. Very well. In that case, let us accompany General Manager Tan. At this moment, Sun Cheng hastily grasped Zhou Qian's sleeve and whispered, let us depart. There is no need to linger and suffer further embarrassment. Zhou Qian, however, turned back and glared at him fiercely, retorting, depart? If anyone should leave, it is you. With that, she followed the main group as they exited. Sun Cheng, momentarily stunned, trailed after her. Before long, they arrived at an opulent private room led by Tan Guang, vastly superior to the previous one. Wow, I had no idea the Earl Hotel had a presidential suite. Truly, it lives up to its name, such indulgence, exclaimed one among the group. If it weren't for Lin Chen, we might never have the chance to experience such grandeur. Hearing these remarks, Sun Cheng's expression grew increasingly grim, as the VIP room they had just vacated was indeed reserved by him. At that moment, Zhou Qian interjected. I always suspected Lin Chen was extraordinary. I can hardly believe it. At merely 20, he has become a major shareholder, and he drives a Rolls-Royce. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never of this magnitude. Sun Cheng shot Zhou Qian a warning glance, but she merely rolled her eyes in annoyance, saying, Sun Cheng, look at Lin Chen and then at yourself. This is the difference. Sun Cheng's countenance darkened instantly as he demanded, Zhou Qian, what do you mean by that? Zhou Qian sneered, Sun Cheng, let me be clear. I wish to break up with you. Do not pursue me any longer. The others sat silently, observing the confrontation unfold. Sun Cheng was nearly beside himself with rage, gesturing at Zhou Qian, yet unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian stepped directly in front of Lin Chen, flashing a sweet smile. Lin Chen, I am single again. Chapter 34, Love Letters? How was I unaware? Lin Chen touched his nose, replying, Oh, but what does that have to do with me? Zhou Qian giggled, feigning indignation. How could it not? This means you have another chance. Lin Chen stood perplexed. What is happening? He forced a chuckle, I am not sure what you are referring to. With that, he sought out Li Xian for refuge. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng erupted. Zhou Qian, are you actually attempting to humiliate me in front of everyone? Zhou Qian, unfazed, replied. Humiliate? I already ended our relationship. We are broken up. Do you not comprehend? Please do not obstruct my pursuit of true love. There is no possibility for us. The notion of pursuing true love left Sun Cheng seething with rage. Subsequently, Zhou Qian ignored him entirely and turned to Lin Shun, stating, Lin Shun, let me be honest with you. Over the years, my affections have been steadfastly directed towards you. The words I have spoken, which may have seemed harsh, were intended to inspire you to persevere and strive for greatness. Look, the results speak for themselves, do they not? This serves as proof that my assertions were indeed correct. The crowd stood in astonishment. Zhou Qian's audacious maneuver had utterly shattered their preconceived notions. It was the first time they encountered someone who could articulate shamelessness with such elegance and grace. Sun Cheng, feeling utterly embarrassed, could no longer bear to remain in their presence and fled in disgrace. Lin Shun let out a couple of awkward chuckles. Do not jest. Seizing the moment, Zhou Qian pressed on. Lin Shun, I harbor feelings for you, and I believe you feel the same for me. Why can't we be together? Lin Shun was left utterly perplexed. I like you? How could I be unaware of such a thing? I do not possess such peculiar tastes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian blushed and replied, have you forgotten? In high school, you once passed me a love letter. At this revelation, he turned sharply to Lin Shun. A love letter? Could it be that Lin Shun was partial to someone like Zhou Qian? Lin Shun was even more bewildered. A love letter? How could I have no recollection of this? Zhou Qian playfully pretended to punch Lin Shun's chest. You silly. What is there to be embarrassed about? Why not just admit it? Lin Shun was instantly covered in goosebumps and quickly stepped back, creating distance between them. At that moment, Li Xinjian timidly raised his hand. I have a say in this matter. Suddenly, Li Xinjian became the center of attention in the entire room. You see, that love letter was merely a prank orchestrated by my friends. Lin Shun was completely unaware of it. Lin Shun exclaimed, Li Xinjian, how dare you? Understanding dawned upon everyone. So that was the case. No wonder. He let out a sigh of relief. Yet Zhou Qian appeared as if struck by lightning. Disbelief etched across her face. No, it cannot be. It is not true. Zhou Qian murmured softly, her face pale. Li Xinjian sheepishly scratched his head. So many years have passed since that incident. Had Zhou Qian not mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. The implication was clear. It was merely a prank, yet Zhou Qian had held on to it all this time. Staggering slightly, her complexion ashen, Zhou Qian, feeling the weight of her former classmates' scrutinizing gazes, could no longer contain herself and fled the room in tears. Observing this, He suddenly felt a sense of vindication. With the departure of two tiresome individuals, the atmosphere in the room felt considerably lighter. Soon, an array of delectable dishes was served. Additionally, General Manager Tan Guang had sent several bottles of fine wine. And aside from the brief interlude involving Sun Cheng and Zhou Qian, the class reunion proved to be a resounding success. Chapter 35. The designated driver. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Lin Shun prepared to settle the bill, but Tan Guang directly waived the charges. Who would dare to let a major shareholder of the company foot the bill? Even if he were given 100 chances, he would not dare to do so. Subsequently, the classmates began to disperse, and Lin Shun arranged for a designated driver. While waiting, He approached him. It's been a while. You've become even more remarkable, she remarked. Lin Shun smiled faintly. One must always strive for improvement. Life should not regress, should it? He chuckled bitterly. Indeed, we all aspire to ascend. Yet, while others are still climbing, you have already reached the summit, surveying the splendid vistas. I fear I may not be worthy of you. This sentiment lingered unspoken in her heart. In the past, when she pursued Lin Shun, he had consistently evaded her, leading her to silently admire him from the shadows. Before long, her ride arrived. As she entered the vehicle, she cast a reluctant glance back at Lin Shun. I'll take my leave now. Let us reunite when we have the chance. Lin Shun nodded in response. After her departure, a complex array of emotions stirred within him. Suddenly, an urgent ringtone pierced the air. It was the designated driver. Upon answering the call, Lin Shun noticed the voice belonged to a young lady. When they met, he was taken aback. Su Tao? Is it really you? The girl clad in a delicate light blue Lolita princess dress was none other than Su Tao. As for Su Mo, it was hard for Lin Shun to believe she would dare to work as a designated driver so late at night. akin to believing the sun could rise from the west. Su Tao, upon recognizing Lin Shun, was equally astonished. Lin Shun, you summoned a designated driver? Lin Shun surveyed the surroundings and realized he was the sole patron waiting. Thus he replied, though I can hardly fathom this coincidence, it is indeed the case. Gazing upon the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Su Tao could not help but swallow hard. You want me to drive this Phantom? Lin Shun crossed his arms and chuckled. What else would you do? With her hands pressed together in a pleading gesture, Su Tao lamented, please, spare me. If I accidentally scratch it, I couldn't compensate you even if you sold me. Lin Shun waved his phone playfully. Should you decline, I shall leave you a poor rating. You're a rascal. Su Tao had no choice but to carefully take her place in the driver's seat and fasten her seatbelt. As if recalling something, she quickly asserted, rascal. Let me clarify. If I happen to graze it, I cannot be held liable. It was no small feat for her to drive such an expensive car. How could she not feel distressed? Lin Shun examined her with a scrutinizing gaze and remarked, Isn't it said that 9 out of 10 Lolas are wealthy? With the 10th residing in a seaside villa? Would you truly be unable to afford it? Upon hearing this, Su Tao adopted a woeful expression. If I were a wealthy lowly, would I be out here driving for others? As she grasped the steering wheel, her hands trembled slightly. Lin Shun, observing her unease, contemplated. Perhaps I should take over? To his surprise, she promptly rejected the idea. Do not. You reek of alcohol, she exclaimed, as if recalling something. She rummaged through her small bear-shaped bag and produced a small box of yogurt, thrusting it into Lin Shun's hands. Here, take this yogurt. It's good for your stomach after drinking. You big drinker. Lin Shun was somewhat taken aback. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Su Tao cast him a haughty glance before focusing intently on driving. As they traveled, the other vehicles kept their distance. Initially puzzled, Su Tao soon understood. Chapter 36. Let me hear you call me brother such an expensive car. If an ordinary person were to accidentally scratch it, they might need to consider selling their house. It seemed that driving a luxury car was not as daunting as one might imagine. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Water's Edge residence. How about I drop you off here and you can drive in on your own? Su Tao inquired, looking at Lin Shun. Lin Shun chuckled. Is your driving service this irresponsible? Su Tao huffed in annoyance, steering the car inside. Do you believe I could render your luxury car a total loss? Let's see if you dare to bully me again, she threatened, baring her small tiger teeth. Leaning back casually in his seat, Lin Shun replied, you can certainly try. Su Tao cast Lin Shun a surprised glance. Then Lin Shun leisurely continued, as long as you can afford to pay for it, or are prepared to work for me as a lifelong maid to repay the debt. Su Tao shot him an indignant glare. I knew you were a big bad guy with ill intentions. Upon reaching Yun Shui Jian, she was awestruck by the luxurious appearance of the villa, her mouth forming an A shape. Big bad guy, is this really your home? Lin Shun raised an eyebrow slightly. What else would it be? Suddenly recalling a pressing issue, Lin Shun asked, how do you plan to get back? Su Tao paused momentarily, then pulled out her phone, realizing it was already past 10 o'clock. Oh no, our school's curfew has passed. If I go back now, I'll face consequences. Su Tao nearly burst into tears. I'll have to stay in a hotel, but hotels are too expensive. Had I known, I wouldn't have accepted your request. Lin Shun couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so foolish? Did you not check the time before accepting the request? As he spoke, he ruffled her hair playfully. Immediately, Su Tao glared at Lin Shun in annoyance. You're not allowed to touch my bun. Lin Shun found it amusing. All right, why don't you just stay at my place? Suddenly, Su Tao took several steps back, warily regarding Lin Shun. What are you up to, you big bad guy? Lin Shun, perplexed, poked her forehead with his finger. I truly don't understand what goes through that head of yours every day. I have plenty of rooms at home. Aside from my master bedroom, you can sleep wherever you like. He paused briefly before adding, or you could stay at a hotel if you prefer. Su Tao scrutinized Lin Shun several times. Although she often referred to him as a big bad guy, he hardly seemed like a villain. The thought of the exorbitant hotel expenses, which could instead buy several lovely dresses, sent a chill through her heart. Well, fine then, Su Tao replied weakly. Upon entering, she was immediately dazzled by the environment within. Wow, isn't this the kind of luxurious mansion one only sees on television? Surely, it must be quite expensive. As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Shun and cautiously asked, Big bad guy, may I have a look around? Lin Shun chuckled lightly, calling me a big bad guy? Such a lack of sincerity. At his words, Su Tao's expression became somewhat conflicted. Then what should I call you? She tilted her head thoughtfully, but could not devise an appropriate title. Lin Shen leisurely settled onto the sofa and teased, "Why not call me brother? I'd love to hear it." Su Tao's cheeks flushed crimson, and after a moment of hesitation, she shyly uttered, "Lin Shen brother." Lin Shen's eyes sparkled with delight as he waved her off. "Go on. Go on." Hearing this, Su Tao shot him an indignant glare before skipping away, her two ponytails bouncing merrily. What a tempting sight. Chapter 37. Who wants to be your girlfriend? Su Tao gazed around, her eyes wide with wonder, as if encountering something novel, though she dared not touch anything. Who knew if she could afford to replace something if she broke it? After a while of exploring, she finally seated herself on the sofa. Swinging her legs clad in white stockings, Lin Shen emerged in his loungewear, retrieving a glass from the disinfection cabinet and pouring her a glass of water. Su Tao received the water with a beaming smile, revealing her small canine teeth. "I didn't expect you to be so considerate, knowing I was thirsty." Lin Shen chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation without responding. Su Tao then surveyed the vast villa and inquired, "Do you live here all alone?" "For now, yes," Lin Shen replied nonchalantly. For now?" Su Tao raised an eyebrow. "What does that mean?" Lin Shen smiled. "It simply means for now. Think about it. If I were to have a girlfriend in the future, wouldn't she live with me?" At his words, Su Tao's eyes darted around. "So, that means you don't have a girlfriend at the moment?" Lin Shen nodded. A thrill of joy surged within Su Tao. If that were the case, did that not imply her sister had a fair chance? No. She must encourage her sister to put in more effort when she returned. Observing her eyes flitting about, Lin Shen teased, "What? Are you hoping to be my girlfriend?" Su Tao was momentarily taken aback, and after a lengthy pause, she exclaimed in exasperation, "Absolutely not. You big bad guy, who would want to be your girlfriend?" With a huff, she lifted the glass of water from the table and took a large gulp. Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback, his expression subtly shifting. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Tao retorted. Lin Shen glanced at her and then pointed to the cup in her hand, softly saying, "What you just drank was from my cup." Su Tao examined both her cup and the one on the table, each bearing a faint lipstick mark, a trace of her prior indulgence. Having just consumed water that Lin Shen had sipped, could this be considered an indirect kiss? The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Bang. Su Tao forcefully placed her cup on the table, feigning composure. "What's the big deal? It's 2020. While she outwardly pretended to be unfazed, the slight blush on her ears betrayed her. Lin Shen smiled gently. "I never said anything." Just as Lin Shen intended to head upstairs for a rest, he was interrupted by Su Tao's pitiful voice from behind. "You terrible person, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Lin Shen pondered. He hadn't been to the supermarket in days, leaving his pantry bare. "How about I take you out for hot pot? There's a place nearby that stays open quite late," he suggested. Upon hearing the words hot pot, Su Tao quickly declined. No, I don't eat hot pot. It's a rule I've set for myself to avoid gaining weight." Half an hour later, Lin Shen observed Su Tao heartily enjoying the dual-flavored pot, lost in thought. "Weren't you the one who said you don't eat hot pot? And that you have rules?" Su Tao's hand holding the chopsticks froze momentarily as she offered an embarrassed smile. "Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. One must assess the situation to decide whether to adhere to them. Besides, aren't rules meant to be broken? I mean, if I don't fill up, how can I muster the energy to lose weight?" Chapter 38. Mr. Lin's girlfriend? Truly beautiful. Lin Shen shook his head, exasperated. He noted that Su Tao didn't appear overweight at all, yet she constantly fixated on dieting. How perplexing it was that women, regardless of their size, seemed to have an unwavering obsession with weight loss. Truly baffling. Before long, once Su Tao had her fill, Lin Shen led her towards the Xuan Yaju. Su Tao, feeling somewhat shy, remarked, "Terrible person, it's only fair that I treat you to a meal in return." Lin Shen chuckled, "I'll remember this meal." Su Tao huffed playfully. At that moment, they arrived at the entrance of Xuan Yaju. The security guard, the same one who had assisted Lin Shen previously, greeted them with enthusiasm. "Mr. Lin." Upon hearing this, Lin Shen nodded in acknowledgement and then guided Su Tao away. "That must be Mr. Lin's girlfriend. She's truly beautiful." A small voice of gossip wafted from behind. Su Tao froze, casting a glance at Lin Shen. However, Lin Shen appeared oblivious to the situation and inquired, "What's wrong?" Su Tao, lost in thought, merely shook her head. Upon returning to the Yunshui residence, Lin Shen casually remarked, "I shall retire for the night. Feel free to choose any room here, apart from my master bedroom. Each room is equipped with an ensuite bathroom and disposable toiletries." With that, he ascended to the master bedroom on the second floor. The following day, Lin Shun, having forgotten that Su Tao was still residing there, nonchalantly descended the stairs clad in a loose bathrobe. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Tao heard a commotion behind her and instinctively turned around. What? Lin Shun. Why aren't you dressed appropriately? Su Tao quickly covered her eyes and turned her back to him. What had she just witnessed? Lin Shun, in a loosely tied bathrobe, revealed tantalizing glimpses of his abdominal muscles. Oh dear. She felt utterly scandalized. Lin Shun, perplexed, glanced at himself, wondering what was amiss. After all, it was the year 2020. However, seeing Su Tao's reaction, he decided to obediently retreat and change into proper attire. Meanwhile, Su Tao sat on the sofa, her heart racing as she recalled the earlier scene. How terrifying. Was he perhaps a bit handsome? The mere thought startled her. No, she must not think that way. At that moment, Lin Shun emerged from his room, dressed appropriately. Come, let us have breakfast, and afterward, I will take you to school. Su Tao glanced at him with a hint of reproach, softly uttering an acknowledgement before following in his wake. After their breakfast, Lin Shun drove her to the Donghai Music Academy, which was in close proximity to Donghai University. Upon reaching the academy, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt at the entrance, drawing the attention of onlookers eager to discover the owner of such a luxurious vehicle. As the door swung open, Su Tao stepped out, causing several of her roommates nearby to drop their jaws in astonishment. Su Xiaotao, is that really her? That emblem is a Rolls-Royce. She didn't return home last night. Did she manage to snag a wealthy benefactor? The shock was palpable. Who would have thought that Su Xiaotao, known for her straightforward demeanor, could have such a surprising turn of events? Just as Su Tao bid farewell to Lin Shun and had taken only a few steps, she was encircled by her curious roommates. Su Xiaotao, was that person in the luxury car your boyfriend? In response, Su Tao vigorously shook her head. No? Don't say such things. He is not my boyfriend. We are merely just friends. Come on, Su Xiaotao, her roommate pressed. You spent the night out, and he brought you here this morning. You must have stayed at his place, right? Feeling cornered, Su Tao faltered, unsure of how to respond. Just tell us, is it true or not? Her roommate continued to inquire. Su Tao, on the verge of tears, could only nod in response. Look, we've caught you, exclaimed her friends. Indeed, you thought you could hide this from us. My dear Su Xiaotao, remember us when you attain wealth and prosperity. Su Tao lifted her gaze, silently staring at the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Shun had already entered the classroom. While engrossed in his phone, he was suddenly startled by a commotion. Instinctively, he looked up and beheld Su Mo, clad in an adorable Lolita ensemble. No, wait, that evasive gaze belonged to Su Mo. Su Mo? Had the sun risen in the west today? Surrounding classmates murmured in hushed tones, all praising Su Mo's beauty. Su Mo, visibly flustered, quickly made her way to Lin Chen's seat. Lin, could you shift over a bit? She asked. Lin Chen acknowledged her request and moved to the inside seat. Su Mo seamlessly occupied the spot he had just vacated. She glanced at her skirt and then at Lin Chen, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. She seemed on the verge of speaking, but ultimately bit her lip and remained silent. Lin Chen noticed her subtle gesture and found it somewhat peculiar. Yet he sincerely complimented her. You look truly lovely today. At his words, Su Mo's eyes brightened momentarily, and she cautiously inquired, Really? Lin Chen nodded, surveying their classmates. Look, everyone's eyes are sharp. They are all praising your beauty. Su Mo lowered her head, a shy smile gracing her lips. As long as you like it. What? Her words were barely audible, and Lin Chen could not catch them. Yet, Su Mo appeared like a startled deer. I didn't say anything. Lin Chen regarded her with suspicion but chose to remain silent. Throughout the lesson, Su Mo hardly paid attention, her focus entirely on Lin Chen, who remained oblivious to the fact that he had ignited her affections. After class, as Lin Chen reached the bottom of the stairs, he unexpectedly collided with a girl, causing the documents in her hands to scatter across the floor. Song Xuejia? Lin Chen expressed mild surprise. Hearing his voice, Song Qingwan looked up slightly. It's you. Lin Chen quickly crouched down to assist her in gathering the papers. For some reason, Song Qingwan's complexion was poor, her expression distant. A stark contrast to the girl he had seen previously. Are you all right? Lin Chen could not help but inquire. Song Qingwan paused, then offered a bittersweet smile. I'm fine. Are you truly okay? Lin Chen questioned, harboring doubts. At his words, Song Qingwan sighed, as if having made a decision, and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, could you walk with me for a bit? Of course, Lin Shen nodded. He had an instinct that something was amiss with Song Qingwan. Regardless of the circumstances, Song Qingwan remains the first individual he encountered at Donghai University, and she has always treated him kindly. Observing her current demeanor, he feels a twinge of concern. As the two stroll along the campus path, a gentle autumn breeze rustles the fallen maple leaves. "Senior, if you have something to say, please speak candidly," Lin Shen remarked. Noticing Song Qingwan's hesitance, with a sigh, she replied, "Perhaps it's best to let it be," saying it wouldn't change anything. Her family's company is facing difficulties, and confiding in Lin Shen seems futile. She prefers not to burden him with her troubles. Chapter 40. Hongda Mall has a new owner. As Song Qingwan refrained from sharing, Lin Shen found it inappropriate to press further. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Take the campus beauty, Song Qingwan, out for a respite. Reward, Hongda Mall in Donghai City." Lin Shen was taken aback. Hongda Mall, situated in the most prosperous area of Donghai City, boasts astonishing daily revenue. Casting a glance at Song Qingwan, he comforted her. "Look at you. Your complexion is rather pale. Let us not dwell on it. How about I take you out for some fresh air?" Song Qingwan paused, then smiled softly. "All right, thank you." Lin Shen shrugged nonchalantly. No need for thanks. Skipping his next class, Lin Shen whisked Song Qingwan away in a Rolls-Royce to the seaside. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the ocean stretched endlessly, blending seamlessly with the horizon. Song Qingwan, in her flowing white dress, appeared ethereal as her hair danced in the wind. "How are you feeling now?" Lin Shen inquired with a smile. Song Qingwan nodded slightly and said, "My father's company is on the verge of bankruptcy." Just as Lin Shen was about to ask further questions, she interjected, "Let us not discuss this for now." Lin Shen simply nodded in agreement. "All right. We shall leave that aside. It's nothing. Trust me, everything will be all right." Song Qingwan let out a soft sigh, remaining silent. After a while, they departed from the beach. Lin Shen treated her to a meal before returning her to the university. Upon arriving at the villa, it was already 7 in the evening. "Let us visit Hongda Mall tomorrow." The next day at Hongda Mall, the atmosphere was vibrant and festive, with decorations adorning the venue and a red carpet laid out. As Lin Shen stepped out of the car, 2 middle-aged men in formal suits approached him, hesitantly inquiring, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin?" Lin Shen nodded affirmatively. "I am." The men appeared slightly astonished. "We did not expect Mr. Lin to be so young. I hesitated to approach you just now." Curiously, Lin Shen asked, "And you are?" One of the balding men responded, "I am the general manager of Hongda Mall. My name is Pang Dahai." Another individual, also clad in an exquisite suit, appeared to be part of the senior management at Hongda. "Upon hearing of your arrival yesterday, we made overnight arrangements to extend to you the utmost courtesy." Pang Dahai slightly bowed, speaking with reverence. Lin Shen nodded slightly in acknowledgement before following Pang Dahai into the Hongda shopping mall. Meanwhile, at Chenxi Foreign Trade Company, Limited, Song Jianming, perusing the documents in his hand, expressed mild astonishment. "Has Hongda shopping mall changed ownership?" The secretary beside him nodded affirmatively. "Yes. We have just received the news." Holding the file, Song Jianming fell into contemplation. "Prepare yourself. I am heading to Hongda shopping mall." After completing the handover formalities, Lin Shen remained in the office, reviewing Hongda's financial statements. Soon after, a knock echoed at the door. It was Pang Dahai. "Boss, Mr. Song Jianming from Chenxi Foreign Trade has arrived and is waiting in the VIP room. Would you like to meet him?" Lin Shen nodded in response. "Let us meet." With that, he set aside the documents and stepped outside. Upon entering the VIP reception room, he noticed a middle-aged man seated on the sofa. Hearing footsteps at the entrance, Song Jianming instinctively rose, only to be puzzled by the youthfulness of the newcomer. He quickly realized and inquired, "Are you Mr. Lin, the new owner of Hongda Shopping Mall?" Chapter 41. Pagani Wind God. Lin Shen smiled and nodded. "That is indeed me." He approached the sofa opposite Song Jianming and took a seat. Song Jianming's mouth fell slightly agape in surprise. After a few moments, he regained his composure and settled onto the sofa. "Upon hearing that Hongda Shopping Mall had a new owner, I rushed over to pay my respects, but I never expected the new proprietor to be so young." Lin Shen replied nonchalantly, "I hope I have not embarrassed you, Mr. Song. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Lin Shen posed the question knowingly. Taken aback, Song Jianming had not anticipated Lin Shen to broach the subject so promptly, yet he proceeded to explain. "It is true that I came upon hearing of Hongda's new ownership. I am here to pay a visit to Mr. Lin and to discuss a potential collaboration. Oh, may I ask what sort of collaboration Mr. Song wishes to discuss with me? With a more formal posture, Song Jiaming began to articulate his thoughts. Half an hour later, their conversation concluded. Song Jiaming laughed heartily. Mr. Lin, you must be in your 20s, yet you have amassed such an enterprise. Truly, it echoes the saying, the waves behind drive on the waves before. As he spoke, Song Jiaming suddenly thought of his daughter, Song Qingwan, who should be of a similar age as Lin Chun. Moreover, this young man, possessing remarkable talent, was someone he greatly admired. How splendid it would be if he could become his son-in-law. With this thought, he gazed at Lin Chun and asked, might Mr. Lin be available for dinner this evening? We may seize this opportunity to discuss the matters of future collaboration. What do you think? Lin Chun hesitated for a moment. Initially inclined to decline, but unexpectedly, a notification from the system emerged. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a storyline task. Accept Song Jiaming's invitation. Reward, 1 Pagani Huayra. Lin Chun was taken aback. A Pagani Huayra? This was specifically customized for the Great Xia Kingdom. One would need at least several tens of millions to acquire it. To his astonishment, the reward was such an extravagant supercar. Noticing Lin Chun's silence, Song Jiaming cautiously inquired, is President Lin too busy? It was only then that Lin Chun regained his composure and replied, I have time. What time tonight? 7 in the evening, at the Earl Hotel. I await your esteemed presence. After saying this, the two exchanged farewells, and Song Jiaming departed. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. For completing the task, you have received 1 Pagani Huayra. Note, the car is parked downstairs, and the key is in the host's pocket. Lin Chun instinctively patted his pants pocket, and to his delight, he immediately retrieved the key to the Pagani Huayra. On the other side, as Song Jiaming reached the base of Hongda Mall, he promptly called his daughter, Song Qingwan. Qingwan, I've resolved the issues at the company. Upon hearing this, Song Qingwan's expression brightened. Song Jiaming continued, I plan to invite this benefactor for dinner. You should come along tonight. On the other end of the line, Song Qingwan frowned slightly. Dad, maybe it's best not to. I'm not fond of such occasions. However, Song Jiaming quickly countered, oh, don't be so quick to refuse. You're both of similar age. Young people often share common interests, and who knows, you might even make a friend. It would be good for you to learn from him. But, Dad, it's settled then. 7 o'clock at the Earl Hotel. Try to arrive a bit earlier. Chapter 42. It's actually Lin Chun. Before Song Qingwan could express her reluctance again, Song Jiaming hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, she felt exasperated. Her father always acted this way, never considering her feelings or opinions. Just like earlier, she clearly did not wish to attend. Yet he disregarded her wishes entirely. Thus, she had no choice but to comply. As Lin Chun descended the stairs, he did not see his Pagani Huayra. Instead, he noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Curiosity piqued, he approached, and indeed, at the center of the crowd was his Pagani Huayra. The black and gold exterior radiated opulence. He promptly took out a set of keys, unlocked the car door, and settled inside. As he touched the steering wheel, Lin Chun marveled at the extraordinary feel. Truly, it was the only one of its kind in the world, and the sensation was simply exhilarating. The roar of the engine echoed as the silhouette of the Chivern vanished entirely. Lin Chun cruised his supercar around, causing the surrounding vehicles to maintain a cautious distance. Watching from afar, wherever he went, the Chivern became a striking sight, capturing the attention of all. Glancing at his watch, Lin Chun noted it was nearly 7 o'clock. Upon reaching the intersection, he made a turn and headed towards the Earl Hotel. Inside the opulent private room of the hotel, Song Jiaming had already arrived with Song Qingwan. Waiting eagerly, he incessantly urged her, Qingwan, when Mr. Lin arrives, make sure to engage him in conversation. Song Qingwan fidgeted, casting a glance at her father. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, Dad, I'm not accustomed to such occasions. I don't understand your business discussions. Perhaps I should leave. Normally, Song Jiaming would not bring her along for business dealings, but this time was an exception, especially since he had mentioned their comparable ages. Song Qingwan could surmise his intentions. He merely wished to play matchmaker. As expected, Song Jiaming responded with slight irritation. Why leave so early? I'm bringing you here to broaden your horizons. You haven't even met him yet. After several proposals were met with rebuttals from her father, Song Qingwan reluctantly acquiesced. At worst, she thought, She could minimize her conversation later. Suddenly, a handsome visage flashed through her mind. Lin Chun. What could he be doing at this moment? She retrieved her phone, contemplating sending him a message multiple times, but ultimately refrained. Meanwhile, Lin Chun had just arrived at the Earl Hotel, making his way towards the private room indicated by Song Jiaming. As he approached the door, just about to enter, he overheard a familiar voice. Dad, I can stay. But please don't try to matchmake. I already have someone I like. Your childish games are not to be taken seriously. Song Qingwan. Lin Chun was taken aback, surprised that she was present. She has someone she likes. He had never heard her mention it. However, from Song Jiaming's tone, he seemed to harbor intentions of wanting him as a son-in-law. How open-minded this senior's father was. This was only their second meeting, yet he was already contemplating such matters. Did he not fear for his daughter's well-being? Amused, Lin Chun shook his head and knocked on the door. Inside the room, the two individuals instinctively turned towards the sound at the door. Upon seeing Lin Chun, Song Qingwan was taken aback, rising to her feet and accidentally knocking over a nearby teacup. Lin Chun. Chapter 43. What a small world. Lin Chun greeted her with a smile. Hello, Senior Song. Clearly still in disbelief, Song Qingwan responded, Lin Chun, how are you here? Suddenly, a thought surged through her, causing her to cover her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that Lin Chun is the partner my father mentioned? At that moment, a shocked Song Jiaming also realized. So this is the Mr. Lin I referred to. How about it? Qingwan, do you know each other? Lin Chun smiled lightly. Know each other? She is my senior and has been quite helpful to me. Song Qingwan was utterly astonished. She never anticipated that the person who saved her company would be Lin Chun. If her father hadn't insisted she come, she might never have known this. Reflecting on yesterday's events, Song Qingwan felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by Lin Chun to assist her? Song Jiaming paused for a few seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. What a small world. I never imagined you two were from the same school. What a remarkable coincidence. As he spoke, he quickly approached Lin Chun, draping an arm around his shoulder and guiding him to a seat. Just as they settled down, he suddenly recalled something. I remember Qingwan is only in her second year. That means you're just a freshman? Song Qingwan nodded. Yes, Lin Chun is a freshman. When he enrolled, I was the one who assisted him with the registration process. Gasp. Song Jiaming couldn't believe that his business associate was actually his daughter's junior. The youth of today is truly remarkable, he mused. Viewing Lin Chun now felt akin to a father-in-law assessing a son-in-law. The more he looked, the more he appreciated him. He then turned to his daughter, Qingwan. Look at Lin Chun. You should learn more from him, understood? Song Qingwan cast a shy glance at Lin Chun and nodded gently. Indeed. There are many aspects in which I can learn from Junior Lin Chun. This made Lin Chun feel somewhat bashful. Uncle Song and Senior are overly generous. There is much I still need to learn from Uncle Song. Song Jiaming laughed heartily at Lin Chun's words, growing even fonder of him. Just then, there was a knock at the door of the private room. Song Jiaming called out for the person to enter, and the door swung open to reveal Tan Guang, the manager of the Earl Hotel. Upon seeing the newcomer, Song Jiaming promptly stood to greet him. Mr. Tan? What brings you here? As a frequent patron of the Earl Hotel, he naturally recognized the manager, Tan Guang. Tan Guang returned the greeting and said, I am here to find Director Lin. Director Lin? Both Song Jiaming and Song Qingwan were taken aback. The Director Lin that Tan Guang mentioned could only be Lin Chun, as he was the only Lin present. Their astonished gazes fell upon Lin Chun. At that moment, Tan Guang approached Lin Chun, slightly bowing in respect. Director Lin, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I could have arranged a private room for you. Song Jiaming and Song Qingwan were left utterly astonished. Indeed, it was Lin Chun. However, Lin Chun nonchalantly remarked, I merely came to enjoy a meal. I wouldn't want to trouble you. How can you say such a thing, Director Lin? You are a major shareholder of Meisher Mike. It is my duty to attend to you. How could it possibly be a bother? Tan Guang promptly interjected. He then continued, Director Lin, shall I arrange another private room for you and order some new dishes? Lin Chun pondered for a few seconds before turning to Song Jiaming. Uncle Song. Senior sister, what do you think? Song Jiaming felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that he had inadvertently invited Lin Chun into his own territory. It was a dilemma whether to switch rooms or not. Observing her father's discomfort, Song Qingwan spoke up. Perhaps we should not change. The dishes have already been served, and it would be quite inconvenient and wasteful. Lin Chun nodded in agreement. That is a valid point. Seeing this, Tan Guang felt a bit troubled, but had no choice but to acquiesce. Then shall I bring a few bottles of fine wine? This he could agree to. Lin Shen understood that declining this offer would not be appropriate. Upon receiving Lin Shen's consent, Tan Guang quickly signaled to the two waiters, who promptly brought several bottles of wine to the table. Tan Guang slightly bowed. I shall not disturb Mr. Lin's meal any further. Lin Shen nodded. You may proceed with your tasks, Mr. Tan. Once Tan Guang had exited, the gazes of Song Jianming and Song Qingwan fell squarely upon Lin Shen. Who would have thought that not only are you the owner of Hongda Mall, but you are also a major shareholder of the Meisher Mike Group? Song Jianming expressed incredulously. Having navigated the commercial landscape for many years, he had never encountered someone like Lin Shen. How wonderful it would be if Lin Shen could become his son-in-law. He glanced at Song Qingwan, confident in his daughter's beauty and capabilities, yet he understood that such matters could not be forced. It all depended on their fated connection. Meanwhile, Song Qingwan was equally astonished. The gap between her and Lin Shen had always been considerable, but now he seemed to have ascended to a height she could not reach, leaving her with a sense of inexplicable helplessness. Yet, at the same time, she felt immense pride in Lin Shen's exceptional qualities. Throughout the meal, Song Jianming excused himself several times, all in an effort to create moments of solitude for Song Qingwan and Lin Shen. Both Lin Shen and Song Qingwan understood his intentions. As the meal approached its conclusion, Lin Shen had initially intended to waive the bill, but Song Jianming insisted on paying, stating that it was his treat and that it would be inappropriate to let Lin Shen cover the cost. Unable to dissuade him, Lin Shen ultimately relented. At the entrance, Song Qingwan turned to her father. Dad, it's getting late. Could you give me a ride? I need to return to school. Upon hearing this, Song Jianming was momentarily taken aback before responding. Qingwan, I must return to the office shortly due to pressing matters, so I cannot see you off. He cast several significant glances towards his daughter. Song Qingwan, puzzled, scrutinized him for some time, but failed to comprehend her father's intention. Finally, Song Jianming cleared his throat and suggested, why not ask Lin Shen if he is available? Young people in love should be afforded opportunities for solitude. Lin Shen immediately grasped Song Jianming's implication and turned to Song Qingwan, saying, Senior, how about I drive you home? My house is not far from the school. Song Jianming's eyes brightened at this, and he remarked to Lin Shen, that would be a great help. Song Qingwan, now understanding her father's meaning, felt a flush rise to her cheeks and expressed her gratitude to Lin Shen. Thank you. It's nothing, he replied. Just as Song Jianming was about to depart, he suddenly spotted a car in the distance, and he froze in astonishment for several seconds. This was a Pagani Huayra. Chapter 45, a unique luxury car. Song Qingwan, confused, inquired, what is a Huayra? Song Jianming remained fixated on the vehicle, exclaiming, this is a Pagani designed specifically for Xia country based on the legend of the 9 sons of the dragon. There are only 3 in existence, Baxia, Yazi, and this Huayra. Each of these cars is one of a kind. One cannot acquire it for less than 30 million. Song Qingwan was taken aback, realizing the magnitude of this car's significance. Lin Shen, however, remained composed and chuckled, saying, Uncle Song certainly knows his cars. In response, Song Jianming humbly replied, I only have a superficial understanding. I never expected to see such a luxury vehicle in Donghai City. He had initially contemplated waiting longer to see who the owner was. But after some thought, he decided against it, uncertain of when the owner might emerge. Thus, he took his leave. Meanwhile, Song Qingwan turned to Lin Shen, suggesting, shall we head back as well? All right. Lin Shen nodded in agreement. He retrieved his car keys and walked towards the Pagani Huayra. Song Qingwan followed, increasingly sensing something amiss. Lin Shen, do you wish to see that car? Lin Shen turned back, bemused by her expression, and shook his head with a smile, remaining silent. This only deepened Song Qingwan's confusion. What was this reaction? However, she soon discovered the truth. Lin Shen opened the car door and took a seat inside. Song Qingwan stood frozen in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and incredulity. The owner of this car was Lin Shen, recalling her father's earlier words. She realized this vehicle was one of a kind in the world. What kind of background does Lin Shen possess to afford such a luxurious vehicle? Observing her still in a daze, Lin Shen lowered the window and honked the horn. Senior, why are you just standing there? Get in. Upon hearing Lin Shen's voice, Song Qingwan regained her composure, albeit with an anxious heart, and took her seat in the passenger side of the Chivan. Lin Shen, this car is actually yours? She exclaimed. Lin Shen smiled gently. It's mine, Just a car, senior. No need to be overly astonished. Just a car? Well, she found herself at a loss for words. Lin Shin reminded her to fasten her seatbelt, and as he pressed the accelerator, the roar of the engine erupted dramatically. The opulent supercar, Chi-Von, became a stunning spectacle on the road, drawing the attention of many passers-by. In the passenger seat, Song Qingwan found herself captivated by Lin Shin's profile as he drove, her heart racing. The sight of Lin Shin steering the Chi-Von with one hand was undeniably handsome. Aware of her gaze, Lin Shin teasingly remarked, "Senior, if you keep looking at me like that, I can't concentrate on driving." At that moment, Song Qingwan snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Oh, I'm sorry. I got a bit distracted there. It was quite unintentional." "Distracted? Was it because you were gazing at me?" Lin Shin added with a playful tone. This made Song Qingwan's face turn crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Was there anything more awkward than being caught stealing glances? What should she do now? She was anxiously pondering. "Well, I won't look at you anymore." Unbeknownst to her, after saying this, she again cast a few furtive glances at Lin Shin's profile. Biting her lip, she said, "Lin Shin, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know how my family would have coped." Chapter 46. Another luxurious supercar. Just yesterday, after discussing her father's company issues, Lin Shin promptly acquired the entire Hongda Plaza, resolving the crisis for her father. If one were to call it mere coincidence, even Song Qingwan herself would find it hard to believe. She never imagined Lin Shin would go to such lengths for her. At the same time, she was astonished by Lin Shin's capabilities. This was far beyond what a mere freshman could accomplish. Yet, Lin Shin had done it. Seeing her reaction, Lin Shin smiled slightly. "It's nothing, just a small effort." Song Qingwan bit her lip, falling silent. Yet, deep down, she understood the magnitude of his kindness. How could she repay this favor? Lin Shin regarded her thoughtfully, teasingly suggesting, "Well, as they say, great kindness cannot be repaid, only by offering oneself in return. How about you consider that, senior?" Song Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, and once she processed his words, her cheeks flushed with noticeable embarrassment. You should refrain from joking. I might take it seriously." Lin Shin chuckled softly and said, "All right, I shall not tease you any longer." Song Qingwan forced a smile, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. She immediately regretted her earlier words. Lin Shin then casually inquired, "Can you cook?" "Huh, cook? I can. Why do you ask?" Song Qingwan replied, slightly bewildered. "Do you want me to prepare a meal for you?" Lin Shin glanced at her and remarked, "Isn't it obvious that the senior is unsure how to repay me? Why not come to my place sometime and cook a few meals? Is it really that simple?" Song Qingwan could hardly believe it. Indeed, it is that simple. All right then. After that, the two of them fell into a comfortable silence during their journey. Upon entering the school, the supercar they were in caused quite a stir. Another supercar. And it's a Pagani. The Pagani Huayra. The only one of its kind in the world. "I must see who owns such an extraordinary vehicle," exclaimed one onlooker. "This is my dream car. I fell in love at first sight when I saw it on the news. I never thought I would see it in person, let alone at our school." Isn't this the third supercar to appear at Donghai University? When Lin Shin parked beneath the girls' dormitory and stepped out of the car, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Isn't that the same junior who arrived in a helicopter? I heard that the previously sensational Rolls-Royce Phantom also belonged to him. It hasn't been long since he switched to another luxury car, and this one is the only one in the world. Such a vehicle cannot be acquired solely through wealth. Who exactly is this junior? Look, isn't that the campus belle, Song Qingwan? Could they possibly be together? Haven't you heard? There were rumors about them before. Lin Shin paid little heed to the chatter around him, while Song Qingwan felt a bit embarrassed. After all, everyone seemed to believe she and Lin Shin shared a special relationship. This thought brought her a flicker of delight. "Well, I should head back now. Be careful on your way," she said. Lin Shin replied affirmatively, and after she entered the dormitory, he drove away. Not long after returning to his villa, Lin Shin received a WeChat message from Song Qingwan. "You can set the time. I'll come over when I'm free, all right?" Lin Shin pondered for a moment and typed a response. "How about tomorrow? Are you free then?" Chapter 47. His money seems to be endless. Song Qingwan replied instantly. "I happen to have no plans tomorrow. What time? Send me the location, and I'll come over." Lin Shin responded, "Around 10 in the morning. I'll pick you up." After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and went to take a shower. The next day, Lin Shin awoke at 9 o'clock, freshened up, and went to school to pick up Song Qingwan. The two individuals ventured to a small supermarket to procure some ingredients before returning to Lin Chen's villa. Upon disembarking, Song Qingwan gazed in astonishment at the Cloudwater residence before her. This was the most opulent mansion in Donghai City. She had heard rumors of its acquisition, but never anticipated that the buyer would be him. The surprises Lin Chen bestowed upon her were truly overwhelming. Yet, Lin Chen merely shrugged nonchalantly, explaining that he had recently commenced his university journey and found communal dormitory living uncomfortable, thus seeking accommodation elsewhere. Song Qingwan felt her breath catch. He found a place, and that place happened to be the pinnacle of luxury in Donghai City. This was rather astonishing. Curiosity piqued. She began to ponder just who Lin Chen truly was. First, he arrived by helicopter, causing a sensation throughout the school. Then came the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the Pagani Huayra, and other extravagant vehicles. Subsequently, he acquired the entire Hongda shopping mall, and now he owned the Cloudwater residence, the most prestigious mansion in the city. How could it be that Lin Chen's wealth seemed inexhaustible? As Lin Chen prepared to enter the villa, he noticed Song Qingwan standing in a trance and called out to her a few times. It was only then that she regained her senses and followed him inside. The interior of the villa was even more luxurious than its exterior. After dining, Lin Chen escorted Song Qingwan back to the university before returning to the villa himself. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Jiang Li. What a coincidence, little brother. Jiang Li greeted him with a beaming smile. Lin Chen returned her smile, responding, indeed, sisterly. Hearing this, Jiang Li chuckled lightly and looked up at the sky, saying, do you see those two clouds up there? Obediently, Lin Chen glanced upward but failed to discern anything unusual. What about the clouds? He inquired. Jiang Li teased. Look at those clouds. Don't they resemble the meal you owe me? Raising an eyebrow playfully, she regarded Lin Chen with a hint of mischief. It dawned on Lin Chen that after having mooched breakfast at Jiang Li's home, he had indeed promised to treat her to a meal, and days had slipped by while he had completely forgotten. Feeling somewhat apologetic, he said, I'm sorry. I've been quite busy lately and lost track of time. How about dinner tonight? Jiang Li rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a few moments before replying. The meal was a jest, but there is something I genuinely need your assistance with. What is it? He asked. I am attending a charity auction tonight and find myself in need of a male companion, Jiang Li expressed with a hint of exasperation. Are you free? I would like you to accompany me. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Agree to Jiang Li's request. Reward, triple charity consumption cashback card X3, unlimited amount. A cashback card with no limit? The more one spent, the more one earned? Impressive. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Li. To be your male companion? Indeed. Jiang Li replied with a cheerful smile. Lin Chen nodded. Sure, when shall we go? At that moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, charity cashback card X3, limitless. If you're free now, I can take you for a styling session. Chapter 48, your boyfriend? He seems rather young. Still need a styling session? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a hint of annoyance. When he drove out and caught sight of the Pagani Huayra, Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. After several seconds, she regained her composure and immediately approached to touch it. Goodness. Isn't this the newly released Pagani Huayra? How did you manage to get your hands on it? Jiang Li gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen merely smiled lightly. Guess. Jiang Li, bewildered, looked at him skeptically. Honestly, are you the son of the richest man in Xia country? Or perhaps a scion from some hidden aristocratic family? If I said neither, would you believe me? Lin Chen chuckled. Jiang Li's expression was quite rare, exuding a charming innocence. You truly are an enigma. It's hard to breathe around you. She sighed as she settled into the passenger seat. She couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined I would one day be a passenger in a Pagani Huayra. Glancing at Lin Chen, who was driving, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Who exactly are you, Lin Chen? The destination was Jiang Li's private stylist studio. Throughout the journey, Jiang Li directed him until they finally arrived. At the entrance, the Pagani Huayra continued to draw a crowd. Upon entering, a stunning woman named Linda greeted them with a warm hug. Then, looking at Lin Chen, she spoke in fluent Xia language with a teasing tone. Jiang Li, is this your boyfriend? He seems a bit young. To this, Jiang Li smiled. He is not my boyfriend. She quickly added, not yet. Linda wore a knowing smile. Oh? Meanwhile, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Noticing this, Jiang Li tactfully shifted the conversation. All right, Linda, let us get started. To avoid smudging their makeup while changing clothes, Lin Chen and Jiang Li first donned their outfits. Lin Chen wore a conventional black suit paired with a burgundy bow tie. Unaccustomed to formal attire, he preferred the comfort of casual wear. Jiang Li, on the other hand, changed into a strapless starry evening gown that accentuated her flawless figure. The dark fabric was adorned with numerous sequins, sparkling brilliantly under the lights, truly captivating. Her face, untouched by makeup, exuded an enchanting allure. Truly, she was a natural beauty, possessing an angelic visage and a devilish figure. Lin Chen cleared his throat twice, hastily diverting his gaze. Continuing to gaze would surely lead to an overindulgence of the senses. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Chen. What's the matter? Are you mesmerized by my figure? Lin Chen offered her a smile and replied, Is it not normal to be entranced? Aren't beautiful women a delight to behold? Jiang Li playfully retorted, You have quite the sweet tongue. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's playful spirit ignited. How would you know if you haven't tasted? Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. Typically, it was she who teased Lin Chen. But now the tables had turned, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Oh, it seems you've grown quite adept in these few days. Lin Chen chuckled. Naturally. Could it be that Jiang Li genuinely regarded him as an innocent younger brother? How interesting. Lin Chen gazed at her intently, choosing to remain silent. Once her appearance was perfected, Jiang Li dazzled in her radiant beauty, her waist-length wavy hair elegantly styled, adorned with pearl earrings, exuding a queenly aura. Lin Chen, on the other hand, inexplicably radiated a more mature charm, feeling as though he had aged several years. Even Jiang Li regarded him with satisfaction, nodding. My little brother has transformed into an older brother. How intriguing. Chapter 49. My apologies, this is my car with a resigned sigh, Lin Chen remarked. As long as you think it's good. Time had slipped by, and Linda escorted the two downstairs. Just as Lin Chen was about to approach his car, he noticed two ladies in strap dresses posing next to it, filming a video. Just acquired my very first car. After achieving financial independence, I have fulfilled another personal goal. Upon encountering the Pagani Huayra, Linda halted in astonishment. The Pagani Huayra? Jiang Li, your little boyfriend is quite extraordinary, she exclaimed. Jiang Li cast a proud glance at Linda. Of course. Meanwhile, Lin Chen approached the two ladies filming the video, interjecting, Excuse me, miss, but I am in a bit of a hurry. Uft. Linda couldn't contain her laughter from behind. She leaned towards Jiang Li and remarked, Your little boyfriend truly lacks romantic sensibility. He could hardly bear to interrupt such a beautiful lady recording a video. Jiang Li, however, shot her a helpless glance. He is not even my little boyfriend yet. Next to the Pagani, the two stunned ladies, interrupted while filming, looked at Lin Chen with surprise. What did you say? Is this car yours? Lin Chen directly produced the keys to unlock the door. Otherwise what? Upon witnessing this, the two beautiful women were instantly enchanted, their eyes sparkling with hearts. Wealthy, youthful, remarkably handsome. He was precisely their type. Hey there, could we add you on WeChat? The two ladies eagerly approached, their voices sweetened with flirtation. Yes, handsome. Let me scan your code. Let us be friends. They cooed, casting flirtatious glances at Lin Chen. The overwhelming scent of perfume wafted through the air, and Lin Chen felt a twinge of impatience. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. However, the two women, undeterred by the setback, pressed on. Then could you just tell us your WeChat ID? We'll add you. Linda, observing the scene with amusement, glanced at Jiang Li. Your young man is being besieged. Aren't you going to help him? Aren't you afraid he might succumb to temptation? Jiang Li smiled at her. He is not one to be easily swayed. It's getting late. I must take my leave. With that, she flicked her hair and, in her high heels, gracefully walked over. Darling, why didn't you wait for me? She playfully chided. The two ladies exchanged incredulous looks, appraising Jiang Li from head to toe. Clad in a haute couture gown, she wore Gucci leather shoes designed for the red carpet and a Patek Philippe necklace, the air around her fragrant with Chanel No. 5. The expressions of the two beauties darkened instantly. A formidable rival. This was a true socialite. Yet Jiang Li paid them no heed, striding directly to Lin Chen's side and casually wrapping her arm around his. Lin Chen looked at her, slightly taken aback. The two women exchanged glances. Could this woman be the handsome man's girlfriend? Jiang Li winked at him, prompting Lin Chen to finally react and move to the other side to open the car door for her. Thank you, darling, she said sweetly, her voice tinged with charm. sending a thrill through Lin Chun. As the engine roared to life, the two beauties instinctively stepped aside, watching in awe as the luxurious supercar sped away. Inside the car, Jiang Li received a message from Linda and couldn't help but burst into laughter, her amusement bubbling over. "What is so funny?" Lin Chun inquired, genuinely curious about what could provoke such delight from the poised Jiang Li. Jiang Li, still chuckling, looked at him. "You know, your WeChat ID is worth 10,000. This statement left Lin Chun utterly perplexed. What could that possibly mean? As she replied to Linda's message, she continued, "Those two women just offered 5,000 each to Linda for your WeChat ID. Lin Chun smiled, remarking, "It seems I've stumbled upon a new business opportunity." "Oh." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Do tell." Creating a WeChat account specifically for selling to individuals like them could yield substantial profits. "I truly am a genius." Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. "You truly are a little rascal." Lin Chun cast her a casual glance. "Haha, I appreciate the compliment." Then, Jiang Li inquired, "Both of those lovely ladies were quite attractive. Did you not feel even a hint of attraction?" At her words, Lin Chun's lips twitched slightly, and he gazed at Jiang Li with a somewhat exasperated expression. "Do you truly think my taste is so poor? Am I that desperate?" Jiang Li rested her chin on one hand, observing Lin Chun's profile. "Not quite. That is more like it," he replied, recalling her recent entanglement with the two socialites. Lin Chun couldn't resist asking, "By the way, what did you just call me? I seem to have forgotten." Jiang Li covered her mouth and chuckled, playfully rebuking, "You're a little rascal, and you don't even deny it? I called you dear merely to extricate you from that awkward situation. What's wrong? Do you wish to hear it again?" Lin Chun nodded thoughtfully. That's an intriguing notion. Caught off guard by his response, Jiang Li momentarily paused, feeling her cheeks flush. She suddenly felt as though she had been ensnared in a trap. Lin Chun regarded her with mild surprise, wondering if it was merely his imagination that her face had turned crimson. Truly, what an unexpected sight. To alleviate the awkwardness, Jiang Li coughed softly and waved her hand, casually remarking, "It's a bit warm in here." Lin Chun couldn't suppress his laughter, surprised by her pride and sensitivity. She shot him an annoyed glare. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Chun, suddenly filled with mischief, pressed on, "You still haven't answered my previous question. Can you or can't you?" Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. After all her efforts to steer the conversation, he had pulled her back. Considering this, Jiang Li scrutinized Lin Chun a bit more closely. Is the little lamb transforming into a big bad wolf? With a mix of pride and shyness, she glared at Lin Chun. Dear, is that sufficient? That will suffice." Reluctantly, Lin Chun replied, maintaining his focus on the road. Before long, they arrived at the hotel. The Pagani Huayra immediately drew everyone's attention. As Lin Chun and Jiang Li emerged from the car, they became the center of attention. A handsome man paired with a beautiful woman is always a striking sight, especially when the man drives such a magnificent vehicle. The women present all envied Jiang Li, wishing they could take her place. After registering at the entrance, Jiang Li led Lin Chun into the venue. As they settled into their seats, Jiang Li began discussing matters related to the charity auction with Lin Chun. Not far away, a stunning woman in a navy blue strapless gown cast a curious glance in their direction. Jiang Li, could the person beside her be her boyfriend? Unexpectedly, she found herself intrigued by such youthful company. Previously, Jiang Li had always attended such events alone, but this time she had brought a companion, Luo Weiwei. Having made an assumption, presumed he was Jiang Li's boyfriend. The man beside Luo Weiwei, her boyfriend Li Hao, also turned his gaze towards them. Upon seeing the figure in the dark starry gown, he was instantly captivated. "Weiwei, is that your friend?" Li Hao leaned closer to Luo Weiwei and inquired. She nodded in response. "Shall we go greet them?" Li Hao suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Weiwei agreed. She tidied her appearance, donned her 10 centimeters high heels, and gracefully approached Jiang Li. A woman must never compromise on her elegance. "Hello, President Jiang." Luo Weiwei greeted Jiang Li with a bright smile, her eyes appraising Jiang Li's attire. Such a lavish gown. Jiang Li looked up, her expression slightly frosty upon recognizing the visitor. "Director Luo? What a coincidence to encounter you here." Luo Weiwei smiled, glancing at Lin Chun beside Jiang Li. "And this is a friend of mine." Jiang Li replied coolly. Luo Weiwei chuckled and took a seat next to Jiang Li. "I take it he is your boyfriend?" Jiang Li frowned slightly, intending to clarify, but Lin Chun spoke up first. "Hello, I am Lin Chun." Jiang Li glanced at him in mild surprise. His introduction might easily lead Luo Weiwei and the others to misunderstand their relationship. However, since he seemed unconcerned, she felt no need to intervene. Luo Weiwei smiled at Lin Chun. "Hello, I'm Luo Weiwei." She then gestured towards her companion. "This is my boyfriend, Li Hao." Li Hao offered his hand to Lin Chun. "Mr. Lin." Lin Chun reciprocated the gesture with a brief handshake. Li Hao then inquired, "May I ask what Mr. Lin is currently engaged in?" "Me?" Lin Chun pondered for a moment before casually responding, "I am still a student." Li Hao appeared slightly taken aback. But upon observing Lin Chun, it seemed he was indeed quite young. He then glanced at the aloof Jiang Li, surprised that such a beauty would be interested in someone like this. Meanwhile, Luo Weiwei cast a disdainful look at Lin Chun. The student. Is he being supported by Jiang Li? Jiang Li felt a slight embarrassment, but chose to remain silent. Is this young man merely pretending to be foolish while concealing his true strength? At that moment, Li Hao, who was engrossed in his phone, exclaimed, drawing the attention of the group. Li Hao, somewhat sheepish, apologized. "My apologies, I was a bit rude just now." "What is the matter?" Luo Weiwei inquired. Li Hao hurriedly showed his phone to Luo Weiwei, saying, "I just saw a message in the group chat mentioning a Pagani Huayra parked outside. The owner seems to be attending the auction." He glanced at the others present. "I wonder which big shot it belongs to. I have only seen this car at auto shows. It's the only one of its kind in the world, and I can't believe I am seeing it here." Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chun and Jiang Li exchanged a subtle glance, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. Subsequently, Li Hao presented his phone to Lin Chun. "This is the world's only Huayra. I presume you've never seen it before. Here, take a look." Lin Chun casually glanced at the photo. "Isn't that his car?" Chapter 52. This is no joke. However, it makes sense. With only one in existence, how could it possibly be in an accident? Li Hao cast a proud glance at Lin Chun. "What do you think? Isn't it handsome?" Lin Chun chuckled softly. "Quite impressive." Jiang Li nearly burst into laughter, regarding Li Hao as if he were a fool. Meanwhile, Li Hao was oblivious to their unusual reactions, internally chastising Lin Chun for his lack of worldly experience, while simultaneously feeling somewhat envious of him for being with such a stunning beauty as Jiang Li. His girlfriend, Luo Weiwei, though beautiful, paled in comparison to Jiang Li, who embodied a quintessential elegance, whereas Luo Weiwei had a hint of a more worldly allure. Soon after, the auction commenced. Following the host's opening remarks, it was officially underway. Engaging in charity is not merely about tossing money into the void. Corporate philanthropy is essential, as it enhances public recognition and can significantly benefit future development. Thus, most attendees were executives from various enterprises. The first item up for auction was a piece by a locally renowned calligrapher. Given that it was a charity auction, all bidding started from zero. Before long, someone in the audience began to bid, offering 10,000. Observing this, Li Hao leisurely raised his paddle, 100,000. Whoosh. All eyes turned to Li Hao. To increase the bid tenfold in one go was quite audacious. Li Hao smiled, reveling in the spotlight, while he cast a glance at Lin Chun. Just a student, surely he lacks the funds to compete in the bidding, right? A bid of 100,000 for item number 41. Are there any other contenders? At that moment, another bidder emerged. 120,000. The smile on Li Hao's face dimmed slightly as he raised his paddle once more. 200,000. He was determined to acquire this piece of calligraphy. The crowd around him was taken aback. The gentleman who had just bid was left with no choice but to concede. The auctioneer, observing the silence, inquired, 200,000. Going once. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? 200,000. Going twice. He raised his small gavel high, but just then, Lin Chun raised his paddle. 1 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. All eyes were drawn to Lin Chun. Who was this young master? So extravagantly spending 1 million on a single piece of calligraphy without a second thought? Surely he must not be a local. Otherwise, how had they never seen him before? To bid 1 million outright left no room for others to compete. Li Hao glared at Lin Chun, annoyance evident in his expression. Stop causing a ruckus. This is no trivial matter. He was not incapable of producing 1 million. But he believed that such an amount for a piece of calligraphy, especially one not crafted by a master, was simply unwarranted. Luo Weiwei shot Lin Chun a disdainful glance, mocking him. Bidding so high, do you really have that much money? Lin Chun merely glanced at them, remaining silent as his gaze returned to the stage. During this time, several of his ventures had proven profitable, leaving him with tens of millions. Had he not feared intimidating them, he might have called out 10 million outright. After all, He expected to see a threefold return eventually. This million was merely a modest appetizer. Jiang Li, equally astonished, leaned towards Lin Chun and asked, "Do you really like this piece of calligraphy?" Chapter 53. All for charity. Lin Chun shrugged. "To be honest, I do not." Jiang Li was momentarily speechless. "You do not like it, yet you bid such a lofty price to acquire it?" Lin Chun smiled broadly. "It's all for charity." Jiang Li replied, "Well then, if you have money to spare, I shall say nothing." Meanwhile, in the crowd, Zhao Yuanhang was slightly surprised upon seeing Lin Chun. Lin Chun. He couldn't help but chuckle. This junior was indeed quite interesting. The host on stage became animated. "Mr. Number 62 bids 1 million. Does anyone wish to bid further?" 1 million once. 1 million twice. The outcome was clear. After Lin Chun's bid, no one else raised their paddle. 1 million thrice. Bang. The gavel struck decisively. Without a doubt, the piece was secured by Lin Chun. "Please invite Mr. Number 62 to the stage to receive the calligraphy and partake in the handover ceremony." Lin Chun approached Jiang Li and said, "Surely, I must make a speech, right? How about you go up and receive it on my behalf? I truly find such occasions uncomfortable." Jiang Li cast a skeptical glance at Lin Chun, took the bank card he handed her, and rose to walk toward the stage under the gaze of the audience. As the card was successfully processed, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Chun's mind. "Congratulations, host. For using the charitable spending card X1, you have received a threefold cashback." Lin Chun picked up his phone to check, and indeed, his account had increased by 3 million. Soon, she returned, cradling a calligraphy piece, and handed it to Lin Chun, saying, "Here, your trophy." However, Lin Chun merely glanced at it lightly and replied, "Consider it a gift for you, specifically captured for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li was slightly taken aback. "A gift for me? You are simply giving me something that was purchased for 1 million? Lin Chun loosened his tie with a smile and looked at her. "Not only can we engage in charity and assist those in need, but we can also win the favor of a fair maiden. It is a win-win situation. Why not indulge in it?" Jiang Li paused for a moment, her heart inexplicably racing. She had not anticipated that he possessed such charm. Lin Chun raised an eyebrow at her. "There are many things you have yet to discover." Jiang Li's cheeks flushed slightly, rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, Luo Weiwei, sitting beside Jiang Li, observed their interaction and remarked with a hint of sourness, "Mr. Lin, your generosity is truly remarkable. 1 million is nothing to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chun and Jiang Li exchanged a subtle glance, both choosing to remain silent. Nearby, Li Hao quickly comforted Luo Weiwei. "Wei, I will bid for you later." "Thank you, darling," she replied. Li Hao cast a discontented look at Lin Chun. Having already spent 1 million earlier, he believed there was no way Lin Chun could afford another. After all, he was merely a student. Even if he were a wealthy heir, such extravagance was unwarranted. Soon, the second round of bidding began. Featuring a pair of jade bracelets contributed by an antique collector, reputedly over a century old. Although the quality was not exceptional, their value lay in their historical significance. The first bidder called out a price of 100,000. Subsequently, several others joined in with their bids. Luo Weiwei leaned delicately against Li Hao, her voice sweetly pleading, "Darling, I really adore this pair of jade bracelets." As she spoke, she cast a discreet glance at Jiang Li. Li Hao, enchanted by her coy tone, quickly responded, All right, I will bid for you." With that, he raised his paddle, declaring 500,000. This was a full 200,000 more than the previous bid of 300,000. The individuals who had intended to bid for the bracelets immediately fell silent. Li Hao cast a slightly smug glance at Lin Chun, confident that this time, the young man would not dare to compete with him. The host on stage began to speak, and just as the hammer was about to fall, Lin Chun once again raised the sign in his hand. 10 million. A profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 54. Are you deliberately opposing me? Jiang Li was utterly astonished and quickly tugged at Lin Chun's sleeve. "Lin Chun, what are you doing?" Yet, Lin Chun merely looked at her in confusion. "What's the matter?" Jiang Li leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "This is a charity auction. Last year's funds totaled only over 8 million. Your bid of 10 million exceeds even the total from last year. I know you have money, but this isn't how one should spend it." Lin Chun, however, remained unfazed, responding calmly, "It's fine. It's all for charity." Jiang Li was left speechless. Such wealth breeds capriciousness. Meanwhile, Li Hao was infuriated. "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to cause chaos?" Lin Chun glanced at him indifferently. I'm merely following the bidding process. Is there a problem? Li Hao opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. In frustration, he huffed, if you have the guts, don't run when it's time to pay. Once again, it was Jiang Li who stepped up to claim the prize on his behalf. At the same time, a text message arrived on Lin Shen's phone. Spending 10 million, yet earning 30 million. What a delight. At that moment, Li Hao clearly felt disheartened and muttered something about going to the restroom before rising to leave. Just then, Luo Weiwei glanced at Jiang Li on stage, then at Lin Shen, pulled out her phone, and approached him. Mr. Lin, how about we exchange contact information? I'll scan you. Let's be friends? Lin Shen slightly furrowed his brow and replied, I'm afraid I don't have my phone with me. Upon hearing this, Luo Weiwei felt a bit awkward, but soon smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you truly have a sense of humor. I just saw you take out your phone. Lin Shen chuckled without offering an explanation, instead asking, You seem to enjoy making friends. Does your boyfriend know? Luo Weiwei's smile instantly faltered, and seeing Jiang Li nearly returning from the stage, she retreated, inwardly cursing Lin Shen for his lack of sensitivity. Simultaneously, she began to doubt her own allure. Had her charm diminished during this time? Just then, Jiang Li returned to her seat, casting a fleeting glance at Luo Weiwei without uttering a word. Lin Shen turned to Jiang Li with a smile. This bracelet is for you. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Was this bracelet bid for me? As a boy, he had no use for it beyond gifting or collecting. It seemed rather pointless otherwise. As expected, Lin Shen smiled broadly. Indeed, this scene left Luo Weiwei envious, a pang of bitterness swelling within her. Lin Shen possessed a cashback card, which he intended to reserve until the very end. As the subsequent auction items were presented, he refrained from bidding. At this moment, Li Hao had returned to his seat, and the final item up for auction was a crystal necklace, reputedly crafted by a renowned designer from America. Upon witnessing the image projected on the large screen, Luo Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately turned to Li Hao, saying, Darling, you promised to help me bid. Li Hao quickly acquiesced, raising his paddle. 5 million. The opening bid of 5 million deterred many eager bidders. However, Lin Shen remained unfazed, boldly announcing, 10 million. The entire room fell into astonishment. Li Hao was equally taken aback. Having already spent 1,100,000 in the previous rounds, how could Lin Shen shout out 10 million again? After losing the previous two bids, he was determined not to concede this time. Furthermore, Luo Weiwei would not relent easily. Gritting his teeth, Li Hao raised his paddle once more. 11 million. Yet before anyone could react, Lin Shen declared, 20 million. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. What was happening at this charity auction? So many affluent individuals had emerged. Li Hao, infuriated yet hesitant to raise his bid further, glanced at Luo Weiwei, whose face flushed with frustration. She quickly offered him a way out. Darling, let it go. The necklace isn't that significant to me. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, now the possessor of the necklace, had not yet spoken when Lin Shen interjected, This is for you. Jiang Li's laughter danced through the air. It seems you are determined to win my heart. Lin Shen smiled but remained silent. His account had just swelled by 60 million. A certain chord within Jiang Li resonated, and with gratitude, she looked at Lin Shen. Thank you. The necklace is exquisite, and I adore it. She added, Every gift you give me, I cherish. Lin Shen nodded, as long as you like it. Nearby, Luo Weiwei felt a pang of bitterness. She had always enjoyed a subtle rivalry with Jiang Li, but this time, she had suffered a crushing defeat. How she wished Lin Shen were her boyfriend. She contemplated making another effort, but, recalling Lin Shen's earlier demeanor, she hesitated. As the auction drew to a close, a swarm of reporters surged in, encircling Lin Shen and Jiang Li. Sir, you spent over 30 million at this charity auction. What was your motivation? Sir, do you have any remarks to share? In response to the journalists' inquiries, Lin Shen simply smiled and stated, for charity. Abandoning that statement, he departed with Jiang Li, leaving the gathered reporters in a state of bewilderment. Following the conclusion of the auction, the charity gala commenced in a separate banquet hall. Upon entering the hall, Lin Shen was greeted by a familiar voice from behind. Mr. Lin. Both Lin Shen and Jiang Li turned around, only for Jiang Li to momentarily freeze. Wasn't this Zhao Yuanhang, the son of the former owner of Hongda Mall? Indeed, he was no longer the proprietor, as she had recently heard of the change in ownership and had been intending to pay a visit. Though an opportunity had yet to present itself, Lin Shen, feeling somewhat perplexed, recognized the face but could not recall where he had seen it before. Noticing his confusion, Zhao Yuanhang hastily introduced himself. I am Zhao Yuanhang from Hongda Mall. Upon hearing the name, Lin Chen suddenly remembered. Ah, it is Senior Zhao. A hint of embarrassment washed over him. If not for Zhao's prompt, he might have completely forgotten. Mr. Lin, it seems that the esteemed are often forgetful, Zhao quipped. To which Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Zhao Yuanhang then turned his attention to Jiang Li. Isn't this the esteemed director Jiang from Jiaqing? Jiang Li offered a polite smile in return. Young master, Zhao has a remarkable memory. She then glanced between the two. Do you know each other? Before Lin Chen could respond, Zhao Yuanhang interjected. Not only do we know each other, but Mr. Lin has invested 8 billion to acquire our Hongda Mall. What? Lin Chen purchased Hongda Mall. Jiang Li stood frozen, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. She never imagined that the new owner of Hongda, whom she intended to visit, would be Lin Chen. Chapter 55. The most lethal disguise of indifference. The more Jiang Li pondered, the more alarmed she felt. Just who was Lin Chen? Her curiosity about him was piqued. Senior Zhao is jesting, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, oblivious to Jiang Li's thoughts. Soon after, Zhao Yuanhang recalled the Pagani Huayra he had seen outside. He turned to Lin Chen and inquired. That Pagani Huayra parked outside. His words trailed off. Yet the implication was clear. Lin Chen discerned the underlying inquiry and smiled. It belongs to me. Ah, though he had suspected as much. Hearing Lin Chen's admission still left him astonished. I recall that Mr. Lin already owned a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It hasn't been long, yet you have acquired a Huayra as well. Remarkably, there is only one Huayra in the world, and you managed to obtain it. Honestly, I am quite impressed. Zhao Yuanhang's words dripped with envy, as he too was an automobile enthusiast, having only seen the Huayra at an auto show. Lin Chen chuckled softly, replying, It's merely a car. Ah, what is true grandeur? This is it. After a moment of inward reflection, Zhao Yuanhang suddenly remarked, By the way, Mr. Lin, we have a Supercar club here. I wonder if you might be interested in joining? The mention of the Supercar club piqued Lin Chen's curiosity. Zhao Yuanhang elaborated. I am the founder of our Donghai City Supercar Club, a gathering of enthusiasts who come together to indulge in their passion, occasionally racing as well. We even have a member who drives a Pagani, though it pales in comparison to your model. Once you join us, with your Chihu, you would easily outshine all other supercars, making them green with envy. Lin Chen listened with growing interest. How does one join this club? He inquired. In response, Zhao Yuanhang produced his phone. Let us exchange contact details, and I will add you to the club's group chat. Sounds good, Lin Chen replied, promptly retrieving his phone to add Zhao Yuanhang as a friend. Soon after, they exchanged a few more words before the banquet commenced. As the evening progressed, Luo Weiwei and Li Hao seemed to deliberately avoid Lin Chen and Jiang Li, as the latter noticed their absence throughout the entire event. Lin Chen presumed they had left early. However, as the banquet concluded and he was about to head to his car, he spotted them once more. That Pagani is quite the showstopper, Li Hao exclaimed. Indeed, if I could drive that car, I would gladly refrain from touching any other vehicle for a year. It is truly the epitome of a man's dream. Just then, Luo Weiwei tugged at Li Hao's sleeve, gesturing discreetly towards Lin Chen. Upon noticing Lin Chen, Li Hao felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. You're admiring this car too? He asked. Lin Chen smiled. It's just a car. What's so special about it? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Hao's mouth twitched in disbelief. How could he refer to a one-of-a-kind Chihu as merely a car? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and retorted. Isn't it just a car? Li Hao found himself momentarily speechless, realizing Lin Chen had a point. Yes, it was a car. But it represented so much more. Dreams of all men, a symbol of status and prestige. Li Hao asserted vehemently, as though Lin Chen had insulted his very beliefs. Meanwhile, Jiang Li struggled to suppress her laughter, her shoulders trembling in amusement. She eagerly anticipated their reaction upon discovering that Lin Chen was the owner of that remarkable vehicle. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at her, sensing her predicament. Surrounding them, others began to defend the Pagani. What does he mean, just a car? Sounds like someone is envious. Indeed, who would say such a thing unless they were bitter? There often exist individuals who, unable to attain what they desire, resort to slander. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. Should the car owner arrive and overhear their words, one can only imagine the reaction. Li Hao, with his arms crossed and a smug expression, fixated his gaze on Lin Chen, tauntingly inquired, Did you hear what everyone said? What else do you have to say? At that moment, Jiang Li wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's, playfully suggesting, "Darling, shall we head back now?" "All right," Lin Chun replied nonchalantly, retrieving the car keys and striding towards the Chihu. With a roar, the atmosphere froze. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chun opened the car door for Jiang Li and took his place in the driver's seat. It was only when the Chihu vanished from sight that Li Hao regained his composure, albeit feeling extremely embarrassed. That luxurious supercar belonged to Lin Chun. The recollection of his earlier remarks made him wish he could disappear into the ground. The expressions of those around him shifted, realizing that the young gentleman they had just mocked was, in fact, the owner of the Chihu. How utterly embarrassing it was to have belittled the car's owner. It served them right for being misled. Lu Weiwei also felt a sense of shame, abruptly freeing herself from Li Hao's grasp and departing alone. Li Hao, taken aback for a moment, hastily followed after her. Meanwhile, in the car, Jiang Li cast a meaningful glance at Lin Chun, remarking, "I never imagined you could spend over 20 million at this charity auction." Lin Chun chuckled softly, responding, "It's all for charity, after all." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's always the same line. Can't you come up with something more original? Suddenly recalling an event from the stage, Jiang Li inquired, "So, did Luo Daxiong make a move on you today?" Lin Chun coughed lightly. "What do you mean by made a move?" Jiang Li replied, "I saw it on stage." Only then did Lin Chun remember. She wanted my contact information, but I didn't give it to her. However, he shot a glance at Jiang Li, thinking, calling her Luo Daxiong? You have the audacity. Yours is even more pronounced. Chapter 56. Basketball Match. Overwhelmed by pressure to this, Jiang Li expressed surprise. Luo Daxiong is quite the social butterfly in the circle, renowned for her numerous conquests. I can't believe you weren't taken in by her. She is not unattractive, either. Lin Chun replied coolly, "Beautiful exteriors are commonplace. A fascinating soul is truly rare." Jiang Li chuckled, "How intriguing. Many people asked for your contact details today. It seems your romantic prospects are looking bright." Lin Chun smiled wryly. "Such prospects are not what I desire." The two continued their light-hearted banter, swiftly arriving at the Xuanyaju. Lin Chun deliberately parked his car at the entrance of Jiang Li's villa, escorting her home, despite the mere few steps that separated them. After bidding each other farewell, Jiang Li entered her villa, while Lin Chun drove back to his own residence. Upon returning home, he opened his phone and discovered several unread messages, all from Suemo. "Lin Chun, why haven't you attended class these past few days? Fortunately, the teacher hasn't been strict with attendance. Otherwise, you would have faced repercussions. Will you come to class tomorrow?" Lin Chun responded with a message. "Yes, I've been a bit busy lately, but I'll be there tomorrow." After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and headed for a shower. The following day, Lin Chun rose early and followed his class schedule to attend lessons. As he entered the classroom, he noticed Su Imo waving at him. "Lin Chun, I've saved you a seat." He walked directly to her side and took a seat. "Thank you. No problem," Su Imo replied. She then looked at Lin Chun and inquired, "Have you been very busy lately?" Lin Chun nodded, "Indeed, quite busy." At that moment, the class monitor, Chu Qianqian, suddenly turned around and asked with a pitiful expression, "Lin Chun, do you play basketball?" "What's wrong?" Lin Chun queried. Hearing this, Chu Qianqian sighed. "Well, the school is organizing a basketball competition, but as you know, our arts college is severely imbalanced in gender ratio. It's impossible to gather enough players." Lin Chun felt a pang of sympathy for Chu Qianqian for a few seconds. It was true that the arts college had the most pronounced gender disparity, with the number of female students being more than double that of males. However, Lin Chun's lips twitched slightly, and he looked at Chu Qianqian with an expression that spoke volumes. "You don't expect me to play, do you?" Upon hearing this, Chu Qianqian nodded vigorously. Lin Chun, however, shook his head vigorously in refusal. "Let me tell you, I can't play basketball. I haven't even." Just as he was about to confess that he had barely touched a basketball, the system's voice interrupted him. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Participate in the basketball match and acquire top-tier basketball skills." Lin Chun found himself at a loss for words. "Hey, Lin Chun, what's wrong?" Chu Qianqian's voice snapped him back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing. I'll participate," Lin Chun replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qianqian's eyes lit up. "Really? That's wonderful. Lin Chun, you've done me a tremendous favor." Su Mo, standing nearby, chimed in, "I'll cheer for you when the time comes." Lin Chun smiled. "All right, thank you." He sighed inwardly. anticipating that this would likely attract a new wave of admirers. In university, few skills were as alluring to the opposite sex as playing basketball or strumming a guitar. As for the skills rewarded by the system, they are undoubtedly remarkable. Crushing the individuals of this school would pose no challenge. Soon, the day of the basketball match arrived. Due to Lin Chen's illustrious reputation, many girls flocked to the venue upon learning that he would also participate. The place was so crowded that not even the cheerleaders, who were to perform a pre-game dance, could enter without a considerable struggle. Since Lin Chen had yet to take the court and had not acquired top-tier skills, his performance during the training days had been subpar, resulting in his assignment as a substitute player. Many girls, upon learning of this arrangement, expressed their dissatisfaction. The order of appearance for the match was determined by a lottery conducted by the representatives of each college, and unfortunately, the College of Arts drew the short straw, facing the formidable Sports College. It is worth noting that the athletes from the Sports College are robust and muscular. In previous basketball tournaments, they had consistently claimed victory. This meant that the College of Arts was confronted with the strongest opponents right from the outset, making it likely that they would not even survive this first round. To add to the misfortune, Chen Yao, who had a prior grievance with Lin Chen since the beginning of the semester, was also part of this team. He immediately recognized Lin Chen and felt a twinge of regret upon discovering that Lin Chen was a substitute. Since Lin Chen had been stealing the limelight since his enrollment, Chen Yao was quite displeased. He planned to teach Lin Chen a lesson during this game. However, Lin Chen had no recollection of who he was, let alone recognize him. After a vibrant dance performance, the basketball game commenced. As Lin Chen donned his team uniform, an influx of basketball knowledge surged into his consciousness, making him feel as though he had played for decades. Incredible, Lin Chen mused silently. As he anticipated, the College of Arts was immediately overwhelmed by the Sports College's onslaught. The Sports College scored 12 points while the College of Arts managed only 1. The score was 12-1. Who was the number 11 from the Sports College? Remarkably skilled. That seemed to be Captain Chen Kai, a true basketball virtuoso. Chen Kai is so handsome. He is my type. Being crushed from the onset. The players from the College of Arts grew increasingly anxious, leading to disorganized tactics, resulting in their failure to score another point. Several players bore visible injuries. On the sidelines, the 3 substitute players, excluding Lin Chen, sighed in despair. Was there even a need to compete? The Sports College was simply bullying them. They might as well concede, considering the state of their players on the court, let alone their own capabilities as substitutes. Lin Chen cast a light glance in their direction and remarked, "The game is not over yet." One of them replied, "Is there really a need to watch? We are certain to lose. The score is 28-1. Isn't that dire enough?" Lin Chen turned away, choosing to remain silent. It was simply a matter of boosting others' confidence while undermining one's own spirit. As the first half concluded, the score had reached a staggering 30-2. During the 10-minute intermission, the cheerleaders graced the court once more with an invigorating dance, elevating the atmosphere. However, the basketball players remained disinterested, engrossed in strategizing for the second half. The athletes from the sports academy were overwhelmingly formidable. I had been knocked around several times, and the referee did not blow the whistle even once. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. Alas, I am at my limit. I can no longer continue. My knee is in excruciating pain. Several players lamented. Lin Chen inquired, "Who among you wishes to step off the court? I shall take your place." "You?" A few pairs of incredulous eyes turned towards Lin Chen, recalling his performance during practice, which left everyone wearing expressions of unutterable dismay. "Lin Chen, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your skills, cough. Everyone is aware of your basketball prowess. You're merely a placeholder, so why not sit this one out? Let them take the court." Indeed. Lin Chen glanced back at the substitutes. "Who among you wishes to play?" They exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. "You lot." The captain was beside himself with frustration. "If you are unwilling to play, what is the point of being substitutes?" The players were on the verge of tears. "We were merely brought in to fill the ranks." One of their teammates had been injured, unable to continue. Yet among the substitutes, only Lin Chen was willing to take the court. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. "Then it seems I must go on." The captain sighed. "Very well. It must be so." Soon, the 10-minute intermission came to an end. As Lin Chen stepped onto the court, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Chen Kai's eyes. He quietly remarked to the teammates behind him, "Did you see that number 14? Be sure to take care of him. It would not do to offend openly. A subtle approach would suffice, wouldn't it?" Chapter 57. A dramatic turn of events. The second half of the game commenced. Chen Kai seized the ball first, making a few swift strides before executing another slam dunk. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chen Kai was truly impressive. How many times has he dunked now? It appears the sports academy is destined for victory. His prowess was undeniable, while the literature college had yet to showcase any noteworthy skills. Wait. Look. Lin Shun dashed to the center court, receiving the passed ball, and leaped with vigor. An exquisitely graceful arc traced through the air as the ball sailed effortlessly into the basket. A three-pointer. The literature college erupted in jubilation. This was their representative team's first three-pointer since the game began. Incredible. Who dared to claim that Lin Shun could not play basketball? Step forward, and I assure you, I will not hold back. However, let us not rejoice too soon. With such a significant score gap, even if Lin Shun excels, it may be impossible to catch up. I concur. On the court, the player wearing jersey number 3 made a critical passing error, which was swiftly intercepted by Lin Shun. Following this, he executed a three-step layup, skillfully sending the ball through the hoop. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted. Chen Kai, feeling flustered, shouted, "Keep an eye on that guy. Do not let him score again." At last, the ball found its way into Chen Kai's hands, but before he could react, Lin Shun aggressively snatched it away and launched a long-range shot. Another three-pointer. Chen Kai's complexion darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Just as he had commanded not to let Lin Shun score again, the latter had effortlessly made another three-pointer. A panting team member from the sports academy exclaimed, "Brother Kai, we can't stop him. He's incredibly fierce. Even if we can't, you must try to." Chen Kai gritted his teeth in determination. The intensity of the match escalated, leaving spectators on the edge of their seats. The score was narrowing, with the Arts College even leading the sports academy by 3 points. The students from the Arts College, who had initially been disheartened, suddenly felt rejuvenated, as if they had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. With a majority of female students present, their piercing cheers filled the arena. "Go, Lin Shun. Lin Shun is the most handsome. Lin Shun is my idol. Who was it that made my idol a benchwarmer? Go, Lin Shun. Long live the Arts College." Amidst the crowd, Su Mo managed to squeeze her way to the front, shouting with flushed cheeks and a throbbing neck. It seemed like this was her first experience of such fervor. As the match neared its climax, with only a minute remaining, the ball reached Chen Kai, who was poised to shoot, having already leaped into the air. Suddenly, another figure sprang up, forcefully swatting the ball backward. "Damn it! Block him!" A powerful rejection. It was Lin Shun once again. One of the players retrieved the ball and passed it to Lin Shun. Several opponents quickly surrounded him, but Lin Shun crouched while faking a pass. As his adversaries were momentarily deceived by his feint, he sprang up, twisting midair, and effortlessly scored in the opponent's basket. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Cheers erupted once more. The Arts College supporters relaxed, overwhelmed by the heat of the moment. How exhilarating! Lin Shun stripped off his jersey and tossed it aside carelessly. This act elicited a cacophony of enthusiastic screams from the audience. "Oh, that physique is incredible. My goodness. How fierce is that? He plays fiercely, and his physique is even more impressive. Mamma mia, I'm losing my mind." The female students from the Arts College and the Foreign Languages Department were in a frenzy. Su Mo, too, was left astonished, her eyes wide in disbelief. Those abs, those biceps, she thought, utterly mesmerized. In the brief moment she was entranced, a swarm of girls rushed towards Lin Shun, offering him bottles of water. "Lin Shun, I just went to the supermarket to buy this water for you. Choose me. My choice is soda water, which is better for the body." Lin Shun was taken aback by the situation, momentarily unsure of whom to approach. Su Mo glanced at the bottle of mineral water in her hand, then at Lin Shun, who was surrounded by people, feeling somewhat at a loss. At that moment, Lin Shun, blessed with a significant height advantage, quickly spotted the bewildered Su Mo suddenly. He recalled her promise in class to bring him water. She actually came? With that thought, Lin Shun hurriedly said, "Excuse me, please make way." After finally reaching Su Mo, he extended his hand, asking, "Where's my water?" Su Mo stood stunned for 2 seconds before handing over the mineral water. The other girls felt a pang of jealousy. Lin Shun took it directly, unscrewed the cap with a rough motion, and began drinking eagerly, his throat parched from exertion. Sweat glistened on his body, making him even more appealing. As the thought crossed Su Mo's mind, she startled herself. How could she entertain such indecent thoughts? At that moment, Someone from the basketball team called out to Lin Chen again. He quickly returned the half-empty bottle to Su Mo, saying, "Could you please dispose of this for me? I'll treat you to dinner tonight." With that, Lin Chen departed, leaving Su Mo in a state of disarray. In a flurry, she pulled out her phone to search for advice. What should one wear when going out to dinner with a boy? Meanwhile, Chen Kai glared at Lin Chen, seething with anger. What was once a certain victory had been completely overturned by Lin Chen's mere presence. How infuriating. Even more humiliating was the fact that their sports academy had claimed victory for several consecutive years, yet in their cohort, they faced elimination in the very first match. Was there anything more embarrassing than that? After addressing the subsequent matters, Lin Chen changed back into his clothes only to find Su Mo waiting for him. Lin Chen caught a whiff of his own sweat and, feeling a bit awkward, said, "I need to go shower. Would you like to wait for me at my place?" Su Mo quickly waved her hand. "No, I need to head back to the dormitory anyway. I'll find you later." After considering it, Lin Chen agreed, driving home first. Su Mo, upon arriving at her dorm, began rummaging through her belongings. 2 hours later, after finishing his shower, Lin Chen texted Su Mo and discovered she was still in her dorm, so he went to pick her up. Su Mo struggled in front of the mirror for quite some time before ultimately selecting a charming white princess dress. Just as Lin Chen arrived at the bottom of her dormitory, lamenting the complexities of women, a system notification appeared. Chapter 58, A Beautiful Encounter Ding. Congratulations. The host has triggered a plot task. Take Su Mo to Yuzlin for dinner. Reward, Pagani Huayra. Hiss. Lin Chen was astonished. Yet another unique supercar? He already possessed 2 of the 3 Dragon Sun supercars and couldn't help but feel intrigued. Who would claim the third? Just as his mind wandered, Su Mo had already descended the stairs. Today, Lin Chen was in high spirits. He dashed out of the car and, with a gentlemanly demeanor, opened the door for Su Mo. "Thank you," Su Mo said, settling into the passenger seat. Lin Chen nonchalantly waved his hand, replying, "No need to mention it. It was merely a small gesture, something I ought to do." Observing Lin Chen's exuberance, Su Mo felt a flicker of curiosity. "You seem particularly cheerful today. Has something good happened?" "Good? Well, acquiring yet another unique supercar is certainly a stroke of luck," he mused internally, though he outwardly remarked, "Of course I'm happy to dine with a beautiful lady." Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. His words stirred a tempest within her heart. Lin Chen remained oblivious to her reaction. After composing herself, Su Mo inquired, "So where are we going for dinner?" "Yuzlin," he replied. Soon, a Pagani Huayra arrived at the entrance of Yuzlin, causing quite a stir. Lin Chen had grown accustomed to such attention, yet Su Mo still felt a bit uneasy. The location of Yuzlin was somewhat secluded. Without a navigation system, Lin Chen would have struggled to find it. As they stepped through the grand entrance of Yuzlin, the system rewarded him. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 1 Pagani Huayra. Note, the car is parked in the Yun Sujian Villa parking lot. The key is in the drawer of the bedside table in the master bedroom." Lin Chen smiled. Not bad, he thought. The ambience of Yuzlin was delightful, fresh and elegant, with a subtle aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air, awakening Lin Chen's appetite. However, Su Mo gently tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, whispering, "Lin Chen, it seems the average cost here is 2,000 to 3,000 per person. It's quite expensive." In response, Lin Chen confidently stated, "No worries. I can certainly afford a meal." Su Mo fell silent, taken aback that Lin Chen had chosen such a luxurious dining establishment. Initially, she had planned to treat him in return, but now she found herself in a bit of a quandary. After ordering the dishes, Lin Chen led Su Mo to a suitable table. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes began to arrive. "By the way, where has Su Tao been lately? I haven't seen her around." Lin Chen casually inquired as he savored his meal. She has classes," Su Mo replied. "Oh," Lin Chen responded with a hint of indifference. Truth be told, the cuisine at Yuzlin was quite remarkable. The caviar and shrimp mousse, when placed on the tongue, released an explosion of shrimp flavor as it melted in the mouth. A delightful sensation, followed by the savory crunch of the biscuit base. The matsutake mushroom stew with fish maw is rich and savory, the fish maw tender and glutinous. Particularly noteworthy is a dish of fine noodles, which are delicate and fragrant. However, when it was served, Lin Chen did not catch the name of the dish. He turned to a nearby waiter and inquired, "What is the name of this noodle?" The waiter smiled and replied, "Good day, sir. This is called cordyceps golden silk noodles." "How much for a serving?" Lin Chen asked again. In the set menu, It is 198 yuan per serving, but if ordered a la carte, it costs 398 yuan. Suemo looked at the teacup-sized portion of noodles and couldn't help but click her tongue. These noodles are quite expensive. However, they are indeed delicious. Linshan nodded. Yes, please bring me 2 bowls. Given that a mere teacup-sized serving of cordyceps golden silk noodles costs 400 yuan, would 2 large bowls not exceed 10,000? The patrons at nearby tables instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Chun. Suemo was also taken aback. However, considering Lin Chun drove a supercar, although she was not knowledgeable about cars, such an expense should be trivial for him. Still, spending 10,000 yuan on noodles is undeniably extravagant. Sir, are you certain you want 2 bowls? The waiter reiterated, fearful of mishearing. Lin Chun nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. Seeing this, the waiter hurriedly retreated to contact the kitchen via intercom. This was her first encounter with someone ordering cordyceps golden silk noodles by the bowl. Suemo quickly leaned closer and whispered to Lin Chun. Lin Chun, can we finish 2 bowls? Lin Chun furrowed his brow slightly. We should be able to, right? You quite enjoy eating, don't you? A tiny cup would be gone in just 2 bites. How unexciting. Upon hearing Lin Chun's words, Suemo was momentarily taken aback. Did Lin Chun order this dish for her sake? With this thought, her heart swelled with emotion, yet she couldn't help but feel a pang for Lin Chun's wallet, as those noodles were indeed exorbitantly priced. Soon, the cordyceps golden silk noodles arrived, and Lin Chun served Suemo a generous bowl before he began to eat himself. Across from him, Suemo took a bite of the noodles, stealing glances at Lin Chun from time to time. After finishing the meal and returning Suemo home, Lin Chun eagerly headed back to his villa, eager to experience the handling of his new car, the Eyeball. Pagani had specifically designed 3 vehicles for this model, with both the Chihu and Eyeball in his possession. The Chihu boasts a luxurious black and gold color, while the Eyeball exudes an air of nobility and mystery in deep purple. The driving feel of both cars is comparable, but their worth lies in their uniqueness. The following day, Lin Chun drove the Eyeball to enjoy dim sum. This establishment was one he frequented, and upon arrival, he ordered his usual favorites, crystal buns, tofu pudding, and steamed dumplings, finding a spot to indulge heartily. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a short-haired beauty impatiently sent a voice message. Hey, Ji Yiming, have you arrived yet? The other party promptly replied, I've arrived. Sighing deeply, the beautiful woman walked inside. Her name was Yi Qinxue, and she had come here today at her mother's strong insistence to meet a prospective match. Supposedly, he had just returned from studying abroad, carrying an air of superiority, speaking half in Chinese and half in a foreign tongue, which was quite bothersome. Initially reluctant to attend, Yi Qinxue felt compelled to come in order to dissuade him. To this end, she deliberately disguised herself, applying eyeliner to her face to create a multitude of freckles, hoping to frighten off this Ji Yiming. However, upon entering the establishment and surveying her surroundings, her gaze ultimately settled on Lin Chun. Everyone else was paired off, yet he sat alone. Could it be that this sunny, handsome young man was Ji Yiming? But how could he have started without her? Chapter 59, Mistaken Identity. Having seen Ji Yiming's photo before, he did not appear to resemble this young man. Was it possible he had intentionally altered his image to test her? Realizing this, Yi Qinxue hastily retreated to the entrance, using makeup remover wipes to erase the freckles from her face, and swiftly applied a more flattering makeup look. With the final stroke of lipstick, her transformation was complete. Satisfied, she closed her compact and re-entered the cafe. A beauty commands attention wherever she goes, and standing at 1.7 meters tall with long, straight legs and a perfectly proportioned figure, Yi Qinxue was indeed striking. The moment she stepped in, all eyes converged upon her. Such grace and an exquisite figure. Was she perhaps a model? She seemed vaguely familiar, resembling a certain star. What was her name again? It was clear she was indeed a person. But the question lingered. Was she dining alone? Meanwhile, Lin Chun, who was enjoying his breakfast, lifted his gaze to glance at her. Indeed, she was a beauty. However, he had encountered numerous stunning women before, class beauties like Song Qingwan and Suemo, as well as Jiang Huli, each possessing their own unique charm. Beautiful exteriors are commonplace. It is the intriguing soul that is truly rare. With this thought, Lin Chun returned to his meal. Yet, Yi Qinxue, under the scrutiny of the crowd, boldly took a seat across from him. Hi, you arrived quite early. Lin Chun was taken aback for a moment, responding with a dazed greeting. Hi, you're also early. What is going on? Just as he was about to voice his curiosity, Yi Qinxue suddenly exclaimed, "Crystal buns. And this tofu pudding." Lin Chen blinked in surprise. "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Yi Qinxue replied with delight, "These are my favorite dishes. This establishment has been in operation for over a decade. During my school days, the most delightful experience was savoring a steaming basket of crystal dumplings and relishing a warm bowl of tofu pudding here. However, something seems to be amiss." As she spoke, she glanced around. "What is missing?" Lin Chen inquired. "Wait a moment." With that, Yi Qinxue stood up and made her way to the shelf designated for condiments and pickles, returning with a small bowl of sauce. "What is this?" Lin Chen asked. Yi Qinxue cast a proud glance at him. "You wouldn't understand, would you? Dipping the crystal dumplings in this sauce is simply divine. You should give it a try." With a skeptical look, Lin Chen picked up a dumpling, dipped it in the sauce, and took a bite. Instantly, his eyes sparkled. It's different. The flavor lingers, and it's so fresh." Seeing this, Yi Qinxue beamed. "How is it? Impressive, right?" Lin Chen looked at her with appreciation. "You're quite something." Without hesitation, Yi Qinxue skillfully pulled the half-eaten plate of steamed dumplings towards herself, picked one up with her chopsticks, and began to dip it in the sauce. "This sauce makes everything delicious," she remarked as she ate. Meanwhile, Lin Chen experienced a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was curious about their sudden familiarity, considering this was their first meeting. "How old are you?" Yi Qinxue inquired between bites. Having turned 24, she assumed that Ji Yiming, who had studied abroad for a few years, must be a few years her senior. Yet, he appeared as youthful as a college student. Lin Chen replied, 20. Cough. Yi Qinxue suddenly choked, coughing a couple of times. "Are you all right?" Lin Chen offered her a glass of warm water. Yi Qinxue felt a warm glow in her heart. She hadn't expected Ji Yiming to be quite so considerate. But this 20 Yi Qinxue suddenly recalled her mother mentioning that Ji Yiming was a child prodigy. Could it be that he had skipped grades and returned from studying abroad at just 20? Impressive indeed. Quietly, Yi Qinxue took out her phone and composed a message to her mother. "Mom, I am very pleased with this matchmaker's choice." "Thank you, Mom." Her mother promptly replied, "As long as you're satisfied." With a smile, Yi Qinxue put her phone away and looked at Lin Chen cheerfully. "Would you prefer someone a few years older?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. "I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean." Yi Qinxue playfully pouted. "Oh, I was just asking if you would mind a May-December romance." Lin Chen. Just then, a man in a suit, his hair slicked back with gel, rushed into the shop. Upon spotting Yi Qinxue, his eyes lit up. He immediately pulled out his phone and searched for her photo. Indeed, this is his blind date. Yi Qinxue. Little did he expect that not only did she look stunning in photographs, but in person, she was even more beautiful. With that thought in mind, he hurriedly took a few steps forward. "Qinxue, my apologies for arriving late. I am Ji Yiming." Yi Qinxue was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lin Chen and then at Ji Yiming, completely bewildered. Chapter 60. "Where is your father, Lin Chen?" "You are Ji Yiming?" Yi Qinxue exclaimed, standing up in astonishment. Ji Yiming nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I am indeed Ji Yiming, your blind date." He then turned to Lin Chen, a hint of displeasure furrowing his brow. "Qinxue, is this your friend? Bringing a male friend to a blind date, what is that all about?" It was at that moment that Yi Qinxue realized she had mistaken him for someone else. Lin Chen also belatedly understood that a significant misunderstanding had occurred. Ji Yiming continued, "Qinxue, this is where you went wrong. If we are going on a date, you shouldn't be bringing any male friends along. I tend to speak bluntly, so please don't take offense. If we are to date, you must sever all ties with those male friends since you already have a boyfriend, and it would be inappropriate to maintain contact with them." "Stop." Yi Qinxue quickly made a gesture to halt him, only to realize that she had been led astray by Ji Yiming's comments, leaving her utterly speechless. She turned to Lin Chen, clasping her hands together in a pleading manner. "I'm so sorry, young sir. I mistakenly identified the wrong person and disturbed you. I truly apologize." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "It's all right." "Ah." The young man's smile was quite charming. Then she glanced back at Ji Yiming, who was simply beyond description. Ji Yiming then pulled Yi Qinxue to another side. "Since we don't know each other, let's not discuss this any further." Yi Qinxue shrugged off his hand and followed him to another table, taking a seat. However, Ji Yiming began to wipe the table with his finger, expressing his disdain. "In our country, everything is just dirty, not at all sanitary. Look at this restaurant. Compared to those abroad, it's simply too lowbrow." Yi Qinxue shot him an impatient glare. "Are you going to sit or not? If not, I'll leave. Everyone else can sit. Why can't you? Do you really think that breathing foreign air for a few years makes you superior? How pretentious. Then Ji Yiming continued. Qinxue, let me tell you. Our ladies abroad are independent and self-sufficient, and I hope you are that kind of girl too. So let us split the bill later. All right. Yi Qinxue was nearly at her wit's end. This Ji Yiming was exceedingly annoying, his hair slicked back with wax gleaming, presenting the very image of a greasy uncle. Upon observing her charming companion, whose radiance and charm were undeniable, she couldn't help but glance in Lin Chen's direction, only to find him finishing his meal and preparing to leave. Witnessing her date's lingering gaze on another man, Ji Yiming felt a surge of jealousy and exclaimed, Qinxue, how could you? His words were abruptly interrupted by Yi Qinxue. I'm sorry, Ji Yiming, but I believe we are not suited for each other. I wish you the best in finding happiness. I must pursue my own happiness now. With remarkable speed, she articulated her sentiments and dashed out. Excuse me, sir. Upon stepping out of the cafe, Lin Chen paused, hearing her call from behind. Is there something you need? Yi Qinxue, feeling slightly bashful, introduced herself. I am Yi Qinxue. May we be friends? Lin Chen nodded in response. I am Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Ji Yiming, having followed them, witnessed this exchange. What are you doing? He bellowed, drawing the attention of the breakfast patrons within the cafe. I, a distinguished scholar returned from abroad, cannot be outdone by this fellow. He glared at Lin Chen with contempt, as if he were a villain of the highest order. Lin Chen, bewildered, questioned, what have I done? At that moment, a notification from the system appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a plot task. Slap the absurd blind date, Ji Yiming, and rescue Yi Qinxue. Reward, run a law firm. Lin Chen hesitated momentarily. Was this slap the kind of slap he thought it was? Ji Yiming, in a fit of rage, turned to Yi Qinxue, exclaiming, how can you be so shameless? You're on a date with me, and yet, suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Lin Chen struck Ji Yiming. Stunned, Ji Yiming gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief, his face burning with pain, convinced he must be dreaming. Even Yi Qinxue gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in shock. At that moment, the system chimed again. Congratulations, host, for completing the plot task and receiving run a law firm. Ah, splendid. A slap to an absurd blind date, and an additional enterprise gained, Lin Chen mused. You slapped me? Ji Yiming stammered, his fury rendering him nearly speechless. Lin Chen chuckled. It was merely a blind date. Did you truly believe she was your wife? To insult a woman, who else should I strike? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yi Qinxue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh my, so handsome. His principles are commendable. He is exactly my type. While Ji Yiming remained in a state of shock, Lin Chen simply drove away. Once Yi Qinxue regained her senses, she realized she had forgotten to ask for Lin Chen's contact information and hurriedly chased after him, leaving Ji Yiming alone, bewildered by the turn of events. Meanwhile, at Run Law Firm, in the conference room, the former boss, Li Run, sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his capable subordinates. Do you know the reason for this urgent meeting? A mysterious magnate has acquired Run Law Firm, which implies, as he spoke, his gaze swept across the attendees, that you now have a new employer. Upon hearing this, the crowd below was taken aback. What? Isn't Run thriving? Why the sudden change? Indeed, boss, this is quite unexpected. Boss, Run is your life's work. Listening to the murmurs of his employees, Li Run leisurely leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and remarked nonchalantly. There was no way around it. The other party offered a staggering 500 million in one go. I simply could not refuse. 500 million. The crowd was flabbergasted. Their firm was valued at around 300 million, yet the other party had directly proposed 500 million. What kind of affluent individual is this? Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just returned to school when he received a call from Run Law Firm. Mr. Lin, greetings. I am from the legal department of Run Law Firm. May I inquire if you are available? Shall we schedule a time for the handover procedures? Before Lin Chen could respond, he continued, if you are unavailable, we can come to you. Very well, then, please come over. Lin Chen promptly provided his home address. Subsequently, he engaged in a video game at home, awaiting their arrival. An hour later, at the entrance of the Shuayan Yaju Villa community, Li Run wore a grave expression. It seems this Mr. Lin is quite remarkable. He resides in the prestigious Yanshuijian. Among all the villas in Shuayan Yaju, only this one bears its own name, Yanshuijian. He Zhonghai added, indeed. I recall that this Shuayan Yaju is not easily attainable, even with wealth. When I learned that this villa had been sold, I was puzzled as to which tycoon had purchased it. Little did I know, this tycoon has become my employer. After registering at the entrance, the two men entered Xuanyaju. Meanwhile, Lin Shun was engrossed in his game. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, prompting Lin Shun to hastily set down his phone and head to the door. Standing there were two middle-aged men in formal attire. One was Li Ran, and the other was He Jianghai. Lin Shun, dressed in a loose-fitting loungewear, inquired, "Are you from Run Law Firm?" The two nodded, "Yes." "Oh, please come in." Once inside the villa, they discovered Lin Shun was the sole occupant. Li Ran asked, "Where is your elder?" "What?" Lin Shun thought he had misheard. What did he mean? Li Ran quickly reiterated, "I meant to ask, where is your father, Mr. Lin Shun?" Chapter 61. Uncle, I have been struck. "Oh, I am Lin Shun. And you are from the law firm, correct?" With that, he casually seated himself upon the sofa and addressed the two. "Please, have a seat." "What? He is Lin Shun? The very individual who invested 500 million to acquire Run Law Firm is merely a youth who appears to be in his early 20s? They were utterly astonished. What is happening in this world? It is truly terrifying. At their age, they were still asking their families for money. Yet here is someone residing in the most luxurious abode in Donghai City, Yanshuijian, and having purchased their law firm. It is a stark reminder of how one can feel dwarfed in comparison. Both were at a loss for words. Observing their dazed expressions, Lin Shun inquired with some confusion, "Why are you staring at me? Please, have a seat." "Oh, right." The two finally snapped back to reality and took their places opposite Lin Shun. After introducing themselves, Li Ran awkwardly remarked, "I apologize for my astonishment. We truly did not expect Mr. Lin to be so youthful." Unable to suppress his curiosity, he then asked, "Mr. Lin, may I inquire your age?" Lin Shun replied, "I am 20. Upon hearing this, the corners of their eyes twitched slightly. Just moments ago, they had presumed that Mr. Lin must be in his 20s, at the very least a university graduate. Yet, to their surprise, he was only 20. This, they thought, was beyond what they had envisioned. Was he perhaps still a university student? Lin Shun nodded. "Yes, I am a freshman." "Mr. Lin, you are indeed remarkably accomplished at such a young age." He Jianghai quickly began to flatter. Lin Shun smiled modestly. "You flatter me." Then, he remembered that they had traveled a considerable distance and could not allow them to go without even a cup of tea. With a hint of apology, he said, "My apologies, I almost forgot. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare some tea for you." With that, he rose and left the room. Meanwhile, He Jianghai surveyed the surroundings. This truly is the most opulent residence in Donghai City. The interior is extravagantly designed, with impeccable lighting and layout. He must be the sole occupant of such a grand villa. This young Mr. Lin resides in the pinnacle of real estate in Donghai City and has acquired an entire law firm. What an eye-opening experience. Li Run nodded in agreement. Indeed. He does not appear to be a local. He is likely a scion from the capital. Otherwise, how could he wield such influence? At this point, Li Run hastily added, "Do remember not to pry into his background. That would be quite inappropriate." He Jianghai promptly nodded, understood. Just as they finished their exchange, Lin Shun returned, bearing 2 cups of tea, which he placed before Li Run and He Jianghai. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become a scion of the aristocracy in the eyes of these two individuals. After a brief discussion regarding the future direction of the Run law firm, they commenced the subsequent handover procedures. Li Run then retrieved a series of documents from the briefcase he had brought, which included the equity transfer contracts and other pertinent materials of the firm. Following the completion of the handover, the two prepared to depart. Before leaving, Li Run, with a solemn expression, stated, "Mr. Lin, the future of Run now rests in your capable hands." Lin Shun replied with a smile, "You flatter me. It will require collective effort from all of us." Although Li Run was no longer the proprietor of Run, he remained a major shareholder. Thus, he would not sever his ties with the firm. As soon as he exited the Shuan residence, He Jianghai received a phone call. It was from his sister's son, his nephew Ji Yiming. "Uncle, I've been beaten." The moment he pressed the answer button, those words echoed in his ear. "What?" He Jianghai's fury ignited instantly. His nephew was cherished by his sister, and now he had been assaulted? Beside him, Li Run cast a glance in his direction. "What's the matter? What happened?" "My nephew claims he has been attacked," He Jianghai replied, his brow furrowed. Li Run, slightly taken aback, responded, "Is that so? You should inquire further." Nodding in agreement, He Jianghai continued, "Please tell me exactly what transpired." While his temper flared, He Jianghai was not unreasonable. If Ji Yiming were at fault, he would not offer assistance. However, If the blame lay with the assailant, he would ensure that individual faced dire consequences. Ji Yiming, having just returned from studying abroad, was well-mannered and reasonable. It was likely that the fault lay with the other party. Ji Yiming hastily explained, "It happened like this. My mother recently introduced me to a potential match, and I thought she seemed quite agreeable, so I approached her. But then, the fellow mistook me for someone else, and to make matters worse, he attempted to claim her for himself. I merely engaged him in a discussion, and he resorted to violence. My face is still stinging." Completely oblivious to any fault of his own, Ji Yiming's demeanor was unrepentant. Upon hearing his nephew's account, He Zhonghai was incensed. "What? That individual was so outrageous as to strike you?" "Indeed," Ji Yiming affirmed. He Zhonghai then inquired, "What is this scoundrel's name? I will not let him escape retribution." Ji Yiming pondered the scene for a moment, recalling that shortly afterwards, Yi Qinxue had chased after the assailant to ask for his name. "I believe it was Lin Shun," he finally stated. Upon hearing this, He Zhonghai's expression froze. After a few seconds, realization struck him. Lin Shun, their new boss, was indeed named Lin Shun. This Lin Shun, was he not the one associated with the character of Dual Woods and Exquisite Jade? He Zhonghai then inquired. Ji Yiming was momentarily taken aback. He had only vaguely heard the person's name and was uncertain of its exact characters. "It must be so." He Zhonghai followed up with another question. "Is he around 20 years old, resembling a university student, handsome and fair-skinned?" This time, Ji Yiming was utterly stunned. "Uncle, how do you know? Do you know him?" He Zhonghai closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to quell the anger swelling within him. "Yes, I know him." A spark of joy lit up Ji Yiming's face. "That's splendid, uncle. I want him incarcerated for at least 10 years. Once that brat is behind bars, let's see how he dares to forcefully pursue Yi Qinxue." He Zhonghai was now disinclined to continue the conversation, fearing he might be driven to a fit of rage. "Where are you?" he asked. "I'm at home. Why?" "Stay there. I'm coming over now." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. "That scoundrel, my nephew, is none other than Lin Shun." He Zhonghai clenched his phone tightly, gritting his teeth. "What?" Li Run exclaimed in surprise. "So he has offended Lin Shun?" He Zhonghai nodded. He now intended to compel Ji Yiming to personally apologize to Lin Shun. Meanwhile, Ji Yiming was leisurely waiting in his villa for his uncle, He Zhonghai's arrival. His uncle, He Zhonghai, was a renowned lawyer in Donghai City, and with his assistance, it was highly probable that Lin Shun would face serious consequences. Just then, the doorbell rang, prompting Ji Yiming to nonchalantly head to the door. Upon seeing He Zhonghai, he was about to greet him when a thunderous slap struck him across the face. An abrupt silence enveloped the air. Ji Yiming stared in disbelief at He Zhonghai. "Uncle, why did you hit me?" Chapter 62. A case of being set up. He Zhonghai shoved him inside and swiftly closed the door. "Uncle." Ji Yiming looked at him with pleading eyes, bewildered by the sudden and unjustified slap he had received. It was worth noting that He Zhonghai feared his own mother immensely, and Ji Yiming, being the sole son in the family, had been cherished and spoiled since childhood. Being struck by that brat Lin Shun was one thing, but now even his own uncle had slapped him. Seething with anger, He Zhonghai raised his hand again, but after a moment's thought, he lowered it. "Have you offended Lin Shun?" He Zhonghai asked, suppressing his fury. "Come with me. We are going to apologize to him." Having previously encountered Lin Shun, He Zhonghai could discern the latter's character from his demeanor and conduct. Initially, he had thought Ji Yiming was the one being bullied, but it now appeared that Ji Yiming had been the one to provoke Lin Shun. Upon hearing this, Ji Yiming immediately grew displeased. "Uncle, what do you mean I offended him? And why should I apologize to him?" He was undeniably rude, launching into an attack without a word of warning. "You wretched creature." He Zhonghai was nearly beside himself with rage, delivering a swift kick that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. "Clearly, you have been spoiled rotten in this household, producing a wretch like you." Ji Yiming felt a profound sense of indignation. Internally, he vowed to return home and inform his mother, urging her to deal with his uncle. Meanwhile, He Zhonghai, pointing an accusatory finger at him, seethed, "Do you have any idea who Lin Shun is, the person you have offended?" At this moment, Ji Yiming too felt anger rising within him. What does it matter who he is? He is merely a kid dressed in cheap goods. He Zhonghai was so furious that his head throbbed. A rush of blood surged within him, nearly causing him to faint. "That Lin Shun, after you insulted him, immediately acquired the majority shares of our run law firm. He is now the controlling shareholder, our new boss. What's it to me?" Ji Yiming, initially dismissive, was struck dumb as the reality dawned upon him. Uncle, what did you just say? This Lin Chun is now the owner of Run. In a fit of rage, He Jianghai kicked over a chair beside him, startling Ji Yiming into a jolt. But that's not all. Do you know how much he spent? 500 million. Paid in a single transfer. He Jianghai continued. And do you have any idea where he resides? The Water's Edge Villa District, with his mansion being the most luxurious in Donghai City, the Yunshui residence. After absorbing He Jianghai's revelations, Ji Yiming's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the sofa. How could this be happening? He Jianghai sighed deeply. My former boss, Li Run, and I have always regarded Lin Chun as a man of profound mystery. You truly have the audacity to offend someone we dared not cross. Ji Yiming lamented. Uncle, I was unaware. Had I known he was such a magnate, even tenfold my courage would not have sufficed. He was puzzled as to how such a wealthy individual would choose to dine in a roadside eatery. Such a place would be beneath someone of his stature. Was it possible that the affluent had a penchant for feigning poverty? At this, He Jianghai rose abruptly. Come. We must go and apologize to him. This time, Ji Yiming dared not retort, following his uncle without protest. Meanwhile, Lin Chun was preparing to drive out for lunch in his striking supercar. The vehicles on the road, upon sighting his eye-catching ride, hurriedly swerved to avoid him. Upon reaching the bustling pedestrian street, Lin Chun slowed his speed. Suddenly, an elderly woman appeared ahead, engrossed in a phone call. Unsteadily, she noticed the approaching car, but made no attempt to move aside. Is that the dark purple one coming? She asked. Are you sure it's the more expensive one? All right, I understand. Taking her for a blind pedestrian about to cross, Lin Chun halted. However, once she ended her call, she staggered forward, twisting her ankle and collapsing right in front of Lin Chun's vehicle. Oh dear, my old back. The audacity. Driving without paying attention to the road. At my age, what would happen if something unfortunate were to occur? Staring at the scene before him, Lin Chun was bewildered. Had he been the victim of a scam? Just as he stepped out of the car to assess the situation, a middle-aged couple rushed towards him. Oh my, are you all right? The bald man bellowed. The woman joined in, wailing dramatically. Heavens, my elderly mother has been hit by a car. What shall we do? The bald man glared at Lin Chun, demanding. What do you propose we do about this? The woman shouted, compensation is a must. The bystanders began to murmur amongst themselves, clearly a scam. Indeed, I just witnessed it. The young man's car did not even graze that old lady. This family regularly engages in such deceit. That young man is terribly unfortunate to have crossed paths with them. Unless he is willing to part with a hefty sum, he will not be leaving easily. Lin Chun shrugged. You see, the eyes of the public are keenly observant. The bald man, with a flicker of cunning in his eyes, countered, I don't care. You frightened my mother. You owe her compensation. As he spoke, he extended a hand. At that moment, Lin Chun's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was He Jianghai. How fortuitous. He had just intended to reach out to them. Upon answering, He Jianghai respectfully inquired, Boss, where are you right now? Is it convenient for us to meet? I need to discuss something with you. Lin Chun provided his location and asked when he would arrive. He Jianghai quickly replied, I am nearby and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Very well, Lin Chun responded casually before hanging up and activating the recording feature on his phone. The bald man sneered, summoning someone won't he help you? You cannot evade this payment. If you don't offer this amount, you shan't leave. He held up 5 fingers as a gesture of his demand. The middle-aged woman and the elderly lady lying on the ground echoed his sentiments. 5 million. Very well. I shall give you that. Lin Chun feigned exasperation and took out his phone. Is it wealthy treasure or WeChat? I will transfer it to you. The crowd was left in shock. 5 million. What on earth? The bald man's jaw nearly dropped. He had merely sought 5,000, or at most 50,000. Yet, the other party was offering 5 million. Nevertheless, more money is always welcome. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. 5 million outright. That is excessive. Young man, you cannot do this. It will only encourage such nefarious behavior. Indeed, don't act impulsively. Lin Chun, with remarkable nonchalance, proceeded to transfer 5 million to the bald man. How many years would one receive for extorting 5 million? Awaiting your answer. Gazing at the balance in the wealthy treasure account, 1, 2, 3, along with his modest savings. He now found himself with over 5 million in his account. The other party had indeed transferred the funds to him. The balding man felt as if he were floating, as if caught in a dream. A sense of unease gnawed at him, yet he could not articulate why. Suddenly, an informed bystander recognized Lin Chun's car. Goodness! That vehicle is a Pagani Huayra, one of the dragon's children. Incredible. What is a Pagani Huayra, and what does it mean to be one of the dragon's children? I won't delve into particulars, but let me simply state that this car is the only one of its kind globally. Do you grasp its exorbitant value? It must be worth at least $500 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Heavens! Truly a sight to behold. No wonder he offered $5 million without batting an eye. Upon hearing these remarks, the trio of scammers began to panic. They had never imagined they had collided with a vehicle worth $500 million. However, the funds had already been credited. Thus, discretion was the better part of valor. With this thought, the balding man exchanged glances with his companions, who immediately understood. The feeble old woman, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang to her feet, exuding vitality. Goodness! The entire world owes you an Oscar. Just as they prepared to make a hasty exit, He Jianghai arrived with Ji Yiming. Mr. Lin, we finally found you. He had intended for Ji Yiming to apologize to Lin Chun, but upon noticing the luxurious vehicle beside him, he was taken aback. No. This is not merely a luxury car. It's a super luxury car. This is the Pagani Huayra. He Jianghai gasped in astonishment. Ji Yiming, too, was left speechless. Being part of the affluent second-generation circle, he certainly recognized this vehicle, one of the dragon's children. Rumor had it that acquiring such a car required not just $500 million, but also immense power. Realizing this, cold sweat trickled down Ji Yiming's face, and he felt immensely grateful that his uncle had brought him along to offer apologies. Indeed, it was a wise choice. Otherwise, he might not even know how he would meet his end. Meanwhile, noticing He Jianghai in a state of shock, Lin Chun waved him over. He Jianghai snapped back to reality, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Chun interjected. We'll discuss your matters later. I've been scammed out of $5 million and need to address this. What? He Jianghai was stunned. The head of the East Sea's premier law firm had been scammed for $5 million? How could he tolerate such a thing? Chapter 63. Evil begets evil. He glanced at the family beside him. Is it you? The balding man felt a twinge of concern. What do you mean by scamming? This was the compensation he offered us. What's wrong with compensation? He Jianghai, refusing to engage in further argument, promptly took out his phone and captured the faces of the individuals involved. What are you doing? The balding man inquired, perplexed. He Jianghai presented his lawyer's certificate with a stoic expression and declared, I am He Jianghai, an attorney from Run Law Firm, and I represent my client, Mr. Lin Chun, in prosecuting you for extortion. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? The man hired by the wealthy individual was, in fact, a lawyer? It dawned on everyone that the $5 million offered by the rich heir was merely bait. The trio involved in the deception turned pale, their lips trembling in fear, unable to utter a single word. They never anticipated they would hit a brick wall this time. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Ha! I told you. Wealthy families are not fools. They wouldn't just hand over $5 million without a plan. This is brilliantly executed. These individuals need to be taught a lesson. They should be locked up to taste the bitterness of their actions. How satisfying to witness this. They must be regretting their choices immensely. Curious onlookers inquired, Attorney He. We are eager to know, how many years would one face for extorting $5 million? He Jianghai replied directly, $5 million? That falls under the category of exceptionally large extortion, warranting a sentence of over 10 years in prison. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. At this moment, He Jianghai turned to the family, $5 million? You truly have the audacity to demand such an amount. It was only then that they grasped the severity of the situation, and they immediately knelt before Lin Chun and He Jianghai, weeping profusely. We were wrong. Please spare us this once. We will never dare again. You cannot do this to us. That $5 million was offered by you. It has nothing to do with us. We will return the money. Please do not trouble us. Oh, Lin Chun raised an eyebrow. It has nothing to do with you? As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and played the recording. It's useless to seek help. You can't deny this money. If you don't come up with this sum, you can forget about leaving. The crowd was stunned. They never expected the wealthy individual had prepared such evidence. However, no one felt pity for the family. They all believed they deserved this fate. After all, they were engaged in morally reprehensible acts, and had it been them facing such extortion, their plight would have been truly unbearable. Now that they were facing retribution, no one refrained from applauding. The three were drenched in cold sweat, exchanging fearful glances as they prepared to flee. Yet, the onlookers reacted swiftly, blocking their escape. At that moment, the bald man brandished a fruit knife, waving it in the air. Everyone stepped back. If you don't blame me for being reckless. The crowd shrank back in fear. Lin Chen's expression turned icy as he slowly approached. Don't go closer. He has a knife. Be careful. He might act out of desperation. Please, don't advance. The bald man, pushed to the brink, brandished a fruit knife and lunged at Lin Chen. A shocking scene unfolded before the crowd. Lin Chen deftly sidestepped, evading the attack, and swiftly wrested the knife from his grasp. At that moment, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The bald man let out a wretched cry, clutching his hand in agony. A few audacious young individuals from the crowd rushed forward and subdued him. Before long, the security personnel arrived, and the trio of con artists was promptly taken away. As the commotion subsided and the onlookers began to disperse, Lin Chen turned to He Zhonghai and inquired, "By the way, what was it you wanted to discuss with me?" He Zhonghai offered an embarrassed smile before gesturing toward the distance, where Ji Yiming stood. Lin Chen then recognized his presence. Is it him, the peculiar matchmaker? Ji Yiming swallowed hard, locking eyes with Lin Chen, and immediately felt intimidated. He had witnessed everything that transpired. It was evident that Lin Chen was no ordinary individual. Skilled in strategy. Is that you? Lin Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Ji Yiming quickly bent slightly at the waist. Brother Lin, it's me. What brings you here? Lin Chen questioned, surprised that he was still addressing him as Brother Lin. Was he not nearing 30? Was it appropriate for a young man in his 20s to refer to him in such a manner? I came to apologize for my rudeness this morning. Ji Yiming hurriedly explained. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion. Apologize to me? For what? Did I not strike you earlier? Ji Yiming chuckled awkwardly. What is the matter? Brother Lin, your strike was splendid. It pierced right to my heart. Lin Chen thought to himself, is this fellow a masochist? The realization sent chills down his spine. Noticing Lin Chen's complex expression, He Zhonghai promptly slapped Ji Yiming on the back of the head. Can you not speak so foolishly? Ji Yiming cast a forlorn glance at his uncle, feeling as though everything he said was wrong. It was indeed a difficult situation for him. He Zhonghai explained, Boss. It's like this. Ever since this lad offended you this morning, he has been in a state of constant anxiety, eager to apologize to you. Oh, I see. Lin Chen shot a glance at Ji Yiming, who immediately lowered his head. Lin Chen continued, Why are you apologizing to me? You should be apologizing to your matchmaker. Yes, Brother Lin is absolutely right. Ji Yiming nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right then. With that, Lin Chen got into his car and departed. The sleek vehicle darted through the traffic like a nimble leopard, with surrounding cars hastily yielding. A BMW opposite suddenly slammed on the brakes. The driver turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. That was close. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in the back seat, Yi Zhonghua, who had been dozing, was jolted forward by the sudden stop, crashing into the front seat's backrest. Rubbing his aching nose, he fumed. Old Wu, how do you drive? As soon as the words left his lips, a Pagani Huayra roared past outside. Yi Zhonghua quickly turned to look back, momentarily bewildered. No wonder. He glanced at the driver. Old Wu, and exclaimed, Old Wu, your sudden brake was impeccable. Chapter 64, Investment. That was a Pagani Zonda. Damaging it would be quite troublesome. Old Wu, feeling a bit shaken, responded, Indeed, I never expected to encounter someone driving such a luxury vehicle in Donghai City. Yi Zhonghua sighed and remarked, There's nothing extraordinary about it. There have been rumors of a Chiwen sighting in Donghai City, and now another Zonda arrives. The driver casually suggested. Could the owners of these two luxury cars be the same person? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghua was struck with realization. Moments later, he urged, Hurry. Old Wu, turn around and chase that car. Despite his inner doubts, Old Wu complied without hesitation. After making the turn, he inquired, Boss, what is the reason for this? Yi Zhonghua replied solemnly, Your earlier remark enlightened me. The owners of these two vehicles are likely the same person. Even if they aren't, this Zonda alone is worth at least 50 million. The owner must be affluent. I need to approach him and see if I can persuade him to invest in our company. If successful, our company may just be saved. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived at the Ritz-Carlton, intending to enjoy an afternoon tea. The Ritz-Carlton's afternoon tea is a feast for the eyes. Having heard of this before, Lin Chen now truly appreciated the sentiment. Sipping tea in the cafe on the 32nd floor of the hotel was nothing short of exquisite indulgence. The hotel's opulent decor allowed him a breathtaking view of the entire Donghai Bund. The Bund at sunset was truly magnificent, with clouds densely scattered across the sky. Rays of sunlight piercing through, cascading beautifully, a sight to behold. Yet, There were moments that marred the scenery. At a nearby table, a so-called socialite was filming a video, accompanied by a line of onlookers. The noise was somewhat disruptive. A few socialites cast glances at Lin Chun, whispering among themselves, "Hey, look at that handsome young man. He's rather good-looking. I wonder if he's a wealthy second generation." Wealthy second generation? Please, look at his attire. It's likely a bargain from an online store. I bet he's here for a group order, just waiting for his companions to arrive. Thus, Lin Chun narrowly escaped attention. The sunset-themed afternoon tea was served. The tea was presented in 3 tiers, and Lin Chun began with the dainty sandwiches from the first tier. Nearby, the socialites who had speculated about Lin Chun's status were taken aback. How could he eat such an expensive afternoon tea without taking a photo first? At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, impeccably dressed in a suit, embodying the image of a successful gentleman. The socialite's eyes sparkled with interest. Although somewhat advanced in age, the elderly gentleman possesses certain advantages, notably a social security benefit. The middle-aged man, after surveying his surroundings, suddenly fixed his gaze upon Lin Chun. Indeed, this middle-aged man is Yi Zhonghua. Upon seeing Lin Chun, he was slightly taken aback, despite having prepared himself for the revelation of Lin Chun's youth. Witnessing it firsthand still elicited a sense of surprise. He appeared to be a university student, and at such a tender age. To be driving a luxury vehicle like the Yazzie, his familial background must be quite extraordinary. The opulent automobile was parked beneath the Lee-Skolton Hotel, and prior to ascending, he had inquired with the staff downstairs, who informed him that only a young individual in his 20s had recently arrived and proceeded to the cafe on the 32nd floor. Thus, he made his way directly there. Among the young men present, he was the only one in his 20s. Just as several socialites were about to approach Yi Zhonghua, he unexpectedly walked up to Lin Chun, slightly bowing as he asked, "Sir, may I have a moment of your time?" Lin Chun, who was enjoying a scone, looked up in bewilderment, surprised by the sudden inquiry. A few moments later, he grasped the situation. Noticing the gentleman's amicable demeanor, he gestured towards the seat opposite him, saying, "Please, take a seat." "Thank you." Yi Zhonghua promptly sat down and inquired, "Is that Yazzie parked downstairs yours?" Lin Chun nodded affirmatively. "Yes, what of it?" Nearby, the socialites perked up in curiosity, pondering what a Yazzie might be. "Is it a car?" However, Yi Zhonghua swiftly clarified their confusion. "The Yazzie is a unique vehicle, commanding a price exceeding $500 million. Your capabilities are truly admirable, sir." The socialites were left astounded. $500 million? This young man's car is worth at least that much? Their eyes sparkled with admiration. Suddenly, the allure of the elderly gentleman diminished. Youth seemed far more appealing. Yet, Lin Chun furrowed his brow, remarking, "It seems you have ulterior motives in your words. If there is something specific, please articulate it." Yi Zhonghua had awaited this very prompt. "I am the chairman of Lecking Beverage, and my name is Yi Zhonghua." He then elaborated on the investment opportunities and the company's future development plans, hoping to secure Lin Chun's investment. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for triggering a plot mission. Invest $200 million in the conscientious company Lecking. Reward, $1 billion. Just as Lin Chun hesitated, the system chimed in. An investment of $200 million with a reward of $1 billion meant that even if the initial investment faltered, he would profit by $800 million. Moreover, based on Yi Zhonghua's previous statements, Lecking indeed exhibited significant potential. Investing that $200 million would assuredly yield no losses. Noticing Lin Chun's prolonged silence, Yi Zhonghua remarked, "Mr. Lin, you need not rush your response." Before he could finish, Lin Chun interjected, "I have made my decision. I will invest." "What?" Yi Zhonghua was taken aback. Could it be so swift? Lin Chun continued, "Mr. Yi, your previous remarks have greatly impressed me, and I have high hopes for your company's growth potential. In light of this, I ponder, why not engage in a venture that promises guaranteed returns?" "Mr. Lin, what audacity!" Yi Zhonghua was astonished. He had not anticipated that Lin Chun, so young and seemingly even younger than his own daughter, possessed such profound insight, which even he could not help but admire. "So, Mr. Lin, how much do you intend to invest?" Yi Zhonghua inquired cautiously. Their company required $30 million. With just $20 million, they could seize their chance for revival. Lin Chun leisurely extended 2 fingers, $200 million. Gasp. Yi Zhonghua inhaled sharply. Nearby, a socialite, eavesdropping, trembled, causing her phone to plummet into the cake they had ordered, drawing disapproving glares from the crowd. Had it not been for the presence of a wealthy young gentleman, they might have descended upon her in fury. Yi Zhonghua was so astonished that he rose abruptly, his excitement rendering him speechless. Mr. Lin, are you truly serious? Lin Chen nodded, more genuine than gold. Before Yi Zhonghua could respond, Lin Chen added, are you available now? If so, we can contact the secretary to prepare the contract. Once signed, I shall transfer the funds immediately. Yi Zhonghua was rendered speechless again. So swift. Regaining his composure, he quickly replied, I am available, absolutely. I shall contact the secretary at once. He promptly took out his phone to make a call. After hanging up, he turned to Lin Chen. It may require your presence at our company. Lin Chen waved his hand. No matter, I have just finished eating. Let us go. The two exited the cafe. It was not until their figures vanished that the socialites reacted, hurriedly clambering in their towering heels to pursue them. They caught a glimpse of the two in the elevator, just as the doors began to close. Young gentlemen, wait. Startled by the throng of socialites, Lin Chen quickly pressed the elevator button to seal the doors, isolating them from the outside. Yi Zhonghua looked at Lin Chen with a hint of confusion, and Lin Chen sheepishly smiled. There are too many of them. The elevator cannot accommodate us. Let them wait for the next one. Meanwhile, the socialites pounded on the elevator doors, realizing it was descending, and hastily pressed the button for another elevator, drawing the attention of many. Had they not been on the 32nd floor, they would have preferred to dash down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Chen drove off in his own vehicle. Yi Zhonghua took the passenger seat, guiding him while simultaneously calling his driver, Old Wu, to retrieve his BMW. Sitting upright, he couldn't help but marvel. I never imagined I would one day ride in such a car. Were it not for Mr. Lin's generosity, I doubt I would even have the opportunity to see this vehicle. Lin Chen was attentively driving, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Mr. Yi, you jest. In the past, such words might have evoked a blush of embarrassment, but now he had grown accustomed to it. Shortly thereafter, Yi Zhonghua continued. Pagani has designed a total of 3 Dragon Sons for Huaxia. Now that the Yazi is here, I wonder who has taken the other 2, the Beishan and the Chiwen. Lin Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He pondered how he would react upon discovering that he possessed 2 Dragon Sons. This thought flitted through his mind. Yet Lin Chen was not one to be dissatisfied. Acquiring 2 was already commendable, and he would leave the rest to fate. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Lecking Company. As the secretary had already prepared everything, Lin Chen ascended directly to sign the contract and transferred the sum of 200 million. Almost simultaneously, the system notification appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving 1 billion in cash. Note, the 1 billion will be transferred to the host's account as stock earnings. With no concerns regarding the source of funds, Lin Chen picked up his phone to check the balance in his bank account. The multitude of zeros, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, dazzled him to the point where he decided to avert his gaze. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghua held the stamped contract, his disbelief palpable, grasping Lin Chen's right hand. Tears of gratitude streamed down his face as he exclaimed, Mr. Lin, you have saved our entire company, with our company being suppressed and isolated. Had it not been for your intervention, we might have perished. Lin Chen had gathered some insight into the situation in the beverage industry of Donghai City. A few companies led by Huan Beverage dominated the market, and Leching's emergence undoubtedly threatened to slice a piece of that pie, promoting health, integrity, and cost-effectiveness alongside unique flavors. Lecking had garnered public admiration. Thus, the leading companies, unwilling to let Lecking disrupt their standing, had conspired to suppress it, leading to the economic crisis they faced. Lin Chen smiled, gazing at Yi Zhonghua, and gently patted the back of his hand, saying, Lecking possesses significant potential. I have faith in your endeavors. At this moment, Yi Zhonghua realized he may have overstepped. He quickly released Lin Chen's hand, dabbing at his tears with a handkerchief. I apologize for my display of emotion. It is quite all right, Lin Chen replied. Yi Zhonghua then inquired, might Mr. Lin have some time later? I would be honored to treat you to a meal. Lin Chen glanced at the time, contemplated, and ultimately declined, suggesting, perhaps another day. With Lin Chen's firm response, Yi Zhonghua relented. After departing from Lecking, Lin Chen returned directly to his villa. Upon retrieving his phone, he noticed a flurry of friend requests, his former high school and middle school classmates. Likely having learned of his newfound success and eager to reconnect, Lin Chen chose to disregard them all. To Lin Chen's mild astonishment, Shen Mingqi also sent a message. I haven't seen you in a while. I've been missing you. How have you been lately? By the way, Vice Principal Su wants to invite you to dinner. Please reply to me so I can get back to him. Vice Principal Su. Lin Shun had no recollection of this individual. Why would he want to have a meal with him? Contemplating this, he sent a message to Shin Mingqi. Why would Vice Principal Su seek out an ordinary student like me? Can you shed some light on this? Upon reading Lin Shin's message, Shin Mingqi felt a slight twitch at the corner of her eye and quickly typed a few lines in response. Ordinary student? You arrived at school in a helicopter, and within a month, you've switched to 3 supercars, 2 of which are one of a kind. You even purchased the Hongda shopping mall. And you still dare to call yourself an ordinary student? What about us genuine, ordinary students? As for why he wants to meet you, I have no idea. But I suspect it has something to do with the Hongda shopping mall. Hongda shopping mall? Lin Shun was even more perplexed. Sister, please finish your thought. You're leaving me hanging. On the other end of the phone, Shin Mingqi couldn't resist her playful instincts. Hanging? Do you need me to help ease your discomfort? Noticing that Shin Mingqi was driving, Lin Shin feigned ignorance and sent a confused emoji. It's fine. As long as I pretend not to understand while others are driving, the awkwardness will fall upon them. Realizing this, Shin Mingqi decided to get to the point. Vice Principal Su is the counselor of the management college. I heard the school plans to arrange internships for soon-to-graduate students and wants to collaborate with your Hongda shopping mall. After saying this, she added, for your reference. All right. I understand, Lin Shin replied, then asked, why would Vice Principal Su want to speak with you? After a moment of silence, Shin Mingqi sent another message. Because he is my uncle, and he asked me to find out your thoughts. Let's skip the dinner. I'll go directly to his office tomorrow to discuss this matter. Lin Shin suddenly felt it was a pity that Shin Mingqi wasn't pursuing a career as a secretary. She had a knack for discerning the thoughts of those in higher positions. However, with her looks and figure, it was likely she would be subjected to unethical advances in that role. Subsequently, Lin Shin set down his phone and prepared for his nightly routine. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yi Qinxue sat on the sofa, facing her mother. You ungrateful girl. After all my efforts to find you a well-rounded young man, you went and ruined it. What do you want? Yiming is such a good kid. Why can't you see that? Besides, didn't you previously express satisfaction with this match? Why the sudden change of heart? Yi Qinxue, overwhelmed, retorted, Mom. I have told you countless times. That Ji Yiming is truly insufferable. My initial expression of satisfaction stemmed from my mistaken belief that he was another sunshine boy, the one I genuinely admire. It is he, not Ji Yiming, who captured my affection. The mere thought of the sunshine boy fills me with regret. Why did I not obtain his contact information? Yi Qinxue's heart was heavy with remorse. It is often said that a man pursuing a woman must overcome mountains, while a woman pursuing a man faces but a veil. Why was I not more proactive this morning? If I had been bolder, might we not already have embarked on a beautiful story together? At that moment, Ye's mother let out a deep sigh and continued, Your father's company is facing difficulties, and you are not oblivious to this. We had hoped that if you and Ji Yiming were to marry smoothly, they might extend a helping hand. As she spoke, Ye's mother began to wipe away her tears. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinxue's impatience flared. Mother, you are exceedingly naive. They have no intention of assisting us. Do you understand? Furthermore, would you truly be willing to push your precious daughter into the fiery pit that is Ji Yiming? Realizing her misstep, Ye's mother wept even more earnestly. Yi Qinxue sighed, contemplating offering comfort, when the doorbell rang. I shall answer the door. Upon peering through the peephole, Yi Qinxue was taken aback. Ji Yiming? What brings you here? Chapter 66, Arriving with Family to Apologize. Behind him stood his parents. What is this impertinent fool doing, bringing his family along? Are they here to confront me? Ye's mother peered over, her expression shifting to one of apprehension. At that moment, Ji Yiming opened his mouth to speak, only to be met with a fierce glare from his mother, compelling him to remain silent. Subsequently, Ji's mother presented a warm smile. Shue. The matter is as follows. We have failed to teach our son properly. He has spoken inappropriately and offended you, and we sincerely apologize. We have reprimanded him sternly, and he now understands his mistake. Would you kindly open the door and allow him to offer his apologies in person? The two inside were momentarily stunned. After some contemplation, Yi Qinxue decided to open the door. They likely did not dare to act inappropriately. The group settled in the living room, placing several bags of gifts upon the coffee table, their demeanor somewhat awkward. Ji's father spoke. I apologize, Qinxue. We have come to offer our sincere apologies. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ji Yiming hastily interjected. Yes, Qinxue, I am truly sorry. I should not have spoken to you in that manner. It was my fault. Will you forgive me? Upon hearing this, Yi Qinxue furrowed her brow. I accept your apology, but forgiveness is unnecessary. We are simply not meant to be. Before she could finish, Ji Yiming quickly responded, I understand, I understand. I know you have feelings for Mr. Lin, and I will no longer entertain any misguided hopes. Yi Qinxue was taken aback. Was he being this forthright? Moreover, is Mr. Lin referring to Lin Chen? Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, Ye's mother became somewhat anxious, as she still wished to facilitate a union between them. She hastily interjected, Please, our Qinxue has no connection with that Mr. Lin. I believe you two are quite suitable for one another. Upon hearing this, Ji Yiming was taken aback. Competing with Mr. Lin for a woman? No, thank you. No, no, no. Aunt Yi, I truly believe Qinxue and I are not compatible at all. I will wholeheartedly bless her and Mr. Lin. Ye's mother was left utterly bewildered, and even Yi Qinxue herself was at a loss. However, Ji Yiming's words were rather pleasant to hear. Apologies were exchanged. And with that, Yi Qinxue bore them no ill will. The group then rose to bid farewell and departed. In the room, only Ye's mother and Yi Qinxue remained, exchanging puzzled glances. What on earth had transpired? Had the entire Ji family taken leave of their senses? Just as their confusion lingered, Yi mother's phone rang. It's your father, she said, promptly answering the call. Old Yi, why haven't you returned yet? On the other end, Yi Zhonghua could barely contain his excitement. A tremendous stroke of fortune has befallen our family. We have encountered a benefactor. Benefactor? Ye's mother inquired, perplexed. What benefactor? Yi Zhonghua continued. I have secured an investor. And they have pledged a direct investment of 200 million. 200 million. What? Ye's mother gasped, rising from the sofa in sheer astonishment. Yi Qinxue, sitting nearby, was startled as well. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. After repeating this several times, she abruptly ended the call. Mom, what just happened? Yi Qinxue asked, bewildered. Your father has found an investor who has committed 200 million outright. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinshue's face lit up with joy. Her father had been exceedingly troubled by this matter lately, even developing more gray hairs, which made her feel quite sympathetic. Now, everything had finally been resolved. Ye's mother then added, I heard the investor is significantly younger, only in their 20s. Quite impressive. Yi Qinxue did not dwell on it, and nodded. Yes, that's indeed remarkable. At such a young age to invest 200 million is certainly not typical for just any wealthy heir. Upon hearing this, Ye's mother beamed. You think so too? Yi Qinxue, still perplexed, nodded in agreement. Why was her mother reacting so strongly? Had she said something amiss? Observing her daughter's confusion, Ye's mother quickly grasped Yi Qinshue's hands. Dear Qinxue, you must strive diligently to seize this golden opportunity. A young individual like that will undoubtedly be in high demand. If you do not work hard, you may lose your chance. Mom, Yi Qinxue retorted, shaking off her mother's grasp in frustration. Goodness. No wonder she felt something was amiss earlier. She never anticipated her mother had such intentions. I fancy the young man I met at the breakfast shop. Why do you insist on pushing me towards someone else? Am I no longer your biological daughter? Listening to Yi Qinshue's persistent questioning, Ye's mother felt her anger rise. How can you be so reckless? Just having met him once, how can you ascertain what kind of person he is? I will not allow this. I must find him. Yi Qinshue's expression was resolute. Ye's mother furiously retorted, Oh, so you think you can defy me now? Let me tell you, your father's business partner is undeniably a golden son-in-law. You must heed my words. Otherwise, I shall consider you no longer my daughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinxue was momentarily stunned, and she ran out in tears. Only then did Ye's mother realize her mistake and hurried after her, but discovered that her daughter had vanished without a trace. The following day, Lin Chen awoke late. After freshening up, he drove directly to school. Upon arrival, he received a message from He Jianhai, informing him that the trio involved in the fraudulent scheme had faced justice. The bald man was sentenced to 12 years in prison and fined 100,000. Lin Chen felt no particular emotional response. He was not a saint. Those who attempted to deceive him deserved their punishment. He had the means to resolve the situation and ensure justice, but had it been someone else, they might have suffered unduly, as there was no one to appeal to in such matters. Nevertheless, it was gratifying that evil met its due recompense. After a moment of reflection, Lin Chen put away his phone and headed to the College of Arts building. At the staircase, several girls were scanning their surroundings, searching for a certain figure. They had not seen Lin Chen recently, and felt quite disheartened. Indeed, I can't eat well or sleep properly. Come off it. Just look at how you've put on weight around your waist. Lin Shun prefers a certain type. Just look at Shun Mingqi for proof. You're simply jealous. You're overthinking it. Shun Mingqi is pleasantly plump, exquisite even. But you, my dear, are genuinely overweight. As Lin Shun ascended to the second floor, the girls' eyes suddenly lit up, and they rushed towards him. Lin Shun, wait up. Startled, Lin Shun turned to them with confusion. Is there something you need? The girls crowded around him, presenting the meticulously prepared breakfast they held. Lin Shun, you haven't had breakfast, have you? We prepared a special meal for you. Can we exchange contact information? Yes, we truly admire you. May we be friends? I'm super well-behaved, never competitive. Chapter 67. Better to offend anyone than Lin Shun. Lin Shun was taken aback. After the basketball match, he had become a celebrity at the school, attracting a legion of admirers. However, with fame came troubles. He had lost count of how many declarations of affection he had received. Faced with the nearly overwhelming breakfast offerings thrust towards him, Lin Shun felt utterly bemused. Although he had indeed skipped breakfast, he could hardly consume such a bounty. Moreover, under these circumstances, accepting anything would be inappropriate. Apologies, I'm in a hurry and running late, he said, and with that, he maneuvered past them and departed. Yet several girls were relentless, pursuing him once more. Lin Shun, you're lying. You still have more than 10 minutes until class starts. Don't leave. We really like you. Yes. I think about you so much every day that I can't sleep. Could you share your contact information with me? The girls' high-pitched voices pierced Lin Shun's ears painfully. Just as Song Qingwan, who was on her way to class, ascended the stairs, she witnessed this scene. Moreover, Lin Shun appeared visibly annoyed. Song Qingwan lowered her gaze, bit her lip, and silently made a decision. She tidied her hair and approached them. Lin Shun. The scene fell abruptly silent, all eyes turning to Song Qingwan. Senior Song? Lin Shun thought to himself. The surrounding girls felt exceedingly awkward. After all, Song Qingwan was the campus belle of Donghai University, possessing both an enviable figure and stunning beauty, far surpassing them. Previously, rumors had circulated that Song Qingwan and Lin Shun were together, which they had dismissed. Encountering her now made the situation all the more uncomfortable. However, Song Qingwan merely cast a casual glance at them before walking directly to Lin Shun's side, wrapping her arm around his with a tone laced with playful affection. Did you oversleep again today? Lin Shun stiffened. This posture caused a particularly alluring part of Song Qingwan's form to press against Lin Shun's arm. He was taken aback. What was going on with Song Qingwan today? Had she taken some strange medicine? Song Qingwan seemed to sense the awkwardness of the situation and subtly shifted back, her face flushing crimson. Lin Shun cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Yes, I did oversleep. Observing their intimate demeanor, the hearts of the girls shattered into pieces. Lin Shun withdrew his hand, wrapping it around Song Qingwan's shoulders instead, leading her away. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his hand settled on her shoulder, Song Qingwan froze, her breathing quickening, her mind swirling in a haze. Once they reached a less crowded area, Song Qingwan suddenly halted and gently removed Lin Shun's hand from her shoulder. Lin Shun turned to her, only to find her face flushed. Just now, I was helping you out, she explained. I know, so thank you. Oh. Song Qingwan glanced up at Lin Shun, then quickly lowered her head again. The silence that followed was palpable, the atmosphere unbearably awkward. Well, I'll go attend to some matters in the club, she stammered. Okay. Watching Song Qingwan flee in distress, Lin Shun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Senior Song. As charming as ever. With that thought, he headed straight to the classroom. Meanwhile, Su Mo, returning with a cup of water, paused for a few seconds, reflecting on the scene she had just witnessed. At long last, she resolved to take a stand, her gaze solidifying with determination. Su Mo followed Lin Shun into the classroom, only to discover that there remained but a solitary vacant seat beside him. As she approached, a male classmate behind her hastily interjected, Su Mo, that seat is taken. Su Mo frowned slightly. Lin Shun turned his attention to her, poised to intercede, when an unexpected scene unfolded. Leave. Su Mo uttered lightly towards the vacant seat, then turned to the classmate who had spoken. Well, now it's unoccupied. With that, she boldly settled into the chair. Lin Shun, the male student? What on earth was that? Once the realization struck, Lin Shun burst into laughter. Ha ha. What a talent you are, Su Mo. Next time someone tries to occupy a seat, I'll follow your lead. Su Mo smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Lin Shun regarded her with newfound admiration, surprised to discover this cunning and endearing side of her. It was commonplace in university for students to stake claims to seats, with entire dormitories dispatching a representative armed with books, pens, tissues, water bottles, and more. Anything could serve as a tool for reservation. In essence, there was nothing they could not accomplish if they set their minds to it. "You're quite devious," Lin Shen remarked, unable to restrain himself. Suemo tilted her head, gazing at him. "What does devious mean?" Lin Shen chuckled. "It means adorable, cute." Sumo's head cocked to the side, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. "Is that really the case? How charming." Unable to contain himself, Lin Shen reached out and ruffled her hair playfully. "Did you grow up on cuteness?" Suemo paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure. "Then do you like those who grew up on cuteness?" she inquired. "I do," Lin Shen replied, genuinely taken aback by Sumo's unexpected boldness. "That's good," Suemo smiled, revealing her two tiny, pointed canine teeth. For a fleeting moment, Lin Shen was entranced. By the time he regained his senses, Suemo had turned away, engrossed in jotting notes. Meanwhile, a male student returned from the restroom only to find his seat occupied. Just as he was about to ask Suemo to vacate it, a classmate beside him shook his head and gestured towards Lin Shen. Suddenly enlightened, he hurried to another seat, his heart racing with trepidation. A saying circulated within the College of Arts: better to offend anyone than to cross Lin Shen. Chapter 68. Another intoxication and interminable class had passed. Lin Shen stretched languidly. Indeed, a university class felt infinitely longer than 6 periods. Just as he prepared to gather his belongings and depart, the voice of Shun Mingqi resonated from the doorway. "Lin Shen." At the sound, Lin Shen instinctively lifted his gaze, just in time to see Shun Mingqi waving at him. Having mentioned yesterday that she would be taking him to see Vice Principal Su today, she had now come to escort him. "Wait a moment, Senior." Suemo glanced up at her for a moment before silently lowering her gaze. Lin Shen stacked a few books together, and Suemo sat up to create a passageway. "See you tomorrow." He held the books in one hand and playfully tousled Sumo's hair with the other before departing. Suemo momentarily froze, reaching up to her head, where she still felt the lingering warmth of his touch. A sweet smile blossomed on her face. In the office of Vice Principal Su, several students were bustling about, while he continuously directed and reminded them. "Have the windows and desks been cleaned? Are the new potted plants ready? Have my 2 boxes of fine tea been prepared? By the way, have the top 3 winners of our management school's tea art competition arrived?" A few students whispered to one another, "Why such fanfare? Is there an esteemed guest visiting?" "I don't know, but even when the principal comes, Vice Principal Su doesn't seem this attentive. I heard a freshman is coming. Someone named Lin Shen." "Lin Shen? You mean that basketball prodigy who arrived less than a month ago driving 3 supercars? Ah, now I understand. No wonder the vice principal is so invested." When Lin Shen arrived at the management school, he was taken aback to see 2 rows of upperclassmen standing to greet him, with Vice Principal Su in the center. "Ah, Lin Shen, you finally made it." Upon seeing him, Vice Principal Su approached with familiarity, wrapping an arm around Lin Shen's shoulders as they walked toward the office. Lin Shen's lips twitched in response. "Vice Principal Su, you are too kind." After Shin Mingqi escorted Lin Shen inside, she excused herself, stating she had matters to attend to. Once in the office, they sat on the sofa. 2 senior girls, trained in tea arts, began brewing tea, and soon, 2 cups of fragrant Longjing tea were served. Vice Principal Su chuckled. "Lin Shen, I initially wanted to treat you to a meal, but now I can only offer you these 2 cups of tea. This tea is quite aromatic," Lin Shen remarked. He then delved straight into the matter at hand. "Vice Principal Su, what did you wish to discuss?" Vice Principal Su slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear. I almost forgot the main point." Lin Shen smiled. "No worries, please proceed." Vice Principal Su explained. "It has come to my attention that Hongdao Mall has been acquired by you, and our management school intends to arrange internships for 3rd-year students. Therefore, we would like to collaborate with Hongdao Mall. Would you be open to providing internship positions for our students? The interview and assessment processes can be determined by your team, as long as they are given an opportunity for practical experience. Upon graduation, many of these students may choose to remain at Hongda, and I assure you, the quality of our students is commendable. Would you consider this proposal?" At that moment, a system notification chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the plot task. Agree to Vice Principal Su's request. Reward, Tower 1 of Tangshan Ipin." The Tower 1 of Tangshan Ipin, an entire building? After receiving numerous system rewards, Lin Shun had become accustomed to it, and his heart no longer stirred with excitement. At that moment, Vice Principal Su urged him twice, bringing Lin Chun back to reality. "What do you think of our proposal?" Vice Principal Su inquired. Lin Chun nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed quite good. Allow me to speak with Pang Dehai, the head of Hongdao Mall, and you can discuss the remaining details directly with him." Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Su's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. On behalf of our entire management college, I thank you." He raised a cup of tea as a toast to Lin Chun. At that moment, the system notification arrived. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring Tower 1 of Tangshan Yiping. Note, the property deed is located in the drawer of the master bedroom. Please check it, host." After lingering for a while, Lin Chun departed. On his way back, he happened to encounter Song Qingwan. "Senior Song, what a coincidence to see you again." Song Qingwan smiled. "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence." After exchanging pleasantries, they decided to dine together. At Zillion Pavilion, in a private room of elegance, Lin Chun reflected. "This was the place I dined with you on my first day here." "Yes," Song Qingwan replied with a smile. "I remember that day. I had quite a bit to drink." Recalling that day, Lin Chun teased, "You remember you got drunk? Will you indulge again tonight?" "Tonight?" Song Qingwan paused, then asked, "Do you want me to?" Lin Chun raised an eyebrow, gazing at Song Qingwan. "Are you so sure of me? Are you not afraid I might do something?" As she poured tea, Song Qingwan's hand trembled slightly, causing some tea to spill. "I trust you," she replied without looking up. Lin Chun chuckled. "Have I been given the good guy card? Even I don't trust myself, yet you have such faith in me." Song Qingwan bit her lip, remaining silent, unaware of why she trusted Lin Chun so implicitly. At this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Chun discreetly glanced at her, sensing that her confidence in him was wavering. Just then, dishes began to arrive, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Clearly, Song Qingwan was not in high spirits tonight. After consuming 2 cups, Lin Chun chose not to stop her. However, he soon witnessed the phenomenon of excessive drinking firsthand. 2 cups of peach blossom wine left her utterly inebriated, truly a sight to behold. Given her state, it was impossible to escort her back to the dormitory. After some contemplation, Lin Chun decided to take her back to his home. However, as he held the intoxicated Song Qingwan just outside Zillion Pavilion, a nearby girl suddenly froze in shock. "Isn't that Lin Chun and Song Qingwan?" Lin Chun and Song Qingwan have both become celebrities at Donghai University. This young woman is an ardent admirer of Lin Chun. Upon seeing Song Qingwan nestled in the embrace of her idol, a surge of jealousy ignited within her. In a moment of inspiration, she swiftly retrieved her phone and captured several photographs. Lin Chun, with one arm supporting the somewhat unsteady Song Qingwan, used the other to unlock the door. As the door swung open, she stumbled and leaned heavily against him. Why is it that I feel so inadequate?" Song Qingwan murmured incoherently. Lin Chun could not help but inquire, "What do you mean? Why, with your brilliance, do I feel unworthy?" Her words momentarily caught Lin Chun off guard. I shall strive diligently," he responded earnestly. Following this declaration, the sound of her steady breathing filled the air. Lin Chun chuckled softly, shaking his head. What a fool. He effortlessly lifted her and carried her to the guest room. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Song Qingwan, Lin Chun muttered a playful curse at her enchanting nature. After tucking her in, he retreated to his own room and indulged in an hour-long bath. The following morning, Lin Chun awoke at 10 o'clock. After freshening up, he descended the stairs and was greeted by the sight of Song Qingwan, clad in his t-shirt, standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, Lin Chun found that the shirt draped over her perfectly, leaving only her long, slender legs exposed. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Song Qingwan turned and said, "I rose early and found some ingredients in the fridge to prepare breakfast, which I've set on the table. Indeed, this breakfast looks splendid." Noticing Lin Chun's unwavering gaze, Song Qingwan suddenly became self-conscious and glanced down at her attire. "I apologize, I still smell of alcohol. I took a quick shower, washed my clothes. But they aren't dry yet, so I borrowed your shirt. You're not upset with me for taking liberties, are you?" "Of course not. It is an honor for my shirt to be worn by you, Senior," Lin Chun replied as he continued to descend. "I was feeling a bit down last night," Song Qingwan explained. Lin Chun nodded in understanding. "Yes, I knew, which is why I didn't stop you." She cast a gentle glance at him, remaining silent. Lin Chun's attention shifted to the dining table, where 2 plates of egg and ham sandwiches lay, one larger than the other. 2 servings? Haven't you eaten yet? He inquired. I was waiting for you to join me, Song Qingwan replied, placing the sandwiches in the microwave to reheat. They've cooled down. It's best to eat them warm in the morning to avoid any stomach troubles. Lin Shen smiled. I didn't expect you to possess such a nurturing side. With her back to him, Song Qingwan chuckled. You'd be surprised by what I can do. After their breakfast, Lin Shen settled on the sofa to watch a film, while Song Qingwan changed back into her own clothes, sitting beside him engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly, her face instantly turning a ghastly pale, fixated intently on her phone. What's wrong? Lin Shen inquired. Yet, Song Qingwan remained utterly unresponsive. Lin Shen swiftly seized the phone from her grasp. It was an anonymous post published on the campus forum. Shocking. The pure and innocent campus beauty Song Qingwan's persona has collapsed. She is revealed to be a gold digger? This was a post denouncing Song Qingwan, claiming that while she professed to avoid romantic entanglements throughout her 4 years in university, she had shamelessly feigned intoxication to seduce the campus heartthrob Lin Shen, undoubtedly attracted by his wealth. Hypocritical and duplicitous. Interspersed within the text were several accompanying images. Campus beauty? More like a joke. She's nothing but a notorious green tea BTCH. It's a pity she doesn't pursue the art of tea. Indeed, she repeatedly asserted her disinterest in romance, yet deliberately lured our idol. She must surely be after his fortune. May our idol Lin Shen open his eyes and not be deceived by such a green tea BTCH. I wondered why Song Qingwan was so difficult to court. I previously thought her aloofness was admirable, but it seems our financial status simply did not meet her expectations. Feigning drunkenness is utterly disgusting. The comments below were rife with unsightly remarks, predominantly from female users. Many who had long pursued Song Qingwan without success joined the fray, attributing their failures to a lack of wealth. It appeared that this was captured when Lin Shen was seen leaving Zillion Mansion with Song Qingwan. Panic enveloped Song Qingwan. As the campus belle, she had always been revered, never before encountering such a situation. Lin Shen's expression grew solemn, realizing the turmoil stemmed from his own actions. Do not worry, I am here. I will resolve this matter, Lin Shen assured her. Song Qingwan's nose tinged with emotion as she began to sob. I am not that kind of person. I know. Please, do not panic. Our immediate priority is to address this situation. Lin Shen promptly retrieved his phone and dialed He Jianghai. I'm in a predicament and require your assistance. Upon hearing this, He Jianghai immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Boss, please proceed. Lin Shen recounted the entire incident. He Jianghai conducted an analysis, based on your account. All conditions for defamation have been met. We will commence preparations immediately. The incident continued to escalate. Lin Shen promptly contacted the school, clarifying the truth. Given Lin Shen's commercial ties with the institution and the potential damage to the school's reputation, the administration swiftly intervened to delete the post. Furthermore, the post was currently circulating only within the campus network. If left unaddressed, the repercussions could be dire once it spread beyond. At Donghai University, within a female dormitory, Yang Li noticed that her post had been deleted, and a sense of urgency enveloped her. What had transpired? Why had her post been removed? Indeed, she was the girl who captured moments and shared them online. Public opinion was shifting unfavorably against Song Qingwan, and at such a critical juncture, her post's deletion was intolerable. Without hesitation, she logged into her alternate accounts and began posting fervently. She intended to make Song Qingwan pay a price. The deletion of her post incited an even more fervent response in the comments section. Deleting posts? Was the school shielding a student of such questionable character? Indeed, beneath the facade of a pure and innocent maiden lay a person of this nature. How foolish I was to have admired her. As Yang Li lay on her dormitory bed, scrolling through the comments, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, and one of her roommates went to answer it. To her astonishment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit stood at the threshold, flanked by several security personnel. What are you doing here? This is a girls' dormitory, one roommate exclaimed, still grappling with the sight of men in their space. Is someone in your dormitory in trouble? He Jianghai adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and replied with an impassive expression, We are looking for Yang Li. She needs to come out. Huh, Yang Li. Relief washed over them, realizing it was not an issue concerning them. Yang Li, someone is looking for you. One called out. Without lifting her head from her phone, Yang Li replied, Let them in. The roommate approached the bed and, glancing at Yang Li lounging on the upper bunk, hesitated. The ones at the door are security officers. You should probably go out yourself. Suddenly, her phone slipped from her grip and she shot upright in bed. Security officers? Why were they seeking her? As she recalled her recent actions, a wave of fear washed over her. Was it related to Song Ching-won? Impossible. She had done far worse in high school without consequence. Why now were the security officers involved? Hearing the phrase security officers, the other two roommates instinctively turned to Yang Li. You should hurry. They're waiting, one urged. Yang Li hastily grabbed a garment from the bedside and slipped it on, her hands trembling as she dressed. When she finally faced He Jianghai and the security personnel, she felt utterly disoriented. Why are you looking for me? She stammered, fear evident in her voice. In response, He Jianghai turned his gaze towards her. You are Yang Li? She nodded, dazed. He Jianghai chuckled coldly and adjusted his glasses once more. I am He Jianghai, an attorney from Runhe Law Firm. You have fabricated false rumors online, severely infringing upon the reputation of my client, Ms. Song Ching-won, causing her significant psychological distress. I am here to file a complaint on behalf of my client, Ms. Song Ching-won. A voice, cold and indifferent, reverberated in Yang Li's mind. I did not fabricate any rumors. Everything I said is true, she stammered, tears streaming down her cheeks. This was not her first transgression of this nature. Why, then, had lawyers and law enforcement come knocking this time? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Li began to feel regret. He Jianghai spoke icily. Whether you fabricated it or not, whether it is a rumor, is not for you to decide. However, I must remind you that your actions have profoundly affected Ms. Song Ching-won, leading to a significant decline in her social reputation. Your behavior is exceedingly reprehensible, and you are likely to face a sentence of less than 3 years in prison. Upon hearing the word sentence, Yang Li gasped and burst into tears. While the officers moved in to escort her away, a group of onlookers, particularly the girls, exchanged bewildered glances. Why had Yang Li been taken away? It seemed to be related to Song Ching-won. Rumors circulated that the posts revealing Song Ching-won's true nature had originated from Yang Li, prompting Song Ching-won to seek legal counsel. What? Are those allegations true or false? It seemed likely that they were mostly false. Oh no. I remember I commented harshly about Song Ching-won. I must hurry and delete my comment. Shortly thereafter, Yang Li issued an apology post, detailing the events and extending her apologies to Song Ching-won. Meanwhile, she faced a detention of 15 days. Yet, the repercussions were far from over. Chapter 70. The arrival of the big shot. Given the egregious nature of Yang Li's actions, which had tarnished the school's reputation, and in light of Lin Chen's involvement, the school decided to expel her. Compared to a 15-day detention, expulsion was the more painful consequence. Donghai University was a respectable institution, one she had strived for 3 years to gain admission to, only to be expelled so abruptly. Yet, individuals must bear the consequences of their actions. The online community, however, is notoriously forgetful, and soon enough, a popular celebrity was embroiled in a scandal, diverting nearly everyone's attention. The matter concerning Song Ching-won was swiftly overshadowed. In the midst of it all, Lin Chun perused the comments on Yang Li's apology post on the campus forum, feeling a sense of relief. Finally, the issue seemed resolved. Had it not been handled properly, it could have been Song Ching-won facing expulsion. After all, the school prioritized its reputation above all. Lin Chen, thank you. Song Ching-won expressed her heartfelt gratitude to him. It was Lin Chen's swift and decisive actions that had led to the immediate engagement of Runhe Law Firm to address the situation, while he continuously monitored public sentiment. Upon detecting any potential issues, he promptly communicated with the legal team, which enabled them to apprehend the instigator in less than a day and restore her honor. In response, Lin Chen shook his head. Actually, this time it was also my fault. I was inadvertently photographed. Otherwise, this chain of events would not have transpired. Song Ching-won hurriedly said. That's not right. I must admit I was quite inebriated. In fact, there exists a swifter resolution, if Lin Chen were to assert that I am his girlfriend. However, such an approach would not address the root of the issue. Moreover, considering my reputation at Donghai University, it would deprive Lin Chen of his romantic prospects for several years. Furthermore, in Lin Chen's heart, he believes this is partly his fault for being photographed. Such a method would merely compel me to bear the consequences of my mistakes, while those who spread the rumors remain unpunished. This matter has significant implications. Are you considering taking a leave of absence and returning home for a while? Lin Chen inquired. Song Ching-won remained silent for a few seconds before responding with a simple, good. Subsequently, Lin Chun escorted her back to her residence. Lin Chun's abode, Yanshuijian, was just over an hour's drive from Song Qingwan's home, a distance that was neither particularly close nor far. Before their return, Song Qingwan had already communicated with Song Jiaming, explaining the circumstances and mentioning that Lin Chun was bringing her back. Upon their arrival, Song Jiaming greeted them at the door alongside Song's mother. "Ah, Lin, you have finally arrived. I had intended to invite you over for a meal, but due to some matters at the company, I neglected to mention it," Song Jiaming remarked. "I greatly appreciate your assistance with Qingwan." Lin Chun offered a mild smile. "Uncle Song, there is no need for thanks. I bear some responsibility for this matter. Had it not been for me, it would not have escalated to this extent." Song Jiaming sighed. "Well, it is good that the person responsible has faced consequences. What is wrong with today's youth, who so readily believe rumors?" At that moment, Song's mother interjected, "Shouldn't you invite our guest inside to sit?" Only then did Song Jiaming realize that in his excitement upon seeing Lin Chun, he had forgotten that they were still standing outside the villa. "Lin, please come in and have a seat. We shall dine together shortly," he urged. Hearing this, Lin Chun promptly declined. No, it is getting late, and I must return, for I have an early class tomorrow." Although Song Jiaming wished to extend Lin Chun's stay, he felt it inappropriate to press the matter further given his reasoning. On the way back, Lin Chun could not help but chuckle softly. The way Song Jiaming regarded him was akin to a father-in-law observing a son-in-law. It seemed he had fully approved of him. Yet, he wondered how Song Qingwan felt about this. The following afternoon, after attending his class, Lin Chun was preparing to leave when he heard someone call his name. Lin Chun. Turning around, he saw Zhao Yuanhang. "Senior Zhao," Lin Chun greeted politely. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled heartily. "What a coincidence. By the way, I noticed you haven't said anything in the chat group since I added you to the Supercar Club." Lin Chun felt a bit embarrassed. "I apologize. I completely forgot about it." Indeed, he had set the group notifications to do not disturb right after joining and had subsequently forgotten all about it. Zhao Yuanhang waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. However, are you free later? We gathered at the Nightshade Bar. Would you like to join us for some fun?" Lin Chun pondered for a moment, realizing he had no pressing matters at hand. Just as he was about to agree, a notification from the system appeared. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You've triggered a storyline task. Accept Zhao Yuanhang's invitation. Reward, an extravagant yacht, RY 125 feet. A yacht? Suddenly, Lin Chun recalled that he already possessed a helicopter and several luxury cars. Acquiring a yacht would indeed be splendid. Sure, Lin Chun affirmed with delight. He had initially intended to go, and this yacht felt like a generous gift. Upon seeing Lin Chun's Pagani Huayra, Zhao Yuanhang couldn't help but express his admiration. "I had heard you acquired another Huayra. I wanted to come and see your new car, but never found the time. Now, I finally get to witness it." Lin Chun smiled. "Feel free to take a look, senior." Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. Everyone in the club is a supercar enthusiast. When they learned you owned a Huayra, they were envious beyond measure. Had they known you acquired another one, they would certainly have turned green with envy. After exchanging pleasantries, they made their way to the Nightshade Bar. The Nightshade Bar, one of the 3 premier entertainment venues in Donghai City, is situated in a prime location. A true city that never sleeps. Although Lin Chun had never been there, he had heard of it. Upon arriving and parking, a slightly older young man with bleached hair jogged over to them. "Zhao, everyone is waiting for you inside," he said. Suddenly noticing the supercar beside Lin Chun, he gasped. "Wow, unbelievable." He hurried over, extending his hand to touch it, yet hesitating. "This is the Pagani Huayra. To see a car like this here is astonishing." The young man was like a car enthusiast, gazing around in awe. Zhao Yuanhang couldn't help but laugh, looking at Lin Chun and saying, "This is Huang. We just call him Huang Mao." He then turned to Huang Mao. "All right, enough staring, let us head inside." Reluctantly, Huang Mao led Lin Chun and Zhao Yuanhang into the bar's private room. Upon entering, it was not the chaotic scene Lin Chun had envisioned. It was rather clean. Inside were about a dozen young men and a few elegantly made-up women. These young men were members of Zhao Yuanhang's Supercar Club, a genuine assembly of affluent second-generation elites. Zhao Yuanhang clapped his hands. "All right, quiet down. I'd like to introduce someone. Lin Chun, the esteemed owner of the Pagani Huayra I mentioned before." The room fell silent. "Wow, the big shot has arrived. Today, I finally get to meet the owner of the Huayra. It has always been my dream car. I am utterly envious." Lin Chun smiled, introducing himself. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Chun." The members of the club began to introduce themselves in turn. At that moment, Huang Mao remarked. There's a Huayra parked out front, and it belongs to Lin Chen. What? In the private room, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, and several heavily made-up women suddenly brightened with intrigue. Long Sanzi, Yaji, Chiwen, Baxi, you already possess 2 supercars? This is utterly astonishing. I can't help but feel envious. I thought I had a bit of money, but now I feel like a pauper. Zhao Yuanheng jestingly chided. All right, you rascals, be careful not to scare off my friend. He then turned to Lin Chun and reassured him, you need not mind them. With that, he led Lin Chen to a sofa. While the others dispersed to engage in their own pursuits, a young man nearby inquired, Lin Xiao, judging by your accent, you are not a local, are you? Lin Chen nodded in affirmation. I am from Kyoto. This young man, named Chen Xiao, had made a mental note of Lin Chen's name during the introductions. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Xiao felt a subtle shock. Kyoto, indeed, is a realm of hidden talents. No wonder he possesses 2 out of the world's only 3 supercars. This transcends mere wealth. It indicates that Lin Chen's family holds significant power as well. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanheng chuckled and remarked to Lin Chen, did you know? Following the incident with the school beauty, many at school have been digging into your background. What? Lin Chen replied, perplexed. Digging into my background. How so? Let me find it for you, Zhao Yuanheng said, pulling out his phone and accessing the campus network. He uncovered several trending posts and presented his phone to Lin Chen. Delving into the elite second-generation rich Lin Chun of Donghai University, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. After resolving the matter with Song Qingwan, he had not paid much attention to the campus network. The entire thread analyzed Lin Chen's family background. It detailed how he arrived at school in a helicopter at the start of the term, with even a retired pilot managing his private helipad. A helicopter costs at least 10 million, not to mention the fuel and maintenance expenses. Just a few days into the term, he arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom for classes. Following that were the Pagani zoned at Chiwen and Yaji. The combined worth of these 2 automobiles alone exceeds 150 million. Additionally, rumors circulated that Lin Chen resided in the luxurious Yinshui residence, the pinnacle of Donghai City's real estate. The post concluded with a summary. Lin Chen's family assets are at least in the hundreds of millions. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. I never expected these onlookers to be so idle. Indeed, they are quite idle, Zhao Yuanheng replied. Noticing Lin Chen's disinterest in further discussion, he shifted the topic. By the way, the short holiday is approaching. Do you have any plans? After all, such inquiries could raise suspicions about probing into someone's family wealth. Although he was genuinely curious about the extent of Lin Chen's riches, Lin Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not for the moment. How about joining us for the anniversary celebration of our Supercar club? Zhao Yuanheng suddenly proposed. Sounds good, Lin Chen agreed without further thought. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yuanheng smiled, remarking that with Lin Chen's involvement, the upcoming anniversary celebration would indeed be significantly more engaging. However, he suddenly halted, letting out a sigh. What's wrong? Lin Chen inquired. The matter is, Zhao Yuanheng began, we all wish to organize a splendid anniversary event. Initially, we had planned to rent a yacht, but therein lies the difficulty. Oh, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What could possibly trouble Senior Zhao? Zhao Yuanheng cast a glance at Lin Chen, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. How could it not be a challenge? I am no deity. In fact, there are only 3 yachts available in the entire Donghai city, and we arrived too late. All the yachts have already been rented out. Yachts. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled that the system had rewarded him with a yacht, although he was uncertain when it would be delivered. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. He stood up, stating, I need to take this call. The room was crowded and noisy, so he made his way to the doorway. Upon answering the call, a melodious voice greeted him. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin? Yes, who is this? I am a customer service representative from the yacht company. The luxurious yacht you ordered from us has been loaded and will be dispatched tomorrow. I am calling to inform you in advance. So soon? Lin Chen was taken aback. It had only been a few hours since the system had granted him the yacht, yet it was already prepared for dispatch. He had initially thought it would take considerable time, so when Zhao Yuanheng had expressed his concerns about the yacht, Lin Chen had refrained from mentioning it, as he could not make any promises without confirmation. When is it expected to arrive? Lin Chen inquired. If it is dispatched tomorrow, it is anticipated to arrive the day after. The customer service representative continued, by the way, would you like us to arrange a handover ceremony and a launching ceremony for you? What is that? Lin Chen asked, seeking clarification. Not understanding is a good habit to inquire about, the representative responded. We will assist you in organizing media coverage and professional personnel to handle the yacht's handover procedures, as well as document its inaugural launch. Sounds rather cumbersome. Media coverage as well? Lin Shen promptly replied, let us skip that. I prefer to keep things simple. Understood. After ending the call, Lin Shen returned to the private room and sat across from Zhao Yuanhang. You still have no solution for the yacht issue? Lin Shen asked. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanhang sighed, indeed. I even contacted neighboring cities, but they too have all been rented out. I have a solution for the yacht matter. Leave it to me, Lin Shen stated calmly. Zhao Yuanhang was momentarily taken aback. You can rent a yacht? Upon reflection, he shook his head and chuckled. That's impossible. I have already considered every possible option. Could you possibly conjure a yacht out of thin air? A nearby young man fell silent for 5 seconds before hesitantly speaking. Brother Zhao, have you forgotten about young Master Lin? He could even procure 2 dragon sons. The last thing he desired was an abrupt and awkward atmosphere. Forget it. Let that last remark be as if I never uttered it, Zhao Yuanhang said helplessly. Chapter 72. Renting a tower in Thompson Riviera immediately. Zhao Yuanhang continued. Lin Shen, do you truly have the means to obtain a yacht? Lin Shen nodded affirmatively. Senior, you need not worry. If you really can secure a yacht, you would be doing me a tremendous favor, and I, Zhao Yuanhang, will owe you a significant debt of gratitude, Zhao Yuanhang declared. At this moment, he genuinely believed Lin Shen. If Lin Shen were uncertain, he would not display such unwavering confidence. This realization left Zhao Yuanhang even more astonished. Who exactly was Lin Shen, possessing such extraordinary capabilities? Nearby, a heavily made-up woman pondered for a moment, poured a glass of red wine, and approached Lin Shen. Young Master Lin, shall we share a drink? A potent scent of perfume wafted towards him, causing Lin Shen to frown. Noticing this, Zhao Yuanhang quickly interjected, Young Master Lin is not fond of this sort of company. Perhaps you could join that group over there. He gestured towards a cluster of wealthy second-generation individuals engaged in a game of dice. The woman, displaying a hint of embarrassment, graciously apologized to Lin Shen and moved away. Afterward, Lin Shen lingered for a while, feeling somewhat disenchanted, and decided to depart. The following day, he recalled that he still had a property in Thompson Riviera to manage, which now appeared only suitable for rental. He rummaged through a stack of property certificates from the bedside table in the master bedroom, discovering approximately 100 documents. If all of these were to be rented out, it would yield a considerable income. Lin Shen mused. With this thought, he found a backpack and stuffed all the property certificates inside, noting its surprising weight. After hastily consuming a light breakfast at home, Lin Shen set off in his Rolls-Royce Phantom towards Thompson Riviera. At the property management office of Thompson Riviera, Manager Lee surveyed the line of individuals before him. In recent days, something unprecedented has occurred. A gentleman named Lin Shen has directly purchased the entirety of Building 1. A collective gasp echoed through the room upon hearing this announcement. To acquire an entire building, what magnitude of wealth did that imply? Many toil their entire lives without managing to purchase a single home, let alone a luxury residence like Thompson Riviera. The manager continued admonishing, from now on, pay more attention and keep your eyes peeled. If you offend Mr. Lin, do not expect my leniency. Once all instructions were conveyed, the meeting adjourned. At that moment, Lin Shen arrived just in time. After parking, he entered with his backpack in tow. Several sales personnel appraised Lin Shen from head to toe, lacking any intent to greet him, as they continued their idle chatter. What kind of tycoon could afford to purchase an entire building? It's truly astonishing. He must be at the level of a financial deity. Uncertain of when this affluent individual would arrive, she mused about the possibility of making a connection. The employees, having spent considerable time in this establishment, could readily discern the types of individuals interested in purchasing properties versus those who could not afford them. They had also encountered a number of pretentious visitors seeking to pose for photographs. Among these, Lin Shen was swiftly categorized. Manager Lee, noticing the situation, furrowed his brow and contemplated reprimanding the sales staff, but ultimately decided against it. Lin Shen approached the manager directly. Hello, I am here to rent a property, he stated. May I inquire about your criteria for the rental? The manager politely asked. What? Lin Shen replied, not comprehending. The manager reiterated, aren't you here to rent a property? I wish to know your requirements for the rental so that I may assist you. It was then that Lin Shen realized the misunderstanding. He was perceived as a potential tenant. I am here to lease a property, not to seek one, he clarified. What? The The manager, taken aback, scrutinized Lin Chun with renewed interest. He was astonished to see someone capable of purchasing a residence in such an esteemed locale as the Tangchini Pin. Dressed so modestly, with an apologetic smile, the manager said, "I am sorry for the misunderstanding. May I ask which property you intend to lease?" Lin Chun walked over to a nearby coffee table, opened his backpack, and poured out a collection of property certificates, some of which tumbled to the floor. A profound silence enveloped the room. Staring at the scattered certificates, everyone was left speechless. "Here they are. Do as you see fit," Lin Chun remarked. It took approximately 10 seconds for Manager Li to regain his composure. He swallowed hard. "You are Mr. Lin, who purchased an entire building." Lin Chun nodded affirmatively. Manager Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man, appearing almost like a student, could possess such wealth. To acquire a property in Tangchini Pin at such a young age was indeed remarkable. The nearby sales staff were immediately filled with regret. They had initially seen Lin Chun enter, only to squander the opportunity to cater to such a distinguished client. Manager Li, suppressing the tumultuous waves of astonishment within, crouched down to pick up the fallen property certificates, tidying them up. He could hardly believe that the coveted certificates, desired by countless individuals, had been carelessly discarded on the floor. "Sir, do you intend to lease all of them?" the manager inquired, his tone shifting from mere politeness to absolute reverence. "Yes," Lin Chun replied. The manager pressed further, "What manner of leasing do you prefer? A full lease would be more convenient, while a shared lease might present some complications." Finding the latter option burdensome, Lin Chun replied, "You may proceed as you deem appropriate." Perhaps sensing Lin Chun's reluctance to engage in further complications, he suggested, "If you find it troublesome, I can manage it on your behalf. I will ensure that the monthly rent is transferred to your account. How does that sound?" Lin Chun nodded in agreement. "That would be splendid. As for the rent, feel free to determine a suitable amount. You may take a commission as a management fee." Allowing him to take a commission without any responsibilities, while effortlessly awaiting payments. Could there be a more advantageous arrangement? Upon hearing this, Manager Li's face lit up with delight, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you." The sales personnel nearby were filled with envy. A whole building. The commission from such a venture would yield a substantial income. After discussing a few matters, Lin Chun intended to leave, but as he stepped out, he collided with a figure. "I'm sorry." Lin Chun instinctively apologized. Yet, the other party stood frozen in surprise. "Lin Chun, I finally found you." Chapter 73. A ghostly encounter. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chun recognized the woman as Yi Qinxue, the one he had mistakenly identified as a blind date at the breakfast shop. "So it's you," Lin Chun smiled. Yi Qinxue's eyes sparkled. "You remember me?" After leaving home, she had spent several days in a hotel, wandering near the breakfast shop each day in hopes of encountering Lin Chun again. Unfortunately, she had not seen him at all. This time, she had come to rent an apartment. To her surprise, after a long search, she had found Lin Chun right here. "Of course I remember," Lin Chun chuckled. How could he forget such an eccentric girl who even mistook her blind date? Yi Qinxue immediately beamed. "That's great. By the way, are you also here to rent an apartment?" "That would be wonderful. I am too. Perhaps we might be neighbors." "I'm here to lease," Lin Chun replied nonchalantly. Yi Qinxue's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had anticipated that he was the owner here. Anyone able to afford a residence in Tangchini Pin was undoubtedly wealthy. Newly affluent individuals often flaunted their wealth with ostentatious displays, adorning themselves in branded attire, eager for the world to recognize their riches. In contrast, true second-generation wealthy individuals tended to be far more understated, often donning bespoke clothing that rivaled any designer brand. Yet, Lin Chun appeared to embody none of these traits. Truly, he was the unique gentleman she had admired. "Which apartment are you leasing?" "I happen to be looking for a place here. Wouldn't it be perfect to rent yours?" Yi Qinxue inquired. Since he was offering for rent and she was seeking to lease, it seemed a mutually beneficial arrangement, did it not? Moreover, having Lin Chun as her landlord, could there be a more delightful prospect? Lin Chun smiled and said, "I have several apartments for lease. We'll need to see which one you are interested in." "Huh? What do you mean?" Yi Qinxue was left perplexed. At that moment, the manager beside them spoke up. "Indeed, Mr. Lin has just purchased the entire building won from us, and he now intends to lease the entire structure." The revelation left Yi Qinxue utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. You bought an entire building?" She found herself questioning her perception of reality. She had encountered extravagance before, but this surpassed anything she had ever witnessed. Lin Shun smiled gently and replied, "If you wish to rent a place, please discuss it with Manager Li. I have entrusted him with all matters regarding this. I have other commitments, so I must take my leave." With that, he turned to exit. As Lin Chen's figure faded from view, Yi Qinxue suddenly realized she had not inquired about his contact information. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed after him. Lin Chen, wait a moment." Hearing her call, Lin Chen paused and turned to her. "What is it? Do you need something? Let's exchange contact information. You're about to become my landlord, after all. Is that all right?" Yi Qinxue suggested. Lin Chen, indifferent to the rental arrangement, would typically not bother to add anyone else, but considering she was a stunning beauty, why not? With that thought, he took out his phone, and they exchanged contact details. "All right, for rental inquiries, please reach out to Manager Li. I must be on my way now." With that, Lin Shun retrieved his keys and headed toward a nearby Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yi Qinxue was left in a state of shock once more. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? In her hurried arrival, she had failed to notice such an extravagant vehicle parked here, and it belonged to Lin Shun. What kind of treasure was this young man? Meanwhile, Lin Shun was on his way to the International Finance Center to purchase several seasonal outfits, as the weather was turning cooler. Upon arriving, he received a message from Shun Mingqi. "Junior, what are you up to? Are you free today? I'd like to treat you to a meal. I found a wonderful restaurant and would love for you to join me." Shortly after, a system notification appeared. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Invite Shun Mingqi to the International Finance Center. Reward, 3x 5-fold cashback cards." "Another cashback card?" Lin Shin immediately inquired. "Oh, what restaurant?" Shin Mingqi replied. "It's near the International Finance Center, called Fish You Together. I've heard their pickled fish is exceptional." Unsure if she was hinting at something, he sent a thoughtful emoji. Remembering the system task, he asked again, "Is the senior free right now? I'm currently at the International Finance Center. Would you accompany me to shop a bit before we enjoy that amazing pickled fish you mentioned?" Shin Mingqi replied almost instantly, "Sure. I'll head up to browse a bit. Call me when you arrive." "All right, sounds good." With that, Lin Shin closed his phone and entered the International Finance Center. The Guijin Center stands as the premier shopping mall in Donghai City, boasting the highest concentration of international high-end brand flagship stores. With a diamond-level merchant mix and meticulously crafted store designs, it is truly a paradise for shoppers. As Lin Shin traverses the mall, he senses an extraordinary ambience enveloping the space. On the second floor, 2 female students from the Donghai Music Academy are seated on a bench, surveying every passerby below. Suddenly, Li Feifei points out Lin Shun to her companion Yang Jingyi, exclaiming, "Look, there's a handsome guy over there." In response, Yang Jingyi glances in the indicated direction but quickly diverts her gaze. "What's the use of being handsome? Without wealth, it amounts to nothing," she muses. Having entered university, she is no longer the high school girl who yearns solely for love. Love, she believes, is predicated upon material foundation. Li Feifei, however, disagrees. "How can you be so sure that this young man is not wealthy?" Yang Jingyi rests her chin on her hand, scrutinizing Lin Shin from above. "Just look at him. His clothes, pants, and even his shoes are all from unknown brands. A truly affluent individual would never dress so plainly. Moreover, since he arrived, he has been aimlessly wandering, lacking any clear intent, merely glancing at various stores without making any purchases. Clearly, he lacks the financial means to shop here." While many visit the Guijin Center to shop, numerous others come merely to broaden their horizons. Thus, in summation, this young man, though handsome, only embodies the qualities of being attractive and tall, completely devoid of the attribute of wealth. Having stated her opinion, Yang Jingyi turns away, no longer interested in the charming young man below. She has a purpose for being there, and it is evident that he does not fit her criteria for a potential partner. Therefore, she resolves not to waste any more time. Yet, Li Feifei suddenly interjects. "Wait a moment, Jingyi, look." Yang Jingyi casts a puzzled glance at Li Feifei before looking down again. To her astonishment, she sees Lin Shun in a Gucci menswear store, pointing out several items for the attendant to wrap up. Yang Jingyi is taken aback for a few seconds. Could it be that she is truly witnessing something remarkable? Chapter 74. Have you invited others? "Sir, the total comes to 320,000. The sales associate beams. Lin Shun furrows his brow. 320,000? Is it truly that inexpensive? The sales associate is momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching involuntarily. In her years of experience, she has encountered a myriad of customers, But this is the first time she has met someone who deems such a price for 3 outfits as cheap. It remains uncertain whether he genuinely perceives it as a bargain or is merely seeking an excuse for his inability to afford it. She leans toward the latter assumption, as the customer's attire is unremarkable and she cannot even identify the brand, suspecting it is merely a collection of lesser-known labels. Meanwhile, Yang Jingyi rolls her eyes in disbelief. I told you, what does it matter if he has it wrapped up? Until payment is made, it's all just an illusion. It seems that when purchasing, she did not pay attention to the price and was left astounded at the checkout. How foolish. Though she voiced such sentiments, her gaze instinctively drifted downstairs. She needed to validate her assumptions. Meanwhile, Lin Shen addressed the sales associate, saying, just set those aside. I will select 1 or 2 more items. The sales associate was momentarily taken aback. What? He wishes to choose more? Can he afford it? Yet, despite her inner discontent, she maintained her composure, for as a representative of a prestigious international brand, she possessed the requisite professionalism. Lin Shen selected garments without regard for their prices or labels, taking whatever appealed to him. Before long, he had acquired 2 additional clothing pieces, a jacket, along with several belts and wallets, totaling over $1 million. The sales associate was both astonished and apprehensive. After some contemplation, she remarked, Sir, several of the items you selected bear striking similarities in style and design. This was her subtle way of suggesting he reconsider. However, Lin Shen misinterpreted her intent and casually replied, It's fine. Upon hearing this, the sales associate sighed in resignation. She felt powerless. Her intention had been to provide an opportunity for him to gracefully retract his choices, thereby alleviating any potential embarrassment at the checkout. Yet, as he remained oblivious, her efforts were in vain. After perusing the store, Lin Shen, having found nothing further to his liking, finally said, Let us proceed to checkout. This will suffice for now. With that, he produced a bank card and handed it over to the sales associate who had initially attended to him. The moment the transaction was successfully processed, the sales associate was taken aback. Here was a genuine, affluent individual. To purchase over $1 million in clothing in one go was a remarkable display of extravagance, one she had never witnessed before. The young aristocrats of today certainly know how to indulge, presenting themselves in the guise of impoverished students, despite their wealth. Reflecting on her earlier doubts about Lin Shen, she felt a twinge of guilt and her demeanor towards him grew increasingly respectful. After returning the bank card to Lin Shen, she summoned her fellow associates, who hurriedly began to wrap his purchases with utmost reverence, presenting them to him with great respect. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yang Jingyi and Li Feifei stood in shock. How much had he spent? This enormous pile must total over $1 million. Li Feifei exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. The garments here were beyond comparison with those found elsewhere, often priced in the tens of thousands. With such a substantial collection, it was reasonable to conclude that he had indeed spent over $1 million. The notion of spending such an amount on mere clothing was indicative of unparalleled wealth, an idea they could scarcely fathom. After completing his purchase, Lin Shen inquired, Where is the section for luxury goods? On the 6th floor, the sales associate replied respectfully. Very well, he acknowledged. Lin Shen spent over $1 million here, and there is a delivery service available. After leaving the address of Yanshuijian, Lin Shen departed from the store. Initially, he intended to ascend on his own, but after some contemplation, he decided to wait for Shun Mingqi instead. He glanced at his phone, and Shun Mingqi had informed him that she was nearly there upstairs. Yang Jingyi promptly stood up, her gaze intensely fixed on Lin Shen below. Jingyi, what's wrong? Li Feifei inquired. Yang Jingyi took a deep breath, revealing a sweet smile. This young man is my type. I must take action. Li Feifei, puzzled, responded, Didn't you just say that in philosophy, things are always in a state of flux? Just moments ago, you didn't like him, and now you do. As she spoke, she grabbed an unopened bottle of mineral water from Li Feifei, declaring, May I borrow this? With those words, she headed towards the elevator, clutching the bottle. This young man possessed charm, wealth, and good looks. She mused that such opportunities were fleeting, and if she missed this chance, she would surely regret it. While Lin Shen was preoccupied with his phone, waiting for Shun Mingqi, a bottle of mineral water was suddenly presented before him. Instinctively, he looked up to see a girl in a pleated skirt, her hair tied in a neat high ponytail, her large eyes sparkling as they met his. Excuse me, could you help me open this bottle cap? Lin Shen glanced at the water in her hand, then back at her, accepting the bottle, twisting off the cap, and returning it to her. Yang Jingyi beamed, Thank you. She took a symbolic sip and then asked, Are you waiting for someone? Yes, Lin Shan nodded. So aloof. Yang Jingyi thought to herself. However, even if he were a stone, she was determined to find a way to melt his heart. Soon after, Yang Jingyi casually engaged Lin Shun in conversation. You resemble a friend of mine. Oh. Lin Shun replied nonchalantly, his mind occupied with thoughts of Shun Mingqi's tardiness. Yang Jingyi's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Since her arrival, Lin Shun had only uttered 2 words, yes and no. It was her first encounter with such a situation, and she felt an awkwardness creeping in. Determined not to give up, she said, I feel we have a connection. May I add you on WeChat? With her innocent demeanor, Lin Shun finally turned to face her. He had not realized earlier, but now it was clear, she was attempting to flirt. Just as he contemplated how to decline, a familiar voice interrupted. What's this? Are you meeting someone else? Chapter 75. Be a person. Lin Shun turned to see Shun Mingqi approaching, her smile radiant. She wore a sky-blue fitted dress that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. The impeccably dressed Shun Mingqi exuded an undeniable aura, leaving Yang Jingyi momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that the individual awaiting her was a female, yet she did not expect such an extraordinary one. Yang Jingyi scrutinized Shun Mingqi from head to toe, feeling a sudden sense of inadequacy. Is this your friend? Shun Mingqi inquired, glancing at Lin Shun. He shook his head, replying, I don't know her. Yang Jingyi immediately felt embarrassed. I apologize. I came to seek this young gentleman's assistance. Thank you, kind sir. With that, she turned and hurriedly departed. Shun Mingqi stifled a laugh, casting a playful glance at Lin Shun. It seems our junior has once again become a heartthrob. Lin Shun chuckled. Senior, you jest. Where shall we go now? Is there something you wish to purchase? Shun Mingqi asked. A watch, Lin Shun replied. He indeed needed a timepiece. A luxury watch has evolved beyond a mere time-telling device. With technology so advanced, one could easily check the time on their phone. Today, a prestigious watch symbolizes status and identity, which explains the saying, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, as watches are not as ostentatious as supercars. However, Lin Shun did not entirely subscribe to this notion. Often, cars can be far more expensive than luxury watches. Thus, those who indulge in watches are not necessarily wealthier than car enthusiasts. Shun Mingqi nodded thoughtfully, remarking, if you intend to buy a watch, we should head to the 6th floor, a veritable paradise for luxury aficionados. Oh, Lin Shun noted that her words mirrored what the sales associate had just told him. He raised an eyebrow. Senior, do you frequent this place often? Shun Mingqi smiled. I haven't been here many times, and I have never been to the 6th floor. She then sighed dramatically, feigning melancholy. I would love to go, but my wallet does not permit it. Perhaps in the future, when I earn a fortune, I shall indulge myself. Lin Shun chuckled. You need not wait. We can go now. He still had 2 cashback cards left unused. What? Shun Mingqi thought she misheard. It's nothing. Come on, let us go. Lin Shun said. Eventually, the two took the elevator to the 6th floor. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Li Feifei and Yang Jingyi gazed enviously at Lin Shun and Shun Mingqi's retreating figures. I never imagined such a handsome and affluent gentleman would already have a girlfriend. Li Feifei sighed. She then turned to Yang Jingyi. By the way, how did you fail this time? Wasn't it always easy for you to get contact information before? Yang Jingyi sighed, her expression one of dejection. This young man is incredibly difficult to engage, as unyielding as a stone. Could it be that you weren't assertive enough? Li Feifei suddenly queried. Yang Jingyi pondered, questioning her own level of assertiveness. Meanwhile, Lin Shun and Shun Mingqi had arrived at the 6th floor. 2 individuals came to a halt before the entrance of Patek Philippe. In terms of its decor alone, Patek Philippe exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. Though Lin Shun was not well versed in luxury goods, he had heard of Patek Philippe's reputation as the unrivaled monarch of the watchmaking realm. Even the most basic models commanded prices in the hundreds of thousands. Coupled with Patek Philippe's limited annual production, a significant number of affluent individuals found themselves unable to acquire one, leading many wealthy buyers to view the purchase of a Patek Philippe watch as a form of investment. Are you planning to buy a Patek Philippe? Shun Mingqi inquired. Yet, upon reflection, it was not surprising for someone of Lin Shun's stature to possess such a timepiece. Lin Shun nodded. Shall we go in? As they stepped into Patek Philippe, a stunning female sales associate approached them. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I'll just browse for now, Lin Shun replied, casually glancing at a watch displayed in a nearby showcase. Lin Shun's attention was immediately captured, prompting him to walk over. He had a penchant for blue, and this particular watch evoked the essence of the sky and the sea. "Please take that one out for me to see," he requested. The sales associate promptly donned white gloves and delicately retrieved the watch from the display case. "Sir, your taste is impeccable. This is the Patek Philippe Grand Complications Chronograph 6104G001, a truly rare timepiece." The watch featured 3 gleaming dials made of sapphire crystal glass, with an elliptical section representing the night sky of Geneva. The base of the sky was crafted from glass, incorporating a 279-tooth wheel that indicated the lunar phases. The price of this exquisite timepiece was $3,900,000. At this juncture, the sales associate cautiously glanced at Lin Chun, who slightly furrowed his brow. The sales associate internally sighed, concluding that this time, it was unlikely. However, Lin Chen's next statement left her utterly astonished. "Less than $4 million? How affordable?" he murmured. Gasp. The other patrons observing the watches turned their gaze towards Lin Chun, their expressions a mix of confusion, scrutiny, and disdain. The sales associate felt a flush of embarrassment. To think that a nearly $4 million Patek Philippe watch would be deemed too inexpensive was a revelation. What caliber of affluent individual was this? Yet, upon closer inspection, she noted that Lin Chen appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary student. Shen Mingqi, meanwhile, was merely taken aback. After all, Lin Chen owned several luxury supercars. Nevertheless, the distinction remained. While supercars could be considered a necessity, watches were merely ornamental. To possess the means to spend $4 million on a watch was a level of extravagance that could only be described with the phrase unfathomable wealth. Shen Mingqi sighed and remarked softly, "Junior, remember to remain grounded." Lin Chen cast a glance at Shen Mingqi beside him, a smile gracing his lips. He then addressed the sales assistant, requesting, "Please wrap it up for me." Turning to Shen Mingqi, he inquired, "Do you have something you fancy? Besides, there's a cashback card. Why not make the most of it? It's a 5-fold return. And I'll need to ask you for a favor later." "What?" Shen Mingqi replied, a hint of surprise evident in her tone. "What does that mean? Is Lin Chen considering purchasing for himself as well?" "Choose one for yourself too," Lin Chen suggested. Shen Mingqi gasped softly, fully aware that Lin Chen was not jesting. Reflecting on the price of a Patek Philippe, she shook her head, asserting, "No, that's far too expensive." This remark elevated Lin Chen's opinion of her. He then turned to the sales assistant, saying, "Could you recommend a model?" The assistant quickly grasped his intent, smiling, "Sir, you truly are generous to your girlfriend." Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Shen Mingqi felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly glanced at Lin Chen. Noticing his lack of explanation, she lowered her head in silence. The sales assistant led them to a display case, retrieving a rose gold watch. "This is a complex chronograph, model 4948R001, crafted from 18K rose gold and adorned with 347 diamonds," the assistant explained. She then turned to Shen Mingqi, adding, "This watch would suit you beautifully. What do you think?" Shen Mingqi gazed at the timepiece, her eyes briefly reflecting awe, before she timidly asked, "How much does it cost?" The assistant smiled gently, 600,000. Gasp. Shen Mingqi was taken aback. She tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, exclaiming, "Let us not buy it. It's far too costly. It could cover a down payment on a house." Lin Chen discerned her sentiments and confidently instructed the sales assistant, "Wrap it all together." Shen Mingqi was left speechless. By the time she comprehended the situation, Lin Chen had already completed the payment. As the transaction was finalized, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, the user has utilized the cashback card, receiving a 5-fold return amounting to 22,590,000. "Well, that is quite agreeable," Lin Chen mused. "A shopping spree, and I've gained an additional 20 million in assets." He promptly presented the women's watch to Shen Mingqi, stating, "Here, it's for you." Holding the watch worth 600,000, Shen Mingqi felt a surge of disbelief. "You truly mean it?" Lin Chen replied, "What else would it be? It's a women's watch. It serves me no purpose." Shen Mingqi placed it in her bag, still somewhat incredulous. "Actually, you could keep it for your future girlfriend," Lin Chen shrugged. "As of now, I have no girlfriend, and when that might change is uncertain. Should I let this beautiful watch gather dust?" Shen Mingqi let out a sigh, casting a deep glance at Lin Chen. "The world of the affluent is beyond my comprehension. This watch was not bestowed upon you without cost. There is indeed a price to pay." Lin Chen replied with a smile. Shen Mingqi responded, slightly taken aback. Then, as if a thought struck her, her cheeks flushed suddenly. What is it that you desire from me? She inquired softly. Lin Chen continued. Do you have any free time during the upcoming holiday? Shen Mingqi bowed her head, giving a slight nod. That is splendid. I plan to attend a Supercar gathering and would like you to accompany me, Lin Chen stated. It would be rather awkward to attend alone, especially when many will bring a companion. Shen Mingqi looked up at Lin Chen. Is that all? Nothing more? Lin Chen feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. Indeed, that is all. Noticing the flush on Shen Mingqi's face, Lin Chen's playful side emerged. Senior, why is your face so red? What thoughts occupy your mind? Upon hearing his words, Shen Mingqi's cheeks reddened further. And no, it's nothing. My goodness, she had never imagined that one day Lin Chen would provoke such a reaction in her. It must be due to her lack of romantic experience. Yes, that must be it. Seeing her genuinely shy demeanor, Lin Chen decided to relent. So, will you come? He asked once more. Shen Mingqi smiled and replied, Since I have accepted the gifts, how could I possibly decline? Excellent. Lin Chen glanced at the time, realizing that the last cashback card was nearing expiration. Let us go buy some attire suitable for the party, he suggested. Shen Mingqi initially considered refusing, but the thought of the Supercar gathering, likely filled with wealthy heirs, quelled her hesitation. Moreover, accompanying Lin Chen would reflect on his reputation. How could she don her usual attire and bring him shame? Thus, she chose to acquiesce. Before long, they arrived at the women's fashion section on the 3rd floor. You may choose what you like. I am not well versed in such matters, so do not concern yourself with the price, Lin Chen stated. All right. Shen Mingqi felt a surge of emotion. Did this mean she was being pampered? It was both amusing and bewildering. They entered a Chanel flagship store, where Shen Mingqi lingered by the racks, selecting 5 or 6 outfits she adored, which she then presented to Lin Chen in the fitting room. Each time she sought his opinion, Lin Chen affirmed her choices, until even she found herself in a quandary. After trying on the last outfit, she prepared to return to her original attire when Lin Chen directly handed his bank card to the sales associate. Please proceed with the checkout for all the items she tried on, he instructed. The sales associate was utterly astonished, speechless for several seconds before regaining composure. Sir, the total for these garments amounts to 635,000. What do you wish to do? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, charge it. The sales assistant was utterly astonished. Clothing worth over 600,000 was purchased on a whim. After the card transaction, she returned the bank card to Lin Chen. Sir, your card. Congratulations, host. You have utilized the cashback card, receiving a 5-fold return, amounting to 3,175,000. Lin Chen tucked the card away, and at that moment, Shen Mingqi emerged, having changed into her new outfit, clutching 5 or 6 additional garments. I truly cannot decide which one to choose. Each has its unique charm, she lamented, her expression fraught with indecision. Lin Chen merely smiled in response, remaining silent. The sales assistant, with a touch of envy, remarked, Madam, while you were trying on clothes, this gentleman has purchased all these items for you. Such an extraordinary man. How could she not have encountered someone like him? This girl must have saved the universe in her past life. I am utterly envious. Shen Mingqi, momentarily taken aback, questioned, What? You bought all of these clothes? Lin Chen chuckled. Did you not like them? At his words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. But I cannot wear so many. Do you women truly complain about having too many clothes? Lin Chen was slightly astonished. Shen Mingqi hurriedly clarified. No, I just feel it's too extravagant. You've spent so much on me. As she spoke, 2 tears slipped down her cheeks. Lin Chen, both amused and exasperated, thought, is she really crying out of gratitude? Wipe your tears, he said with a hint of helplessness. In truth, he merely wished to utilize the limited-time cashback card. The amount was inconsequential, but he couldn't let it expire unnecessarily. Upon hearing his words, Shen Mingqi dried her tears and softly said, Lin Chen, thank you. Outside the store, 2 figures lingered, observing for quite some time. Jingyi, perhaps you should let this go. That young man is not the sort you think, Li Feifei sighed resignedly. He is a good person, and he already has a girlfriend. It would be unwise to disrupt their relationship. However, Yang Jingyi disagreed vehemently. Precisely because he is such a good person, I should not give up. Besides, they are merely dating. They are not yet married. Yang Jingyi fixated on the two within the Chanel boutique, unwilling to relinquish her interest in him. Li Feifei cast a resigned glance at her friend, realizing her values were quite different from her own. At that moment, Lin Chen and Shen Mingqi exited the store, prompting the two to swiftly retreat to the side. Lin Chen inquired, Earlier, Where did you say you wanted to eat? Somewhere nearby? Let us go to you and fish. Their pickled fish is particularly delicious. It's on me, Shin Mingqi proclaimed, waving her hand generously. Very well. I shall indulge in a delightful meal. Lin Chen chuckled. After several hours of wandering, he was indeed quite famished. He promptly drove with Shin Mingqi, setting off for a meal. Meanwhile, Yang Jingyi and Li Feifei had just exited the International Finance Center when they caught sight of Lin Chen's Rolls-Royce speeding away, leaving them both astounded. Is that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Yang Jingyi gasped. In her pursuit of a wealthy partner, she had familiarized herself with luxury vehicles and instantly recognized this magnificent automobile. It was her first encounter with such a high-end luxury car. Regret washed over her instantly. Why had she ever assumed Lin Chen was merely a poor student? He was undoubtedly a super-rich magnate, driving a supercar like a Rolls-Royce. It was no wonder he could casually spend hundreds of thousands on clothing. At that moment, Yang Jingyi longed to replace Shin Mingqi by Lin Chen's side. Taking a deep breath, she inquired of Li Feifei, where did they mention going for dinner? Li Feifei, taken aback, replied, You can't be serious? Are you really going to chase after them? I refuse to concede so easily, Yang Jingyi declared with unwavering determination. Such a high-caliber man, a wealthy and handsome individual, was a rare find. Missing this opportunity could mean never encountering someone like him again. Well, they mentioned a place not far from here called Fish Together. Li Feifei sighed, feeling resigned. Though she did not fully endorse Yang Jingyi's approach, she recognized that the latter was her only close friend. Besides, if Yang Jingyi managed to win over that charming young man, she would surely benefit from it as well. Upon entering the Fish Together restaurant, they quickly secured a table. Soon enough, a plate of sauerkraut fish arrived. It must be said, the restaurant recommended by Shin Mingqi was indeed splendid. The dish was tangy and delectable, and Lin Chen had not savored such authentic sauerkraut fish in quite some time. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. Good day, sir. I am a representative from the yacht company. Your yacht has arrived at the Donghai City dock, and we are here awaiting your arrival. When might you be available to come and sign for it? Lin Chen was taken aback. It has arrived? So soon? Shall we arrange a grand handover and launch ceremony to commemorate this moment? That one tea be necessary. The simpler, the better. I do not require such extravagance. The representative on the other end was momentarily stunned. Most buyers of yachts wish to announce their acquisition to the world. However, this customer was surprisingly discreet. Very well. Shall we proceed with a straightforward handover and then directly to the launch ceremony? The staff inquired. Sounds good, Lin Chen replied, adding, I will arrive at the dock in about an hour, so I kindly ask that you wait for me. During Lin Chen's phone call, Shin Mingqi thoughtfully used a serving chopstick to pick a piece of fish for him, meticulously ensuring that all the bones were removed. After concluding the phone call, Lin Chen gave it little thought and proceeded to consume the piece of fish. Observing this scene, Shin Mingqi smiled softly, her eyes curving into charming crescents. Lin Chen remarked, We may need to eat a bit faster. I have something to attend to shortly. Shin Mingqi inquired, Did you purchase something? Lin Chen nodded, indicating that he had indeed acquired an item that required his signature. He then added, Shall I escort you home after we finish our meal? Shin Mingqi, not fully grasping the implications of the word dock, assumed Lin Chen had merely received a regular package. Why don't you take me along? I have nothing planned for the afternoon, she suggested. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, considering the idea positively, albeit with a twinge of concern that it might startle her. However, since she had agreed to accompany him to the party, the shock was inevitable. Resolving to proceed, Lin Chen nodded. Very well, let us go together. Meanwhile, Yang Jingyi, caught in a traffic jam, was nearly driven to distraction. Why is it that traffic is only congested at this moment? She exclaimed, by the time we arrive, they will likely have left. Frustrated, she lamented, This is infuriating. Observing Yang Jingyi's agitation, Li Feifei sighed. I believe this may simply be fate. Perhaps you two are not meant to be. If fate is against us, I shall create my own destiny. Do you not understand that human determination can conquer all? Yang Jingyi retorted angrily. Li Feifei, feeling helpless, replied, Jingyi, perhaps it would be best to let it go. But Yang Jingyi shot her a fierce glare. Li Feifei, are you still my best friend? Why are you not supporting me? Li Feifei, now somewhat flustered, insisted, That is not my intention. Before she could finish, Yang Jingyi snapped back, What do you mean? Are you on my side or hers? With a resigned sigh, Li Feifei responded, Fine, I shall say nothing more. Turning away, she stared vacantly out of the window, falling silent. As Yang Jingyi had anticipated, upon their arrival, They searched high and low but found no sign of Lin Shun or Shen Mingqi. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked at the dock, drawing the attention of many. Lin Shun and Shen Mingqi emerged from the vehicle, with Shen Mingqi looking perplexed. Lin Shun, you mentioned needing to sign for something. Why are we here? Lin Shun flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, to sign for the item. What item? Shen Mingqi inquired. Lin Shun pointed towards a heavy truck in the distance, saying there it is. Following his gesture, Shen Mingqi's gaze landed on a large truck and the magnificent yacht it carried. Wait, a yacht? Her heart skipped a beat as she exclaimed, Lin Shun, the item you purchased, it cannot possibly be that yacht. Chapter 78. The mobile seaside villa. Shen Mingqi stared in astonishment at the gigantic yacht before her, its size simply beyond imagination. While watching television, one might assume that yachts are merely the size of a cargo truck. However, the colossal vessel before them was nothing short of astonishing. Shen Mingqi stared at Lin Shun in disbelief, exclaiming, Why on earth did you purchase a yacht? Could it be that you have more money than you know what to do with? Lin Shun cast her a sidelong glance and replied with a smile, Have you forgotten? The Supercar party during the short holiday is intended to be held on the yacht. Senior Zhao couldn't secure a yacht, so he sought my assistance. The yacht bore a logo featuring the elegantly designed letters LC, which coincidentally represented the initials of Lin Shun's name. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingqi struggled to swallow, asking, So, you actually bought a yacht? If this were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Lin Shun chuckled, Not quite. This yacht was customized several months ago and has only just been delivered. He couldn't very well say it had been purchased days ago and arrived today. Such a notion would be too absurd. At that moment, Lin Shun's phone began to ring. It was Zhao Yuanhang. Lin Shun, be honest with me. Can you resolve the yacht situation? If not, we can always hold the event on the beach, Zhao Yuanhang suggested. Still doubtful that Lin Shun could procure a yacht and trying to provide an easy out, Lin Shun gazed at the magnificent yacht before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It has arrived at the dock. What? Zhao Yuanhang, caught off guard while drinking water, nearly choked. You're at the dock? The yacht has arrived? He asked incredulously. Yes, I'm near the dock. I'll be there shortly. Wait for me. With that, Zhao Yuanhang abruptly hung up the phone. Lin Shun turned to Shen Mingqi. A friend of mine is coming. He is a senior from our school. You might know him. Who? Shen Mingqi inquired. Zhao Yuanhang. Shen Mingqi nodded. I've certainly heard of him. Senior Zhao Yuanhang is quite a notable figure at our school, a representative of good students. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a suit spotted Lin Shun and hurried over, slightly bowing in front of him with respect. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Shun? Lin Shun nodded. I am. Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am the manager of the yacht company. As per your request, we have streamlined the handover and launch ceremony. When would you like to hold the launch? The middle-aged man inquired. Lin Shun glanced at the time, estimating that Zhao Yuanhang should be arriving soon, and replied, Let us proceed with the launch. Understood. 2 minutes later, a supercar raced in and came to a halt at the dock. Zhao Yuanhang emerged from the vehicle alongside a beautiful woman. Ignoring her presence, he dashed over, utterly astonished by the sight of the enormous yacht. Lin Shun, where on earth did you rent such a massive yacht? There is nothing of this magnitude in Donghai City. Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. However, why was this yacht being towed by a large truck? Suddenly, he recalled something and looked at Lin Shun in astonishment. You didn't purchase this yacht, did you? Lin Shun smiled lightly. It just arrived. It hasn't been launched yet. Gasp. Zhao Yuanhang couldn't help but take a sharp breath. A yacht? Although their family was relatively affluent, acquiring a yacht was still an extravagant endeavor for them. In disbelief, Zhao Yuanhang asked, Lin Shun, you didn't buy this yacht specifically to assist me, did you? At that moment, Shen Mingqi was equally astonished. Glancing at Zhao Yuanhang and then at Lin Shun couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, your words are quite misleading. I ordered this yacht months ago. It has merely just arrived. He had researched online and discovered that commissioning a yacht involved a complex process and a lengthy wait. It typically took several months to complete, and if luck was not on one's side, it could take a year or more to receive it. Zhao Yuanhang looked at the yacht, and indeed, it bore the prominent letters LC. LC, which stood for Lin Shun, was evidently custom-made. At that moment, he noticed Shen Mingqi standing beside Lin Shun. Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Shen Mingqi extended her hand. Hello, Senior Zhao. I am Shen Mingqi, a sophomore in the literature department at Donghai University. Zhao Yuanhang extended his hand for a symbolic handshake. Ah, So you are a junior. No wonder you seem familiar. Thus, they were formally introduced. Meanwhile, the yacht factory manager was directing a crane to conduct the launching ceremony for the yacht. The so-called launching ceremony was simply the yacht's inaugural descent into the water. Ordinarily, such an event would attract media attention, adorned with flowers and a red carpet. However, as Lin Shen despised ostentatious displays of wealth, all such elaborate rituals were eliminated. After the launching ceremony, under the manager's guidance, Lin Shen and the others explored the yacht's interior. The yacht was divided into 3 levels, capable of accommodating over 200 people. The first level contained the master suite and several guest rooms. The second level featured an entertainment area with a KTV, bar, gym, and game room, while the top level boasted an open-air observation deck and a control station, complete with soft awnings for sun and rain protection. After more than an hour, they completed their tour. Shen Mingqi couldn't help but exclaim, "This is clearly a mobile seaside villa." Indeed, the world of the wealthy is a joyous one. There is nothing they cannot achieve. The manager chuckled, "Madam, you are absolutely correct. Our yacht was designed to the specifications of a seaside villa." After handing the keys to Lin Shen, the manager departed with his team. Lin Shen turned to Zhao Yuanhang and inquired, "What do you think? Does it meet your expectations?" Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed, "Not only does it meet my expectations, it surpasses them. Our party consists of over 50 individuals, yet this yacht can accommodate more than 100. Lin Shen directly handed the key to Zhao Yuanhang, stating, "I've secured the yacht for you. The rest is up to your arrangements." Zhao Yuanhang laughed heartily. "This is my forte." After resolving the yacht matter, Zhao Yuanhang invited the two to the Ritz-Carlton for afternoon tea. Unlike Lin Shen's previous visit, perhaps due to favorable fortune today, they did not encounter the socialites lining up for photographs and posts. From the height of the skyscraper, the panoramic view of Donghai City was breathtaking, offering a sense of tranquility. So beautiful, Shen Mingqi couldn't help but exclaim. It was her first time in such a place, while Lin Shen and Zhao Yuanhang found it rather commonplace. For the first time, Shen Mingqi felt a pang of inferiority, as if she and Lin Shen belonged to entirely different worlds. Initially drawn to Lin Shen due to his status and position, she had grown enamored with his character and essence over time. Zhao Yuanhang turned to Lin Shen and said, "Thank you, Lin Shen. You've truly helped me immensely this time." Lin Shen, puzzled, responded, "Why do you say that? Without the yacht, we could have a beach party. With your capabilities, it wouldn't be too shabby." However, Zhao Yuanhang shook his head. "This party is more than just a gathering. It's the 3rd anniversary of our Supercar club. Previously, we held it on a yacht. And if we fail to secure one this time, it would create a significant disparity. Moreover, such a momentous occasion deserves a grand celebration." Upon hearing this, Lin Shen nodded in agreement. At that moment, Shen Mingqi had peeled a grape and offered it to Lin Shen, who instinctively took a bite. Zhao Yuanhang observed the two with a subtle gaze. "Are you two being affectionate?" Chapter 79. Envy that makes one cry, huh? Shen Mingqi belatedly realized the implication and felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. "I'm sorry," she said apologetically. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled lightly. "No worries, just a jest. I understand the sweetness between you two." He raised an eyebrow at Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled helplessly and shook his head. "By the way," Zhao Yuanhang suddenly interjected, "we've added an impromptu racing event on the mountain roads. You wouldn't consider skipping this thrilling activity, would you?" Lin Shen hesitated slightly. While he could drive, his racing skills were somewhat lacking. Just as he contemplated declining, the system chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new quest. Agree to Zhao Yuanhang's proposal. Reward, 1 Pagani Huayra." Lin Shen couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Had he really managed to gather them all? The 3 Pagani Huayras, Dragon of the East, Chameleon, and Huayra, were indeed complete. Father system is impressive. Noticing Lin Shen lost in thought, Zhao Yuanhang called out to him twice without eliciting a response. It was only when Shen Mingqi gently nudged Lin Shen's arm that he snapped back to reality. "What's wrong? What are you daydreaming about?" Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. "This is merely a show. The yacht belongs to you. If you choose not to participate, no one will utter a word against you." Lin Shen smiled in return. How could I possibly miss out on a racing event like this? Almost instantaneously after Lin Shen spoke, a notification from the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. On completing the task, you have been awarded a Pagani Huayra. Note, the car is parked in the Yunshui parking lot, and the key is in your pocket on the keychain." Lin Shen retrieved his keychain, and indeed, there was an additional key attached. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Zhao Yuanhang laughed. Soon, the 7-day holiday commenced. The first day of the holiday was designated for the yacht party. While his roommates busily packed to return home, Shen Mingqi was preoccupied with trying on one elegant dress after another, carefully preparing for the occasion. Ultimately, she opted for a black one-shoulder cocktail dress and adorned her face with exquisite makeup. Lin Chen leaned against the sleek body of the new Pagani Huayra, the system's latest reward, waiting for Shen Mingqi while engrossed in his phone. The car attracted numerous onlookers among the students. Is that Lin Chen? The one who reportedly arrived by helicopter and, within less than a month of school, has already flaunted 3 high-priced supercars? Indeed, it is said that 2 of his 3 supercars are one of a kind globally. Look at that. He has switched supercars again. Is that a Pagani? It's the Huayra. When Pagani entered Xia country, they specially crafted 3 unique vehicles for it. Both the Chiron and the Zonda have graced our campus. And now the Huayra is in his possession. So, Lin Chen has gathered all 3 divine cars. I'm green with envy. Approximately 10 minutes later, when Shen Mingqi descended the stairs, Lin Chen was captivated. Today, Shen Mingqi exuded an aura of confidence, embodying the essence of a charismatic goddess. Her perfect figure was utterly mesmerizing. Senior, you look stunning today. Lin Chen couldn't help but compliment her. Shen Mingqi blushed slightly. Really? I was worried my outfit might be too plain. Plain? You're making it hard for others to live. Shen Mingqi giggled. But as she prepared to get into the car, she suddenly paused, looking at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen, you've changed cars again? Lin Chen casually replied, yes. I switched to another one. Shen Mingqi was astonished. This is the Pagani Huayra, isn't it? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. You know about cars? Shen Mingqi shook her head. Not really, but since you own a Pagani, I did a bit of research and studied some information. Unexpectedly, you have managed to gather all 3 of these unique vehicles from around the globe. How meticulous of you. With that, the 2 climbed into the car and drove away, leaving their classmates awash in envy. Oh, how I long to sit in the passenger seat of a luxury car. I wonder if the esteemed individual is still in need of a charm. I can be anything. I can be a dutiful concubine, nonchalant and compliant. To those above, even a mere peanut would suffice to avoid such inebriation. Zhao Yuanhang intended to convene everyone, first at the Golden Triangle, and then together embark upon the mountain roads. At that moment, the Golden Triangle was brimming with an array of luxury cars, creating a truly magnificent scene. Many onlookers stood nearby, admiring this splendid spectacle. Goodness, what day is it today that so many luxury cars are parked here? Haven't you heard? It's the anniversary celebration of our Donghai City Supercar Club. There's likely a gathering underway. The Supercar Club? Isn't it a club that one can only enter if they possess a supercar? What else could it be? Alas, there are so many wealthy individuals in the world. Why can't I be one of them? If only I had a supercar of my own. Everyone, step aside. I must wake him with a splash of water. Before long, a blue Bugatti roared toward them, its body gleaming like a bolt of blue lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar that captivated everyone's attention. What kind of car is that? It looks so formidable. That is a Pagani Huayra, a one-of-a-kind vehicle in the world. No way. Is it really that impressive? Does it cost several million? Several million? How naive. You wouldn't even dream of it without at least $500 million. $500 million? Oh dear. My heart can scarcely bear it. Someone come quickly to support me. Meanwhile, the members of the Supercar Club stood in astonishment. Who is this? Does our Supercar Club possess a vehicle like that? I have no idea. Could it be someone Zhao brought? As they spoke, all eyes instinctively turned to Zhao Yuanhang. However, Zhao was puzzled. He did not recall anyone in the Supercar Club owning a Huayra, except for Lin Chen, who had a Chiron and a Zonda. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanhang's eyes widened in realization. Could this person be Lin Chen? Just as he was grappling with his surprise, the Bugatti came to a halt before the crowd, and Lin Chen emerged from the vehicle alongside Shen Mingqi. The onlookers were left speechless. No way. It truly is Lin Chen. Chapter 80. The luxury car convoy sets off. The spectators were bewildered. To have gathered 3 Pagani Huayras, what a marvel. Goodness, I once thought I had some wealth. But now, I realize I am but a pauper. Life is so difficult for us. Over here, Lin Chen approached Zhao Yuanhang, accompanied by Shen Mingqi. Senior. Lin Chen greeted him. Zhao Yuanhang chuckled, saying, well done. You've managed to assemble 3 Pagani Huayras. That's quite impressive. Just teasing, senior. Out of politeness. Shen Mingqi greeted Zhao Yuanhang. Zhao Yuanhang's gaze fell upon Shen Mingqi, and he was momentarily captivated. How had he not noticed before that this junior possessed such exquisite beauty? He smiled and nodded at her. They exchanged a few pleasantries during which many male eyes in the vicinity could not help but glance in Shin Mingqi's direction. Clad in a sleek black cocktail dress, she radiated an aura reminiscent of royalty. While they had encountered many beautiful women, the sophistication embodied by Shin Mingqi was a rare gem. However, with Lin Shan present, they dared not be too brazen, casting only occasional glances. After all, in the presence of Lin Shan, they were merely modestly affluent, while he was the true embodiment of wealth. Moreover, Lin Shan was invited by Zhao Yuanhang, and they felt compelled to show him respect. Zhao Yuanhang suggested, "Let us head to the mountain road. That area is perfect for racing. It is practically our sacred ground." Lin Shan chuckled in agreement. Zhao Yuanhang continued, "Lin Shan, it would be a pity not to showcase your magnificent beast. What do you think?" To which Lin Shan nonchalantly replied, "I'm indifferent. Arrange it as you wish." Zhao Yuanhang promptly declared, "Very well, then it is settled." Soon, a fleet of eye-catching supercars revved into action. BMWs, Mercedes, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, and more. The surrounding vehicles dared not venture close, keeping their distance to avoid any potential scratches to their paint. This breathtaking spectacle became a stunning sight in Donghai City, prompting many passers-by to whip out their phones to capture short videos. Even those waiting at traffic lights rolled down their windows to steal a glimpse. So many luxury cars. They are utterly eye-catching. Which one is the most expensive? Can any car aficionado enlighten us? Did you see the grand finale vehicle? It is truly one of a kind. Don't even think about it unless you have $500 million. That car is coveted by countless men, a dream for many affluent individuals, and incredibly sought after. In other words, even if you possess $500 million, you might not secure it. Before long, everyone arrived at the racing venue, the mountain road. Leaning against the car, Zhao Yuanhang remarked, "This road was specifically designed for racing. There are no cameras, and the winding curves are perfect for thrill seekers." He then turned to Lin Shan, adding, "There is one particular stretch you must be cautious of upon reaching the summit. There is a steep descent featuring 6 sharp turns. It may be your first time here, so exercise caution." After all, everyone was here for amusement. The competition was merely a means to enhance enjoyment, with safety taking precedence over victory. Lin Shan nodded in acknowledgement, understood. He had no intention of winning, as his driving skills were not sufficient to claim any glory. Thus, he resolved to merely go through the motions. As for the twists and turns, steepness or gentleness, they posed little concern for him. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang spoke again. "Lin Shan, how skilled are you behind the wheel? I am quite eager to compete with you. Shall we join the same team?" "I'm merely a novice, so don't mock me later," Lin Shan replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanhang could not suppress a few chuckles. "Why do I find that hard to believe?" Lin Shan shrugged his shoulders, replying helplessly, "I am merely speaking the truth." However, just then, a notification from the system arrived. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a storyline mission. Please invite Shin Mingqi to race with you. Reward, top-tier racing skills." Lin Shan gasped. It seemed the system was indeed aware of his needs, providing rewards accordingly. It appeared that even his desire to quietly be a racing novice was thwarted. With top-notch driving skills in hand, victory was assured. Then, Zhao Yuanhang added, "By the way, there is a reward for the first place in this race." "Oh." Lin Shan immediately perked up. "What is the reward?" "A Swarovski black and white swan necklace worth over 30,000, along with a VIP card for supercar maintenance." Zhao Yuanhang replied. Neither of these rewards held much allure for Lin Shan. However, it did seem that his few supercars were indeed in need of maintenance. As for the necklace, Lin Shan turned to Shin Mingqi and asked, "Would you like the necklace?" Shin Mingqi's heart fluttered with delight, but she quickly grew concerned. "Is that allowed?" Lin Shan smiled. "As long as you sit in the passenger seat and join me in the race, it's yours." "What do you say?" His smile dazzled Shin Mingqi. Why did she find Lin Shan so handsome? "Why do I get to join you?" Shin Mingqi inquired. "Because you are my lucky star." Lin Shan replied casually. He spoke the truth. After all, he needed Shin Mingqi in his passenger seat to acquire those top-tier skills. Yet, his inadvertent words stirred something within her. Shin Mingqi felt warmth in her heart, her cheeks quickly flushing with a rosy hue. "All right, I will race with you," Shin Mingqi whispered, appearing quite bashful. Lin Shan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Aren't you afraid?" "I am, but didn't you say I am your lucky star?" "Naturally. As your lucky star, I must accompany you," Shin Mingqi replied with a sweet smile. seeing Shun Mingqi's rare and endearing demeanor. Lin Shan couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Nearby, Zhao Yuanhang could no longer contain himself. Could you two refrain from flaunting your affection? Are you trying to make me feel bad for being single? I have a companion too, you know, he exclaimed, waving to a girl not far away. Upon noticing him, she immediately approached. Zhao Gu, Lin Shan couldn't help but take a second glance at the girl. She seemed to be a minor internet celebrity, known as the Jinan Shao, Jinan Killer. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of beauty. The so-called Jinan Shao, Jinan Killer, appears quite different from her stunning livestream persona. Nonetheless, her inherent beauty remains undeniable. Do you desire that exquisite black and white swan necklace from Swarovski? Zhao Yuanhang inquired. Upon hearing this, the small internet celebrity's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. You must understand. That piece is worth over 30,000. Zhao Yuanhang then turned to Lin Shan with a grin. What shall we do? Both rewards are meant for the first place. Yet there can be only one victor. Chapter 81. Breaking Records. Lin Shan chuckled. Then it shall be a test of skill. Lin Shan, I didn't expect you to be so audacious, Zhao Yuanhang remarked. You may not realize that I have been the champion for several consecutive sessions, and I am quite familiar with the road conditions. If I am not mistaken, this is your first time here, correct? In that case, the odds seem rather unfair for you. He continued. How about we allow you a head start? I fear you won't have that luxury, Lin Shan retorted. Haha. Zhao Yuanhang laughed. Lin Shan, I didn't expect you to be so confident, but prepare yourself mentally for what lies ahead. After all, he was quite the seasoned racer. Soon, the competition was about to commence, with Lin Shan and Zhao Yuanhang grouped as the final pair. As the moment drew near, when Shun Mingqi took her seat in the passenger side of the car, a notification from the system promptly appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and acquiring top-tier racing skills. Immediately, a wealth of racing experience and knowledge surged into Lin Shan's mind, which he quickly assimilated. Shun Mingqi suddenly said, Lin Shan, remember, safety first. Don't focus too much on securing first place. Lin Shan smiled, raising an eyebrow in her direction. What? Do you doubt my abilities? Not at all. Shun Mingqi quickly replied. Lin Shan then cautioned, make sure to hold on tight. Racing is not like a usual drive. Prepare yourself mentally. Understood. Shun Mingqi nodded earnestly. Isn't it just like riding a roller coaster? I've been on roller coasters at amusement parks and can handle it. Her words elicited a laugh from Lin Shan. Oh, my naive friend, racing is not nearly as simple as riding a roller coaster. Huh, what is it like then? Shun Mingqi asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shan responded, it's several times faster than a roller coaster. Yikes. Shun Mingqi gasped, her complexion paling slightly. If it becomes too overwhelming, we can always stop. It's perfectly fine, Lin Shan reassured her, noticing her slightly ashen face. But Shun Mingqi quickly shook her head. No, I want to be with you. If it gets too intense, I'll just hold on tighter and close my eyes if I get scared. Very well, Lin Shan gave her a thumbs up. You display great courage. I commend you for that. Shun Mingqi felt a bit flustered as she quickly leaned in, lightly brushing her lips against Lin Shan's cheek before hastily retreating. Lin Shan only sensed a warm touch on his face, and by the time he came to his senses, Shun Mingqi had already returned to her seat, feigning nonchalance. Had it not been for the lingering warmth on his skin, he might have truly believed that the moment had been a mere figment of his imagination. However, the flush at the tips of Shun Mingqi's ears betrayed her. You said I was your lucky star. So I thought I would pass on my good fortune to you, Shun Mingqi explained softly. Lin Shan couldn't help but chuckle, genuinely surprised to discover this side of her. Yet, with so much luck, my heart is in a tizzy. What should I do? Shun Mingqi felt a bit dazed, immediately regretting her words, especially with the impending competition. How about we just skip the race? She suggested, half-jokingly, trying to lighten the mood. Lin Shan replied, just teasing. I only wanted to make you smile. At that moment, the previous team's race concluded. Lin Shan and Zhao Yuanhang, along with the other contestants, promptly started their cars and drove to the starting line. There were 5 tracks, each featuring a car. Buckle up and hold tight, Lin Shan advised Shun Mingqi beside him. Shun Mingqi nodded earnestly, gripping the armrest tightly, her anxiety causing her breaths to quicken. As the indicator dropped, Lin Shan slammed down the accelerator, the engine roaring to life, and the car shot forward like a blue lightning bolt. The sports car soared through the air, leaving Shun Mingqi breathless, her eyes wide, her hands instinctively clenching the armrest until her knuckles turned white. A moment later, A sensation of weightlessness washed over her as the car landed on the ground and sped away. Shin Mingqi finally regained her senses. Gasping for air like a fish out of water, her mind buzzing. The launch was explosive. Everyone was momentarily stunned. That single start had left the trailing cars lagging behind. Damn! Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed instinctively. This was an outrageous beginning, far too extraordinary, he thought, quickly revving up to catch up, but even at maximum speed. He couldn't close the gap with Lin Chen's car. The small internet celebrity in the car was already pale with fright. As they approached a straight path, Zhao Yuanhang planned to overtake Lin Chen during the upcoming turn. The crowd cheering and shouting was left in a daze, with only the thunderous roar of the sports car's engine filling the air. Before Shin Mingqi could compose herself, Lin Chen reminded her, "Hold on tight." Shin Mingqi quickly shut her eyes, too frightened to look. Ahead lay a U-shaped bend. Without even slowing down, Lin Chen drifted through the turn. Zhao Yuanhang was once again taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is he out of his mind?" He asked, daring to tackle 2 consecutive U-shaped bends like that. Fearful for Lin Chen's safety, Zhao Yuanhang turned pale, his expression reflecting the shock shared by the surrounding spectators. The launch was explosive. He navigated the U-shaped curve without a hint of deceleration, astonishingly making it through. How could one dare to play so recklessly? A minor misstep could lead to disaster. Even professional race car drivers would hesitate to attempt such a feat. What audacity Lin Chen possessed! As he approached the next bend, he continued to drift effortlessly. The crowd, left speechless, could only think of one word: incredible. Before they could fully comprehend the spectacle, Lin Chen was nearing the finish line. The thunderous roar of the engine grew louder, and even as he approached the end, he showed no signs of slowing down. What was he planning? The onlookers were baffled by Lin Chen's maneuvers. In a stunning display, he executed 2 tail slides and crossed the finish line, coming to a halt with the fierce sound of tires grinding against the pavement. The atmosphere was charged with an unyielding silence. At that moment, the car door swung open, and Lin Chen stepped out, assisting the visibly shaken Shin Mingqi, who was trembling in fear. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, turning their gaze to the timekeepers. 6 minutes, 43 seconds, and 56 milliseconds. What kind of achievement was this? To put it in perspective, the previous champion, Zhao Yuanhang, had a record of 9 minutes, 21 seconds, and 13 milliseconds. Lin Chen had bested it by over 2 minutes and 40 seconds. This was not merely a new record. It was a time rivaling that of top-tier professional racers in the country. Those present unconsciously swallowed hard. Was there a mistake in the timing? There seemed to be none, as evidenced by Zhao Yuanhang's delayed arrival with his car. His time registered at 9 minutes, 32 seconds, and 14 milliseconds, worse than his previous performance. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Chen's prowess. The first thing he did upon exiting his vehicle was to stride over and lightly punch Lin Chen on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Good heavens, you were just playing the fool, weren't you? Speak up. Are you a hidden professional racer?" Zhao's remark drew the attention of the crowd back to Lin Chen, who shrugged helplessly. "Can I say this is my first time participating in a car race?" First time? The jaws of everyone present dropped in disbelief. To achieve such a level of skill on a debut race? Shin Mingqi, supported by Lin Chen, was so stunned by his declaration that her legs went weak, leaving her in a state of shock. Zhao Yuanhang quickly shook his head in disbelief. "I can't believe it. But it's true. This is my first time racing, and this is my first visit to this track," Lin Chen insisted with a hint of exasperation. Zhao Yuanhang was left feeling utterly defeated. How could he, a seasoned racing enthusiast with years of experience, lose to a novice? The outcome of the competition was already clear. Lin Chen had claimed victory. Soon enough, the rewards were presented to him. Lin Chen directly placed 2 items into Shin Mingqi's hands. "This necklace is for you, and I would appreciate your help in keeping it safe." "All right," Shin Mingqi nodded. She opened the necklace's gift box and beheld the exquisite black and white swan necklace valued at 30,000. It complemented her attire perfectly. With that thought, she took the necklace out and adorned her neck with it. "Does it look good?" Shin Mingqi inquired, glancing at Lin Chen. He turned to her, and the black and white swan necklace accentuated her delicate collarbone and fair complexion, serving as a perfect embellishment. Lin Chen sincerely praised, "Yes, it looks beautiful." Shin Mingqi smiled sweetly, and even the discomfort from the racing experience seemed to dissipate significantly. "Thank you," she suddenly said. Lin Chen chuckled. "How do you plan to repay me?" Shin Mingqi paused for a moment, shyly lowering her gaze. Just as she was about to utter the words of devotion, Zhao Yuanhang unexpectedly approached. Lin Chun, we are preparing to head to the docks soon. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun nodded, all right. Meanwhile, Shun Mingqi cast a resentful glance at Zhao Yuanhang, who innocently scratched his nose. What else with that look, Shun? Did I do something wrong? Racing was merely an appetizer. The main event, the yacht party, was about to commence. The sight of the enormous yacht astonished the wealthy heirs present. Zhao, this is impressive. You've secured such a luxurious yacht. How incredible. When did Donghai City acquire such a grand yacht? I had no idea. Indeed, we haven't heard a whisper about it. But Zhao Yuanhang shook his head. This yacht isn't mine, it's Lin Chen's. Thanks to him, our yacht party can proceed as planned. The crowd was slightly taken aback. How did Lin Chen manage to rent such an opulent vessel? Just as they pondered this, Zhao Yuanhang continued. To be precise, Lin Chen purchased this yacht. The entire gathering was stunned into silence. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the yacht bore the logo LC. They understood. LC was indeed Lin Chen. No way. Alas, I lack the education to express my astonishment. Lin Chen is remarkable. From now on, I shall be his loyal follower. You wish. Do you think you're worthy? I want to be the charm hanging from his leg. Get lost. Not far away, Lin Chen noticed the commotion at Zhao Yuanhang's side and walked over with Shen Mingqi. What are you all discussing? It seems lively. As Lin Chen approached, he found everyone's gaze fixed upon him, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. He felt a bit intimidated. Why is everyone looking at me like that? The wealthy heirs immediately rushed forward to curry favor. Lin Chen, do you need any followers? I'm at your beck and call. Lin Chen, do you require any accessories? Lin Chen, do you need a sycophant? Lin Chen touched his nose and turned to Zhao Yuanhang, inquiring, could you enlighten me on what exactly transpired? Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. These folks have discovered that the yacht belongs to you. Oh, is that so? It's merely a trivial matter. Everyone need not dwell on it, Lin Chen casually remarked. What kind of statement is that? Purchasing an extravagant yacht and labeling it as insignificant? Shen Mingqi thought, astonished. Those affluent heirs, who typically held themselves in high esteem, now appeared almost sycophantic in Lin Chen's presence. Such was the magnetic charm he possessed. However, she understood that their transformation was not solely attributed to Lin Chen's grandeur, but also to the astonishing performance he exhibited during the racing event. Amongst a gathering of racing enthusiasts, Lin Chen had captivated the hearts of all present. In their circle, he had even earned the moniker of Little God of Racing. Pondering this, Shen Mingqi unconsciously turned her gaze towards Lin Chen, fixated on his profile. Sensing her stare, Lin Chen turned to her with a smile. What are you looking at me for? Is it my striking handsomeness that has you entranced? Shen Mingqi paused for a moment, then smiled. Indeed, I am mesmerized. How do you intend to take responsibility for that? Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, Zhao Yuanhang called out to him. Lin Chen, it's time to board the yacht. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen waved his hand in acknowledgement and turned to Shen Mingqi. Shall we? The atmosphere, which had only just begun to flourish, came to a sudden halt. Shen Mingqi felt a wave of frustration wash over her, casting a resentful glance at Zhao Yuanhang. The latter, sensing a chill behind him, turned around but saw nothing amiss. Puzzled, he scratched his head. Strange, could it be that the weather has turned cold? The path leading to the yacht was adorned with a red carpet, flanked by floral arrangements, with celebratory cannon fire echoing in the air. Lin Chen, Shen Mingqi, and Zhao Yuanhang were at the forefront of this spectacle. Is this truly such a grand affair? Lin Chen remarked, somewhat taken aback. Yet, Zhao Yuanhang dismissed it lightly. Oh, what is this? With you, the little god of racing, present, I fear this display may even seem inadequate. The little god of racing? Lin Chen queried, somewhat puzzled. Zhao Yuanhang, taken aback for a moment, continued, by the way, you might not be aware, but due to your remarkable achievements in racing, they have taken to calling you the little god of racing, claiming it would be a waste not to pursue a professional career. Lin Chen chuckled. Such flattery is unwarranted. The group of wealthy heirs indeed had their charming side. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanhang quickly replied, what do you mean by flattery? Let me tell you. Even professional racers may not achieve results as impressive as yours, so please, spare us your modesty. The two continued their conversation as they made their way into the yacht's interior. Meanwhile, at the dock, a Bentley came to a halt, and a striking woman wearing sunglasses emerged from the vehicle. If there were bystanders present, they would undoubtedly recognize her as the celebrated cinematic diva, Liu Yuxing. Chapter 83, The Arrival of the Diva. Beside her stood her assistant, Ellie. Upon noticing a yacht anchored ahead, accompanied by the faint sounds of revelry. Lu Yuxing furrowed her brow in curiosity. What transpires up ahead? Ellie promptly responded. I heard from others that it appears to be a yacht party organized by the Supercar Club of Donghai City. A yacht party, Lu Yuxing murmured softly. She glanced to the side, and indeed, numerous supercars were parked nearby. The dusk had obscured her earlier observations. Ellie tentatively inquired, shall we join the festivities and perhaps mingle with some of those affluent heirs? If you make an appearance, it should be quite effortless. Before she could finish, Lu Yuxing shook her head. No need, it's unnecessary. Why not? The attendees of this party are all wealthy second-generation elites from Donghai City, and your career is on the rise. Building connections with such individuals could greatly benefit your endeavors, Ellie urged. Yet Lu Yuxing remained unconvinced. Forming friendships with them holds little value for me. I have no inclination for that. Besides, I merely wish to enjoy a leisurely drive and breathe some fresh air. She replied. Ellie, somewhat anxious, exclaimed, how can it be of no use? They are all affluent heirs from Donghai City. Lu Yuxing gave her a faint glance and shook her head, then turned her attention to the luxury vehicles nearby. This Ferrari Roma, with an on-road price of less than $3 million. The Maserati Quattroporte over there, even in its top configuration, is just over $1 million. The Porsche 911 and BMW 8 Series also hover around the same price. Such cars can only be considered moderately wealthy. Lu Yuxing's calm tone left Ellie momentarily speechless. In this day and age, are those who drive million-dollar luxury cars merely deemed somewhat affluent? Is it her vision that is too narrow? Or Lu Yuxing's expectations that are too lofty? With a sigh, Lu Yuxing glanced casually to the side. However, that fleeting glance left her momentarily stunned. After several seconds, she hurried forward to investigate. Is that a Pagani Huayra? Lu Yuxing exclaimed in astonishment. Ellie, perplexed, asked, what is a Pagani Huayra? Is it very expensive? Lu Yuxing explained, not just expensive, there is only one in the world, and it costs at least $500 million. Upon hearing this, Ellie was instantly awestruck. Gasping in disbelief. $500 million. Lu Yuxing gazed toward the yacht, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. What kind of person could possibly own such a supercar? Ellie quickly suggested, shall we go up and take a look? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuxing nodded. All right. Meanwhile, nearly everyone had boarded the yacht, which was equipped with every conceivable luxury. The crew aboard the yacht had already taken their positions, standing on either side to welcome the guests. What are the plans for tonight? Lin Chen inquired, glancing at Zhao Yuanhang. Well, Zhao Yuanhang replied, we intend to sail to Bay Island and then return. I have roughly estimated that the round trip will provide us ample time for amusement. Moreover, we have arranged numerous activities for the evening, including singing and dancing, ensuring there will never be a dull moment. Sounds good, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, several young stars and internet celebrities had begun to engage Shun Mingqi in conversation. Shun Mingqi had initially intended to stay close to Lin Chen, but upon noticing the group consisted solely of males, she felt it inappropriate to linger there alone. After informing Lin Chen, she joined the others for a chat. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. Is that Lu Yuxing, the diva? Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed, clearly taken aback. How impressive is Zhao Ji's influence to have invited her. In person, she is even more stunning than on television. She truly deserves the title of diva. Zhao Yuanhang was momentarily stunned. Lu Yuxing is here? Wow, she is my goddess. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Did you not invite her? Zhao Yuanhang shook his head. Not me. I lack the ability to summon Lu Yuxing. So she came uninvited? Come, let us greet my goddess. With that, Zhao Yuanhang and Lin Chen rose and approached her. Hello, Miss Lu. I am Zhao Yuanhang, the organizer of this gathering. Zhao Yuanhang greeted, extending his hand toward Lu Yuxing. Lin Chen took a moment to assess the popular young diva, who wore a simple fitted top paired with a floral skirt, exuding an ethereal charm. Truly, the little diva deserved a score of 95 for her beauty, in Lin Chen's estimation. Hello, Mr. Zhao, Lu Yuxing replied, glancing at his outstretched hand, but making no move to shake it. Noticing this, Zhao Yuanhang awkwardly retracted his hand. I hope you do not mind my unexpected arrival. Lu Yuxing smiled. Of course not. It is our honor to have you here, Miss Lu, Zhao Yuanhang quickly assured her. Lu Yuxing smiled slightly. Shall we just take a look around? Zhao Yuanhang hesitated momentarily before agreeing. He continued, we are planning a trip to Bay Island and will return afterward. If you have no other engagements, you are welcome to join us for the festivities. I happen to have a day off tomorrow. That sounds perfect, Lu Yuxing replied. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Yuxing moved aside with AI Li to sit privately. She picked up a fashion magazine from the table and began to read. Ali glanced at Zhao Yuanhang, then moved closer to Lu Yuxing and whispered, "That half-billion supercar likely belongs to Mr. Zhao. It seems everyone here revolves around him, and he is indeed the organizer of this party." However, Lu Yuxing shook her head, "Not necessarily." "Why not?" Ali inquired. Lu Yuxing paused, closed her magazine, straightened her posture, and directed her gaze towards Zhao Yuanhang and Lin Chun, murmuring, "Are these people truly centered around him? Isn't it so?" Ali retorted. Lu Yuxing shook her head once more. "Look again more carefully." Ali obediently glanced in that direction and began to discern subtle hints. It appeared that Mr. Zhao treated the young man beside him with considerable respect and courtesy. Lu Yuxing reopened her magazine, lowering her head to read, "If I am not mistaken, the people here indeed regard Zhao Yuanhang as their leader, yet Zhao Yuanhang himself seems to defer to the young man at his side. Do you remember the logo on the ship before we boarded? LC." Ali was momentarily confused. "LC? What about those letters?" Lu Yuxing slowly raised her head, focusing on Lin Chun beside Zhao Yuanhang. "I vaguely heard Zhao Yuanhang address him as Lin Chun." Ali murmured, "LC." Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. "It's Lin Chun." Just then, Lin Chun instinctively glanced in their direction. Chapter 84. The 4 million watch you brought for the barbecue. Lu Yuxing paused for a moment, smiled faintly at him, then averted her gaze. "Lower your voice." Ali finally realized and quickly covered her mouth. She whispered, "So? Does this mean the yacht was likely purchased by this Lin Chun? After all, only a custom-built yacht would bear a logo." Thinking of this, Ali was utterly astonished. Owning a yacht? What kind of affluent lifestyle must one possess to enjoy such luxuries? "Yuxing, why don't you go up and speak with him?" "Wait a moment," Lu Yuxing replied. Meanwhile, Lin Chun had also withdrawn his gaze, slightly furrowing his brow. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yuanhang asked. Lin Chun smiled faintly. "It's nothing." In the center, a small stage hosted several internet celebrities energetically dancing, their hair flying, eliciting cheers from the audience below. Even Zhao Yuanhang whistled in appreciation. He then turned to Lin Chun and asked, "Aren't you going to perform? With your physique and looks, you'd surely attract a horde of admirers. Not to mention, you made quite an impression during the basketball game. You must have captured many hearts then. Honestly, I'm curious. You're so talented in basketball and racing. You must be some sort of deity's illegitimate child, right?" Zhao Yuanhang's remark elicited laughter from Lin Chun. "I didn't expect your imagination to be so vivid." "It's a pity you don't write novels," he replied. Go on, you just enjoy teasing me," Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. However, at that moment, the system reappeared. Ding. "Congratulations. Host, you have triggered a plot task. Perform on stage using the musical talent you have acquired. Reward, divine musical artistry." As the system's voice faded, Lin Chun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, an influx of musical knowledge flooding his mind, taking him a full half-minute to assimilate. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into a musician proficient in various instruments, as well as a vocalist. Noticing the pallor on Lin Chun's face, Zhao Yuanhang expressed his concern. "Lin Chun, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Lin Chun shook his head. "No, I just felt a bit faint for a moment, but I'm fine now." With that, he turned his gaze toward the stage. The task assigned by the system required him to perform. Lin Chun looked at Zhao Yuanhang. "Do you have a guitar?" Zhao Yuanhang nodded yes. He then stood up to retrieve his guitar, handing it to Lin Chun. "This is mine. I hope it suits you. If not, I can ask someone else." Accepting the guitar, Lin Chun replied, "It's fine. I can manage." At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang was about to call down the performers on stage, but Lin Chun stopped him. "Let them finish their performance." Zhao Yuanhang sat back down. "What is so captivating about a dance? I'm already tired of watching. I can hardly wait to see you perform." Lin Chun smiled. "Just a few more minutes, and you'll see." Meanwhile, AI Li leaned closer to Lu Yuxing and whispered, "It seems that Lin Chun is about to perform." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuxing looked up in Lin Chun's direction. Just then, a few wealthy young men approached with drinks in hand. "Miss Lu, would you care for a drink?" AI Li quickly interjected, "I'm sorry, but Yuxing doesn't drink." The young men exchanged glances, apologizing before departing. After several waves of rejection, no one else approached. Once they had left, AI Li turned to Lu Yuxing and asked, "Do you want to go talk to that Lin Chun?" "Let us wait. Everyone here has brought a partner. He likely has too," Lu Yuxing replied. "Besides, he is about to perform. We can wait a little longer." "All right." Meanwhile, The previous performers had concluded, and Lin Shun took to the stage with a guitar in hand. Initially intending to liven up the atmosphere, Zhao Yuanhang suddenly felt it unnecessary. As Lin Shun stepped onto the stage, more and more eyes turned toward him. Wow, the big shot is about to perform? It seems like he is going to sing and play guitar. Wow, the big shot is going to sing for me. Lin Shun found a standing microphone, adjusted its position, and seated himself on a high stool. His fingertips danced across the strings, and melodious music filled the cabin. By the banks of the Seine, coffee on the left bank. I hold a cup, savoring your beauty. At this moment, the entire cabin fell into silence, with all eyes fixated on the figure on stage. The voice was deep and resonant, the tremors perfectly timed. Many women present succumbed to a state of infatuation, pulling out their phones to capture the scene. The moment Lin Shun began to sing, Lu Yuxing was taken aback. Shen Mingqi rested her chin on her hands, clearly transformed into Lin Chen's ardent admirer. To her astonishment, Lin Shun's singing was utterly enchanting. As the performance concluded, Lin Shun stood, guitar in hand, and bowed slightly to the audience. Thank you, everyone. After a brief moment of tranquility, the room erupted into thunderous applause. That was absolutely delightful. My ears are in bliss. Lin Shun, you must take responsibility. Such a voice should not miss the opportunity to participate in the Summer Nation's The Voice. After stepping down from the stage and returning the guitar to Zhao Yuanhang, Lin Shun resumed his seat. Incredible, Lin Shun. Is there anything you can't do? I'm starting to think you're omnipotent. Zhao Yuanhang exclaimed in admiration. Lin Shun shrugged helplessly, perhaps. Meanwhile, Ai Li's eyes sparkled with hearts. Oh, that was so beautiful. I'm in love. She then turned to Lu Yuxing. Shall we go speak to him for a moment? Lu Yuxing hesitated for a few seconds, just as she was about to stand. She noticed a girl in a black evening gown approaching Lin Shun. She frowned slightly. Could this be his girlfriend? Or merely a companion? On the other side, Shen Mingqi sat down and casually wrapped her arm around Lin Chen's. I had no idea you sang so well. How did I miss this before? Observing their closeness, many girls were filled with envy, wishing they were in Shen Mingqi's place beside Lin Shun. Lin Shun chuckled. It's never too late to discover. Shen Mingqi sighed theatrically. It's so difficult. I'm finding out about this alongside everyone else. Lin Shun laughed, ruffling her hair playfully. Shen Mingqi smiled back. All right. I'm off to chat with my girlfriends. With that, she departed. Meanwhile, Lu Yuxing picked up a glass of red wine, poured herself a drink, and gracefully approached Lin Shun. Hi, would you mind sharing a drink? She asked with a gentle smile, directing her words at Lin Shun while casting a glance at Zhao Yuanhang. Lin Shun smiled slightly. I would be delighted. He then picked up a nearby glass and poured wine for himself and Zhao Yuanhang. The three clinked their glasses together and drank in unison. Nearby, people couldn't help but whisper among themselves. So it turns out Lu Tianho doesn't avoid drinking. She just doesn't drink with us. I envy Brother Chun, who can make Lu Tianho take the initiative to toast. Only Chun Gu could achieve such a feat for individuals like us, even when we approach to offer a toast. The men hardly acknowledge our presence. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Lu Yuxing merely approached for a single toast, exchanged a few words, and promptly returned to her seat. A visibly anxious Ai Li inquired, Sister Yuxing, why are you back so soon? Having just settled down, Lu Yuxing cast a light glance at Ai Li and replied, What do you understand? The more you approach boys, the less they regard you. Ai Li was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in her words. Lu Yuxing smiled subtly, her gaze drifting towards Lin Shun, only to find him engrossed in the performances on stage, utterly oblivious to her presence. Something felt amiss. Could it be that her strategy had faltered? That seemed implausible. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang suggested heading to the outdoor terrace for a barbecue, a proposal that received enthusiastic agreement from many. After all, several attendees had already worked up quite an appetite. Naturally, Lin Shun was eager to proceed, eager to test his newfound culinary skills awarded by the system. After calling for Shen Mingqi, they made their way to the terrace together. The night at sea was exceptionally beautiful. The bright moon hung high, and the stars twinkled like diamonds, creating a breathtaking tableau that lingered in the memory. As the cool autumn breeze swept in, Shen Mingqi couldn't help but shiver slightly. Lin Shun, noticing her discomfort, instructed Zhao Yuanhang to fetch a jacket, which he draped over Shen Mingqi's shoulders himself. A warmth spread through her heart as she said, Thank you, Lin Shun. I'll prepare something delicious for you later. Lin Shun replied with a smile, Sounds great. While Lin Shun chatted with Zhao Yuanhang, Shen Mingqi had already prepared a platter of delectable treats. Just as Lin Shen reached for a skewer of lamb, Shen Mingqi gently stopped him, saying, "That one is freshly grilled. Here, try this first." With that, she brought a peeled shrimp to his lips. Lin Shen paused for a moment before opening his mouth to indulge. "Is it delicious?" Shen Mingqi asked, her voice as soft as a whisper. Lin Shen nodded. "Indeed, it's quite good. I didn't realize you were such a culinary expert." As Shen Mingqi beamed with joy, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Shen's. However, he discreetly withdrew his hand from her embrace. "I should also try grilling something. I feel a bit undernourished." He then moved to the barbecue grill, picking up the ingredients set aside to begin cooking. Meanwhile, Shen Mingqi leaned against her hands, gazing at Lin Shen with admiration. How could he excel at everything? He truly was the epitome of a perfect man. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly rousing Shen Mingqi from her drowsiness. She quickly stood and made her way to Lin Shen, exclaiming, "What are you cooking? It smells amazing." To her surprise, she found that Lin Shen was grilling nothing extraordinary, much of which she had just prepared herself. Yet, she wondered why her own attempts had not yielded such a delightful fragrance. The men and women engaged in lively conversation around were irresistibly drawn to the alluring aroma. What could possibly smell so divine? It was Chun Gu grilling. Goodness, could it be that Chun Gu harbored a hidden identity as a master chef? Yet, Lin Shen paid no heed to their speculations. Dressed in a shirt today, he found it cumbersome to grill, so he rolled up his sleeves, inadvertently revealing his wristwatch. This caught the attention of many nearby, sparking a stir. "Wait a moment. Isn't that a Patek Philippe Sky Chart watch worth 4 million? The big shot is grilling while sporting a watch worth over 4 million? To be candid, I was utterly astonished. If I owned such a timepiece, I would be tempted to enshrine it. Truly, a big shot is indeed a big shot." At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang approached, exclaiming, "Impressive. How can you treat such an expensive watch so casually? Aren't you concerned?" Lin Shen smiled faintly, continuing his grilling without a pause. No matter how valuable a watch may be, it is merely an instrument for telling time. His nonchalant words stirred a tumult within Zhao Yuanhang's heart. He discerned that Lin Shen was not merely boasting. He genuinely perceived it as just a watch. Zhao Yuanhang settled beside him, remarking, "Only you would utter such words. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. This adage holds true." Lin Shen replied with calmness, "Those who play with cars aren't necessarily impoverished. Often, a supercar can surpass the cost of a prestigious watch." Zhao Yuanhang chuckled. "True, I don't indulge in those watches, but I do have my own." "Oh, what kind?" Zhao Yuanhang smirked mysteriously and whispered, "Add a female character beside it." Lin Shen paused, then comprehended, giving Zhao Yuanhang a thumbs up. "Clever, truly clever." Zhao Yuanhang laughed heartily. "You're too kind." Lin Shen observed that this senior, Zhao, was initially rather serious, but once acquainted, he had let loose. Perhaps the influence of a few drinks contributed to this transformation. As Lin Shen grilled, the aroma intensified, drawing even more people closer. "It smells incredible. How does Chenggu achieve this? Are we using different ingredients? What is different? Didn't you see that Chenggu is using the same ingredients we just took?" Someone retorted. "It's simply a matter of skill. I'm drooling just thinking about it." Zhao Yuanhang chimed in. "We're using identical ingredients. Why does yours taste so much better?" Lin Shen chuckled. "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Not exaggerated at all. Just look around," Zhao Yuanhang replied. Lin Shen raised his gaze and noticed a throng gathered, all lured by the delicious scent. "Oh, the divine culinary skills rewarded by the system are indeed remarkable." At that moment, Shen Mingqi could no longer resist joining in. "Is it ready?" Lin Shen estimated that it was about time and took out a skewer of lamb, sprinkled with spices, and handed it to Shen Mingqi, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." Shen Mingqi held the skewer, blew on it gently, and took a bite of the succulent meat, her eyes instantly lighting up. Delicious. Meanwhile, Lu Yuxing, who had been observing from the side, couldn't help but swallow hard. The aroma was simply irresistible. After preparing the skewers, Lin Shen placed them aside and began to eat with Shen Mingqi and Zhao Yuanhang. "Are you not going to call your goddess over?" Lin Shen inquired. Zhao Yuanhang shook his head, replying, "The goddess is too aloof. She probably won't come." However, just as the words left his lips, Lu Yuxing strolled over. "May I join you for a meal?" she asked with a charming smile. The three at the table were momentarily taken aback, but Zhao Yuanhang quickly responded, "Of course." Upon Lu Yuxing's arrival, Zhao Yuanhang appeared noticeably more flustered. Shen Mingqi also scrutinized Lu Yuxing from head to toe. Truly, she was a goddess. With beauty that could rival the stars, a figure as delicate as a willow, and skin as flawless as jade, Shen Mingqi suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. This rival was indeed formidable. Shall I eat then? Lu Yuxing said, picking up a skewer of lamb and indulging without reservation. With each bite, the rich flavors of spice and tenderness enveloped her senses, causing her to squint with pleasure. Mr. Lin, your culinary skills are impressive, even from afar. I could already smell the delightful aroma. Lu Yuxing couldn't help but praise. Lin Chen smiled modestly. You flatter me. Around them, onlookers gazed at the four enjoying their meal, their mouths watering in envy. Many considered approaching to ask for a skewer or two, but upon seeing the dwindling number of skewers on the plate, they abandoned the idea. It wouldn't be fair to indulge while others toiled to prepare the food. The women cast starry-eyed glances at Lin Shun, yearning to approach him for contact information. Yet with Shen Mingqi and the goddess Lu Yuxing present, they felt dwarfed. Thus, they all hesitated. As the yacht party drew to a close, the vessel docked. While bidding farewell to Zhao Yuanhang and the others, Lin Chen intended to leave with Shen Mingqi. Unbeknownst to him, as he passed by Lu Yuxing, she was on the verge of calling out to him. Noticing he didn't even glance her way, Lu Yuxing halted. She glanced at her unlocked phone, which displayed the WeChat scan interface. Confused, she watched Lin Chun's retreating figure, turned off her phone, placed it back in her bag, and fell into deep contemplation. On this side, as it was already 3 in the morning, Shen Mingqi had no choice but to stay overnight at Lin Chen's home. As Lin Chen parked the car, Shen Mingqi caught sight of the villa that resembled a palace, leaving her utterly astonished. My goodness, this villa is enormous. Chapter 86. Is he still the Jiang Fox I know? Just as Lin Chen was about to unlock the door to the villa, he turned around and noticed Shen Mingqi standing there, dazed. What are you standing there for? Come over. Huh. Oh. Shen Mingqi finally snapped back to reality and followed Lin Chen into the villa. The deeper they ventured inside, the more her heart raced. She never expected that her junior, Lin Chen, could afford such an expansive villa while attending school. Oh, and there are several luxurious supercars. She had never witnessed such extravagance before. It seemed that the male leads in idol dramas paled in comparison to her junior. Shen Mingqi couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It appears that senior has watched quite a few idol dramas. He continued, you can choose any room here, except for my master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Shen Mingqi nodded slightly. Lin Chen then ascended the stairs. Shen Mingqi surveyed her surroundings, silently marveling at the splendor. The next day, when Lin Chen awoke, it was already 11 a.m. After freshening up, he made his way downstairs and noticed a note from Shen Mingqi left on the table. Lin Chen, I had a wonderful time last night. Thank you for your hospitality. I had to leave early due to some unexpected matters. Pulling out his phone, he found several messages from Shen Mingqi. Oh, Lin Chen, your VIP card is still with me. I forgot to leave it for you. I apologize. Do you need it urgently? If so, I can return it to you right now. Lin Chen smiled and replied, it's fine, you can keep it for now. It's not of much use to me. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside and was about to prepare some breakfast when a sudden urgent ringtone interrupted him. It was Jiang Li. Lin Chen. Do you have any plans later? Jiang Li inquired. No, he replied. Then, would you accompany me for a stroll around the campus? It has been ages since I graduated, and I haven't had the chance to visit. Just as Lin Chen hesitated, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering a storyline task, agree to take Jiang Li around the campus. Reward, 1 Lamborghini Veneno. Lamborghini Veneno, the poison, right? Lin Chen chuckled. What? Does Jiang Li need me as a guide after spending 4 years there? Jiang Li playfully retorted. Must you make me admit it? I simply wanted to invite you out. Is that so wrong? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. All right. I have no plans. I'll accompany you for a stroll. And we can grab a meal at the cafeteria. As soon as he finished speaking, another system prompt appeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the storyline task. You have received a Lamborghini Veneno. Note, the car is parked in the parking lot of the Yinshui Villa, and the key is in the host's pocket. Lin Chen reached into his pocket and, as expected, found a car key. He took it out and examined it. It looks somewhat unattractive. Indeed, the quality of a car cannot be judged by its key. Meanwhile, Jiang Li said, I'll be taking your car later, so please come pick me up. After that, they ended the call. Lin Chen made his way to the garage and, as anticipated, in addition to his previous supercar, there was a stunning Lamborghini Veneno quietly parked there. The Lamborghini Veneno, known as the Lamborghini Poison, is the most expensive sports car from the brand, priced at a staggering $90 million. Its V12 engine can unleash 552 kilowatts of power, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.8 seconds, reaching a top speed of 354 kilometers per hour. There are only 13 of these cars worldwide. 8 are convertibles, and 5 are hardtops. Among the hardtops, only 3 are available for sale, and Lin Chen's vehicle is one of them. Unable to resist, Lin Chen opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. Truly, it is a car that leaves everyone spellbound. It was perfect timing, as he was about to head to school with Jiang Li, giving him the opportunity to experience the car's handling. With that thought, he drove the Lamborghini Veneno to the neighboring villa. Women always have their complexities when preparing to go out. Lin Chen had been waiting at the door for nearly 20 minutes and was just about to make a call to urge her when Jiang Li finally emerged. Sorry for the wait. Lin Chen instinctively looked up and was momentarily stunned. Jiang Li wore a white shirt adorned with a butterfly bow tie and a short plaid skirt. Her long wavy hair tied into a high ponytail, and her face adorned with light makeup, exuding a vibrant youthful aura. She appeared to be a picture of a fresh and charming schoolgirl. Is this still the Jiang Li he knew? Lin Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Nevertheless, Jiang Li could easily be considered a campus beauty. If he were to compare her with Song Qingwan, he would struggle to choose between them, as they were entirely different types. Song Qingwan resembled a pure and pristine jasmine flower, while Jiang Li embodied the passionate allure of a red rose. Noticing his gaze, Jiang Li smiled and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Lin Chen appraised Jiang Li from head to toe. What's with you today? The fox suddenly dons the skin of a little white rabbit? This isn't like you. Jiang Li burst into laughter at Lin Chen's remark. This just proves that I can be both sweet and salty, a mature woman or a cute girl. Besides, I wanted to stroll around school to relive those old feelings. Is my outfit not appealing? Lin Chen responded, it looks great. Jiang Li shot him a proud glare. Well, isn't that all that matters? Subsequently, as if recalling something, she cast a mischievous glance at Lin Chen and asked, is it appealing? Did you find yourself entranced by my presence just now? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. Did you truly notice that? Jiang Li raised her chin, asserting, if you couldn't discern that, then I would feel remiss in bestowing upon you the title of fox. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. You have a point. Jiang Li smiled, preparing to enter the car, when she was suddenly struck dumb, her hand poised in midair, frozen at the car door. A Lamborghini Veneno? Goodness, have you changed cars again? Chapter 87. Do you deserve it? Well, it simply caught my fancy, so I purchased it. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Wow. Jiang Li gasped in astonishment, unable to resist the urge to extend her hand and count on her fingers. Let me see, how many cars do you possess? A Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Chiron, a Veneno, and now another Lamborghini Veneno. TSK. I have encountered extravagance before, but never to this extent. That makes 5 elite sports cars, and each one would cause quite a stir. Staring at Lin Chen, she found herself at a loss for words, feeling a significant blow to her self-esteem. How old was Lin Chen? Just 20. At merely 20 years of age, he had acquired a luxurious villa and multiple exorbitantly priced supercars. How terrifying. Observing Jiang Li's dazed expression, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Calm down. We still have to explore the campus later. Jiang Li made an effort to compose herself as she settled into the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Veneno, accompanying Lin Chen to Donghai University. Having graduated several years prior, Jiang Li noted the considerable changes that had taken place at the university during her absence. Since they were strolling through the campus, Lin Chen parked the car near the entrance. Standing once more at the gates of the school, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel nostalgic. After so many years, she was back here again. Lin Chen, somewhat puzzled, inquired, aren't you in Donghai? Can't you come whenever you wish? In response, Jiang Li shot him a glance. What's the fun in coming alone? With your looks and figure, I dare say that with just one word from you, numerous boys at Donghai University would rush over to offer their guidance, Lin Chen remarked. He spoke the truth. Although it was a short holiday, many students remained on campus. Since Jiang Li had arrived, every passing male student had lingered their gaze upon her, a testament to her captivating allure. After all, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to stroll around campus with a beauty of her caliber? However, Jiang Li shot him a disapproving look. You truly are a quintessential straight man. Lin Shen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat bewildered. What was wrong with him? How had he become a straight man? With a haughty glance at Lin Shen, Jiang Li remarked, "Did you fail to grasp my meaning?" Lin Shen shook his head. "I do not understand. To say you are a straight man, you truly embody that." Jiang Li sighed in exasperation and declared, "What I meant was for you to accompany me." Lin Shen merely shook his head in response. "Oh, I see. Alas, it appears that you have indeed managed to remain single by virtue of your own abilities." With that, she shook her head and made her way into the school. Lin Shen hurriedly followed her, pondering how it could be that he was single by choice. After all, a flower does not bloom as beautifully in solitude as it does in a garden. The campus of Donghai University was quite expansive, and after nearly 2 hours of walking, Lin Shen's feet were beginning to ache. Yet, Jiang Li remained spirited and full of enthusiasm. "Sister, are you not tired?" Lin Shen asked helplessly. However, Jiang Li, brimming with energy, lifted her foot to showcase her canvas shoes. "Look, I'm not wearing high heels today. I'm in canvas shoes." Lin Shen, however, believed that the issue lay not with the shoes, but rather with the inherent differences between genders. Much like a shopping spree, women can stroll for hours without so much as a sigh. He found himself in a challenging predicament. At that moment, Jiang Li suddenly inquired, "I'm feeling a bit hungry. What delectable offerings does the school cafeteria have today?" Lin Shen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, let us go." At last, they would have a chance to rest. Renowned for its culinary delights, the cafeteria of Donghai University lived up to its reputation. Jiang Li casually selected a seat, while Lin Shen approached the counter to order. Resting her chin on one hand, she quietly observed Lin Shen at the counter, eagerly anticipating his return with the food. Just then, several young men approached Jiang Li. "Hello, Junior, could we exchange WeChat?" one of them asked shyly. Jiang Li was taken aback and looked at the young man with surprise. He stood over 6 feet tall, lean, and fair-skinned. However, what did he mean by junior? "I am several years your senior," she thought. In a moment of cleverness, Jiang Li pointed to Lin Shen in the distance and said, "Do you see that fellow in the black jacket? He is my boyfriend." The young man focused his gaze in that direction, and suddenly his expression paled. "Lin Shen?" His companions' faces mirrored his shock, as if they were facing an imminent threat. Before Jiang Li could fully comprehend the situation, the young man hastily bowed multiple times, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know he was your boyfriend. I apologize for the intrusion." With that, he swiftly retreated with his companions, leaving Jiang Li in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Lin Shen, carrying a tray of dishes, witnessed the scene unfold. After placing the various dishes on the table, he curiously asked, "What just happened? Did something occur?" It was only then that Jiang Li snapped back to reality. "Those young men approached me to flirt, and when I pointed to you, claiming you were my boyfriend, they acted as if they had seen a ghost, repeatedly apologizing and fleeing." Jiang Li recounted, puzzled by the encounter. Subsequently, she turned to Lin Shen and inquired, "Why do they appear so frightened upon hearing your name? Are you, perchance, the notorious troublemaker of the school?" Ahem. Upon hearing the term notorious troublemaker, Lin Shen inadvertently choked. "Do I look like a notorious troublemaker with my innocent demeanor?" he said with a resigned shrug. Jiang Li couldn't help but chuckle. "That may be true, but why are they so afraid of you?" "Perhaps I have garnered a modest degree of fame at school," Lin Shen replied nonchalantly. Yet, Jiang Li was no fool. With a playful smile, she remarked, "This modest fame must be of a thunderous kind, huh?" Lin Shen smiled faintly, choosing silence instead, merely shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, he recalled his intention to utilize the short holiday to tend to his collection of supercars. With this thought, he turned to Jiang Li and asked, "Are there any places in Donghai City that offer maintenance for supercars?" "Supercar maintenance?" Jiang Li furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment. "There are several 4S dealerships in Donghai City, including Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and Ferrari. Among them, the Ferrari dealership is the most reputable." Lin Shen nodded appreciatively. "I am aware of the Ferrari dealership." Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you intend to have your supercar serviced?" "Yes, that is indeed the plan." After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, the two prepared to depart. As they strolled along the campus path, Jiang Li bounced playfully, displaying a rare girlish charm. The sight of the handsome boy and beautiful girl attracted the attention of many passers-by. Upon reaching the school gate, they encountered an unusual sight. Several cars were parked nearby, each adorned with a bottle of beverage on the hood, whether it be green tea, black tea, or energy drinks. Jiang Li expressed her curiosity. "What is that for?" Are they offering drinks to sanitation workers as an act of kindness? Lin Chen burst into laughter. Unable to contain himself, he reached out to touzle Jiang Li's hair, saying, "Are you genuinely unaware, or are you pretending not to know?" Observing Jiang Li's bewildered expression, Lin Chen quickly realized that she was indeed clueless. He shook his head and teased, "Have you ceased to be the Jiang Fox I once knew?" Jiang Li playfully delivered a light punch to his chest. "Just tell me already." Clearing his throat, Lin Chen explained, "For instance, a bottle of green tea costs 3 yuan, right?" Jiang Li nodded in affirmation. Lin Chen continued, 3 yuan symbolizes 300. If any girl deems the price acceptable, she will take the beverage from the hood and sit in the passenger seat. If the driver is also satisfied, the car will drive away, and I need not explain where they are headed, do I? Jiang Li's expression turned one of incredulity. Okay then. Lin Chen chuckled. All right, wait here for a moment while I fetch the car. As he prepared to leave, he reminded her not to take anyone's drinks. Frustrated, Jiang Li playfully scolded him, calling him a little rascal. However, at that moment, the gazes of several beverage vendors nearby inadvertently fell upon Jiang Li. This girl is stunning. Just look at her appearance and figure. She is exceptional. One of the vendors, lost in thought, descended from his vehicle and approached Jiang Li. Little sister, are you waiting for your boyfriend? Jiang Li, who was engrossed in her phone while waiting for Lin Chen, glanced up and frowned slightly. Before her stood a middle-aged man, portly and jovial, with a beer belly, grinning at her. Jiang Li subtly shifted her position, unaffected. Yet, the man was persistent and followed her. He pointed to an Audi A8 parked nearby and said, Little sister, see that? That's my car. Jiang Li gave it a cursory glance, a faint smile playing at her lips. An Audi A8, worth over $1 million. The man's face lit up with pride. So what do you think? Not bad, right? Come with me, and I'll give you 3,000. Catching sight of a Lamborghini Veneno approaching, Jiang Li smiled. That smile left the man momentarily dumbfounded. With a hint of mockery, she replied, A car worth over $1 million. Do you truly think you deserve it? The smile on his face froze. What did you say? He retorted angrily. At that moment, a commotion began to stir around them. Quick, quick, clear the way. Here comes the Veneno. What Veneno? The Lamborghini Veneno. A car worth 90 million. If you scratch it, prepare to lose everything. The man stood there in shock, staring at the approaching vehicle. Lamborghini Veneno. He gasped in disbelief. How could there be a 90 million Lamborghini Veneno here? Just as his astonishment grew, the extravagant Lamborghini Veneno halted beside him, its doors rising gracefully like gossamer wings. Jiang Li walked towards the Lamborghini, not sparing a glance at the stunned man behind her, and slid into the passenger seat. The man remained frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Chapter 88. The naturally naive in turn. Meanwhile, after escorting Jiang Li back, Lin Chen proceeded directly to the Ferrari dealership she had recommended. The location was somewhat obscure, and without navigation, he suspected he would wander for quite a while. After parking at the entrance, Lin Chen stepped inside. A few individuals were browsing the cars, while several salespeople who had become available were chatting and snacking nearby. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, they merely cast a cursory glance before diverting their attention elsewhere. Those who worked there were astute. They could discern an individual's financial status from their attire. Lin Chen, dressed modestly and lacking any ostentatious accessories, was naturally categorized among the less affluent in their eyes. Consequently, they were reluctant to waste their time and words on such individuals. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s approached, gracefully balancing a tray laden with several cups of coffee. A name tag identifying her as Wang Ziming, and in turn, was prominently displayed on her chest. One of the sales representatives, with a tone of disdain, instructed, Just set it down there. She then gestured towards Lin Chen, directing Wang Ziming, Do you see that customer? Go attend to him. It's a good opportunity for you to gain some experience. Wang Ziming promptly replied, Yes. I'll go right away. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was surveying his surroundings when the shy young woman approached him hesitantly. Hello, sir. May I assist you with anything? Being a newcomer and somewhat introverted, her speech was slightly stammering. Lin Chen, however, paid no mind, finding her youthful appearance and considerable charm rather endearing. He directly inquired, Does your shop offer maintenance services for supercars of other brands? Yes, we do, sir, Wang Ziming answered, though she hesitated, trailing off. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, but what? Upon hearing this, Wang Ziming glanced around to ensure no one was listening and whispered, But it's not cost-effective. Oh, why is that? Lin Chen's interest piqued. Eager to hear her explanation, Wang Ziming replied, if it's a luxury supercar, it's feasible. However, for ordinary sports cars, it wouldn't be worth it. Understood, Lin Shen nodded. Just tell me the price. Wang Ziming paused for a moment before stating, the price primarily depends on the package you choose. Our standard package is $5,999. The VIP package is $8,999, and the luxury package is $10,999. How long does the luxury package take for each car? Lin Shen inquired. Wang Ziming, taken aback. Hadn't expected such immediate interest in the luxury package. Not many people opt for maintenance these days. If you come in, we can start right away. The luxury maintenance process is quite involved and takes about an hour per vehicle. Lin Shen nodded, all right. Finding the young woman quite intriguing, he added, I have more than one sports car and need to return home. Could I have your contact information? I'll reach out to you directly. He was aware of the customary practice in such establishments, where commissions were attributed to the person who attended the customer. This young woman was evidently still unfamiliar with the protocol, as she hadn't asked for his contact details until he prompted her. Upon hearing Lin Shen's request, she quickly realized and fumbled through her pocket, retrieving a business card to hand to him. It bore her name, Wang Ziming, along with her phone number. Lin Shen glanced at it and tucked it into his pocket. Nearby, a few sales representatives munching on sunflower seeds couldn't help but roll their eyes at the scene, thinking to themselves that she was clearly inexperienced. To them, clients like Lin Shen were essentially of little value, merely requiring superficial engagement. However, unexpectedly, Wang Ziming left her business card for him. Indeed, she was still quite naive. Just then, several clients entered, their expressions a mix of disbelief. To their astonishment, a Lamborghini Veneno was parked at the entrance. It was unimaginable that such a luxury vehicle could be found in Donghai City. The price of that Lamborghini Veneno must exceed 90 million, right? A sum that might not even guarantee its purchase. The female sales representatives instantly rose, exchanging astonished glances. Lamborghini Veneno? They hastily rushed outside. Upon catching sight of the dazzling supercar, everyone was left wide-eyed in disbelief. This was indeed the Lamborghini Veneno. Wang Ziming, too, heard the commotion outside and leaned forward, eager to witness the excitement. Do you wish to step outside? Lin Shen inquired. At this, Wang Ziming eagerly nodded in agreement. She was also curious to see what a 90 million supercar looked like. Lin Shen smiled. If you want to go out, then go ahead. Thank you. Wang Ziming promptly exclaimed before dashing out. Lin Shen shook his head in resignation. He truly wondered how such a naturally oblivious girl managed to navigate this environment. Just as everyone was captivated by the Lamborghini Veneno, Lin Shen took out the car keys and approached the luxury vehicle. The door opened gracefully, akin to gossamer wings. A hush fell over the crowd. Chapter 89. The Ferrari 4S store in an uproar as the crowd remained entranced. Lin Shen slid into the car. It was not until the silhouette of the Lamborghini Veneno had completely vanished that the onlookers regained their composure. The female sales representatives were suddenly filled with regret. They had lost out on a significant client, one who drove a 90 million Veneno. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had mistakenly thought he was merely driving an ordinary supercar and had dashed out right under his nose. Could there be anything more humiliating? She was waiting for a response. Although she was an intern, she understood that such a client deserved to be treated with greater respect. Furthermore, had she hesitated a moment longer, she might have missed the opportunity entirely. With this thought, she hurried to the manager's office. When Wang Ziming knocked and entered, the manager was engrossed in his documents. Manager, I have something to discuss, she stammered. The manager, still focused on his papers, replied without looking up, what is it? Speak. Wang Ziming took a deep breath and said, today, a client visited our store seeking maintenance for his supercar. Upon hearing this, the manager's impatience flared as he slammed the document onto the table. Wang Ziming, if you truly have nothing to occupy your time, you ought to seek out a few clients on your own. Such trivial matters as maintaining supercars should not require me to be informed. What purpose do you serve? If you are merely here to consume resources without contributing? Wang Ziming hastily replied, that's not the case, manager. This client is driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Suddenly, she paused, realizing the gravity of her words. What did you say? What kind of car does this client drive? The astonishment in her manager's voice was palpable. Was it possible he hadn't heard her correctly? A Lamborghini Veneno, she stammered. Upon hearing this, the manager was so taken aback that he stood up, confirming. Are you certain it is that 90 million Lamborghini Veneno? Wang Ziming nodded. Yes, not only I, but several senior colleagues in the shop also witnessed it. The manager promptly set aside his documents. Quick, take me to see it. Meanwhile, Lin Chen found himself in a quandary with several luxury cars parked in his garage. He had no choice but to seek a designated driver. Initially contemplating using a ride-sharing app, he ultimately decided against it. Rather than entrust a stranger, he preferred the assistance of someone from the club. He directly contacted Zhao Yuanhang, requesting him to summon several club members to help drive the cars to the Ferrari dealership. Before long, the group of 5 from the club arrived at the Xuanyaju. Upon learning that Lin Chen resided in the Yinshui residence, they were momentarily astonished. However, it soon made sense. After all, Lin Chen owned numerous supercars, so residing in the prestigious Yinshui residence of Donghai City was not unreasonable. After their meeting, Lin Chen led them to his garage. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves to see Lin Chen's collection of luxury vehicles, the sight of the full garage still left them breathless. Each car within was capable of causing a tremendous stir on its own. Even more astonishing was the fact that all 3 of the Win children were in Lin Chen's possession. It was utterly shocking. At that moment, Lin Chen tossed them a set of keys, saying, "Choose whichever you can drive." "All right, Brother Chen," they exclaimed, their eagerness palpable. Seizing the keys, they immediately got to work. Soon, 5 top-tier supercars exited the garage in unison. The security guard, having never witnessed such a spectacular scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. In no time, the entire Donghai City was abuzz. What had once been a somewhat congested road was now completely clear. Oh my, is that a Rolls-Royce? And 3 Pagani Win children? Not to mention a Lamborghini Veneno? Am I dreaming? Someone, please slap me awake. Some less knowledgeable about cars remarked. Don't you all know that the Supercar Club's fleet mobilized yesterday? Those dozens of supercars were simply magnificent. A cold snicker escaped someone's lips. What do you even know? Each of these 5 supercars, if showcased individually, could eclipse the number of vehicles seen yesterday. The Ferrari dealership had undergone a remarkable transformation. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Chen was away tending to his vehicle, the manager had summoned all staff to thoroughly clean the premises, ensuring even the glass doors gleamed with brilliance. "Xiao Zhang, is the premium Longjing tea you were tasked with ready?" "Xiao Wu, that banner seems slightly askew. Please adjust it promptly." "Xiao Li, has the VIP room been tidied to perfection?" "It is of utmost importance. Nothing must be overlooked." Everyone was bustling with activity, while only Wang Ziming had no responsibilities, merely waiting to accompany the manager in greeting the esteemed client. The sales team, transformed into embodiments of envy, felt a pang of jealousy. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ziming received a call from Lin Chen, announcing his imminent arrival. The manager swiftly instructed everyone to cease their tasks and prepare to welcome this distinguished client. The staff at the Ferrari dealership lined up in 2 rows, eagerly anticipating Lin Chen's arrival. Before long, a luxurious supercar rolled in. Was that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? No, wasn't that esteemed client supposed to be driving a Lamborghini Veneno? The manager's brow furrowed in confusion. Wang Ziming was equally bewildered. It was indeed the Lamborghini Veneno. Others exchanged puzzled glances, having witnessed the unmistakable presence of the Lamborghini. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, another vehicle entered. It was a Pagani Huayra. This was a unique model, crafted exclusively for the Summer Kingdom. Following closely were the Yazzie and the Chiwen, each gracing the dealership with their presence. What a stunning turn of events. The 3 bespoke vehicles, tailored by Pagani in accordance with the Summer Kingdom's dragon lineage, were all gathered here? Surely, I am not dreaming. This was utterly surreal. While Wang Ziming anxiously awaited Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno, the other sales representatives were already brimming with excitement, their eyes fixated on the collection of supercars, eager to seize the opportunity. With so many affluent clients present, securing even one could yield a substantial commission. One sales representative leaned in towards the manager, whispering, "Manager, the owner of the Lamborghini Veneno has yet to arrive, and so many luxury cars are already here. What should we do?" The manager felt equally conflicted. Just as she contemplated attending to the owners of the earlier arrivals, the Lamborghini Veneno, which had occupied Wang Ziming's thoughts, finally appeared. "Manager, look. He is here." Indeed, it was the eye-catching Lamborghini Veneno. At that moment, the occupants of the preceding luxury vehicles began to disembark, and many recognized them. Were these not all members of the Donghai City Supercar Club? They were indeed the scions of wealthy families. However, as Lin Chen stepped out, these so-called affluent heirs headed directly towards another direction. "Brother Chen, do you think we can park your car here?" The crowd instantly froze, enveloped in a deathly silence. Chapter 90. An unexpected encounter with Lu Tianho. What? All these supercars belonged to the owner of that Lamborghini Veneno? Were they mad, or was the world going mad? Were these individuals not all wealthy heirs from the Donghai City Supercar Club? It turned out they were merely drivers for the Lamborghini owner? The typically arrogant rich kids appeared so subservient before this gentleman. Who on earth was he? Possessing 5 top-tier supercars, 3 of which were truly one-of-a-kind globally. The Veneno alone was valued at over 90 million. It was simply terrifying. The manager stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. After years in her position, she had never encountered anything like this. How immense must this gentleman's financial resources be to acquire such an impressive collection of supercars? At this moment, Lin Chen nodded to several club members. Just leave them here. All right, Brother Chun. They then inquired, Brother Chun, when do you expect to finish? You'll need someone to drive the cars back later, right? Just call us. Indeed. We haven't even had our fill yet. The feel of the Pagani is absolutely sublime. If it weren't for you, Brother Chun, we might never have the chance to drive such luxury cars, huh? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and replied, all right. I'll reach out to you later. We'll wait for you at the nearby internet cafe, just a call away. Meanwhile, the manager was the first to regain her composure and hurried over. Sir, we have summoned the supercar maintenance team for you. Shall we commence the maintenance now? She inquired respectfully. Wang Ziming, noticing this, promptly followed suit. Yes, we specifically assembled the staff for the maintenance of your supercars. The manager cast a glance of appreciation at Wang Ziming. Lin Chen nodded. Good, let us start now. At that moment, the manager respectfully addressed Lin Chen. Sir, maintaining supercars requires a certain amount of time. Would you like to have Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhou take you to the VIP lounge to relax a bit? Xiao Wang was, of course, Wang Ziming, while Xiao Zhou was. Upon hearing the name Xiao Zhou, Wang Ziming's face turned pale, casting an incredulous glance at the manager. A boldly dressed, alluring saleswoman's eyes lit up as she quickly approached. Thank you, manager. She then turned to Lin Chen with a flirtatious smile. Sir, please follow me. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied. It seems like it will take quite a while. Why don't you show me around your store first? We can go there afterward. Certainly, sir, the saleswoman said. She then led Lin Chen away, leaving Wang Ziming reluctantly trailing behind. With the manager making such arrangements, what more could she do? She cast a glance at Zhou Li, who was with Lin Chen, and sighed with a hint of reluctance. It seemed that this client would once again be snatched away by Zhou Li. Meanwhile, a Ferrari came to a halt at the entrance, and the moment its occupant stepped out, it caused a stir. Goodness, what fortune do I possess today to encounter the illustrious Lu Tianho here? Lu Tianho is truly breathtaking, a striking contrast to those cookie-cutter internet celebrities. Let us not sully Lu Tianho's name by comparing her to those so-called internet stars, who have undergone countless procedures. Lu Tianho's beauty is entirely natural. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the petite film diva Lu Yuxing, accompanied by her assistant, Ai Li. Lu Yuxing's sharp eyes immediately spotted several luxury cars parked ahead, leaving her momentarily stunned, unable to regain her composure. Ai Li, perplexed, suddenly laid eyes on the lavish vehicles and was equally frozen in place. My goodness, why are there so many luxury cars? Has a significant figure arrived today? Ai Li exclaimed. Gradually, Lu Yuxing regained her senses. Just moments ago, she had recognized a familiar vehicle among the luxury cars, a Pagani Huayra. If her memory served her correctly, and it certainly did, this was Lin Chen's. At the yacht party, he had driven this very Pagani Huayra, the only one of its kind in the world. How could there be another? This meant that Lin Chen was also present here. With this thought, she began to search for Lin Chen's figure within the store. Sure enough, she spotted him not far away. Lu Yuxing slightly lowered her gaze, intending to greet Lin Chen, when she overheard a few female sales associates whispering nearby. That Mr. Lin is truly remarkable. He appears to be in his 20s and yet owns 5 luxury cars, each one a pinnacle of excellence. Indeed, I would love to attend to him. But the manager has already assigned Zhou Li. We should not entertain such hopes. Zhou Li has her own methods and has never failed. Lu Yuxing suddenly called out to one of them, inquiring, Is the Mr. Lin you speak of the one over there? She gestured toward Lin Chen's location. The 2 sales associates exchanged glances and nodded. Lu Yuxing's heart settled with this confirmation. Ai Li quietly asked, Sister Yuxing, shall we approach him now? Lu Yuxing's lips curved into a subtle smile. Of course, why not? Meanwhile, Lin Chen was listening to Zhou Li's introduction of their store when he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Instinctively, he turned his head. Lu Yuxing? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuxing smiled faintly. Do you remember me? This unexpected interaction left those around them quietly astonished. Who would have thought that the typically aloof Lu Tianhe would take the initiative to strike up a conversation? However, considering that the other party was a super-rich heir with 5 top-tier supercars, it was rather understandable. Indeed, when one possesses sufficient wealth, notions of aloofness become irrelevant. Lin Chun chuckled softly, remarking, how could one forget the illustrious film diva, Lu Yuxing? Lu Yuxing, displaying modesty, replied, you flatter me. Such titles are whimsically bestowed by the audience. Are you here to admire the cars as well? Upon hearing this, Ailey cast a surprised glance at Lu Yuxing. Had they not just learned that Lin Chun was present to maintain his collection of supercars? Why then did Lu Yuxing pose such a question? However, Ailey quickly grasped the underlying brilliance of Lu Yuxing's words. She silently lauded her for her astuteness. Had she immediately acknowledged knowledge of Lin Chen's purpose, it might have suggested an ulterior motive driven by his wealth. Yet by feigning ignorance, the dynamics shifted entirely, an impeccable maneuver. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I am here to attend to my vehicle's maintenance. While maintenance was indeed the purpose, the exact number of cars involved remained ambiguous. I must admit, I have great admiration for Mr. Lin. At such a young age, to be the proud owner of such extraordinary supercars. If I am not mistaken, you must be in your early 20s? Lu Yuxing inquired. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, I have just turned 20. Lu Yuxing was taken aback. She had presumed Lin Chun's youthful appearance belied a more mature age, perhaps at least 24. To her astonishment, he truly was quite young. Nearby, Zhou interjected. At 20, shouldn't you still be in university? I am a freshman at Donghai University, Lin Chen responded. At this revelation, all 4, including Zhou Li and Wang Ziming, were left bewildered. Yet, Zhou Li felt a surge of excitement within. Being a student surely made him more approachable. Lu Yuxing, however, found herself at a loss for words. Mr. Lin, you truly astonish me. In response, Lin Chen offered a gentle smile. Miss Lu, you jest. At that moment, Lu Yuxing retrieved her phone, asking, may I add your contact information, Mr. Lin? Of course, he replied, and they exchanged details. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuxing announced her intention to depart. I shall go inspect the cars. We can converse further another day. Very well, Lin Chen replied. After her departure, Ailey could not contain her curiosity, asking, Sister Yuxing, why didn't you engage him in conversation for a bit longer? Lu Yuxing cast a nonchalant glance her way. What do you understand? One must know when to draw the line. Being overly proactive may breed annoyance. Ailey appeared puzzled. Is that so? Meanwhile, Lin Chun, feeling fatigued from his stroll, accompanied Zhou Li and Wang Ziming to the VIP lounge. Upon arrival, Zhou Li busied herself with attentive gestures, serving fruit, offering juice, frequently checking if the air conditioning was comfortable, and inquiring whether the water was warm enough. Wang Ziming had completely become a mere shadow. During the time Zhou Li went to brew tea, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Wang Ziming. Why are you silent? Wang Ziming looked up, her eyes filled with melancholy as she addressed Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, will the commission from the supercar maintenance still be counted on my behalf? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's playful spirit was ignited. That depends on your performance. With a slight smile, he lifted a glass of juice and took a sip. However, Wang Ziming's complexion paled. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your terms. I am a person of principles and would never compromise my integrity for money. Saying this, she lowered her head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. What have I asked you to do? Just as Wang Ziming was about to respond, Zhou Li returned, swaying her slender waist. She brought a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Chen, her fingers taking the opportunity to circle around the back of his hand. Lin Chen frowned, his lips twitching slightly. Zhou Li then settled onto the sofa opposite Lin Chen and giggled. Mr. Lin, feel free to tell me your requirements. Whatever it is, I will gladly fulfill it. She even winked at him. Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words. It seemed this saleswoman had employed such tactics to secure clients before. A chill ran down his spine. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming's gaze dimmed slightly. She had suspected that Zhou Li was willing to compromise her integrity for performance, and she surmised that Mr. Lin would likely behave like other men as well. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly stood up. We've rested long enough, saleswoman Wang. Why don't you accompany me for a stroll? Wang Ziming, whose name had been called, was momentarily taken aback, her face filled with disbelief as she pointed at herself. Me? Who else could it be? Lin Chen replied. A wave of joy surged through Wang Ziming, and she quickly stood up. All right, thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhou Li, on the other hand, wore a stunned expression. How could Mr. Lin deviate from the usual script? As Lin Shun and Wang Ziming were about to leave the VIP room, Zhou Li hurriedly stood up, pleading, Mr. Lin, why don't I show you around instead? Wang is still an intern, and I fear she may not serve you well. Lin Shun cast her a calm glance. No need. Saleswoman Zhou, you should tend to your own affairs. Besides, interns are quite good. They are grounded and do not stray from the right path. Surely, they will have their day in the sun. The implication of this statement was unmistakable. Zhou Li's face turned pale. By the time she regained her senses, Lin Shun had already exited the VIP reception room with Wang Ziming. Wang Ziming looked at Lin Shun in astonishment. Mr. Lin, you are truly unique. Unlike many of the men I have encountered. Lin Shun smiled, oh, pray tell. Wang Ziming cast a glance at the VIP reception room behind her, and upon noticing that Zhou Li had not pursued her, she slowly remarked, she has been poaching others' clients more than once or twice, yet she succeeds each time. Men simply cannot resist her insinuations. And what about you? Lin Shun replied, casting a casual glance her way. I am not one to settle for anything less. Settle for anything less? Wang Ziming chuckled at the phrase. Well put. Indeed, a man like Lin Shun has encountered countless beauties. Even the stunning Lu Yuxing, the diva of Lu, has approached him. How could he possibly be interested in a woman like Zhou Li? Truly, the discerning eye of the wealthy is unparalleled. Meanwhile, the maintenance process for the Supercar was nearing completion, and Lin Shun promptly reached out to a few affluent second-generation individuals. They were quick to respond. Upon receiving Lin Shun's call, they arrived without delay. Thank you for making this trip, Lin Shun said. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, the young men quickly replied, Brother Chun, it is our honor to drive such a luxury car. How could we let you bear the expense? Indeed, when Zhao spoke to the club, everyone wanted to join, and we were ultimately selected. The others at the club are envious of us. Had it not been for Zhao's prior engagement, he would have come himself. Lin Shun insisted, I must treat you. It wouldn't be appropriate otherwise. Reluctantly, they agreed. The entire staff from the Ferrari dealership came out to bid farewell as a convoy of top-tier supercars departed. Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue was driving an Audi S7, feeling frustrated that Lin Shun had not been in touch with her lately. Suddenly, the car ahead braked abruptly, and Yi Qinxue, caught off guard, collided with it. Startled, she felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. Oh no, oh no. The owner of the car in front angrily exited his vehicle. Yi Qinxue quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and got out. The individual was a towering figure, nearly 6 feet tall, with a dragon tattoo coiling around his arm. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I will compensate. She hastily apologized. However, the large man had no sympathy. This car was freshly purchased, and he had yet to enjoy it. How could he tolerate such damage? Although it was his negligence in checking the distance while looking at his phone that caused the abrupt stop, being hit necessitated compensation. My brand new car has been wrecked like this. You won't leave without paying at least $1 million. $1 million? Yi Qinxue exclaimed. The Bentley was worth only a few million, and she had merely grazed it. How could the cost be $1 million? Brother, that's excessive. At this, the man erupted in fury. Excessive? Do you even realize what car this is? It's a Bentley, worth several million, and you've damaged it to this extent. $1 million yuan is already very generous. Mind you, Yi Qinxue found herself in a predicament. Having been away from home for quite some time, her funds had dwindled significantly, and she could not possibly come up with $1 million yuan at this moment. The burly man sneered, without $1 million, you shall not leave. Yi Qinxue was on the verge of tears, and the crowd around them began to murmur. Although the girl was at fault, many had clearly witnessed that. Had he not braked suddenly, she likely would not have collided with him. Indeed, the damage was minimal, yet demanding $1 million in compensation seemed excessively harsh. His car is only worth a few million. How could he demand such a sum for a mere scratch? Despite public sympathy leaning towards Yi Qinxue, the burly man remained undeterred, adamant that she could not depart without payment. Meanwhile, Lin Shun was driving leisurely when he noticed a commotion not far ahead. His brow furrowing slightly. It appeared to be an accident. Initially reluctant to intervene, he caught sight of Yi Qinxue, looking utterly helpless. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shun pulled over. The crowd erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness! It's a Lamborghini Veneno. Everyone, keep your distance. This car is not to be trifled with. They were astonished to witness such a magnificent vehicle while merely intending to observe the scene. Moreover, the young man driving was exceptionally handsome. Hearing the commotion, Both Yi Qinxue and the burly man turned to look. In an instant, Yi Qinxue was captivated. Lin Chen. It was indeed Lin Chen. The burly man's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno, every fiber of his being alight with thrill. As Lin Chen approached, the burly man eagerly prepared to engage him in conversation, only to be taken aback by the unfolding scene. Yi Qinxue dashed towards Lin Chen, exclaiming, "Lin Chen, what are you doing here?" "I saw you here and came to take a look," Lin Chen replied. The burly man's face paled. Could it be that they knew each other? Behind them, several wealthy young men who had been driving Lin Chen's cars also stopped upon seeing his vehicle parked by the roadside. The onlookers were nearly beside themselves with excitement. So many luxury cars. I only recognize a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The others are completely foreign to me, but they certainly appear to be extraordinarily expensive. The remaining three were all Pagani Huayras, each a unique masterpiece. Just marvel at them. This is a gathering of the elite. At that moment, the occupants of the cars began to emerge. The burly man gasped in astonishment. So many luxury vehicles. So many wealthy heirs. Some individuals among the crowd, recognizing them, were left utterly astounded. They are all second-generation wealthy individuals from Donghai City. No wonder they can afford such luxurious vehicles. I am utterly envious. Although many paths lead to Rome, some individuals are born into it. Indeed, there are certain possessions one may never acquire if they are not bestowed upon them at birth. However, the next scene left everyone utterly astonished. The affluent youths approached Lin Chen. "Brother Chen, why aren't you leaving?" "Yes, Brother Chen, if you don't leave, we have no idea where to take your car, so we halted." The crowd was petrified, enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 92. I am the fool you speak of. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Qinxue was equally astounded. She was aware of Lin Chen's wealth, but she did not anticipate the magnitude of his fortune. The combined value of these vehicles must amount to several hundred million at the very least. The burly man stood in shock, clearly intimidated. It was evident that he recognized Lin Chen and had just attempted to extort her for $1 million. What was he to do now? Before anyone could react, the burly man bowed deeply to Yi Qinxue. "I apologize, Mississippi. I was merely joking earlier. It was a misunderstanding. I hope you can forgive me." The onlookers cast disdainful glances at the man. Now he claims it was a joke? He certainly did not appear so earlier. Now that he realized the support she had, he immediately backed down. This was clearly a case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Lin Chen was equally perplexed. What had transpired? Upon his arrival, the imposing man had been interrogating Yi Qinxue. Why was he suddenly apologizing? Yi Qinxue was equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The burly man, trembling with fear and drenched in cold sweat, realized that the man beside this woman was a tycoon with 5 top-tier supercars. How would he navigate the repercussions of offending such a person? In a flurry, he retrieved a bank card from his vehicle and thrust it into Yi Qinxue's hands. "Miss, this card contains 100,000 yuan. Consider it compensation for your shock. And please use it to repair your car, if you would." Observing his excessively respectful demeanor, Yi Qinxue, still in a daze, nodded slowly. The man beamed with joy. "So you forgive me?" Yi Qinxue glanced at Lin Chen before replying, I forgive you. Thank you, miss. Thank you." The man expressed his gratitude hurriedly. Glancing at Lin Chen, "Thank you both for not holding this against me. I shall take my leave." Thus, this farce came to a close. Yi Qinxue's vehicle was sent for repairs, and she had no choice but to ride in Lin Chen's car. Initially, Lin Chen intended to treat these individuals to a meal, and he casually invited Yi Qinxue to join them. Their location was conveniently close to the Earl Hotel, so they all proceeded there together. In the car, Yi Qinxue expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Lin Chen, who was driving. "Lin Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." Lin Chen glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, "Thank me for what? As far as I recall, I haven't done anything. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have backed down. I'm well aware that he only apologized because of your influence. He was not like this before you arrived." As she spoke, Yi Qinxue lowered her head. She acknowledged the truth in his words. Had Lin Chen not intervened, she would have been at a loss. During her days away from home, she had already spent a considerable amount of money. To resolve the situation, she would have had to seek help from her family. However, she had left home to compel her mother to relent, and returning now would mean all her efforts were in vain. Fortunately, Lin Chen appeared just when she needed him most. Observing her demeanor, Lin Chen offered her reassurance. "It's all right. It's all in the past." Yi Qinxue nodded, and then seemed to recall something. turning to Lin Chen to ask, Lin Chen, why haven't you replied to my messages? Hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at her. Is that so? He then picked up his phone, accessed his WeChat, and indeed found over 10 unread messages from Yi Qinxue. My apologies. I've been rather busy and didn't notice. Yi Qinxue sighed in relief. So that's it. I thought you were ignoring me. Lin Chen found this amusing. You haven't done anything wrong. Why would I ignore you? Yi Qinxue tilted her head, considering his logic. Lin Chen, she said, glancing at the luxury cars trailing behind them. Are those cars yours? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, they are. Previously, it had merely been Yi Qinxue's speculation. But hearing Lin Chen confirm it left her quite astonished. You're so young, still in university, and you can afford so many cars. She exclaimed. Indeed. Comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. Lin Chen replied, I'm still a freshman. As for the cars, I bought them because I liked them. A freshman? Yi Qinxue suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. However, at least Lin Chen was already of age. To strike up a conversation with Lin Chen, she inquired. You attend Donghai University, right? Yes, came his response. This seemed to open the floodgates for Yi Qinxue. I heard that at Donghai University. There's even a helicopter service for students to report to school, which I found quite fascinating. Lin Chen shot her a sidelong glance. What makes that fascinating? Yi Qinxue continued. I believe that although this individual is wealthy, such ostentatious displays of wealth will undoubtedly incite envy and animosity in some. It is nothing short of foolish behavior. Furthermore, this is the first time I have heard of someone arriving at school in a helicopter. She then turned to Lin Chen and inquired, by the way, you must not know this person, right? Lin Chen, his expression darkened, nodded. I do. Yi Qinxue was puzzled. Who is that? Far away yet close at hand. Lin Chen replied. Yi Qinxue's expression suddenly froze. What did he mean by that? At that moment, Lin Chen turned to gaze at her. I am the fool you speak of. Chapter 93. Emotional consultant. The most daunting aspect is when the atmosphere turns abruptly silent. The person who arrived by helicopter. Is it you? Yi Qinxue asked, her voice trembling. It is, he affirmed. Upon hearing those two words, Yi Qinxue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears. Why did she have to speak so thoughtlessly? Lin Chen, that wasn't my intention. Oh? Lin Chen looked at her. What did you mean then? Yi Qinxue stammered. I just wanted to talk to you a bit more, that's all. Who would have guessed? Oh my goodness. Can someone find me a crack in the ground to hide in? I am in dire need. Lin Chen chuckled softly. All right, I won't tease you any further. The atmosphere in the car became palpably awkward. The once talkative Yi Qinxue found herself at a loss for words. At the Earl Hotel, another of Lin Chen's enterprises. He had initially been reluctant to come here. However, it seemed to be the only hotel nearby, and he did not wish to venture too far. So he had no choice but to arrive. As they reached the entrance, the moment the receptionist saw Lin Chen, they were visibly startled and hurriedly bowed. Mr. Lin. The individuals accompanying Lin Chen, including Yi Qinxue, were left in a state of shock. What is going on? Mr. Lin? Does the Earl Hotel also have shares owned by Lin Chen? This is utterly extraordinary. Lin Chen looked at them in confusion. How do they know me? One of the receptionists quickly explained, Mr. Lin, our general manager showed us your photograph, fearing we might not recognize you and inadvertently neglect you. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. The others behind him were left dumbfounded. Brother Chen, you're something else. I've never encountered anyone as extravagant as you. Helicopters, yachts, Yinshui Pavilion, several supercars. I'm envious. Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue felt a chill of trepidation. What other secrets lay hidden? Yinshui Pavilion yachts? She looked at the 20-year-old Lin Chen. This was simply terrifying. Soon after, they followed the receptionists into the hotel. Soon, General Manager Tan Guang greeted them and promptly arranged a spacious private room for Lin Chen and his companions. After a delightful meal, they assisted Lin Chen in returning his car, while Yi Qinxue headed home early. Once home, Lin Chen had just completed his evening routine when he received several WeChat messages. Su Mo had sent him 3 messages, as the short holiday comes to an end. What have you been up to? Others think the break is too short, but I feel it's too long. I really want to return to school. How about you? Lin Chen chuckled and replied, the vacation is almost over. Soon you will have to return to school whether you wish to or not. Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue had also sent him several messages. Lin Chen, are you there? QVQ, I'm so sorry about today. You helped me. And I still spoke to you that way. I should treat you to a meal today. Are you free tomorrow? How about I make it up to you? Please don't refuse me. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and realized he had no plans for the next day. Yi Qinxue was indeed a stunning beauty, and the prospect of spending time with her was appealing, so he agreed. Before long, Yi Qinxue instantly replied, "Oh yay, I'm so thrilled." Lin Chen smiled. "Be careful not to be so happy that you can't sleep." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Chen retired for the night, enjoying sweet dreams. When Lin Chen awoke, it was already 9 in the morning. He drew open the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, reveling in the picturesque riverside view before him. The water sparkled under the sun, clear and serene, reminiscent of a painting. After stretching lazily, Lin Chen proceeded to freshen up. Having finished breakfast and indulged in a couple of games, he received a message from Yi Qinxue. "Ding ding. Are you ready? I'm about to head out. How about you come pick me up? At Tao Chin Pin your building. My car is in for repairs." Lin Chen simply replied with a sure, and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue's room was strewn with clothing. For today's gathering, she had spent a full hour and a half choosing outfits and another hour and a half on makeup. Satisfied with her reflection, she smiled at herself in the mirror. However, upon turning around and seeing the chaos in her room, she gasped in shock. Why is it such a mess? The thought of Lin Chen arriving to pick her up, potentially entering her room, sent her into a flurry as she hurriedly began tidying up. Half an hour later, when Lin Chen arrived downstairs, he called Yi Qinxue. Relieved that he did not come upstairs, she exhaled deeply. When Lin Chen finally saw Yi Qinxue, his eyes lit up. She wore a floral skirt paired with a white sweater, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura. "Do I look good today?" Yi Qinxue asked with a beaming smile as she settled into the car. Lin Chen nodded. "You look great. Where are we headed?" "You're treating, so you decide." Yi Qinxue was momentarily taken aback. She was preoccupied with joy in her appearance, neglecting to prepare any strategy. Oh dear, Yi Qinxue felt utterly foolish. "Let's go to that 3-flavored braised chicken on the 4th floor of Hongdao Mall," she exclaimed, quickly adding, "I've always wanted to go there, but never had the chance." "All right." Lin Chen nodded, making his way to Hongdao Mall. After their meal, Yi Qinxue suddenly inquired, "Do you have some free time later? Shall we take a stroll?" Lin Chen glanced at the time, deemed it still early, and agreed. Thus, the two of them wandered around Hongdao Mall. Today happened to be a short holiday, and the crowd was particularly abundant. A female streamer, adorned in designer attire and towering heels, was outdoors, live streaming with a selfie stick. "Good morning, friends in the live stream. Your emotional consultant, Sister Tingting, is online. If you have any questions, feel free to post them in the chat." At that moment, the chat was flooded with comments. "Sister Tingting, I want my boyfriend to buy me a set of lipstick, but he has been stalling for a week, saying his rent is due this month. Does he not love me?" "Sister Tingting, my boyfriend checked my phone today, and I'm furious. Should I break up with him?" "Sister Tingting, my husband made me do housework today, and I was so angry that I hit him. Is that wrong?" The words of the streamer, Tingting, were rather astonishing to passersby. "What? That lipstick only costs around 1,000 yuan. Surely, he could have borrowed that much. If he doesn't want to buy it, why keep a boyfriend like that for the new year? WTF? He checked your phone? How can such a bizarre man even exist? Do we women not deserve our own space anymore? Being with someone like that must be exhausting. Just break up, girl. And this is even worse. He actually made you do housework? Our hands are meant for manicures and pampered with hand creams and masks. What kind of mindset is that?" Below in the live stream, a chorus of approval erupted. While streaming, Tingting's eyes occasionally darted towards a nearby jewelry store. Suddenly, they lit up as she spotted a young couple, handsome male, beautiful female. Such people are typically concerned about appearances. With that thought, she walked over with her phone in hand. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Yi Qinxue were engaged in conversation when suddenly, a figure stepped in front of them, aiming a phone at them. The live stream erupted in excitement. "Wow, that guy is so handsome. Is that girl his girlfriend? She's stunning too. Is Sister Tingting about to identify another scoundrel? Can't wait. I've grabbed my seat for the drama." Lin Chen furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Tingting suddenly chimed in. "Hello, you two. I'm emotional consultant Tingting. May I ask if there are any issues in your relationship lately?" As she strolled through the streets, she found it rather odd that they did not even hold hands. Subsequently, she aimed her phone's camera directly at Yi Qinxue, exclaiming, "Come on, young lady, tell me. I will assist you with anything." Yi Qinxue, taken aback, replied, "Who are you? I don't know you. I am here to help you," Tingting asserted with conviction. She then redirected her camera towards Lin Chen, inquiring, "Sir, may I ask, do you love this young lady?" Lin Chen pondered inwardly, what on earth? Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue, growing impatient, tugged at Lin Chen's arm, attempting to bypass her. However, Tingting was not about to let them escape easily. She hurriedly caught up, positioning herself directly in front of Lin Chen, nearly pressing the camera against his face. "Sir, how is it that your love for your girlfriend appears so fragile, unable to withstand even the slightest test?" Lin Chen chuckled, intrigued to see what this individual was up to. "Pray tell, what kind of test must I endure to prove my love for her?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qinxue looked up at Lin Chen, slightly astonished. What did he mean by that? Tingting's expression brightened with delight. Her bait had been taken, and her opportunity had arrived. Chapter 94. Labeled as a high-level PUA with a mocking chuckle, Tingting pointed at the nearby luxury jewelry store, declaring, "If you can purchase a necklace worth over 50,000 for your girlfriend inside, we shall believe you love her. Otherwise, you do not truly love her. What say you?" Lin Chen smiled, bemused by her logic that equated purchasing with love. Noticing his silence, Tingting's irritation flared. "What are you hesitating for? Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Yet you are unwilling to buy her even a necklace worth 50,000? Meanwhile, comments in the live stream began to flood in. What a despicable man. He can't even commit to buying a necklace worth 50,000. I bet he won't be generous with the bride price when it comes time to marry. Indeed, I thought this young man was rather handsome, but it turns out he is just like the rest, proving that good looks do not equate to being a good man. Is money truly more important to him than his girlfriend? I am appalled." Yi Qinxue, feeling incensed, retorted, "Whether my boyfriend buys me something or not is none of your concern. Why are you meddling in others' affairs?" At that moment, Tingting turned her focus on Yi Qinxue, stating, "At such a time, you still defend this scoundrel? Have you been PUA'd by him? Everyone, come witness this high-level PUA scoundrel. Should we not rescue this young lady?" The live stream erupted with applause as many joined in denouncing Lin Chen. Even those nearby, witnessing the altercation, began to stop and watch. What is happening here? I don't know, but I just heard that this man is a high-level PUA scoundrel. You've got to be kidding. This streamer is quite the season one. At this moment, Tingting cast a smile that was both playful and enigmatic towards Lin Chen, inquiring, "What say you? I shall grant you yet another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. Are you inclined to venture inside and purchase a necklace worth 50,000 for your girlfriend? As a testament to your affection for her?" Tingting gazed at Lin Chen with an air of assuredness. In her perception, Lin Chen was well-dressed, not at all resembling someone who lacked the means to acquire such a piece of jewelry. Moreover, public opinion served as a formidable weapon. She was certain he would succumb to the pressures of societal judgment and procure the necklace for his girlfriend. The thought of the hefty commission awaiting her sent a thrill through every fiber of her being. Commissions, indeed. At that moment, a couple strolled by. The man appeared to be nearing 40, portly and balding, with a belly reminiscent of a 9-month pregnant woman. The woman, in contrast, was considerably younger. Upon glancing at Lin Chen, the man quickly grasped his companion's hand and exclaimed, "Darling, if he cannot even afford a necklace, he is truly a scoundrel." Tingting, seizing the opportunity, turned to the man and asked, "Oh, sir, would you be willing to purchase a necklace worth over 50,000 for your girlfriend?" The man, with an air of arrogance, lifted his chin and declared, "It's merely 50,000. Of course, I would." The woman, however, feigned hesitation, stating, "Darling, 50,000 is several months of your salary." Unfazed, the man replied, "No worries. If funds are lacking, I can always earn more. After all, no amount of money can compare to the joy of seeing you smile." With that, he took her hand and led her inside to purchase a necklace exceeding 60,000. The woman cradled the jewelry box in her hands, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. "Darling, you are simply too good to me. I am so touched. And I adore the necklace." Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream became a frenzy. "Wow, over 60,000 just like that. This must be true love, right? This is what a real man is like. Although not conventionally handsome, he is undoubtedly a good man. Indeed, what does it matter if a man is handsome if he cannot provide? In my opinion, ladies must be discerning when seeking partners, lest they end up with a complete cad." At this juncture, Tingting deliberately showcased the live stream comments to Lin Chen, triumphantly proclaiming, "What do you think? Are you now inclined to make a purchase?" She then turned to the visibly irate Yi Qinxue and remarked, "Darling, I am merely attempting to rescue you. He must often employ manipulative tactics against you, right? Listen to me. If he refuses to buy you a necklace, it signifies he does not love you. Why cling to someone who does not cherish you? You are out of your mind." Yi Qinxue could not contain her exasperation. Yet Tingting feigned a heart-wrenching concern, exclaiming, "Heavens! This young lady is already so deeply ensnared. I must save her." The livestream audience responded with fervor, showering the screen with rockets. Her words completely reduced men to mere ATMs, yet no one in the livestream found her remarks inappropriate, as it was filled exclusively with materialistic women. Tingting's words perfectly resonated with their sentiments, providing them with a convenient excuse for their vanity and materialism. How could they not be enamored by her? At that moment, the female host named Tingting directly addressed Lin Chen. "Did you see what that man just did? That is what a true man looks like. Are you certain you won't make a show of it, still clinging to your ignorance?" Lin Chen chuckled as he began to understand. This so-called relationship consultant could hardly stray from the topic of purchasing necklaces. He suspected that the shop next door had likely hired her as a plant. The artifice of marketing was evident. Noticing his amusement, Tingting inquired, "What are you laughing at? Are you unwilling to help your girlfriend by something?" Lin Chen, disinterested in conversing with her, merely cast her a glance before leading Yi Qinxue into the shop. "Let us go?" Yi Qinxue was taken aback. Was he genuinely going to buy her a necklace? Clearly, the so-called relationship consultant was dubious at best. Seeing this, Tingting displayed a victorious smile. Commissions. A wealth of commissions beckoned to her. Yet, she had no intention of leaving. She planned to interview them after they had purchased the necklace. At that point, the viewers in the live stream would trust her even more. This would translate into a substantial income. Meanwhile, the moment Lin Chen stepped into the store, the sales associate's face lit up with joy. She had witnessed the events unfold at the entrance. This man had brought his girlfriend inside, indicating that Tingting had succeeded. Thanks to her, they had sold quite a few items lately. Therefore, the sales associate promptly approached him. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Lin Chen, however, coldly replied, "I am the landlord. Bring your manager here. I will not continue renting this shop due to its deceptive practices." Chapter 95. Stunned, the sales associate was momentarily taken aback before processing his words. "Why, you are the landlord?" Lin Chen merely glanced at her, remaining silent. The associate quickly responded, "Please hold on. I will fetch the manager immediately." With that, she hurried to a rest area within the store. Yi Qinxue was once again astonished. "This store is also yours?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen cast her a casual glance and asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Yi Qinxue shook her head, at a loss for words. Before she was aware of Lin Chen's wealth, she had felt quite confident. However, now she suddenly felt unworthy of him. This realization brought a wave of profound disappointment, yet she also felt a surge of happiness at the thought of being attracted to such an exceptional man. In the rest area, a middle-aged man of Mediterranean descent sat at his computer desk, engrossed in a game. "Goodness, is this ADC a fool? Charge in. What's the point of picking ADC if you won't deal damage? Damn, this mage just betrayed me. Is it easy being a support? And what is this jungler doing? Wandering around aimlessly like a tumor on his neck? Why is he constantly meandering about?" At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and a frantic salesperson rushed in. The store manager, startled, exclaimed, "What on earth? Are you in a hurry to meet your maker?" The salesperson hurriedly replied, "Manager, it's bad news. The landlord is here. Apparently, he learned about the streamer, Tingting, and said he won't rent the place to us anymore. I've already informed the boss. Let him not rent. Who cares?" He instinctively retorted. But within mere seconds, realization dawned upon him. "Wait, repeat what you just said. Who's here?" "The landlord. He seems to know about Tingting and said he won't rent the store to us." At this, the manager stood up in shock. His performance had been commendable in recent months, largely thanks to the support of Tingting, and such a strategy had allowed him to act with impunity. How did the landlord come to know about Tingting? The manager inquired anxiously. The landlord was not merely the proprietor of this store, but the owner of the entire Hongda shopping mall. Such a figure was not someone he could afford to offend. He needed to ascertain the situation. Otherwise, he would be at a loss as to how to proceed. The salesperson explained, "Tingting was live streaming today, and she offended him." The manager smacked his thigh. "That Tingting. Of all the people to offend, why the landlord? Take me to see him." Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Yi Qinxue were seated in the store, awaiting the manager. A balding middle-aged man hurriedly emerged, his flabby visage trembling. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he was momentarily taken aback. "You're the landlord? How can you be so young? You look barely over 20. Lin Chen did not respond to his inquiry, but instead asked directly, "Are you the owner?" The manager shook his head. "I am not the owner. I am merely the store manager." "Then fetch your owner." Initially uncertain if Lin Chen was indeed the landlord, The manager felt a twinge of panic upon hearing him demand to see the owner. After all, he had kept his dealings with the hirelings hidden from his boss. At this moment, he began to believe that this young man was, in fact, the landlord. He hastily said, "Mr. Landlord, our boss is already on their way here. I am aware that what happened was indeed our fault, and I sincerely apologize." With that, he bowed deeply to Lin Chun, his attitude exceedingly respectful. Yet, Lin Chun did not even cast a glance in his direction. Witnessing this, the manager's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. The landlord is clearly unyielding. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "Sir, I can arrange for your girlfriend to select a few necklaces free of charge. What do you think?" "No need," Lin Chun replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Yi Qinxue remained engrossed in her phone, not even bothering to lift her head, indifferent to the unfolding situation. She concurred with Lin Chun's approach. Observing this, the shopkeeper's anxiety intensified. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit entered, slightly out of breath, evidently having rushed over. Upon spotting Lin Chun, he hurried forward, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here? I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly." Lin Chun finally glanced at him, sneering. "Your establishment is involved in fraudulent business practices and employing shills. Such behavior is intolerable in my Hongda Plaza. You should vacate the premises. I will compensate you for any breach of contract." At these words, Yi Qinxue was once again taken aback. What had Lin Chun just said? His Hongda Plaza? Suddenly, she recalled having heard rumors about a new owner taking over Hongda Plaza. Could it be that this new owner is Lin Chun? She was left dumbfounded. First the Earl Hotel, and now Hongda Plaza. How many enterprises did Lin Chun possess? What further surprises could he possibly unveil? The shopkeeper's face turned pale upon hearing Lin Chun's words, and he glared fiercely at the store manager. "You employed a shill?" The manager broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "Boss, I only had the store's best interests at heart. I veered off course. I will never dare to do so again." "You," the boss pointed at the manager, speechless with rage. "I entrusted you with managing the store, and this is how you conduct business? Do you not realize this is disgraceful? You are tarnishing my store's reputation." Now filled with regret, the manager repeatedly bowed his head in apology. "Boss, I am truly sorry. I will ensure to conduct my duties diligently from now on, and I will never stray from the right path again." At that moment, he wished he could reprimand the shill, Ting, thoroughly. How could she have caused trouble with the landlord? Now he was caught in the mess as well. Upon hearing the manager's words, the boss's fury escalated. "You still think there is a future for you? Let me tell you, I can no longer employ someone like you." The manager was taken aback, hastily kneeling. "Boss, please do not fire me. I swear I will never dare to do this again." Meanwhile, outside the shop, the livestream host Ting was oblivious to the events transpiring within. She merely felt that they had been inside for far too long without emerging. Moreover, the viewers in the livestream had grown increasingly impatient. "All right, everyone, please hold on. I will go in and check what is happening. Perhaps that scoundrel is deliberately stalling to avoid making a purchase." As she spoke, she confidently strode in with her selfie stick. However, the moment she entered, she was taken aback. Before her, the store manager, who usually held a position of authority, was kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely. "Boss, I have elders to support and children to care for. You cannot dismiss me." Chapter 96, Taro Bubble Tea. Ting was utterly perplexed. What was happening? Was the manager about to be fired? What had transpired? Observing the scene, a sales assistant pulled her aside and recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, Ting's complexion paled dramatically. In other words, had she inadvertently implicated the owner of Hongda Mall? Realizing this, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. She turned to Lin Chun, who was leisurely sipping tea, her expression one of disbelief. The owner of Hongda Mall was astonishingly young. How incredible! At that moment, the owner suddenly addressed Lin Chun with utmost respect, saying, "Mr. Lin, shall we discuss this in my office? It is rather crowded here." Lin Chun nodded in agreement, rising to accompany the owner, along with Yi Qinxue, to the office within the store. Meanwhile, the manager, having received no mercy in his pleas, could only rise and leave in a daze. Witnessing this, Ting grew anxious. Previously, she had enlisted proxies, paying them up front to purchase items, with the intention of later returning them through the manager. As of now, she still had several items yet to be returned. Collectively, these items amounted to hundreds of thousands. This was her entire fortune. Yet if the manager were dismissed, how would she manage to return those items? In a state of urgency, she intercepted the manager, exclaiming, "Manager, I advanced tens of thousands to help you find proxies for the necklaces. You must ensure I can return them." The manager's gaze fell upon her, and a surge of anger erupted from within. Unable to contain himself, he struck Ting fiercely across the face, leaving her dazed and stumbling to the ground. "It is all your fault, you wretched girl. Had it not been for you, I would not be in this predicament." The manager shouted, cursing her vehemently. Still unsatisfied, he kicked her several times before departing. Ting's face was left swollen, her previously sculpted nose now askew, her body bruised and battered, a sight of utter disgrace. To her dismay, she discovered that her live stream had not been turned off. This meant that the entire scene had been broadcasted to her audience. Upon checking the comments, she found the section flooded with insults directed at her. So this Ting is a fraud. No wonder she always urged us to shop at those stores. This Ting has such warped morals. She brainwashed me, leading to my breakup with my boyfriend. My boyfriend once told me that if I continued to watch Ting's live broadcasts, he would break up with me. I was so enamored by her that I was willing to abandon my boyfriend, only to discover that she was nothing but a fraud, a deceitful scam artist. Where is my boyfriend now? In a state of desperation, Ting hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. It's not like that. Everything you saw was a misunderstanding." But the agitated audience, consumed by anger, would not heed her words. In resignation, Ting had no choice but to terminate the live stream. Rising from the floor in a flustered escape, as she made her way down the street, many who caught sight of her quickly recoiled, uttering remarks about how terrifying she looked. Ting felt perplexed. Despite her disheveled appearance, she hardly believed she appeared frightening. Pondering this, she took out her phone to check her reflection. Upon seeing her crooked nose, she was instantly struck with horror, her vision fading to black as she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, in the office, the boss personally brewed 2 cups of fine tea for Lin Chun and Yi Qinxue, offering a sincere apology. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. It is my negligence that allowed my own people to engage in such misconduct under my very nose. I bear full responsibility for this matter. However, I too was kept in the dark. Might you grant me another chance? Everything else can be negotiated." Lin Chun pondered for a moment. It appeared the boss was indeed unaware of the situation. "Since you were uninformed, I shall not implicate the innocent. The one who erred has already faced the consequences of his actions, and I will not involve others. Moving forward, ensure that your team is better managed." Lin Chun replied with calm detachment. He had no intention of exploiting this opportunity for personal gain, as he was not in dire need of the funds. After all, everyone faces challenges. He was not a man of unreasonable demands. The boss, having prepared for a more demanding negotiation, was taken aback by Lin Chun's leniency, but soon rejoiced at the unexpected outcome. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you." At that moment, Lin Chun rose to his feet and turned to Yi Qinxue, saying, "Shall we go?" Yi Qinxue stood up, beaming, "Of course." The boss escorted them out of the office. As they walked through the mall, Yi Qinxue glanced at Lin Chun's profile and couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected someone so young to possess such authority." Recalling Lin Chun's demeanor earlier, her heart fluttered with excitement. He was the epitome of a domineering CEO, utterly captivating. Lin Chun caught her gaze and chuckled, "Look at you. So infatuated. You're nearly drooling." Yi Qinxue was taken aback, quickly wiping the corner of her mouth. "You're teasing me. I'm not foolish." After a leisurely stroll, Lin Chun escorted Yi Qinxue back to her home before returning to his villa. Shortly after arriving, he took out his phone and received several messages from Sumo. "I'm so excited to return to school tomorrow. What about you? I have evening study sessions tomorrow as we just returned from break, and the student council needs to take attendance. Will you be attending evening self-study? If so, I shall reserve a seat for you. Respond, will you?" Lin Chun couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing it was to see Sumo increasingly aligning herself with Su Tao. However, this was not entirely unwelcome. A more cheerful disposition was always a positive trait. "I will be attending evening self-study tomorrow, so thank you for reserving a spot for me. I shall bring you some milk tea. What would you like?" Upon receiving this message, Sumo's heart soared with delight, her lips curving into an irresistible smile. Su Tao, noticing her excitement, couldn't help but inquire, "What has you so elated? Your smile is nearly reaching your temples." Sumo bit her lip and replied, "I reserved a seat for Lin Chun, and he said he would buy me milk tea and asked what I would like to drink. But I am unsure what to say." Hearing this, Su Tao erupted into laughter. "Is that all it takes to make you this happy?" However, her eyes gleamed as she pretended to be profound. "Now, You mustn't answer carelessly. There is a certain art to it. Really? Suemo was taken aback. Is there a specific way to order milk tea? Su Tao instructed at this moment. You should say you want taro bob milk tea, but specify you do not want the taro or the milk tea itself. Do you understand? Suemo was utterly confused, yet she obediently sent the message to Lin Shun. But soon, she began to feel something was amiss. If she didn't want taro or milk tea, what would be left? At that instant, Su Tao burst into uncontrollable laughter. Indeed, just Bob, only Bob. She then playfully pecked Suemo on the cheek. Suddenly, Suemo comprehended the implications, her face turning as red as a ripe shrimp. Su Tao. Moments later, the room was filled with Su Tao's cries for mercy. Chapter 97. The adorably clumsy Suemo. Meanwhile, Lin Shun, upon reading that message, found himself momentarily stunned. This certainly did not sound like something Suemo would say. He began to suspect that the one on the other end of the phone might be Su Tao instead of Suemo. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a bewildered emoji in response. However, this time, Suemo did not reply. Perhaps she was preoccupied, he mused. Before long, the short holiday came to an end. When it was time for evening self-study, Lin Shun drove to school. And on the way, he conveniently purchased a cup of taro bob milk tea for Suemo. Upon arriving at the classroom, he indeed found that Suemo had reserved a spot for him. He walked over, took a seat, and placed the cup of taro bob milk tea on her desk. Upon seeing the milk tea, Suemo's face flushed crimson. Lin Shun couldn't help but chuckle. Even though you only desire Bob, I thought a cup of pearls might not be to your liking, so I opted for the taro bob milk tea instead. What do you think? Suemo, unable to meet Lin Shun's gaze, merely nodded in response, her heart racing. Subsequently, as if struck by a sudden thought, she retrieved a delicate box from her small backpack and discreetly handed it to Lin Shun. Holding the box, Lin Shun expressed his surprise, inquiring, "What is this?" You can open it and see," Suemo replied, her voice slightly stammering, perhaps due to her nervousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun promptly opened the box, revealing 6 exquisitely crafted egg tarts nestled within. Egg tarts? Lin Shun looked at Suemo with a hint of confusion. Suemo gently nodded, adding, "I made them myself." Lin Shun smiled, curious as to why she had decided to make him egg tarts all of a sudden. "Did you suddenly think of making me egg tarts?" he asked. Suemo appeared momentarily taken aback, responding, "Don't you like egg tarts?" Lin Shun was equally puzzled, wondering when he had ever mentioned his fondness for them. Suemo, flustered, continued, "I saw that when the senior gave you egg tarts last time, you seemed to really enjoy them." At that moment, Lin Shun recalled the incident. Looking at Suemo in surprise. "So, because of that, you thought I liked egg tarts and made them for me?" Suemo nodded gently, then asked, "You don't actually dislike them, do you?" A warmth flooded Lin Shun's heart as he reassured her, "You silly girl. I like them. How could I not?" Saying this, he took a piece of the tart, took a bite, and couldn't help but praise, "It's particularly fragrant. I didn't expect your skills to be quite good." Suemo smiled shyly, "I'm glad you like them." Lin Shun felt a warmth in his heart, surprised by Suemo's attentiveness despite her typically sensitive and introverted nature. Unable to resist, he affectionately ruffled her hair, teasing, "How can you be so adorably silly?" Suemo blinked in surprise, her shy smile revealing her charming little canine teeth. Absolutely delightful. At that moment, the student council's roll call began. During evening self-study sessions, there were typically no teachers present, so students merely sat in their seats waiting for the bell to ring. However, Lin Shun was not bored. Suemo's charming silliness often elicited laughter from him. Soon, the bell rang, and at that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. The host has triggered a plot task. Accompany Suemo to gain top-tier calligraphy skills. Top-tier calligraphy skills? Lin Shun paused for a moment, finding the idea quite appealing. Although his handwriting was not unattractive, it was always beneficial to acquire additional skills, wasn't he it? Noticing Lin Shun standing still, Suemo curiously asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Lin Shun replied, "I'm waiting for you to leave together." He then added, "I'll walk you home." Suemo lowered her head, slightly biting her lip before uttering a soft thank you. Once the crowd of students had dispersed, they prepared to depart. Congratulations. The host has completed the task and gained top-tier calligraphy skills. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge about calligraphy flooded Lin Shun's mind. What a remarkable turn of events. The speed of the system is invariably the swiftest. The moment he set off, the system's rewards were already credited. As Lin Shan passed through the hall, he noticed a multitude of calligraphy works on display, surrounded by an assemblage of admirers. Contemplating the reward he had just received, Lin Shan could not restrain himself from suggesting to Su Mo, "Shall we take a look?" Su Mo nodded in agreement. "Sure." She then inquired, "Do you understand calligraphy as well?" "I have a modest understanding," Lin Shan replied. Of course, this modesty was merely a humble expression. After all, he now possessed the ultimate calligraphy skill awarded by the system, placing him among the elite in this field. Su Mo cast a furtive glance at Lin Shan, pondering how it seemed he excelled in every endeavor: martial arts, basketball, and calligraphy, all contributing to his undeniable charm. With these thoughts, the two approached the display, overhearing numerous discussions around them. These characters are truly exquisite. Although I do not comprehend calligraphy, I find them aesthetically pleasing. Look at this piece. The strokes flow like a dragon, imbued with tremendous vigor. If only I could write such beautiful characters. I'm utterly envious. Alas, my hands hardly obey my brain. It's hopeless. Meanwhile, Su Mo turned to Lin Shan and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Shan scrutinized the work and remarked, "Overall, this piece appears commendable. The approach is sound, with a clear model of reference. The strokes are clean and decisive, ensuring a firm grip, and the quality of the lines is commendable, exhibiting a certain strength." His critique resonated with a level of sophistication that captivated the attention of many nearby. Upon hearing the word "but," the ears of those around perked up. Su Mo quickly inquired, "But what?" "However, the shortcomings are quite apparent," Lin Shan replied. As he spoke, a derisive laugh cut through the air. Lin Shan and Su Mo turned to find several young men behind them, looking down on them with disdain. "Who are you? Which association has deemed you a master of calligraphy?" one of them asked. Lin Shan shook his head. "I am not." At this, the contempt in their eyes intensified. "If you are not, then why are you rambling here?" Another interjected. "Do you realize that the piece you just criticized for its flaws is the work of our Calligraphy Association's president? If you lack understanding of calligraphy, kindly refrain from speaking out of turn. This piece has even garnered praise from the principal. You may not be aware, but the principal of Donghai University is also the president of the Donghai City Calligraphy Association. What significance do you hold to dare speak here?" Their words were unrestrained, and Lin Shan's expression turned cold. Even renowned calligraphy masters would not assert their works are flawless. "Is your association's president truly that formidable?" The group fell silent, and one of them retorted, "Then please enlighten us about the shortcomings of our president's work." Lin Shan cast a faint glance at him, then turned his attention to the calligraphy piece, remarking, "Overall, the composition exhibits significant flaws. The flow is not smooth, the rhythm lacks strength, and the execution appears rather flat. The strokes fail to embody one's own style. While individual characters such as Jun, Shi, and Xing are somewhat acceptable, they are still inadequately rendered, with some characters appearing quite mundane. The strokes tend to lean towards a rigid standardization, lacking an inherent rhythm." Chapter 98, Calligraphy. At this, several individuals burst into laughter. "What utter nonsense! Do you even understand calligraphy? Spouting such nonsense here? And you present it so earnestly. It's simply laughable. I already mentioned that this calligraphic work has even received praise from the principal. Do you really consider yourself superior to him?" Observing the group doubled over in laughter, Lin Shan responded calmly. "Is it the case that a piece by the esteemed president of the East Sea University Calligraphy Association is only to be lauded and never criticized?" One individual, having laughed enough, retorted, "That is not the point. It's just that you are an obscure person who clearly knows nothing about calligraphy. How dare you utter such words?" Lin Shan raised an eyebrow slightly. "How do you know that I lack understanding of calligraphy?" The individual scoffed. "By virtue of the absurd comments you just made, it's evident you do not comprehend it." Suddenly, another chimed in. "Wait, I recall now. You are the recently renowned Lin Shan, aren't you? It's no wonder you look so familiar." Upon hearing this, the group paused, a hint of fear creeping in. Lin Shan had recently garnered considerable attention, and it was rumored that his family was quite affluent. Arriving by helicopter was one thing, but within a month of school, he had already changed luxury sports cars numerous times. Such an individual was not someone they could afford to offend. However, brimming with youthful arrogance, they could hardly be expected to apologize publicly. One person remarked, "To be honest, you are indeed exceptional at basketball. But what gives you the right to meddle in the realm of calligraphy? This is art, not something to be casually disrespected." Lin Shan chuckled in disbelief. "When did I ever utter a profanity?" The group paused, reflecting on this. and began to see the logic in his words. Yet, considering their backing from the president, who in turn was supported by the principal, they reasoned that no matter how wealthy Lin Chen's family might be, it was unlikely he could compel the principal to expel them. With renewed bravado, they asserted, "Regardless, you have insulted our president and disrespected art. You must apologize." "Apologize?" Lin Chen laughed. "On what grounds should I apologize?" Just then, a slightly familiar voice called out, "Lin Chen? It's past evening study hours. Why haven't you left yet?" The group turned to see a kind-hearted middle-aged man, smiling warmly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen found him strikingly familiar, but couldn't quite place him until the nearby boys called out, "Vice Principal Su." Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled that this was the instructor from the School of Management, Vice Principal Su, with whom he had previously shared tea in his office. "Good evening, Vice Principal Su." Lin Chen greeted, and beside him, Su Mo quickly said, "Hello, Vice Principal Su." Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Su smiled even more kindly and remarked, "Lin Chen, I must express my gratitude for your assistance earlier. Otherwise, we would be facing quite a headache at this moment." The group was astonished. Why was Vice Principal Su exhibiting such cordiality towards Lin Chen? Lin Chen smiled gently. "Vice Principal Su, you are being too kind. Would you be available later? I would like to treat you to dinner as a token of my appreciation." Vice Principal Su, with a hint of hesitation, inquired further. The astonishment among the group intensified. Who was Vice Principal Su to invite a mere freshman like Lin Chen to dinner? This was indeed shocking. Yet, even more surprising was Lin Chen's response. "I'm afraid I can't make it." He glanced at Su Mo beside him and continued, "I need to see her home. And I have classes tomorrow, so I must rise early. It's rather late now." The unspoken sentiment lingered in the air. Vice Principal Su slapped his thigh in realization. "Look at my memory. How could I ask you to go out for dinner at this hour? I must be getting forgetful. Ha ha ha." Lin Chen chuckled in reply. "Not at all, Vice Principal Su. You are still as sharp as ever." This elicited further joy from Vice Principal Su. He glanced at the somewhat reserved Su Mo beside Lin Chen and nodded with a smile. "All right, I won't delay your young romance any longer." Vice Principal Su then took his leave, and once he was gone, the group exchanged glances. "I have things to attend to shortly. What about you all?" "Me too. I haven't finished my assignments yet." "Then let's be off." In mere seconds, they hurried away. Meanwhile, as they walked, they discussed, what kind of person is Lin Chen? He possesses such influence that even Vice Principal Su treats him with such respect and even invites him to dinner. "I agree, it's rather unfathomable. Do you think Lin Chen will hold it against us for how we spoke to him just now?" The atmosphere fell silent for a few moments. Someone finally said, "What is there to fear? We are members of the student council, and the council is supported by the principal, so ideally, we have a stronger backing. Don't you think? That seems reasonable. Still, we should inform the president about this." "Absolutely." Meanwhile, Lin Chen was escorting Su Mo home. However, he distinctly sensed something unusual about her. Throughout the journey, she scarcely uttered a word. Although she was typically introverted, her silence was notably pronounced this time. Lin Chen glanced at Su Mo and noticed her cheeks were flushed. "Are you all right? Do you have a fever? Your face is quite red." Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? I find myself in a state of tranquility." After a brief moment, she remarked, "Just now, Vice Principal Su mentioned that he wouldn't disturb our date. Did he misunderstand something? Why don't you explain?" It was then that Lin Chen realized that Su Mo's blush was a result of this remark. Why bother explaining? It holds no significance. What he assumes is of no concern to us, Lin Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Su Mo tilted her head, pondering for a moment. That seems true. As they continued their conversation, they unwittingly arrived at the base of Su Mo's dormitory. After watching her enter the building, Lin Chen departed. Upon returning home, he received a friend request with the note indicating it was from Xiao Chun, the president of the Calligraphy Association at Donghai University. Recalling the events of the day, Lin Chen accepted the request without hesitation. Immediately after the acceptance, several messages flooded in. Junior Lin Chen, I just heard that you had some criticisms regarding my work, so I added you to seek your humble guidance. May I inquire about your background in calligraphy? Chapter 99. Weren't you here to cheer me on? Though he claimed to seek humble counsel, the tone in which he spoke conveyed anything but humility. Lin Chen quickly discerned this. I am no calligraphy master, he replied directly. Before long, Xiao Chen sent several messages. Well then, what qualifications do you possess to critique my work? Is it merely your silver tongue? Lin Chen chuckled. This so-called president of the Calligraphy Association was indeed intriguing. It appeared he had grown accustomed to being elevated by others, possessing an inexplicable sense of superiority. Lin Chen countered. Does not being a calligraphy master imply that I lack understanding of the art? Xiao Chen responded instantly. Calligraphy is an art. How can someone like you, who knows nothing, dare to speak? Never mind, he continued. I shan't argue with you over trivial matters. You must publicly apologize for your actions. Just as Lin Chen was about to reply, Xiao Chen sent another message. Or, if you believe your skills surpass mine, let us compete publicly, with a professional calligraphy teacher to judge. What say you? On the other end, Xiao Chen reveled in his presumption. In his view, Lin Chen's critique of his calligraphy was merely an act of pretentiousness. Faced with these two options, it would be foolish for Lin Chen not to choose the first. As expected, Lin Chen promptly sent a message with the character for good. However, the next moment, he was utterly astonished. I wish to compete with you. Xiao Chen rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have misread. How do you muster the courage to challenge me? I have been practicing calligraphy since childhood for over a decade, winning countless awards. Are you not inviting humiliation upon yourself? Considering we are from the same institution, allow me to offer you this advice. It is wise to possess a sense of self-awareness. Otherwise, you shall face considerable setbacks in the future. Upon reading this, Lin Chen replied, I shall return that statement to you, word for word. Let us set a time. Xiao Chen, how about tomorrow afternoon after class? At the student union office? Lin Chen readily agreed. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Chen found himself engulfed in profound bewilderment. How could Lin Chen dare to compare himself to him? Nevertheless, since Lin Chen disregarded his counsel and insisted on provoking him, there was little Xiao Chen could do. He could only hope that Lin Chen wouldn't blame him for being a bully when the time came. Meanwhile, Lin Chen casually tossed his phone aside and proceeded to freshen up. The following afternoon, in the student union office, Xiao Chen occupied his seat, surrounded by a few sycophants. President, I wonder if Lin Chen has lost his mind, daring to compete with you in calligraphy. It's baffling. You, the champion of the school's calligraphy competition. What audacity does he possess? Did LJR lend him courage? You have no idea how arrogant he was yesterday. I was nearly driven to madness. Be sure to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen raised a hand to silence them. Enough, let the outcome speak for itself, he said. At this, the group fell silent. Just then, a graceful figure entered through the door, and Xiao Chen's spirits lifted. Mengqi, what brings you here? Are you here to cheer me on? The newcomer was none other than Xin Mengqi. Xiao Chen had harbored feelings for her for quite some time, yet her indifference had been a source of frustration for him. However, her presence now, seemingly to support him, filled him with hope that their relationship might deepen. Yet, Xin Mengqi merely cast him a fleeting glance, her eyes betraying a hint of impatience. I'm just here to observe. Was she truly there to cheer for Xiao Chen? Certainly not. She had come to lend her support to Lin Chen. Upon hearing from classmates that Xiao Chen intended to challenge Lin Chen, she promptly set aside her club obligations and rushed over. Xin Mengqi was well aware of Xiao Chen's affections for her, while she didn't particularly dislike him. His decision to oppose Lin Chen had begun to sour her feelings. In her eyes, anyone who stood against Lin Chen was deserving of her disdain. Despite Xin Mengqi's somewhat curt remarks, Xiao Chen remained unfazed and sought out the best seat for her. As she noticed the lack of better options, she reluctantly settled into the spot Xiao Chen had prepared. Mengqi, would you like something to eat? I can have someone fetch it for you. Xiao Chen inquired with genuine concern. Xin Mengqi shook her head. No, thank you. She glanced at the time, wondering why Lin Chen had not yet arrived. Soon, the principal and several calligraphy teachers made their entrance. Initially, they had no intention of involving themselves in the matter. But given that Xiao Chen was a favored protege of the principal, coupled with his remarkable talent, the principal held a certain fondness for him. Hearing that someone dared to challenge Xiao Chen in calligraphy was met with astonishment among the faculty. Xiao Chen possesses an extraordinary talent. Logically, one would expect that no one at the school could surpass him. However, Lin Chen, who is competing against Xiao Chen, is also a prominent figure at Donghai University. It is said that Lin Chen arrived at the school in a helicopter on the first day and, within a month, has driven 5 luxury sports cars to campus. Moreover, he is the owner of Hongdao Mall and has even assisted the management school in resolving internship issues. It is evident that Lin Chen hails from a family of considerable wealth and influence. Seizing this opportunity, they are eager to meet Lin Chen and discern the nature of his character. Meanwhile, after class, Lin Chen made his way directly to the student council office. Su Mo had intended to accompany him, but due to unforeseen circumstances in her club, she regrettably had to remain absent. Upon entering, Lin Shin found the student council office bustling with activity. All eyes were fixed upon him. The office was quite spacious, akin to a large conference room. It seems Xiao Chun is either a member of the student council or has connections within it. In the corner, a young man clad in a simple gray casual jacket was regarding Lin Shin with a cold smirk. Surrounding him were several boys who had defended the president of the Calligraphy Association just the previous afternoon. Lin Shin quickly recognized him. This must be the president of the Calligraphy Association, Xiao Chun. You are Lin Shin? Xiao Chun inquired. Lin Shin nodded in affirmation. I didn't expect you to have such courage, Xiao Chun remarked with a sneer. Yet, Lin Shin merely cast a nonchalant glance in his direction, remaining silent. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Shin, you can do it. Lin Shin instinctively looked up to see Shin Mingqi, who, with a clenched fist, was gesturing encouragement. Thank you, Senior, Lin Shin replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun was visibly infuriated. Mingqi, weren't you here to cheer for me? Xiao Chun retorted. In response, Shin Mingqi cast an impatient glance at him. When did I say I was here to support you? I was clearly here to cheer for Lin Shin. Her words evidently irked Xiao Chun further. You, he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response as he pointed at Shin Mingqi. It was only when the principal intervened that Xiao Chun's emotions began to settle slightly. The principal regarded Lin Shin, sizing him up. You are Lin Shin? He asked. Lin Shin nodded again. Yes, principal. The principal acknowledged him with a nod and continued. We are aware of your critique of Xiao Chen's calligraphy work. Have you studied calligraphy? Lin Shin replied with a hint of indifference. I have studied a little. At this, Xiao Chen scoffed. Studied a little. And yet you dare to show off in front of me. Upon hearing this, the principal shot Xiao Chen a disapproving look, prompting Xiao Chen to realize he had misspoken. Subsequently, the principal turned to Lin Shin and spoke in a gentle tone. Do you realize that Xiao Chen has been practicing since childhood? Are you truly certain you wish to compete with him? It's not too late to reconsider. Lin Shin immediately understood that the principal was offering him an opportunity to retreat. However, having come this far, how could he possibly back down? Moreover, with the superior calligraphy skills granted by the system, defeating someone of Xiao Chen's caliber would undoubtedly pose no challenge. In a situation where victory was assured, why should he hesitate? Besides, Shin Mingqi was present. How could he let his senior sister down? With that thought, he glanced at Shin Mingqi, who responded with a sweet smile. This intimate exchange stirred a wave of irritation within Xiao Chun. Then, Lin Shin addressed the principal. Thank you for your kindness, principal. However, to concede before the contest even begins seems rather unreasonable. The principal was momentarily taken aback. Seeing that Lin Shin was resolute in his decision, he felt powerless to intervene. At that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly interjected. How about this? If I win, Lin Shin, you must publicly apologize and admit that you are inferior to me. What do you say? Lin Shin chuckled. Very well. He then inquired. And if you were to lose? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen hesitated slightly. What if he were to lose? Surely that was impossible. His companions nearby could not contain their disbelief. Lin, you are being overly arrogant. Are you suggesting that our president could possibly lose? I assure you, that is simply inconceivable. Another chimed in. Indeed, our president has been studying calligraphy for many years. To think you could surpass him is nothing short of a dream. Yet, Lin Shin did not even glance at them, choosing instead to press on. You still haven't answered. What if you lose? Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen declared, if I lose, I will never touch calligraphy again. Furthermore, I will apologize to you and concede that I am inferior. How does that sound? He was resolute in his belief that he would not be defeated. Lin Shin's lips curled into a slight smile, agreed. The principal furrowed his brow, feeling some dissatisfaction with Xiao Chen. In terms of temperament, Xiao Chen had utterly succumbed to Lin Shin. He was quick-tempered and arrogant, while Lin Shin maintained an air of calm detachment. It was surprising that Xiao Chen, a senior, exhibited such immaturity compared to Lin Shin, a mere freshman. The principal's gaze toward Xiao Chen bore a hint of disappointment. Soon, the principal announced the commencement of the competition. A teacher then stood up and presented a prompt to write the revered Lantingyi Su. Since it was a contest between only two individuals, the task was straightforward. Each would write independently. On one side, Xiao Chen had already begun to write, while Lin Shin was still leisurely preparing his ink. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves. What is Lin Shin doing? Look at Xiao Chen. He has already started writing. Is he merely here to spectate? One remarked. I think he is just here for comic relief, another added. I find it utterly perplexing how President Zhao's prowess is evident to all. Yet Lin Chun dares to compete with him. Perhaps it is merely a manifestation of an inexplicable sense of superiority. The group of boys who were speaking suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They turned around to find several girls glaring fiercely at them. You are not permitted to speak ill of our idol. Indeed, should you utter another word, I shall not hold back. A girl, towering at nearly 1.7 meters and weighing close to 200 pounds, raised her fist and cast a cold gaze upon them. The boys hastily turned back, silenced by their intimidation. Is Lin Chun truly that adored by so many fans? Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, upon hearing the commotion, glanced at Lin Chun and noted his lack of movement. He smirked disdainfully. How utterly deluded. He hasn't even begun to write. It is unlikely he will produce anything of merit. On the other side, the principal and several calligraphy teachers were equally baffled. What is the situation with Lin Chun? Why hasn't he started writing? Is he merely toying with us? I believe there is no further need for this competition. Principal, please announce the results. The suggestion of one teacher garnered support from the others. The principal furrowed his brows slightly and replied, let us wait and observe. At that moment, Xiao Chun had completed half of his work, while Lin Chun had only just begun to write. With the enhancement of his exceptional calligraphy skills, Lin Chun experienced the sensation of writing with divine inspiration. The brush felt alive in his hands, and with each stroke, the experience became increasingly exhilarating. Upon completing his final stroke and gazing upon his creation, he was filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. He lifted his gaze to Xiao Chun, only to discover that he too had just finished. Xiao Chun was taken aback. How could Lin Chun write so swiftly? I distinctly recall that Lin Chun only began after I had nearly completed half of my work. Yet, considering the rapidity of his completion, what could he possibly have produced? This time, victory was assured for him. Observing the scene, the calligraphy teachers rose from their seats. They approached Xiao Chun first, offering critiques of his calligraphy. The strokes flow like dragons and serpents, each line as precise as a hook. What a splendid piece. Indeed, Xiao Chun is truly a person of talent. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a master of calligraphy. The principal's discerning eye had once again proven accurate, as he had chosen Xiao Chun as his personal disciple, recognizing his exceptional qualities. Even the principal nodded in satisfaction, patting Xiao Chun on the shoulder. Well done. Xiao Chun beamed with joy. Thank you, principal. Thank you, esteemed teachers. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Lin Chun, lifting his chin slightly, exuding an air of confidence in his victory. Meanwhile, in the audience, Shun Mingqi began to feel a swell of anxiety. Would Lin Chun truly lose? At that moment, the principal and several teachers approached Lin Chun. Upon catching sight of the artwork before him, they were all rendered speechless. This is a masterpiece. Chapter 101. The principal Lin Chun, do you still need a disciple? What? A masterpiece? The crowd was bewildered, exchanging perplexed glances. Even Xiao Chun wore a look of confusion. Several teachers hurriedly rushed forward, squeezing past Lin Chun. What exquisite calligraphy! Each stroke flowed like a galloping steed, soaring into the air and vanishing into the ether. It resembled a celestial dragon emerging from the void, only to return to the void. Extraordinary. At first glance, I almost believed it to be the authentic work of the sage of calligraphy. Such skill, surely it surpasses that of us few? Upon hearing this, the audience collectively gasped. What had they just heard? The teachers claimed that Lin Chun's skill was superior to theirs? What was going on? Xiao Chun was left dumbfounded. It was the first time he had ever heard such high praise from the teachers. Stumbling slightly, he rushed forward to catch a glimpse through the crowd. With just one look, his complexion turned ashen. As the saying goes, amateurs relish the spectacle, while the connoisseurs discern the nuances. Having studied calligraphy for so many years, he understood immediately. In that fleeting moment, he recognized his defeat. Moreover, it was a resounding loss. Lin Chun's skill indeed surpassed his own. No, it was a chasm of difference. After a period of contemplation, the teachers finally remembered that this was a competition. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The principal, somewhat sheepishly, announced, "We have just deliberated, and the victor of this competition is Lin Chun." The audience erupted in a frenzy. What? The president of the Calligraphy Association, Xiao Chun, had lost to Lin Chun? This was utterly unfathomable. Who exactly was Lin Chun? Did you hear that? The teachers just remarked that Lin Chun's abilities might even surpass theirs. Could it be that Lin Shun is a hidden master of calligraphy? That seems implausible, especially considering his youth. Shen Mingqi was equally astonished, her gaze towards Lin Shun nearly sparkling with admiration. He was becoming increasingly captivating. Unlike ordinary wealthy heirs, he possessed both wealth and talent, excelling in basketball and calligraphy, all while maintaining a low profile. Shen Mingqi found herself increasingly drawn to Lin Shun. At that moment, Lin Shun cast a knowing smile toward Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's face drained of color. It suddenly dawned on him that he had been overly arrogant. Throughout his life, he had been praised as a calligraphy prodigy, basking in the adoration of others. In terms of calligraphy, he had always held an air of superiority, forgetting that there were always greater talents and realms beyond his own. In that instant, he seemed to grasp a great deal. Xiao Chun looked at Lin Shun, his expression a mixture of admiration and complexity. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and said, "Lin Shun, I apologize. I was wrong before. My pride clouded my judgment. Your abilities indeed surpass mine. Here, I offer my sincere apology." With that, he bowed deeply. The onlookers were astonished. The proud Xiao Chun, publicly apologizing to Lin Shun? The principal nodded in satisfaction. In the realm of calligraphy, Xiao Chun had indeed been excessively arrogant. This humbling experience could foster a change in his character, which would ultimately be beneficial. At that moment, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and resolutely declared, "I shall honor our wager and never again engage in calligraphy for the rest of my life." Upon hearing this, his companions were immediately taken aback. "President, you cannot do this. If you abandon calligraphy, how can you continue as our president?" "Indeed, President, your talent is exceptional. It would be such a waste." At this juncture, all eyes turned to Lin Shun. He smiled slightly and replied, "I accept your apology. But as for President Zhao's vow to forsake calligraphy for life, that is merely a jest. If it is a jest, why take it seriously?" He had discerned that Xiao Chun genuinely recognized his mistake and that his apology was heartfelt. Given this understanding, Lin Shun was not one to hold grudges. He was not a saint. After all, Xiao Chun's talent was indeed remarkable, and he himself had triumphed only due to the system he possessed. Since Xiao Chun had already apologized, there was no need for Lin Shun to dwell on the matter. The crowd was left in stunned silence. No one expected Lin Shun to respond in such a manner. Even the principal and several calligraphy instructors were taken aback. Xiao Chun gazed at Lin Shun in shock, asking, "Why?" Lin Shun chuckled and said, "Did not the teacher just mention that with a little time, you will surely become a master of calligraphy? How could I bear to see a future calligraphy luminary forsake the art because of me? That would be a grave injustice." Xiao Chun was momentarily speechless, feeling a profound sense of shame. Here was Lin Shun, a freshman, exhibiting such magnanimity, while he, a senior and president of the Calligraphy Association, felt diminished in comparison. He looked at Lin Shun and sighed. "Lin Shun, I have been thoroughly defeated in every aspect. However, the words have been spoken." At this point, the principal stepped forward, affirming, "Indeed, Xiao Chun, Lin Shun is correct. Your talent is remarkable, and it would be a pity to abandon calligraphy. Acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them is what matters." He then turned to Lin Shun. "As Lin Shun has stated, it was merely a jest, was it not?" Several instructors hastily chimed in to offer their support. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Chun looked at Lin Shun, the principal, and the other teachers, saying, "Lin Shun, thank you. And thank you, principal and esteemed teachers." After a brief pause, Xiao Chun continued, "I wish to step down from the presidency and allow Lin Shun to lead the Calligraphy Association." Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "I cannot possibly do that. I dread trouble." Xiao Chun had persuaded him several times, ultimately deciding that the Calligraphy Association would have two presidents, one being Xiao Chun and the other, a nominal president, Lin Shun. The term nominal indicated that Lin Shun would hold the title of president without the responsibilities that accompanied it. To his surprise, Lin Shun found himself in a position of leadership simply by participating in a competition. Once everyone had dispersed, Shen Mingqi intended to return home with Lin Shun. However, the principal and several teachers surrounded Lin Shun, claiming they wished to discuss calligraphy with him. With no other option, Shen Mingqi reluctantly departed alone. Lin Shun was then invited to the principal's office by the principal and a few teachers, who were equally passionate about calligraphy. The principal presented several of his works for Lin Shun to review, saying, "Lin Shun, take a look at these pieces, they are my pride and joy. What do you think?" With a sense of obligation, Lin Shun examined the works and replied, The principal's calligraphy is bold and dynamic, but it places excessive emphasis on the individual beauty of each character, neglecting the overall composition. Upon hearing this, the principal's face lit up with understanding. Your words, young Lin Shun, have cleared the fog from my mind. He then eagerly inquired, do you need a disciple, Lin Shun? How about me? Taken aback by this unexpected proposition, Lin Shun quickly replied, Principal, that would not be appropriate. You are my principal. Seeing Lin Shun's reaction, the principal ceased to press the matter. Then perhaps we could discuss calligraphy further when time permits? He suggested. Lin Shun breathed a sigh of relief. That would be agreeable. Subsequently, Lin Shun was engaged in discussions with several calligraphy teachers for nearly an hour before he was finally able to leave. As he exited the principal's office, Lin Shun gazed at the sky in disbelief. How overwhelming it was. Each of the teachers seemed utterly obsessed. With a heavy sigh, he departed in his car. Upon returning home, Lin Shun received a message from Su Mo. I'm so sorry. I should have accompanied you today. I heard from others that you completely outperformed President Xiao Chun. They said you looked incredibly handsome. It's a pity I missed it. Lin Shun smiled and replied, it's fine. I won in any case. Su Mo quickly responded, you are impressive. You defeated the president of the Calligraphy Association. Lin Shun modestly replied, just moderately impressive. Then, Su Mo suddenly added, by the way, the class monitor asked me to inform you that tomorrow evening is the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration, and everyone is expected to attend. Okay, I understand. Lin Shun acknowledged before setting his phone down and proceeding to wash up. The following day, with no classes scheduled, Lin Shun spent the day engaging in video games at home, ordering takeout for sustenance, while anticipating the evening's festivities. In the afternoon, Lin Shun finally set out in his car. By the time he arrived, the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala was on the verge of commencing. However, he was unconcerned about securing a spot, as the delightful Su Mo would undoubtedly remember him. Upon reaching the conference room, Lin Shun noticed a dispute unfolding ahead, apparently involving his classmates, Su Mo and the class monitor, Chu Qianqian. He observed Su Mo being pushed and falling to the ground. Lin Shun's expression hardened, and he strode over. What is the meaning of this? The instigators were a group of 5 or 6 boys. Chu Qianqian helped Su Mo to her feet. With a hint of worry, Lin Shun inquired, are you all right? Su Mo shook her head, feeling quite aggrieved. She had arrived early to help Lin Shun secure a central position, only to encounter such an unfortunate incident. It was then that Lin Shun directed his gaze toward the group of boys. How dare you lay hands on a girl? One of the boys retorted, this is our spot. They occupied it and refused to leave, so we had no choice. Chu Qianqian couldn't contain her indignation. What do you mean it's your spot? The rule is first come, first served. We have been here for half an hour, and you have only just arrived. The boy sneered, do you understand why we arrived so late? We had reserved these seats with the student council, yet you shamelessly occupied them. Chu Qianqian's face flushed with anger. She had never encountered such brazen individuals, and the other girls from their class shared her outrage. It seemed these boys felt emboldened to confront them simply because they were girls. Lin Shun scoffed, honestly. This is the first time I have heard of reserving seats through the student council. The boy shamelessly replied, that is merely your ignorance. What? Do you intend to stand up for them? Suddenly, as if recalling something, he pointed at Lin Shun. You are Lin Shun? Lin Shun had garnered considerable notoriety at school lately, arriving by helicopter and switching between several luxury sports cars within a month. Not to mention being involved in the incident with the campus beauty, Song Qingwan. The boy hesitated slightly, but this was the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, and with so many witnesses, backing down would be too embarrassing. Gaining courage, he declared, Lin Shun, I know you are a rich second-generation heir, and your family is affluent, but that does not give you the right to bully us ordinary students. Lin Shun, Su Mo, Chu Qianqian, and the others. Who is truly bullying whom? After all, Su Mo had been pushed to the ground. Unable to suppress a laugh, Lin Shun replied, am I bullying you? Pray tell. How have I done so? We reserve these seats well in advance, and you are the ones attempting to seize our places. Is that not you bullying us? The boy stubbornly argued back. Lin Shun was truly astonished by the audacity of this individual. Setting aside the issue of seizing positions, the mere notion that the student council could reserve seats was utterly perplexing. Whether this was indeed the case, one could discern within their own hearts, Lin Shun remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, was the power of the student council truly so vast that they could facilitate such reservations? His statement incited public outrage. Indeed, the student council had become insufferable. behaving with an air of superiority, as if their minor leadership role conferred upon them extraordinary significance. I too believe that the act of reserving seats is exceedingly excessive. Nowadays, the student council wields an overwhelming authority within the school. It is downright corrupt. Listening to the surrounding voices, the individuals involved began to feel uneasy. You are defaming the student council. One of them pointed angrily at Lin Chun. Lin Chun chuckled softly. The student council is already quite tarnished. There is no need for anyone to defame them further. You. Faced with Lin Chun's retort, the individual swiftly took out his phone and made a call. From the context, Lin Chun deduced that he was contacting the president of the student council. The content of the conversation suggested that they had engaged in a dispute with Lin Chun, accusing him of publicly disparaging the student council. In his narrative, he cast himself as a champion of justice while portraying Lin Chun as an irredeemable villain, conveniently omitting any mention of the seat reservation matter. Lin Chun swiftly grasped the situation. They had likely fabricated this entire incident. With a cold smile, he directed his gaze at the individual. I am good friends with the president of the student council, Zhang Riqiang. I did indeed reserve a seat. When he arrives, you may handle the situation as you see fit. Su Mo and Chu Qianqian were slightly taken aback, initially believing their claims to be mere fabrications. It now seemed that they had indeed secured a reservation. Su Mo, feeling a twinge of fear, contemplated advising Lin Chun to sit elsewhere, but upon surveying the area, she realized there were no vacant seats remaining. However, Lin Chun exhibited no signs of trepidation. He had never been one to instigate trouble, yet he was unyielding when provoked. Subsequently, the individual crossed his arms and declared, Lin Chun, I know your family is quite affluent, but you must understand that this is a school, not your home. Here, one must abide by the rules of the institution. In agreement, Lin Chun acknowledged his statement. Adhering to the rules was indeed important. However, the reasonableness of those rules and who had established them mattered greatly. Unreasonable rules are meant to be challenged. Soon, the ostentatious president of the student council made his appearance. Who is defaming our student council? He inquired upon arrival. At that moment, all eyes turned to Lin Chun, while Su Mo anxiously clutched the hem of his garment. The individual who had previously quarreled with Lin Chun pointed directly at him. It is he. Not only did he bring people to seize our positions, but he also publicly slandered the student council. Zhang Riqiang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chun, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Chun, why are you so meddlesome? It's merely a matter of seating. Does it truly matter where you sit? Lin Chun smiled in response. If it is merely a matter of seating, then why do your associates not switch places? You. Zhang Riqiang was momentarily speechless. Since ascending to the presidency of the student council, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lin Chun was the first. Taking a deep breath, he proposed, let us discuss this outside, shall we? However, Lin Chun merely regarded him coolly. Let us forego that, as there is nothing disgraceful at hand. Zhang Riqiang felt a wave of frustration. He had intended to summon Lin Chun outside to issue a threat, hoping to compel him to acquiesce. He continued, Lin Chun, I understand you come from a wealthy family. But this is a school. Regardless of your background, since you are here, you must adhere to the school's regulations, is that not so? Oh, Lin Chun's interest was piqued. Then pray tell, what regulations must I abide by? Is it the one that states the student council can reserve seats? Reserve seats? Zhang Riqiang was taken aback. At that moment, the individual who had previously quarreled with Lin Chun promptly interjected, a few days ago, I sought the student council's assistance in reserving this location. Did I not, President Zhang? Zhang Riqiang now grasped the full context of the situation. Upon his arrival, this individual had informed him that Lin Chun had usurped their seats. It seemed, rather, that they had encroached upon Lin Chun's territory. Nonetheless, despite uncovering the truth, Zhang Riqiang was determined to protect his own pride. After all, he was the president of the student council, and should he suffer embarrassment, how could he command respect in the future? With that thought in mind, he turned to Lin Chun and declared, indeed, he did request our assistance in reserving these seats, and they rightfully belong to them. You should relocate to another area. Lin Chun let out a cold laugh. Is it true that the current student council has attained such power within the school? Who established the regulation that allows the student council members to reserve seats? Was it you, President Zhang? If that is the case, does it mean that once one joins the student council, they are forever exempt from the need to secure a seat? The members of the student council seem to have mastered the art of wielding authority rather than understanding the essence of fairness. Lin Chun's words left Zhang Riqiang at a loss for retort. Even among the seated students, many could not help but silently applaud Lin Chun. Zhang Riqiang was incensed. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Chun. Lin Chun, I command you to take your companions and vacate these seats immediately. Lin Chun could not suppress a laugh. Command? Are you jesting? Zhang Riqiang's expression turned icy. Lin Chun, are you truly willing to disregard my authority and oppose me? Respect is not granted by others. It is earned through one's own actions. Do you understand, President Zhang? Lin Chun replied coolly, before signaling to Su Mo and the others to take their seats. As Lin Chun stubbornly opposed him, Zhang Riqiang felt an overwhelming surge of anger. This was the first time he had encountered someone so obstinate. Lin Chun, are you unable to comprehend my words? Zhang Riqiang exclaimed, his ire palpable. In response, Lin Chun cast a casual glance his way and remarked, I apologize. But do not impose your authoritative demeanor on me. I am not susceptible to such tactics. At that moment, Zhang Riqiang, infuriated, slammed his palm onto the nearby table, exclaiming, Lin Chun, you are utterly outrageous. Do you think that just because you have some wealth, I am powerless against you? However, just as Zhang Riqiang was brimming with indignation, a voice interjected, Zhang Riqiang, who are you planning to confront? The onlookers collectively gasped. It was the principal. Zhang Riqiang immediately began to panic. No, principal. I did not. At that instant, the principal noticed Lin Chun beside Zhang Riqiang and his face brightened with delight. Lin Chun, what brings you here? Good day, principal. Lin Chun replied with utmost respect. The principal, radiating warmth, said, I was just thinking of seeking you out. After the evening event, do you have a moment? Lin Chun, somewhat resigned, responded, I have time. The principal's joy was evident. That is splendid. I greatly benefited from your feedback previously. Last night, inspired. I created another piece and was eager to show it to you. This time, I pay particular attention to the overall composition and would like your opinion on its improvement compared to my previous work. Lin Chun nodded, all right. I will take a look later. The surrounding students were astounded by this exchange. It appeared that Lin Chun was to provide guidance to the principal. What was happening? Those who had witnessed Lin Chun's competition against the president of the Calligraphy Association, Xiao Chun, the previous day began to murmur about the event. Upon hearing this, the admiration in their gazes towards Lin Chun intensified. They were all attending school, yet why was there such a vast disparity between them and Lin Chun? Zhang Riqiang's complexion turned ashen. At that moment, the principal recalled Zhang Riqiang's earlier outburst and inquired, by the way, whom were you planning to confront just now? It wouldn't be Lin Chun, would it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Riqiang was on the verge of tears. No, principal, it's all a misunderstanding. The principal, displeased, retorted, do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. As the president of the student council, instead of focusing on how to serve your fellow students, you engage in oppression. If you no longer wish to hold this position, feel free to say so. There are many who would eagerly take your place. Zhang Riqiang immediately bowed his head, unable to utter a word, resembling a chastised elementary student. Enough, you should leave promptly. Do not embarrass yourself further here. The principal said impatiently. Zhang Riqiang had no choice but to depart in shame. Meanwhile, the group that had just fought for seats against Lin Chun discreetly seized the opportunity to slip away. Facing Lin Chun, the principal donned a smile once more. Lin Chun, please enjoy the evening event here. I will seek you out later. All right, Lin Chun nodded. After the principal departed, Lin Chun noticed the peculiar glances from his classmates, each radiating an unusual brilliance. Rubbing his nose, he resignedly took a seat. He longed to remain inconspicuous, yet reality had other plans for him. Chapter 104. A display of wealth soon. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala commenced. Su Mo, sitting nearby, expressed her gratitude. Lin Chun, thank you. This time, it was truly thanks to you. Lin Chun smiled. Didn't T.U. also help me secure a spot? I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Beside them, Chu Qianqian couldn't help but comment. Those few people clearly see us girls as easy targets. A bunch that only bullies the weak. The student council is equally excessive. She then glanced at Lin Chun. Several boys from our class seemed to have vanished. I was about to give up my seat, but fortunately, Lin Chun showed up. It's all in the past now, he reassured her. The Mid-Autumn Gala was nothing more than a series of singing, dancing, and reciting a few classical poems, and it quickly approached its conclusion. After the event, just as Lin Chun intended to leave, he was summoned to the principal's office, where they discussed calligraphy for half an hour before he was finally released. By the time he returned to the villa, it was already past 10 o'clock. Song Qingwan had sent him several messages. Lin Chun, I'm celebrating my birthday in a few days at home. Will you come? I'm nearly recovered, and after the mid-autumn gala, I'll return to school. How have you been lately? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. The previous incident had evidently impacted Song Qingyuan significantly, and she had likely endured considerable distress. However, having taken more than 10 days off, he believed she should be on the mend by now. All right, I will definitely come to your birthday. The next day, in a quaint cafe, Yi Qinxue was reminiscing with an old high school friend named Chen Lan. Yet, she yearned to leave. Chen Lan incessantly brought the conversation back to her current boyfriend. You know, Qinxue, I can't help but wonder, with your outstanding qualities, how come you still don't have a boyfriend? It's quite unusual. Back in school, you were the most popular one. Are your standards perhaps too high? You should consider lowering your expectations a bit and find yourself a good partner. Chen Lan then raised her wrist, showcasing a Pandora bracelet. Look, isn't it beautiful? My boyfriend gifted it to me. Though Chen Lan wore a smile, a flicker of envy glinted in her eyes as she looked at Yi Qinxue. In their school days, Yi Qinxue had always surpassed her in both looks and academic performance. Even the boys Chen Lan liked were drawn to Yi Qinxue. Despite having maintained a friendship with her over the years, Chen Lan had long harbored resentment. Now, she felt she had finally exhaled a breath of relief. Yi Qinxue smiled awkwardly and said, Yes, it is quite beautiful. Chen Lan chuckled and added, Qinxue, my boyfriend is coming to meet me soon. And since you are still single, how about I ask him to introduce you to someone? Yi Qinxue quickly waved her hands. No, that's unnecessary. However, Chen Lan playfully chided, Really, we are all friends here. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Yi Qinxue felt a wave of despair. It wasn't the embarrassment she felt at all. Just then, a tall, slender man entered the cafe, his eyes narrow and shifty. Upon seeing him, Chen Lan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly stood to welcome him. Darling, why are you so late? The man, displaying a hint of impatience, replied, You said you were just meeting a friend. Why drag me along? While he complained, he was led to a seat by Chen Lan. The moment he saw Yi Qinxue across the table, he was momentarily taken aback. Chen Lan, blissfully unaware, sweetly smiled at Yi Qinxue and introduced, Qinxue, this is my boyfriend, Li Bin. Darling, this is my dear friend, Yi Qinxue. It was only then that Li Bin snapped back to reality and extended his hand to Yi Qinxue, saying, Hello, I am Li Bin. Yi Qinxue looked at the offered hand and shook it briefly, but Li Bin took the opportunity to scratch her palm lightly. She frowned, a wave of nausea washing over her. This Li Bin clearly did not seem to be a good person, even with his girlfriend beside him. He had the audacity to act inappropriately toward her friend. Yi Qinxue glanced at Chen Lan, who remained blissfully ignorant. For some reason, she felt a sudden pang of sympathy for Chen Lan. Given her boyfriend's character, she probably had been deceived for quite some time now. Li Bin remarked, I often hear Lan Lan speak of her wonderful friend, Yi Qinxue. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Yi Qinxue, making her quite uncomfortable. It seemed Chen Lan noticed this as well and quickly nudged her boyfriend, prompting Li Bin to regain his composure. Chen Lan shot a furtive glare at Yi Qinxue, mentally chastising her repeatedly. How dare Yi Qinxue, the vixen, attempt to seduce her boyfriend right before her eyes? In response, Yi Qinxue forced a couple of dry laughs. I often hear Lan Lan mention you as well. Oh, really? Li Bin chuckled, then casually placed his Ferrari car keys on the table and subtly showcased his Rolex watch. Since you are a friend of Lan Lan's, you shall be my friend as well, Li Bin said with a smile. Chen Lan playfully pouted and nestled into Li Bin's embrace. How annoying. Yi Qinxue, witnessing this, felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Good heavens, who could come to her rescue? To alleviate the awkwardness, she deliberately took out her phone and began scrolling. Suddenly, she stumbled upon Lin Chen's WeChat. Lin Chen, please save me. I'm with a friend who keeps bragging about her boyfriend. I want to leave, but feel too embarrassed. Hurry and come get me. Encounter Cafe. Upon noticing her distress, Chen Lan remarked, Qinxue, you shouldn't be glued to your phone. It's so rare for us to get together. With a sense of helplessness, Yi Qinxue reluctantly tucked her phone away, silently praying that Lin Chen would arrive soon. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just finished breakfast and was preparing to return to the villa when he received Yi Qinxue's message. A cry for help. He found it somewhat perplexing. If she wished to leave, she could simply do so instead of enduring the situation. However, after some contemplation, Lin Chen decided to drive over directly. After conversing for a while, Chen Lan excused herself to the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bin inquired, Qin Shui, shall we exchange contact information? Yi Qin Shui furrowed her brow slightly. Let's skip that, shall we? Yet, Li Bin persisted, grabbing her hand, which startled Yi Qin Shui into pulling away. What are you doing? She exclaimed angrily. At that moment, Chen Lan rushed out, seizing a cup of water from the table and splashing it across Yi Qin Shui's face. Yi Qin Shui, you are utterly shameless. Yi Qin Shui was momentarily taken aback by the sudden dousing. Chen Lan, what on earth are you doing? Chen Lan, fuming, retorted. Yi Qin Shui, I considered you a good friend, yet you took advantage of my absence to flirt with my boyfriend. How can you claim you are not shameless? I am simply living better than you, so what? I know you can't find a boyfriend and are envious of my good fortune. However, that does not justify your actions. The commotion drew the attention of numerous patrons in the cafe, who cast disparaging glances at Yi Qin Shui. Who would have thought such a beautiful girl could behave this way? One whispered. Indeed, to not even spare her friend's partner. What a misfortune to be her friend. Another added. She seems to think her looks will win her the world's affection. It must be embarrassing to be caught attempting to seduce someone else's boyfriend. Overhearing the murmurs around her, Yi Qin Shui felt her face flush with anger. Chen Lan, what nonsense are you spouting? She retorted. Chen Lan, tears streaming down her face, replied, nonsense? I saw everything clearly. You were the one who reached out to touch my boyfriend's hand. Do you think I am blind? In truth, she had witnessed Li Bin making advances toward Yi Qin Shui, which incensed her enough to confront the situation. However, she could never accuse Li Bin, as she still hoped to marry him in the future. Thus, she chose to cast all the blame onto Yi Qin Shui. However, she felt not a shred of remorse. Yi Qin Shui was infuriated, glaring fiercely at Li Bin beside her, exclaiming, such a scoundrel. Only you would cherish him. Just moments ago, he had clearly tried to grasp my hand. Upon hearing this, Li Bin grew agitated, retorting, what do you mean I wanted to grab your hand? When Lan Lan was here, you were throwing flirtatious glances at me. Out of respect for you being Lan Lan's friend, I refrained from exposing you. He continued, feigning deep affection as he wrapped his arm around Chen Lan. Chen Lan looked genuinely touched. Thank you, darling. You are so kind to me. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause for the couple, while Yi Qin Shui appeared as if she were the most reprehensible of villains. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. A Lamborghini Veneno came to a halt by the roadside, and Lin Chen stepped out of the car. All attention was drawn to him. Wow, is that the Veneno? This young man is so handsome and wealthy. That Lamborghini Veneno is truly magnificent. If only I could take it for a spin. I would gladly abstain from driving for 3 months. Once inside the cafe, Lin Chen scanned the room for Yi Qin Shui's figure and quickly spotted her in a disheveled state. Her hair still damp. Opposite her stood a woman holding an empty glass. Had she been doused with water? Lin Chen frowned slightly and approached her directly. What happened to you? Yi Qin Shui, who had been holding back tears, could no longer contain herself upon seeing Lin Chen, and tears streamed down her face. Chen Lan, upon catching sight of Lin Chen, was momentarily stunned. Is this Yi Qin Shui's boyfriend? So handsome. She glanced at Li Bin beside her. The comparison was stark. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. Noticing Yi Qin Shui's silence, Lin Chen turned to Chen Lan and Li Bin. Did you douse her with water? Chen Lan bit her lip and replied. Yi Qin Shui was openly flirting with my boyfriend, and I was fortunate not to have thrown coffee in her face. Your boyfriend? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the rat-faced Li Bin beside her. Are you referring to this scoundrel? The cafe erupted in laughter at Lin Chen's words. This guy is something else. Chen Lan and Li Bin's faces shifted from pale to crimson. Li Bin retorted angrily. How dare you speak like that? Yet, Lin Chen disregarded him entirely, directing his attention to Chen Lan. Are you joking when you say my girlfriend is flirting with your boyfriend? I believe that with a boyfriend like me, she would never engage in such behavior. Turning back to Yi Qin Shui, he asked, Isn't that true? Yi Qin Shui was taken aback. Quickly realizing that Lin Chen was defending her, she moved closer and wrapped her arms around his, saying, Indeed. The expressions on Chen Lan and Li Bin's faces darkened considerably. At this moment, those around began to grasp the situation. Indeed, why would someone with such a handsome boyfriend stoop to such base behavior? It seemed inconceivable that anyone with functioning eyesight would act in such a manner. Could it be that this young lady was wronged? The tide of public opinion had shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Li Bin grew agitated, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, this shameless woman is pursuing me. Chen Lan quickly chimed in, Exactly. She must be after my boyfriend's wealth. I noticed her glancing at the Ferrari keys he left on the table. At that moment, a bystander could no longer contain their laughter. Surely, you're joking? Do you even know what car her boyfriend drives? Qianlan, growing impatient, retorted, what else could he drive? Is there a vehicle more expensive than a Ferrari Roma? Upon hearing this, Li Bin proudly lifted his chin, as if driving a Ferrari Roma was an extraordinary feat. However, the next instant, the bystander's words left both Qianlan and Li Bin utterly speechless. Her boyfriend drives a Lamborghini Veneno, a car worth nearly 100 million. You could buy dozens of your Ferrari Roma with that. After this revelation, the cafe erupted in laughter once more. The couple, once envied, had become a source of ridicule. Qianlan was taken aback. Is that Lamborghini Veneno really that expensive? In her mind, the several million price tag of the Ferrari Roma was already exorbitant. Yet they claimed that Yi Qinshua's boyfriend's car could purchase multiple Ferrari Romas. This was beyond her comprehension. At that moment, the crowd began to understand the truth. It seemed that it was not the young lady who sought to seduce him, but rather he who was eager to pursue her. I concur. If I had such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, I would hardly be interested in others. That man behaves this way, so the woman must not be virtuous either. In an instant, everyone began to point fingers at Qianlan and Li Bin. The two stood there, utterly embarrassed, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Qianlan then grasped Yi Qinshua's hand, pleading, Qinshuo, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. However, Yi Qinshuo sharply withdrew her hand, lifting a cup of coffee from the table and splashing it onto Qianlan's face. This is what you owe me, Yi Qinshuo stated coldly. With a resounding thud, she set the coffee cup down and took Lin Chen's hand, leaving the scene. Qianlan stood there in stunned silence, coffee dripping from her face and hair, utterly disheveled. How could this happen? Beside her, Li Bin cast a disdainful glance and coldly stated, Qianlan, let's break up. With that, he scoffed and walked away. Qianlan was left speechless, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How had it come to this? She summoned Yi Qinshuo merely to flaunt before her, seeking to vent her frustrations. However, the outcome was far from her expectations. By the time she regained her composure, Li Bin had vanished without a trace. Qianlan, in a state of panic, hurriedly pursued him. Observing this, a nearby waitress swiftly intervened, blocking Qianlan's path. Miss, you have yet to settle the bill. Please make your payment first. She had been vigilantly watching, concerned that this woman might abscond without paying. Thankfully, she was astute. Qianlan hesitated for a moment before rummaging through her bag and tossing 200 yuan to the waitress, attempting to make her escape, only to be detained. I'm sorry, but your table's total is 865 yuan, the waitress stated coldly. What? Qianlan was taken aback. It then dawned on her that she had ordered the most expensive items solely to impress Yi Qinshuo. Overwhelmed with despair, she reluctantly paid the remaining amount via WeChat, finally allowed to leave. Yet, upon stepping outside, Li Bin had long since disappeared, along with his Ferrari Roma, which had vanished from sight. She hastily dialed Li Bin's number, only to discover she had been blocked. Not only that, but all her means of communication had also been severed. Qianlan let out a scream, collapsing onto the ground in tears. Meanwhile, Lin Chen glanced at the somewhat disheveled Yi Qinshuo in the passenger seat and inquired, Shall I take you home? However, Yi Qinshuo shook her head. No, I don't wish to go back. Lin Chen regarded her briefly before averting his gaze. He was concerned about her well-being. The dampness of her attire clung to her figure, accentuating her exquisite form. Feeling the warmth in the car, Lin Chen instinctively adjusted the air conditioning. Yet, recalling that Yi Qinshuo was still wet, he paused, opting instead for warm air. The atmosphere in the car grew even warmer. Yi Qinshuo, perceptive as she was, noticed Lin Chen's actions, surprised by his unexpected concern for her. A warmth surged within her as she said, Lin Chen, thank you. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I wouldn't have been able to explain myself just now. And how do you intend to express your gratitude? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Yi Qinshuo paused. What would you like in return? Lin Chen casually glanced at her. That depends on your sincerity. Then, how about offering yourself? Yi Qinshuo teased with a mischievous grin. Lin Chen was taken aback. He was merely joking, but was she being so direct? Come on. I'm still a student. Yi Qinshuo chuckled. I was just joking. Look at how startled you are. She then sighed. Being a student is truly wonderful. Lin Chen asked, Why is that? Yi Qinshuo casually replied, University life is great. Cough cough. Lin Chen was caught off guard by a sudden remark. This is not a vehicle for kindergarten. I want to get off. Yet, Yi Qinxue appeared bewildered. What happened? Did I say something wrong? Lin Shun, with a helpless glance, replied, Sister, your driving is rather unexpected. What? Lin Shin's words left Yi Qinxue even more confused. What do you mean by driving? I don't understand what you're saying. Hearing this, Lin Shin cast a suspicious look her way. Are you genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance? Observing the dazed expression on Yi Qinxue's face, Lin Shin began to believe she truly didn't know. Well, perhaps it was his own mind that was impure. However, Yi Qinxue then uttered, Is college life not enjoyable? Lin Shin nearly choked again. Yi Qinxue, more puzzled now, asked, Why is your reaction so intense? Try breaking a sentence between life. Lin Shin suggested. Yi Qinxue quietly muttered a couple of phrases, her face suddenly turning crimson. She shot Lin Shin a glare, pervert. After saying that, she turned her face away, unable to look at him any longer. Yet, just moments later, she began to regret her outburst. Had she been too harsh? After contemplating, she cautiously sought to change the subject. Later, can you take me to buy a piece of clothing? Lin Shin nodded. Sure. Are you free later? Yi Qinxue tentatively inquired. Lin Shin smiled and looked at her. If you want me to accompany you, just say it. Yi Qinxue's face flushed again. Well, I feel embarrassed. Soon, the car drew near to the Hongda shopping mall. Gazing at the massive structure, Yi Qinxue couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Who would have thought this mall belonged to someone as young as Lin Shin, merely 20 years old? Due to her disheveled appearance, Yi Qinxue attracted quite a few glances from passers-by. In such circumstances, she could no longer afford to leisurely select clothing and had to hastily enter a store. After a quick scan, she discovered a white dress that piqued her interest. She picked it up and entered the fitting room to try it on, feeling quite satisfied as it fit her perfectly. Lin Shin, what do you think? Does it look good? Yi Qinxue asked. Lin Shin smiled. It looks great. You look good in anything. Beaming with happiness, just as she was about to purchase the dress. A woman with a pointed face beside her pointed at Yi Qinxue and told the salesperson, That dress looks nice on her. Get one for me to try. The salesperson glanced at Yi Qinxue's dress and, with a hint of regret, replied, I'm sorry, Miss Sun, but we don't have a second dress in the store. Sun Zirwei paused slightly before saying, Then have her take off the one she's wearing for me. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinxue turned her head to glance at her, but chose to ignore the comment. The sales assistant appeared quite troubled. That customer is currently wearing the dress and intends to purchase it. Sun Ziru cast a dissatisfied glance at her, saying, Why don't you just ask her to take it off? Is such a trivial matter too much for you to handle? The sales assistant hastily replied, That wouldn't be appropriate. That young lady is also our customer. If my manager finds out I treated a customer this way. Upon hearing this, Sun Ziru's anger flared. How many clothes have I bought from your store? You can't even manage this minor issue? Besides, my boyfriend is friends with the owner of Hongda Mall. Do you really want to continue doing business here? Lin Chun was utterly perplexed. Who is her boyfriend? He couldn't recall any such acquaintance. Chapter 107. Acting pretentious in front of the right person, yet the sales assistant still appeared hesitant. Sun Ziru, growing impatient, pushed her aside and approached Yi Qinxue, her demeanor exuding arrogance. Madam, I have taken a liking to the dress you are wearing. Would you kindly remove it for me? Absolutely not. Sun Ziru was taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such outright refusal. You refuse to change? Yi Qinxue glanced at her coolly. Did your mother not teach you about the concept of first come, first served? I saw it first. Why should I relinquish it to you? Because I am a valued customer of this store. What do you think of that? Sun Ziru retorted haughtily. Oh, Yi Qinxue replied indifferently. And what of it? Sun Ziru was infuriated, glaring menacingly at the sales assistant, her threat unmistakable. The sales assistant, feeling helpless, stepped forward and spoke to Yi Qinxue in a conciliatory tone. Miss, perhaps you could consider letting go of the dress? We have other styles available. Before she could finish, Yi Qinxue firmly declined. Having already endured a frustrating encounter at the cafe, now she faced someone attempting to snatch her desired item. How could she tolerate this? Even Lin Shun was slightly taken aback. Is there truly someone in this society who believes that if they desire something, others must concede? However, it made sense. In a vast world, one encounters all sorts of individuals. Sun Ziru took a deep breath and said, I am currently speaking to you quite politely. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. Yi Qinxue, however, did not even glance her way and instructed the sales assistant to package her own clothing. This left Sun Ziru feeling as though she were striking a soft surface with her fist, incensing her further. You refuse, do you? Fine. My boyfriend is good friends with the owner of Hongda Mall, and I will call him right now. If I cannot have what I want, neither shall you. With that, she dialed a number. Yi Qinxue wished to pay and leave, but the sales assistant, witnessing the unfolding situation, hesitated to sell the dress to her. After ending the call, Sun Ziru sneered at Yi Qinxue. My boyfriend is already on his way here. I suggest you obediently take off the dress. Yi Qinxue, seething with frustration, turned to Lin Shun and asked, Are you friends with her boyfriend? Lin Shun shrugged her shoulders and remarked, I don't even know who her boyfriend is. Beside her, Sun Ziru scrutinized Lin Shun with a cold smirk, retorting, My boyfriend certainly doesn't have friends like that. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinxue looked at Sun Ziru as if she were a fool. So you dare to flaunt a relationship with someone but cannot even recognize the person in front of you? This might just be the biggest joke of the year. Yi Qinxue felt embarrassed for her. Lin Shun was also curious to see who her boyfriend truly was. Just then, a figure entered through the door. Noticing, Sun Ziru hastened to greet him. Yuanhang, you finally made it. The tone was so sweet that it sent shivers down Yi Qinxue's spine, while Lin Shun was left bewildered. Yuanhang? As he looked up, Lin Shun realized the newcomer was Zhao Yuanhang. Zhao Yuanhang also spotted Lin Shun immediately and, disregarding Sun Ziru, walked straight over to her. Lin Shun, what are you doing here? Sun Ziru was left in utter shock. Lin Shun recalled Zhao Yuanhang mentioning that the new owner of Hongda Shopping Mall was named Lin Shun. With that thought, her complexion suddenly turned pale. Yi Qinxue was equally astonished. Lin Shun, you really know each other? Lin Shun smiled lightly, saying, Not just acquaintances. Hongda Shopping Mall used to belong to their family. And he is also my senior from the same school. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang glanced at Yi Qinxue and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Zhao Yuanhang. One cannot help but acknowledge Lin Chen's remarkable luck with romance. How many different companions has he had by now? First the campus beauty Song Qingwan, then Shin Mingqi, and now a tall and stunning girl. How enviable. Zhao Yuanhang then remembered the reason for his arrival. He turned to Sun Ziru and inquired, By the way, who did you say was bullying you? Sun Ziru's face turned white. No one is bullying me. It's all a misunderstanding. She was on the verge of tears. The expressions of those around them also shifted subtly. At this point, Zhao Yuanhang seemed to piece things together. His brows knitted together in concern. You're not referring to my friend Lin Shun and his group, are you? No, it's not like that. Sun Ziru hastily replied, her fear escalating. She was acutely aware that there were many women around Zhao Yuanhang, and she was merely one insignificant figure among them. If she had offended the owner of Hongda Shopping Mall, there was no doubt that Zhao Yuanhang would kick her to the curb. Sun Ziru's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Zhao Yuanhang then turned to Lin Shun. Come on, brother, you tell it. Lin Shun glanced at Yi Qinxue. Perhaps you should explain. Reluctantly, Yi Qinxue recounted the events that had transpired. Zhao Yuanhang was instantly enraged, pointing at Sun Ziru and exclaiming, Damn it, you're actually using my name to act recklessly? Moreover, who the hell is your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Sun Ziru's complexion turned pale. What? Yuanhang, you did not say it this way initially. Was it merely a jest? Or do you truly mean it? Zhao Yuanhang replied impatiently. Now that you have offended my brother, do not seek me out in the future. Sun Ziru's face turned ashen. She had long anticipated such a day, yet she never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. Ultimately, it stemmed from her own impulsiveness today. Had it not been for the events that transpired, her relationship with Zhao Yuanhang might not have deteriorated to this extent. Seeing her rooted to the spot, Zhao Yuanhang snapped. Why are you still standing here? Are you waiting for me to force you away? Tears streamed down Sun Ziru's face as she covered it and fled. At that moment, Zhao Yuanhang turned his gaze to Lin Shun and inquired, Lin Shun, is this resolution acceptable? Lin Shun chuckled. This matter pertains to my senior. How could I meddle? Zhao Yuanhang sighed and remarked, In the end, I am at fault. How about this? I shall treat you all to dinner later as an apology. What do you say? There is no need for an apology. I am not one to distinguish right from wrong so blindly, Lin Shun replied with a smile. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuanhang persisted, even covering the cost of Yi Qinxue's attire, which left her feeling rather embarrassed. Shortly after, the group headed to the Donghai Mingzhu Hotel. No sooner had they seated themselves than Lin Chen's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. He furrowed his brow and pressed the answer button. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin? This is Li Da, the general manager of Huanin Beverage. Huanin Beverage? The name struck Lin Shun as familiar, and after a few moments of contemplation, he recalled that his investment in Lucheng had been consistently suppressed by several companies, with Huan Yin at the forefront. However, why would they seek him out? Given that they were adversaries? It must have taken considerable effort for them to obtain his contact information. What is the purpose of your call? Lin Chen inquired. Lida paused before responding. We have heard that you invested 2 billion in Lucheng, correct? Indeed. We would like to understand why you chose Lucheng. In terms of scale and brand effect, Huan Yin far surpasses Lucheng, Lida stated. Undoubtedly, for you, Huan Yin would be a choice 1,000 times superior to Lucheng. Oh, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Why does it concern you whom I choose to invest in? Lida attempted to continue the conversation, but Lin Chen swiftly interrupted him. They had gathered some information on Lin Chen. A university student capable of investing 2 billion likely received familial support. Lida took a deep breath and said, Lucheng is our sworn enemy. By investing in Lucheng, you are opposing us at Huan Yin. Do you understand? I must be quite frank with you. Lecking is not a viable option. Rather than pursuing that path, it would be far more prudent to invest in our company, Huan Yin. We assure you that the returns we can provide will surely meet your expectations. What do you think? Not much, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Lida felt a surge of frustration as he was repeatedly rebuffed. He couldn't comprehend why Lin Chen was so unyielding. Are you intent on opposing us? Lida said, suppressing his anger. Lin Chen smiled. A key costs 1 yuan. How many do you deserve? With that, he abruptly ended the call. Having encountered many arrogant individuals, Lin Chen was astounded by the audacity of this one. That 200 million belonged to him. He could invest it wherever he pleased. Who was he to bark orders? It was utterly laughable. Meanwhile, in the office, Lida sat in stunned silence as he heard the dial tone. He hung up, just like that. A wave of fury surged through him, and with a loud crash, he slammed the office phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. At that moment, his secretary hurriedly interjected. General Manager, please calm down. Get out. Lida roared. The secretary hesitated, wanting to say more, but thought better of it and silently retreated. With a resounding slap, Lida struck the table, nearly beside himself with rage. How could a mere freshman be so audacious? 200 million. The thought of it made him wince. If that sum had been given to them, Huan Yin's development would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Regrettably, that money had gone to Lecking, reviving them against all odds. He was intensely curious about how Lecking managed to secure sponsorship, given their circumstances. Nevertheless, they could never allow Lecking to rise again. Back at the table, Lin Chen, having concluded the call, continued to eat his meal with nonchalance. What's wrong? You seem a bit upset, Yi Qinxue observed with concern. Lin Chen shook his head. It's nothing, just a lunatic. I'm not truly angry. Yi Qinxue pressed her lips together, refraining from further inquiry, respecting his wish for silence. Zhao Yuanhang, attempting to lighten the mood, added, Come on, eat more. The drunken shrimp here is exquisite. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's quite delightful. He picked up 2 shrimp, peeled them, and placed them in Yi Qinxue's bowl. Here, enjoy the shrimp. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang again. He wiped his hands, took out his phone, and was about to decline the call when he noticed it was Yi Zhonghua. Hello, Mr. Lin, there are some matters I need to report to you, Yi Zhonghua said. His tone grave and tinged with urgency, suggesting it was a significant issue that required Lin Chen's attention. Go ahead, Lin Chen replied. Yi Zhonghua took a deep breath and remarked, Recently, the pressure exerted upon us has intensified. During this period, we have failed to secure any collaborations. Mr. Lin, do you have some time to meet? Lin Chen glanced at the time. Their meal was nearing its conclusion, and he replied, I'm available. Are you at the company now? Yes, Mr. Lin. Would you like to come over? Lin Chen responded affirmatively. I will head over shortly. After hanging up, Zhao Yuanhang inquired. What is the matter? Do you have something on later? Lin Chen nodded slightly. Yes, there is a matter I must attend to. Zhao Yuanhang expressed his disappointment. What a pity. I was planning to take you out for some fun afterward. Lin Chen smiled. That will have to wait for another time. He then turned to Yi Qinxue. I'll give you a ride home first. Yi Qinxue bit her lip and tentatively asked, Can I accompany you? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and decided it wouldn't be an issue. Thus he agreed. However, when they arrived at the bottom of the Lecking Company building, Yi Qinxue appeared somewhat bewildered. Isn't this the building where my father works? What's wrong? Lin Chen asked, turning back. Yi Qinxue shook her head. Nothing. It can't be a coincidence, can it? There are several companies upstairs. Just then, Yi Zhonghua emerged from the building with several individuals. Mr. Lin, in the next instant. Yi Zhonghua was rendered speechless. Yi Qinxue was also frozen in place. Dad, Xiao Shui, why are you with Mr. Lin? Chapter 109. Facing suppression, Lin Shun was taken aback. Glancing between Yi Zhonghua and Yi Qinxue, could they truly be father and daughter? Yet it made sense. Both shared the surname Yi. And he hadn't considered this angle before. Yi Zhonghua quickly regained his composure and burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Mr. Lin. I didn't expect you to be friends with my daughter. Moreover, it seems your relationship is rather special. Yi Zhonghua's benevolent gaze shifted between the two, and an idea began to form in his mind. Lin Shun was a good man. If he could become his son-in-law, that would be splendid. At that moment, Yi Zhonghua felt grateful for having a daughter. If Yi Qinxue could be with Lin Shun, it would be most fortuitous. Clearly, he needed to encourage Qinxue to make an effort. Yi Qinxue, equally shocked, looked at her father and Lin Shun. Dad, is Lin Shun the one who invested 200 million to save our company? She exclaimed. Suddenly recalling her decision to leave home was rooted in her opposition to her mother's attempts to matchmake her with this so-called Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghua nodded indeed. Yi Qinxue felt tears welling up. Dad, why didn't you and Mom tell me it was Lin Shun earlier? Had I known, there would have been no need for matchmaking. I would have pursued him myself, and I wouldn't have run away from home. Reflecting on the hardships she endured while away, Yi Qinxue felt a pang of sorrow. One can only blame oneself for not inquiring clearly. However, Yi Qinxue cast a glance at Lin Shun, utterly perplexed by how he managed to procure 200 million. Even if he were a second-generation wealthy individual, such extravagance seemed excessive. As someone who also hails from affluence, why was her situation so starkly different? It was indeed perplexing. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghua hastily ushered Lin Shun inside. Come, Mr. Lin, let us converse within. Watching the retreating figures of the two, Yi Qinxue stood alone in the wind, bewildered. Was her father truly being usurped? In the office, Yi Zhonghua's expression had turned grave. Perhaps it was the knowledge of Mr. Lin Shun's investment that prompted Huanin to intensify their oppression against them. He mused. At that moment, Lin Shun's mind was stirred by the system's alert. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering a storyline task, assist the conscientious beverage company Lecking in overcoming its crisis with a reward of Jinlin Building. Jinlin Building? Wasn't he that the very office building where Jiangli Company was located? Acquiring Jinlin Building would ensure a steady stream of rental income. Lin Shun nodded, indeed. I received a call from them today inquiring why I had not invested in their enterprise. From their tone, it seemed they wished for me to breach my contract. When bribery failed, they resorted to threats, he stated nonchalantly. Humph. Yi Zhonghua slammed his hand on the table, incensed. Those Huanin people are utterly despicable. I never imagined they would set their sights on you. It is the height of shamelessness. Lin Shun leisurely sipped his tea. Should they continue their brazen conduct, I would not hesitate to upend the beverage industry in Donghai City. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghua felt a jolt of surprise. Mr. Lin, are you suggesting? Lin Shun placed his teacup down on the table and met Yi Zhonghua's gaze. Didn't you say they are the leaders in Donghai City's beverage industry? Then let us dislodge them from their lofty perch. He was not one to instigate trouble. Yet they had already encroached upon his territory, expecting him to endure in silence? Absolutely not. He was not of such a disposition. Let them come. I have no fear. Yi Qinxue gazed at Lin Shun, astonished. Did he possess such unwavering confidence? Yi Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. This is indeed a daunting challenge. He continued. Our Lecking is currently besieged. We initially intended to collaborate with Hongda Mall, but they have been partners with Huanin for several years. Huanin has made it clear that should Hongda choose to work with us, they would terminate their agreement with Hongda. Wait, Lin Shun furrowed his brow. Are you referring to Hongda Mall? Yes, Yi Zhonghua replied, perplexed. What of it? Lin Shun retrieved his phone, stating, one moment, I shall make a call. As he spoke, he flipped to the phone number of the principal person in charge at Hongda, Pang Dahai. Pang Dahai, didn't the representatives from Lecking discuss a collaboration with you previously? Lin Shun inquired. Pang Dahai appeared somewhat bewildered. Wasn't the new boss indifferent to the affairs of Hongda Mall? Why was he now inquiring about a partnership? After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Indeed. He continued. However, we have been in collaboration with Huanin, and the time for renewal is approaching. Huanin has hinted that if we were to partner with Lecking, they would not renew their contract with us. We have weighed our options between Huanin and Lecking. Although Leking is a rising star with commendable momentum, we believe that Huanin possesses greater overall strength and stability. Lin Chun responded decisively, immediately arranged for the contract. We shall sign with Leking. What? Excuse me? Peng Dehai was taken aback. But what about Huanin? I am an investor in Leking, Lin Chun stated succinctly. Peng Dehai paused for 2 seconds. He had previously heard that Leking had secured an investment of 200 million. Could it be that this investment was from their boss? If so, did that mean Leking was akin to a family member? Understood, boss. I will have the contract prepared right away. After hanging up, Peng Dehai promptly summoned his secretary to arrange the contract. Reflecting on how he had turned away representatives from Leking several times, he felt a wave of regret. Had he known earlier that Lin Chun was an investor in Leking, he wouldn't have concerned himself with Huanin at all. After all, one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. This time, he intended to visit in person. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghua gazed at Lin Chun in astonishment. Mr. Lin, were you just on the phone with Peng Dehai, the head of Hongdao Mall? Lin Chun nodded. Yi Zhonghua expressed his concern. You should be a bit more courteous with him. Peng Dehai has always been proud and has a temper. Your direct command for him to come may offend him. Dad. Actually, Yi Qinxue, unable to contain herself, attempted to interject, but was silenced by a sharp glance from Yi Zhonghua. We are discussing company matters. Please refrain from interrupting. Yi Qinxue felt helpless. She wanted to inform her father that Hongdao Mall actually belonged to Lin Chun. Oh, Lin Chun raised an eyebrow. Is Peng Dehai's temperament truly that poor? I had not noticed before. Yi Zhonghua sighed and replied, Indeed, we have visited Hongdao Mall several times without ever meeting Peng Dehai. Why would he come to us? Rest assured, Peng Dehai will come, Lin Chun assured him. Why? At that moment, Yi Qinxue spoke up. Dad, actually. Hongdao Mall belongs to Lin Chun. What? Yi Zhonghua gasped, rising to his feet in shock. Mr. Lin, is Hongdao Shopping Mall truly yours? Lin Chun nodded lightly. It is indeed mine. Upon hearing Lin Chun's admission, Yi Zhonghua took a deep breath, at a loss for words. Mr. Lin, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Lin Chun smiled faintly. This is just the beginning. With this revelation, Yi Zhonghua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given this situation, there was no need for concern regarding Hongdao Shopping Mall. He now considered himself incredibly fortunate to have encountered Lin Chun. Without Lin Chun's investment of 200 million, it was uncertain whether their company could have endured to this day. With Lin Chun on board, he even felt they had the capability to compete with Huanin. Then, as if recalling something, Lin Chun inquired, By the way, do you require collaboration with the Earl Hotel? The Earl Hotel? Yi Zhonghua paused momentarily. If a long-term supply could be arranged, it would indeed represent a fruitful partnership. What is the matter? Suddenly, Yi Zhonghua's eyes widened in astonishment. This Earl Hotel, could it also belong to you? Lin Chun smiled slightly, but remained silent. Beside him, Yi Qinxue sighed in exasperation. Dad, congratulations, you guessed correctly. Yi Zhonghua stood there, stunned for several seconds, before regaining his composure. He quickly lifted the teacup on the table and took a sip. I need a moment to gather myself. Lin Chun chuckled. Chairman Yi, please remain composed. Yi Zhonghua regarded Lin Chun with a complex expression. Composed? That is quite impossible. Lin Chun shook his head in resignation and made a phone call to notify the representatives of the Earl Hotel to come over. After discussing some company matters, Peng Dehai arrived with his secretary. Upon seeing Lin Chun, Peng Dehai was slightly surprised. Boss, you are here as well? Lin Chun nodded. I did not expect your speed to be quite commendable, General Manager Peng. Peng Dehai scratched his head awkwardly. Since you have given the order, how could I dare to delay? He then turned to Yi Zhonghua. This must be Director Yi from Leking, correct? Previously, Yi Zhonghua had attempted to visit several times, but was turned away, so he was unfamiliar with him. However, recalling the incident of having denied Yi Zhonghua entry, Peng Dehai felt a bit embarrassed. Surely, Director Yi does not hold a grudge against me? In the next moment, Yi Zhonghua stood and approached Peng Dehai. Extending his hand, General Manager Peng. Hello, I am Yi Zhonghua. Peng Dehai promptly shook his hand. Director Yi, greetings. Yi Zhonghua was utterly astonished. Peng Dehai was known for his proud demeanor, yet he displayed such respect towards the young Lin Chun. Even as Lin Chun's superior, this demeanor was unexpected. It appeared that Peng Dehai genuinely respected Lin Chun, and Lin Chun indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. Soon, both parties finalized the contract. At the instant the contract was signed, a notification sound echoed in Lin Chun's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward is the Golden Lin building. After signing the contract, Yi Zhonghua felt a twinge of anxiety. If Huan Yin were to discover our collaboration with Hongda Shopping Mall, wouldn't that lead to chaos? At that moment, Peng Dehai scoffed, chaos? Even if chaos ensues, where can they go? I have long disapproved of their approach and considered terminating our contract. But given our long-standing partnership, I endured. Now that the boss has spoken, if they wish to terminate the contract, let them. Without them, Hongda has numerous other partners, and the loss would be minimal. Yi Zhonghua nodded, reassured by this perspective. Not long after, representatives from the Earl Hotel arrived. Following the signing, the group discussed future development plans. By the time afternoon classes commenced, Lin Shen departed to attend his lessons, with Yi Qinxue accompanying Yi Zhonghua back. Meanwhile, Huan Yin swiftly received news of Hongda Shopping Mall's collaboration with Lucheng. Lida was furious and promptly convened an emergency meeting. Is Hongda Shopping Mall truly disregarding us? He exclaimed. Indeed, we have clearly expressed our stance, yet they choose to oppose us. I cannot fathom why Hongda would prefer to partner with Lucheng instead of us. What shall we do now? Are we really going to terminate our contract with them? At this moment, all eyes turned to Li Da. Seated at the head of the table, he scanned the room with a dark expression. Have you all forgotten? The matter of Hongda Shopping Mall changing owners, he said. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. We remember that. What of it? They replied. The new owner of Hongda Shopping Mall appears to be Lin Shen, and the individual investing in Lucheng is also named Lin Shen. Lida said through clenched teeth. It was well known that the new owner of Hongda had delegated all responsibilities to the general manager, Peng Dehai, thereby overlooking this pivotal figure. The revelation left the room in stunned silence. If this were indeed the case, then their threats against Hongda Shopping Mall would seem rather absurd. Although everyone thought this, none dared to voice it. Lida closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing his anger. Given the circumstances, Hongda Shopping Mall would likely no longer be concerned about the possibility of us terminating the contract. In fact, they might even initiate the termination themselves. What do you think we should do next? Upon hearing this, the previously vocal crowd fell silent. Only one person spoke up. I believe that if we were to terminate the contract with Hongda Shopping Mall, our losses would outweigh theirs. I do not advocate for termination. Then what alternative do you propose? Li Dao inquired. Perhaps we should seek a resolution? We can deal with Leking later. But we certainly cannot afford to lose Hongda as a partner at this moment. Our newly launched product has just hit the market, and terminating our agreement with Hongda would be extremely detrimental to us. At this point, Lida had also regained his composure. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Meanwhile, Lin Shen had just arrived in the classroom, and as usual, Su Mo had already reserved a seat for him. Lin Shen, you seem rather busy lately. Su Mo remarked with a hint of curiosity. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and realized that she was right. There were indeed matters to attend to with Leking. And tomorrow night marked Song Qingwan's birthday celebration. It seems I have been rather occupied, Lin Shen admitted. Su Mo rested her chin on her hand and asked, Is there anything I can assist you with? Lin Shen considered her offer, but concluded that there was little she could help with. He smiled and replied, If you truly wish to assist, perhaps you could make me another egg tart. I have a craving for one. Su Mo nodded in agreement. All right. Just then, Lin Shen's phone rang. Noting that there was still some time before class, he pressed the answer button. Who is this? A respectful voice responded from the other end. Hello. Mr. Lin, this is the legal department of Jinlin Real Estate. Ah, are you calling regarding the handover procedures? Lin Shen inquired. Yes, we have prepared the relevant documents. Could you let us know when you can come to Jinlin building for the handover? Alternatively, you may provide us with an address, and we can come to you. With a clatter, Su Mo's pen fell to the floor. Lin Shen glanced at her, offered a slight smile, and bent down to retrieve the pen. Su Mo felt flustered. I can come by tomorrow morning, Lin Shen decided. At that moment, the modern literature teacher entered the classroom. Lin Shen quickly lowered his head and said, All right, I must go. The teacher has arrived, and I need to attend class. With that, he hung up the phone, leaving the legal representative bewildered. The teacher has arrived? What does that mean? After disconnecting the call, Lin Shen turned to Su Mo and smiled. What is the matter? Su Mo shook her head and stole a glance at him. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Shen seemed quite affluent. Had he perhaps purchased another building? She gasped softly. The lesson was modern literature, and the teacher had instructed the students to explore the works of various modern literary greats. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a storyline task. Borrow books from the library with Su Mo. Reward, top-tier chess skills. Chess? Although Lin Shun was not particularly passionate about chess, acquiring new skills is never burdensome. Who knows when it might come in handy? Besides, he needed to borrow some books anyway. After class, Lin Shun and Suemo made their way to the library. The grand characters Wen Yuan Si Hai gleamed brilliantly under the warm embrace of sunlight. Upon their arrival, Suemo suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Lin Shun inquired. "Look over there." Suemo pointed to an elderly man guarding the library, who was engaged in a game of chess against himself. Lin Shun glanced over and indeed saw the old gentleman seated by a chessboard, muttering to himself as he played. "Perhaps he has no one to challenge him," Lin Shun chuckled. Suemo nodded in agreement, then suggested, "Let us go borrow some books." "All right," he replied. They proceeded to the modern literature section. Lin Shun, an admirer of Lao Shi's works, selected 4 Generations Under One Roof and Tea House. After gathering his books, he sought out Suemo, only to find her, at a height of 1.6 meters, staring dreamily at the top shelf of a nearby bookshelf. She then tiptoed, stretching her arms in vain, unable to reach the books above. Lin Shun couldn't help but chuckle softly. At that moment, Suemo rolled up her sleeves and jumped up, determined to grasp the 2 books, her ponytail bouncing merrily. Frustrated, she pouted, "I still can't reach them. How vexing." Just then, a tall figure appeared behind her. Lin Shun effortlessly reached up and retrieved the 2 books. As Suemo turned around, she found herself face to face with Lin Shun's chest. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and lingering irritation. Thank you," she murmured as she accepted the books from his hands. Lin Shun smiled gently. "You're welcome." After borrowing their books, they proceeded to register. Upon reaching the entrance, they noticed the elderly man was still engrossed in his solitary chess match, seemingly stuck in the same position without a victor. "Shall we take a look?" Suemo asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Shun grinned. "Sure. I suppose Suemo is also a chess enthusiast?" They approached the old man, who, despite his age, appeared remarkably spry. They soon heard his murmured commentary. "Oh dear, I made a mistake with this move. It should have been this way. Next, I must move here. Yes, this works." After observing for several minutes without any resolution, he finally lifted his gaze to Lin Shun and Suemo, appraising them with a kind expression. "You've been watching me for quite a while. Do you also enjoy playing chess?" Suemo nodded. "Yes, we do, sir. But why are you playing against yourself?" The old man chuckled. "Because it has become increasingly difficult to find someone who can defeat me at chess, so I must play against myself." Sumo's eyes widened in surprise, clearly intrigued. "Grandfather, you must be quite skilled at chess," remarked Lin Shun with a smile. The elderly gentleman scrutinized Lin Shun for a moment before shaking his head. "You are still young. Defeating you would lack grace." Lin Shun merely smiled, choosing not to respond, and moved a knight on the board. The old man furrowed his brow, questioning the reason for that particular move. Yet, just 2 seconds later, his eyes brightened. He swiftly maneuvered several pieces on the board. The outcome was clear. "Ah, I didn't expect your perception to be so sharp. I completely overlooked that." The old man's face glowed with delight. Beside them, Suemo gazed at Lin Shun with admiration, her eyes sparkling. "Lin Shun, you are truly impressive." "Let us keep it humble," he replied. "Shall we play another round?" The old man chuckled. Lin Shun grinned. "Another round? Do you think this is mahjong?" With that, he took a seat opposite the chessboard. The old man burst into laughter. "I enjoy mahjong as well." Suemo fetched a small stool and settled beside Lin Shun. Once the pieces were set, Lin Shun declared, "Please, grandfather, you go first." The old man, with a twinkle in his eye, asked, "Are you so confident?" As he spoke, he placed his piece on the board. After several exchanges, Lin Shun chuckled. "Grandfather, your style of play is notably steady." The old man beamed with pride, his beard nearly lifting to the heavens. "Child, when I began playing chess, your father had not yet been born." Lin Shun nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. But an overly steady style can sometimes be a detriment." With that, he captured one of the old man's knights. The old man was taken aback. "Why are you so aggressive? Aren't you afraid I'll take your rook?" He racked his brain and finally moved his rook away. He wished to capture Lin Shun's rook, yet it was guarded by a cannon poised to strike. Lin Shun smirked. "Grandfather, there was truth in my earlier observation about your steadiness. You focus too much on defense, lacking aggression, which can lead to disarray when facing a formidable opponent. Unbeknownst to you, the best defense is indeed a good offense." As he spoke, Lin Shun made another move. "Check," he announced. "Grandfather, you may concede. One move determines the victor." The old man sat in stunned silence, his face a portrait of shock. But more than that, there was a glimmer of joy. How many years had it been since anyone had bested him in chess? At that moment, Su Mo clapped her hands in excitement. Lin Shen has won. The old man raised his eyebrows, looking at Lin Shen with a twinkle in his eye. You are Lin Shen. Remarkable. It has been ages since I found a worthy opponent. However, do not become too smug. I underestimated you, allowing you to seize the opportunity. Shall we play another round? Upon hearing this, Lin Shen turned to Su Mo beside him and gently inquired, Are you in a hurry? Su Mo quickly shook her head. Observing this, Lin Shen then addressed the elder. In that case, let us engage in another game. Having learned from the previous match, the elder approached this one with much greater caution. In contrast, Lin Shen maintained a remarkably relaxed demeanor as he played against the elder. After several rounds of intense competition, a thin sheen of sweat had formed on the elder's forehead. Even Su Mo, who watched from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety. Noticing the elder's placement of a piece, Lin Shen smiled and mused, Elder, you still underestimate me. Before you fully grasp my strategy and formations, you wish to seize my army? With that, Lin Shen launched a direct assault on the elder's stronghold. The elder, visibly agitated, trembled with indignation. You deliberately exposed a flaw to bait me. Lin Shen merely smiled in silence. At that moment, the elder had no choice but to abandon his defenses to protect his key pieces. Yet, it was too late. General, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he lost? To a young man, and for the second time? Excitement filled Su Mo's eyes. She felt an overwhelming urge to jump up and kiss him. However, her courage faltered. The elder's gaze toward Lin Shen turned serious. Young man, who taught you to play chess? Lin Shen replied with a faint smile, I taught myself. The elder shook his head. I do not believe it. It is nearly impossible to reach such a level through self-study. At that moment, a voice interjected, Old principal, are you still playing chess here? The group turned to look. Lin Shen was slightly taken aback. Vice Principal Su? Vice Principal Su appeared equally astonished. Lin Shen? What brings you here? Upon noticing the chessboard between the two, he exclaimed, playing chess with the old principal? Ha ha ha, splendid. The old principal was once a national champion. The elder waved his hand in resignation. A hero should not dwell on past glories. Besides, this young man is remarkable. I have lost to him twice in succession. Wait. Lin Shen interjected, momentarily confused. He glanced at the elder and then at Vice Principal Su. This is the old principal? Vice Principal Su confirmed, indeed. This is our retired principal. Lin Shen was stunned. Good heavens, he had just won against the retired principal? His expression was one of dismay. Wishing he had played more leniently, the old principal stroked his beard and looked at Lin Shen. You are Lin Shen? A fine name indeed. Like a treasure that shall not gather dust. Lin Shen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, You flatter me. I truly meant no offense earlier. Upon hearing this, the elder erupted into hearty laughter. Do you think I am an unreasonable person? Fear not. I hold no grievances. I am more delighted than anything. In the future, do come by to play chess with me for some amusement. Lin Shen chuckled awkwardly. The thought of the principal, who had been persistently seeking his guidance in calligraphy, left him feeling somewhat despondent. Now, with the arrival of another elder principal, he wondered who could possibly rescue him. All he desired was to earn a decent living and flirt with the ladies. Thus, one must tread carefully when it comes to pretentiousness. As the evening grew late, Lin Shen remarked, All right, esteemed Principal and Vice Principal Su, it is getting late. We should take our leave. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Shen departed with Su Mo observing their retreating figures. The elder principal could not help but exclaim, Today's youth are truly remarkable. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. With students like these at Donghai University, we are fortunate indeed. Vice Principal Su concurred, indeed. This Lin Shen is quite the prominent figure at our school. Oh, the elder principal's interest was piqued. Do tell? I don't know if you've heard, but this year's new student arrived at the school by helicopter, Vice Principal Su explained. The elder principal stroked his beard. I have heard whispers of that. Could this new student be Lin Shen? Vice Principal Su nodded and recounted Lin Shen's exploits. He continued, I have also heard that he possesses considerable talent in calligraphy, to the extent that even the principal frequently seeks his counsel. At this revelation, the elder principal's eyes widened in surprise. Is that truly the case? Vice Principal Su solemnly affirmed, absolutely. Watching Lin Shen and Su Mo depart, the elder principal's eyes narrowed slightly. This young man's future appears boundless. On the way to escort Su Mo back to her dormitory, She was brimming with excitement and exclaimed, Lin Shun. I cannot believe that old gentleman was actually the retired principal. Lin Shun, however, responded with a sigh, I had no idea either. Had I known, I would not have gone. Suemo gazed at Lin Shun with admiration. You are so impressive. I also enjoy playing chess, but I am quite terrible at it. Lin Shun smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Silly, who claims to be terrible at chess? Suemo paused, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Another head pat. Yet, being with Lin Shun always brought her joy, as if she were walking on air. Lin Shun shot her a curious glance. What has you so cheerful? It looks like your tail is about to lift off the ground. Suemo tilted her head, her large eyes filled with innocent confusion. Really? Indeed. Suemo squinted and smiled. I am just happy today. Suddenly, she added, Lin Shun, if you have time in the future, could you teach me how to play chess? Her tentative demeanor amused Lin Shun. He couldn't help but pinch her chubby cheek, saying, that will depend on your sincerity. Suemo blinked in surprise, touching her cheek where he had just pinched her. Then, how about I make you some egg tarts? Lin Shun shook his head, indicating insufficiency. What? Suemo found herself in a quandary. But I can only make egg tarts. What else do you like to eat? I could learn. The word again caught Lin Shun's attention. You learned to make egg tarts specifically for me. Sumo's cheeks flushed slightly at his remark. How did you know? Lin Shun was momentarily at a loss for words. A girl who would learn to cook egg tarts just for him. Such a rarity. As he pondered this, Lin Shun raised his hand to check the time. It was already past 7 in the evening. Do you have any plans for later? He inquired. Suemo shook her head. Lin Shun draped his arm over her shoulder. Come, let me treat you to a meal as a reward. Chapter 113. Once again. Lin Shun. By the time Lin Shun returned Suemo to her dormitory, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Upon arriving back at his villa, he promptly washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Lin Shun awoke and proceeded to have breakfast. He intended to head to the Jinlin International Building shortly to handle the handover paperwork. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of the Jinlin International Building, Zhang Li sat in a plush office chair, browsing office rental listings on her computer. The rent for her current space had expired, but the landlord was unwilling to renew at the original price, instead raising it by 30%, which exceeded her acceptable range. Thus, she was left with no choice but to seek a new location. However, several days had passed without any leads. Zhang Li sighed deeply. Was she really going to have to accept the landlord's terms? An increase of 30% was no trivial sum. More importantly, human nature is inherently greedy. If she yielded this time, the landlord might exploit the situation to raise the rent again under various pretenses in the future. This matter had been weighing heavily on her mind. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the office door. It was her secretary, Zhang Yuanyuan. Come in. Chairman, I just heard some news, Zhang Yuanyuan said. What is it? Just speak plainly. It's about your recent troubles with the lease renewal. I just heard that the Jinlin building has been acquired, and the new owner seems to be coming in for the handover today. Zhang Li was taken aback and immediately stood up. Are you certain? Zhang Yuanyuan quickly replied. I only just overheard someone mention it, and then inquired further. It appears to be true. Zhang Li furrowed her brow. If the Jinlin International Building had changed owners, then there might be room for negotiation regarding the rent. Do you know when the handover is scheduled? She asked. That is still unclear. Meanwhile, Lin Shun had arrived at the Jinlin building and proceeded directly to the office on the top floor. Zhang Li was waiting for news from Zhang Yuanyuan when her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. She picked up her phone for a moment and glanced at the group messages. Lin Shun has joined the group? A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Li's eyes. Recalling what her secretary had mentioned earlier that day, just moments ago, the secretary had informed her that the Jinlin International Building had acquired a new owner. And now Lin Shun had entered the tenant group. Either Lin Shun had rented an office here, or he was indeed the new proprietor. Among these two possibilities, Zhang Li leaned towards the latter, though this revelation left her utterly astounded. How could Lin Shun possess such wealth? Contemplating this, she promptly sent several messages to Lin Shun. Did you come to Jinlin International Building today? Lin Shun responded almost instantaneously, I am currently on the top floor. Upon reading those words, Zhang Li's pupils slightly contracted. The top floor housed the offices of Jinlin International Building. If Lin Shun was there, it likely meant he was in the midst of completing the transfer of ownership. Have you purchased the Jinlin International Building? Zhang Li inquired directly. Lin Shun replied, Yes, why? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li typed a few lines. Landlord, our lease is about to expire. Can we renew it at the original rate? Lin Shun quickly replied. That depends on whether General Jiang has the sincerity. Jiang Li smiled, sent an emoji, and then immediately called her secretary. Come back and prepare the contract for renewal. What? The secretary sounded surprised. Shouldn't I investigate further? Jiang Li chuckled. No need. The one who bought the Jinlin International building is Lin Chun. After hanging up, Jiang Li sent a message to Lin Chun. After the meeting, come to my office. I assure you, you will see my sincerity. Lin Chun read the message and smiled. Indeed, Jiang Li was as clever as a fox. After completing a series of transfer procedures, Lin Chun proceeded to the 6th floor of the Jiaqing company. Upon arriving at the office door, he spotted Jiang Li engrossed in reviewing documents. Lin Chun raised his hand and lightly tapped on the door. Jiang Li lifted her gaze slightly and saw Lin Chun leaning against the doorframe. You certainly have brought me numerous surprises. Jiang Li exclaimed with a playful smile. Come in and take a seat. Lin Chun chuckled as he entered the office and settled onto the sofa in the relaxation area. Jiang Li also rose to personally brew a cup of tea for Lin Chun. May I indulge in a moment of self-admiration? Jiang Li grinned as she placed the tea in front of Lin Chun and took a seat on the opposite sofa. Lin Chun raised the cup, slightly arching his brow. Oh, in what manner do you wish to admire yourself? Jiang Li gazed at Lin Chun for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Last time, when my company faced a crisis with its cash flow, you directly invested 300 million, allowing us to weather the storm. Now, the landlord is raising the rent and refusing to renew without negotiation. After searching for several days, I found no suitable alternatives, and you, without hesitation, acquired the entire Jinlin International building. She paused, a smile gracing her lips. It seems as though every time I am in dire need, you appear. Lin Chun chuckled. It seems that in President Zhang's eyes, I have become a foolish monarch who squandered millions merely to elicit a smile from a beauty. How could that be the case? It is already the year 2021. However, I must admit, I find your demeanor rather appealing, Jiang Li. Is that so? Lin Chun raised an eyebrow. By the way, aren't you still considering renewing your lease? How about I assess your sincerity in the office? Jiang Li paused momentarily. Or shall we meet at a hotel? This time, Lin Chun found himself at a loss. Truly, Jiang was a cunning fox, and he could not prevail. President Jiang, you jest. Yet, I genuinely have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Lin Chun straightened his posture and stated earnestly. Pray tell? Reluctantly, Lin Chun divulged. The situation is this. A friend of mine is hosting a birthday banquet today, and I have yet to select an appropriate gift. I would like you to accompany me in choosing a suitable birthday present. He sighed. I've been quite occupied these past few days and had no time to procure a gift for Song Qingwan. Had I not remembered today, I would likely attend the celebration empty-handed. Jiang Li raised an elegant eyebrow. A female friend? How did you know? Lin Chun was somewhat taken aback. I don't believe I mentioned whether they were male or female. Jiang Li covered her mouth with a soft laugh. If it were a male friend, would you truly require my assistance in selecting a gift? That would be rather foolish, wouldn't it? Feeling a bit sheepish, Lin Chun scratched his head. That does seem to be the case. Then Jiang Li inquired, a girlfriend? Not at all. She is a senior of mine, Lin Chun replied hastily. Very well. I understand now, Jiang Li smiled. When shall we go? Let us have a meal first, and then we can proceed afterward, Lin Chun suggested. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. After signing the lease renewal contract, the two descended to enjoy a meal before heading to the International Financial Center. After all, the International Financial Center is a veritable paradise for shoppers, making it the perfect venue for selecting a gift.